5, 4, 3. Now he started early!
Fuck it, let's just go. Let's just go. At this point, let's just.
Okay.
Oh my god.
See, this is what you have to do to get world records. Cheat. I've said it all along.
Just use the better OT ROM.
Yeah.
Oh god. Right.
So
So as we were saying,
speech again.
so as we were saying, this is the No I Am Rumble Up category. The basic goal of the category is to get the 2 medallions we need to get light arrows, and then go kill Ganondorf and Ganon. Valiant Link is the world record holder for this category, 1:14.19. And we reckon it should just take about an hour 20, and estimating for any sort of mistakes that people might make. Interesting to know actually is that Rosewater and Valiant Link are on the N64 1.0 version of the game, whereas Alien and CMA are on the Virtual Console 1.2 version of the game. There are a few major differences between the two to this run, and it changes the route slightly, but they will converge about halfway through.
Yeah. So the N64 version is going to sort of have a really quick child section that the C route eventually, due to lag, basically is going to catch up on. I don't know the exact point. I mean, I have a guess. I don't want to have a guess.
It's hard to estimate this stuff because it's hard to time lag and load times in comparison, because N64 lags literally everywhere.
Yeah.
Like in the intro, they lose like 10 seconds just because of lag or something.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I think it's just in the opening cutscene, which is 3 minutes. It's about 4 seconds, and
Yeah,
it only gets worse from there.
Yeah. Also worth pointing out that they're all playing on the Japanese version of the game because of faster text. There are no differences whatsoever between in-game differences at all. It's just the version differences are, but language is just for.
Yeah, I think it's 1 byte. I think that changes on the 2 games, just the language.
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah. Right. So almost coming to the time when we can actually start getting to some movement.
Yeah. So what you're going to see right off the bat is Alien CMA are going to be getting the Kokiru sword and then getting rupees to buy a shield. And Rosewater and Valiant are going to be getting some sticks and nuts instead. And then they're all going to be leaving the forest straight away.
Yeah, so the different methods of forest escape are going to depend on your version and the speed of the escape as well. So I think we're probably going to expect to see about a full sort of late 4 minute, 5 minute escape for N64, and sort of about 10-20 seconds later on VC.
Yeah, N64 has the option of going for a risky faster strat to escape, but they do risk breaking a stick, which isn't great. But they have a good backup though.
Yeah, because they only get one. I think it's 1 stick. I correct me if I'm wrong.
Depends what escape method you're doing. You get 1 stick, you get 2 sticks for safety.
Yes.
But as far as like basic movement goes, you'll see them doing a lot of backwalking, rolling, side hopping. The general rule of thumb is if you can get somewhere in 4 or less rolls, you want to roll. Otherwise, you want to backwalk. It's just faster forms of movement. And also, it's better to roll around corners.
Yes. And you'll see a lot of the time here they're getting a lot of rupees on the way, and they're called rupee routes, and they are the fastest way to get the rupees required for the route to continue. So for the sword route, you obviously need 40 to get the shield, and for the N64 you need, I think it's 35 or 25.
35 to be safe, 25 to not, because it's 10 per stick. As it
Yes.
looks like Rosewater is going for 1 stick and 1 set of nuts, and Valiant's playing it safe and getting 2 sticks. Which implies that he's going to go for West Escape here.
Yes.
Which doesn't surprise me.
Means going for risky things, so ironically.
Yeah.
Are they going to go for it? Is the question. Yep,
So-
he's going for it.
There he goes.
Right.
So, looks good.
And there's West Escape
Nice.
for you.
So
So
Valiant's
he
the first
gets-
one.
So he gets a West off off one of the platforms with recoil in the water, and then presses A to put away the stick and talk to He doesn't have a name. Everyone calls him Pokey. But yeah, to clip through him and leave, which is the fastest form.
And then Rosewater
Rose
is doing the second fastest for N64, which is walking while talking, which is where you interrupt, where you throw a nut and interrupt talking to that sign, and then the camera kind of gets glitched out and unloads certain actors, one of them being Pokey, so you can just walk right out the gate. It can be a little awkward to control during that situation because your controls are all kind of messed up, but he manages to get out just fine. And Alien
had a little trouble with the West, but
yeah. And then Aliens and CMA get out. So all I want is now out of the forest, and again the Ocarina.
I think this is used in quite literally one place, and
yeah, we needed to get magic later. You could substitute the Ocarina for a bottle, but getting the bottle takes more time than it's worth just to get this Ocarina instead. I'm pretty sure it's time to be not worth it to get a bottle in this run.
Yeah, because then you'd have to get the bottle doing chicken game, and then you'd have to waste time doing Ocarina items later on.
Yeah.
Which is again getting something to put in the bottle, dropping it, picking it up. It's even though that cutscene is quite long, it's still somehow shorter.
Yes. Oh, right. Yeah, 2 places. Yeah. So Jelstus and shouting is 2 places. So
he's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So VC's going to be she needs the Ocarina to get choose in a minute.
Oh yeah, you're right as well. And obviously warping. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is. It's really worth it then.
It is worth it because you need to play warp songs. Yeah. Never mind. We're idiots.
Yeah, we are. Why do you think we're here and not running?
Yeah, exactly.
And Valiant's gone for swag strats.
Yeah, nice and Philip can.
That point, I realized that Ocarina of Time has a shit ton of long cutscenes, especially at the beginning.
Yeah, it's very cutscene heavy early on. You got the intro, you got Ocarina, you got the Master Sword cutscene, talking to Zelda. There's a lot early on.
Right, so there as well. Valiant's just put in quite a recent addition to the N64 route with a forward west there, or FWES. Previously, they just used a backflip over the fence, but now that they can get that sort of owl skip with a forward water extender super slide.
So basically, what's going on here is they maintain the momentum, they get them in the water to get the speed using ESS position. And when in that state, the owl can't talk to you because you're considered busy, so you can just walk around never having talking to you. And Alien and CMA are going to do a similar strat here, where you just do a west and it skips the owl entirely by doing a recoil of this fence.
CMA having a bit of a panic there.
And now they're going to go into Bomb of the World to get bomb chews. All ones are going to be doing a similar strat with this Kako, or at least attempting to, where you make this Kako very mad and then jump into the well as the cutscene starts, and you kind of sink down because during the cutscene the water has no collision, so you just go right to the bottom, and you get to the bottom of the well early. And here is what one of the big differences are between N64 and VC. Is N64 can do this strat called blank A, where you basically enter a crawl space on the same frame you throw a nut to interrupt it, and a lot of collision gets unloaded. You can just clip out of bounds and then swim up, get to the bomb chip chest.
Yes, but that unfortunately isn't an option on VC due to those pesky things called patches. So they're going to have to do something a bit different, but I think just as cool.
Yeah, VC has to do something a bit different here. This is what the Ocarina is used for early on, is to do something called an Ocarina dive, which is similar to the Kako dive we saw earlier to get into the well, but instead of an Ocarina. They get an infinite sword glitch, and then do a hover off of this enemy passing by, and then play the Ocarina and sink down to the bottom.
Yeah, because it's same sort of situation as the cookie dive when you're in that sort of cutscene state of pulling the Ocarina. You fall, and then the water will not affect you either, so you just fall straight through onto the nearest solid ground. Yeah,
and when you pass through that, normally when you go for that hole, there's a load trigger, but you bypass it by playing the Ocarina, so this room is unloaded. And you can just swim up in this outbound water to get to the bomb chews. Bomb chews are very important. I'm going to have 10 of them for the whole run, so you really cannot afford to waste any of them.
Right, so they're all trying to get into castle now, and they're going to be doing some castle after night stuff, where you see Valiant here going onto the bridge as it's loaded in its down state, because if you haven't seen something, it stays in the same state as it was when you last saw it. So if you look at the bridge while it's down, turn around, backwalk, go to it, even if it falls to nighttime, if you can get onto the chain before you actually see it, it will not load it back up, and you'll be sort of teleported to the top.
Yeah, you also notice that our runners are taking some intentional damage. Rosewater and Valiant took some intentional damage from the Star Children on the way, and that is intentional. They're gonna need to die very soon, or to skip a cutscene, and they won't get their health set up just right.
You'll see.
Valiant's going for an owl skip here. He fails it, unfortunately.
Damn.
There was you wanted to try to either pause the game or pull the ocarina to interrupt the owl from talking to him, and then on a certain frame, side up out of the trigger to stop him from actually talking to him. And it saves a bit of time. It seems slow when you do it, but the main goal right now is to waste in-game time, because it needs to be daytime when they go to talk to Zelda.
Ooh, and Rosewater got it.
Nice.
So both of them going for the seam walk here. So
Oh, see,
seems
the moat.
Oh.
Oh no,
That worked pretty well.
that's really bad.
Yeah, he's gonna have to. Has he seen it or not?
I think he did. I think he's seen it. He's definitely seen it.
Yeah.
He's got.
So he's gonna have to wait.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
Outside.
Nighttime is about, I think, a minute and a half. I think.
Yes. Right then.
That's
This
really
puts
bad.
a damper on things. So
Yeah.
So if we go back, we just see Rose here doing the damage boost to Zelda that Valiant's already completed. So use a bomb chew to boost yourself up onto that ledge and enter without having to get the egg, wake Talon up, all that slow stuff.
Yeah. And here you see Valiant start up and pass these guards. You have one frame, in particular sight up, like the first frame you can possible, and the guards will never catch you. The guards will register as seeing you, but they can't catch you unless you're on the ground for more than 2 frames. And so if you just do frame perfect sight ups, they'll never actually catch you. And now you can talk to Zelda.
Yeah, easier said, and it is the cause of many people's insanity.
Yeah. It is not difficult. It's not easy. It's actually quite difficult to time sight ups that well for that long. Takes a lot of patience.
Yeah, it's a lot of side hops. If it was just 2 or 3, maybe.
Yeah, no problem, but it's like 30 plus. So similar to what Rose and Valiant did in Hyrule Field with taking damage, so Aliens do the same thing with that gold sculpture in the tree. And so he's down to half a heart when he needs to be. He can go take care of guards.
Right, are we going to have 100% on guards today, or...
So you make sure and make time up by going for owl skip, even though it's actually not important, I don't think.
No.
Because he doesn't need to waste time a day anymore. But might as well just try and show it off. Oh, very nice.
Nice.
Gets it. That was very smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't... there always seems to be at least one person that gets caught. I don't want to jinx it, but we'll see.
Yeah. Alien's playing it very safe here. He could have gone that right side, but he would have risked getting caught by that guard. And if you get caught by guards, get by these guards in particular, the last set, it's like a minute time loss. It's really bad.
But he's through, so just CMA now to
Just CMA left.
hold the torch. Right, damage boost.
Nice. Good damage boost.
One more thing, and we're home dry.
Everyone's through. Everyone's our child section, pretty much.
Yes, only one more decent. I say decent. I say one more potential for big time losses trick.
Oh yeah.
I think he's going to play this very safe now. I think
he wants to afford any more time loss if he can help it.
Yeah. Alright, last set. I know the will of the people is behind him.
Yeah. So we come into Zelda to get Zelda's Lullaby. We need Zelda's Lullaby to get magic later on. That's basically the only reason you actually get it. If you actually need
all this pain, just to be able to fire literally one light arrow.
Yeah.
All dungeons runners will not know the pain. Get to sit back, whip up my popcorn.
Yeah. It's a long
Take a sip.
cutscene.
It is very long.
Yeah.
This is, I think, behind any percent. This is the highest percentage of cutscenes to gameplay.
Glitches, I think, has more.
I think, yeah, I think that is the any percent and glitchless are the two that are higher. Anything you can understand, I think. Glitchless you can understand, but I never thought this would be it until I found out. But
Yeah, it's
yeah,
like half an hour
this is it.
cutscenes. It's like half-hour cutscenes or something, and it's actually kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I never would have thought that this would be the one.
Yeah. So you can see here, this reason why they want to be on low health is so they can do this cutscene skip here. So you walk into that trigger and input teaches you Zelda's Lullaby. You learn the song as soon as you walk into the trigger. So if you die as soon as you enter that trigger, you learn the song, but you skip the cutscene. And that's going to be done once more in the run, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
And you'll see Valiant here getting the shield because it's quicker now to get it by about 8 seconds, I think. And I think N64 has to get it now because I don't think they go to Graveyard first, which VC
Don't go Graveyard first, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can get a shield in one of the graves in the graveyard, which we will be going to very soon. But it's faster to buy it from the shop, especially since you need to waste time a day so you can get rupees from the bridge. And won't lose any time. But yeah, so no surprise, N64 are ahead in chart section, which is obviously going to happen. They're a much faster route.
If you're not ahead out of child section on N64, that's room for food for thought.
Yeah.
Okay, and
So
now
here-
we. I tried to talk the whole time, and you always you never had a break. It's no problem. What we saw on Valiant right now was the so-called Door of Time skip. You can achieve this by jumping towards the Door of Time in a very specific angle, which is reproducible, and you can just clip into the wall and jump right back in. So you can skip the whole stones collecting thing, which also gives like the whole child section and also the Ocarina of Time and the Song of Time. I think it isn't one of the oldest glitches found, I think.
It was
Yeah,
found
we had a 10-year anniversary last year, I think.
maybe, I think so, yeah.
It
I
was,
think
yeah,
I
it
think
was.
2007, yeah. I think it was at least.
It was something like that. We definitely had a
Yeah.
10-year thing, in my memory. So
Yeah. But as you can see, as you can see, with between versions, there are actually different variants of the Door of Time skip. N64 does a swordless version, which is a little bit different. They have to actually target the door on a certain frame and hold left to actually clip back and bounce. Because when you target something, you actually shift Link's momentum towards that object. Whereas VC players can use a sword to jump slash back and bounce.
yeah, I don't know. Actually, I don't know which one's quicker. I think it's so marginal. They're both sort of the same. If you do it unbuffered, anyway.
Yeah, it's about the same speed. I think if you do
yeah.
swordless unbuffered, I think it's faster.
Yeah, it does look it.
Don't quote me on that.
When you see it, but
Because
Yes,
obviously, if you do jump slash, has the frames where you can actually jump slash and then pull away the sword and stand back up.
yeah,
etc.
and actually, yeah, good point.
So we just finished one long cutscene. Now we've got another one. We picked the Master Sword up. So this, as soon as they are done with this cutscene, you're gonna see the two different versions diverge routes entirely. VC is gonna go to the graveyard, get a hook shot, and then go Shadow Temple, whereas N64 is gonna go to DC and get bombed straight away. And that's for a 1.0 exclusive glitch in Shadow Temple to get a faster kill on the boss.
Yes, and it also allows you to Hess to a lot of places, which saves a bit of time early on.
Mm-hmm.
So you can save a lot of time in movement versus VC, which gets bombed sort of afterwards. But it's not. It doesn't save them massively. It just saves back a bit of time that VC otherwise would have.
Yeah.
But everyone's in the medallion cutscene now, so yeah. Again, we're going to see.
Out child, at the very least.
Yeah, exactly. Getting out a child is the holy grail for something like this.
That's all any OOT speedrunning once just to get past Child 1.
Get past Child 1. There's not. I don't think there's a single person who likes Child or Child 1 in anything they ever run.
No, it's bad. For the most part.
Exactly. Like.
I mean, in most of the speedruns of Ocarina of Time, you will just your Child 1 will just contain getting Zelda's Lullaby and doing the Door of Time skip and evading Kokiri Forest early, so it isn't even fun to play.
Yeah, exactly.
And you have to watch like 18 minutes of cutscenes within the first 30 minutes of the run.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time it's just sort of collection, and it's quite boring to run. Sort of again, but as soon as you hit adult section, it gets a lot more interesting. There's a lot more. The game sort of opens up by quite a lot, and we'll hopefully see some interesting variety in strats.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know Rose is already taking bets for DC Hover, so.
I did put earlier in the race channel that I would give $10 to anyone who went for the old version of Boat Skip in Shadow Temple. I don't know if anyone's going to take me up on that offer, but the offer stands.
If anyone does it, I think we can pull together to make that possible.
I think if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Valiant, because he won't. He's really good at that trick.
Yeah, in fairness. I don't know though, he might value...
Yeah.
He might value his time too much.
Yeah, so as a note here, you see I'll run a save warp in here, because we skipped the Door of Time, but the door is still closed on the other side. So the only way to get past it is to save and reset, and then respawn back in Temple of Time on the other side of the door.
Yes, so we now have Valiant out of the castle. He's now off to Kakariko again.
Yeah, Kakariko is a very important place in Ocarina of Time speedruns. There's a lot of stuff there. It's very important to going fast.
It's important to going quick. It's got the slowest music ever, and you said it's important to going quick.
It is very important to going fast. There is a lot of stuff there that's very important.
It's like a central hub. I think that, if you need to get...
It really is, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, think about what's in that area. You've got... It leads to Dead Man Trail, which gives you to bombs. It leads to the Graveyard, which gives you hookshot and hover boots. It has Kajiro and all that for RBA purposes.
Yeah. The bottle, everything. And we've just seen Valiant do the Chew Hess off the sign there, which I always think was really cool. A lot of precision needed there, especially with all the angle changes.
Yeah, it's a really cool... If you can get that Hess really clean, it looks fantastic. Get a full Kakariko Hess. I'll probably see Rose Water go for the same thing.
Yeah, can we get 2 for 2?
Nice.
Sorted. Let's see what happens. I feel like I'm going to jinx it whenever that angle change comes in. Looking good so far.
I will remind you that it's angle changed on N64, which is basically free.
It is, but it's still cool. Don't take that away from me.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, so here in DC, you're going to see what I mean by the lag. There is tons of lag in DC.
All that fire.
Yeah, look at this. It's horrific.
If anyone wants to, if anyone is under the age of age of majority, this is just filth to watch. Just look at this.
Alright, so Rosewater said he was going to go for DC Hover, which is a strat you can do it's a fast way of getting bombs, but at the cost of all your bomb chews.
Ooh.
So we'll see if he's going to say he's going to go for it. It's a really cool strat if you can do it.
I haven't actually seen this in quite a long time, so
it's really cool if you can pull it off. He was doing practicing the other day, and he saved just to make sure. Thank you for saving.
But yeah, you'll see aliens here going straight for the hookshot in the graveyards. Rosewater on the right doing something else cool. It's all hitting off now.
This is... Oh boy.
I don't have enough eyes.
Yeah, this weapons really break open. I just realised that CMA didn't buy the shield. So I think he couldn't find rupees, obviously, so he's just going to get one in the grave. Rosewater's on his last chew here. Guess just right, he can get up to the head.
Nice.
He's up there.
And he's up.
You do a cute little setup here to jump the bottom part of the mouth, up to the top. Very nice.
Alien's just in the Dampe race now, so hopefully he doesn't get hit. Ooh, Rose is a lot further on than when I last looked. I keep looking away.
Oh boy.
And he's just slightly further and further along.
That was really nice. Well done, Rose.
That was beautiful.
So what this means is that later on, when they go to Spirit Temple, Rosewater's going to do it on a different strat to get to Mirror Shield than the rest of our runners. So pay attention to that. Alien is getting a nice casual 47.
Not
A 47 is one of the best times you can get. 46 is the best time you can get for a human. So 47 is really, really good. The Denpei race, something to watch out for is he throws these fires sort of randomly, and if he throws one on the other side of a door and knocks you back through a door that's already closed, then you will void out and go back to the start of the race and lose a bunch of time.
Yes.
That's a classic Denpei combo.
I think it's happened to everyone at least once.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Everyone else unlucky's happened to it loads.
Yep.
And obviously Rose and Valiant here, going to showcase the only use of Zelda's Lullaby the entire run.
It depends if they fail Spirit Harbor or not. They need to play
it does,
the other game.
I'm going to be optimistic and say...
Yeah.
and say that it's going to be good. It's going to be perfect the rest of the race. He's not going to need it again.
So Alien's here is doing a hookshot jump, which is a little glitch to get up to this scene on the outside of the graveyard. And he's going to get in from the sword glitch to make sure he can't fall off ledges. And this will help him navigate the scene. You could do it without ISG, but it's a lot harder.
Yeah, so every place that
slower.
he looks like he gets stuck could have been a bit where he slipped, basically.
Yes. And he jumped. You can start up off the seam over the trigger that loads this door, and you can get a Shadow Temple early. See him picking up his shield that he missed as a child, and also going for hookshot jump.
So we've now got two with Magic. They are now going to be travelling back down the mountain to Goron City, which is quite literally the central hub of the world.
Oh yeah, basically.
Yeah, onwards to Minuet, while CMA and Aliens should be showcasing why Shadow Temple is, well, interesting to say the least.
Yeah. So coming up is one of the biggest reset points probably for the whole run. Oh wow, that's unlucky.
That's unlucky.
So Dead Hand here kind of spawns in a random position. If he spawns in the center next to his hands, it's really bad because you can't get a clean one cycle on him. But
yeah, you can slash him and jump in the right way so that he can't go back underground, so you can sort of lock him. But yeah, he went back too far, and I don't think he was confident jumping for it.
Yeah, I don't blame him. He would have got caught by the hand probably. Now he's hover boots, and now he's going to try and set up a trick called boat skip. Making a nice save there, just in case. Okay, so this trick used to be a lot harder, a lot more complicated.
Oh,
oh no.
S turns.
Okay. S turns under pressure. So about 10 months ago, this new method was discovered of clipping out of bounds to get to the boss room early without having to ride the shadow boat all the way across the river. You could do a mega flip off this chew and then equip hover boots. And he's going to clip through the ground here and then navigate out of bounds in this room. This is a room right at the end of the dungeon before where the boss door is. And it's completely unloaded right now. But you can navigate it if you know where you are. Do a quick setup. And try and set up a boss key skip.
Yeah, so the bet Valiant's been we think is going to take is to do the old setup of this. You might see that as well, just to show you how good, how new, how fast the new one is.
Yeah.
And we've seen the second cutscene skip on Valiant now, so he just had half a heart, picked up a bomb, and then ran into the cutscene trigger for the minuet. And when he died, the minuet is written in his inventory, but he will not be able to watch the cutscene, which saves about 1 minute to 2 minutes.
Yeah, and if you missed that, Rose is literally just doing it now, I think.
Yeah. It's very fortunate you can do a setup of this guy. He pushed you in the right position that you can just pull the bomb
Oh,
and
and CMA's caught up.
Yeah.
I think Alien had a bit of a mare.
He got a nice backup though by doing an unbuffered roll there.
that inverted super slide from Valiant there, just
wow, Valiant, the swag.
the. I'm
Always
telling
looking
you, this
for
man should
impress.
not be legal to have on live television.
So here's the boss of the Shadow Temple, Bongo Bongo. They're gonna get ISG because you literally can't be this boss with the current equipment without ISG, I believe. Or you probably can, but it's just a lot more stressful. And it's
Yeah.
on the hands with hook shot, and then he's just gonna run into them and take loads of damage. And he's dead. Van again a little unlucky there. He was trying to look for bomb drops from that grass there. Got a little bit unlucky though.
Yeah, I don't know what the chances are on grass.
I think it's 116, I think.
116.
I think it is, yeah.
But yeah, there are some guaranteed ones down here that he's going to go for. So there's one. And we're now going to see the Dampe race for another 2 times.
Yeah. So they're racing Dampe while our VC runners are going to be in a cutscene.
Excellent. More time for me to take a... Oh, he's going a different way.
Yeah, I've seen some people do this. They take a different route to avoid Dampe flames. I don't think it's that much slower. It gets flamed anyway.
Of course.
Yeah.
Dampe being Dampe.
Mhm.
At least he didn't void out.
At least. We've still got a bit of the race to go yet, though, so please.
Yeah. It's just a giant chasm you fall into.
Yeah, I think everyone's tried to cut that corner a bit too much, and one thing leads to another, your foot slips.
Yeah. 50. Ugh. Bit rough.
Oh, he's not going to be happy with that.
Nah, but you know, when you get flamed, you know what are you gonna do?
Yeah, not really much. No comeback from that. I think each flame is about 2 seconds, so
Yeah, something like that.
yeah. So I mean, even with an absolute perfect race from there on, probably 49 was probably the best he was looking at.
It's weird, like, the Dampe race doesn't seem that difficult from an outside perspective. It's just moving, like, rolling around this bunch of corridors. But
Yeah.
getting good at this race is actually quite tricky because you have to really know, you have to think ahead and know where you're gonna roll next, what corner to roll around, and you gotta try and learn to adjust to what he does.
It's a very basic concept, but yeah, as you say, getting good is all experience.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can know where his route goes, you know where to run, but it's all about those adjustments that you make. Because each race is different. So obviously 2 more hookshot jumps as well for you lovely people to watch.
And while they're doing that, VC runners are going to be heading to DC to do the bombs, magic, minuet collection quest.
Yeah, everything's sort of backwards for the 2 consoles, this section. So you sort of get to see the no lag DC now, which will be nice for my eyes anyway. Just don't put VC in Valiant's chat. It's a blacklisted word.
Yeah, VC and LOL, I think, are the two.
Yeah. There's the two of all things. I think he said though that he didn't used to like LOL, but now he's thinking about changing it. So we'll see.
Yeah. I'm really curious if take me up on that bet.
I am as well. He's getting close.
I don't think he will because it's a race, but it's Valiant, so he might just go for it.
I don't know. I'm still not convinced, but. So here we see CMA's just gone into DC. Alien right on his tail. And Valiant just finished with the dead hand fight, so The time is getting closer, ladies and gents. The moment of truth.
Hopefully, I won't do it so bad. Like, Roseborn for DC Hover, at least he can do is show us old boat skip.
Yeah, exactly. I think DZ Hover's actually quick. I think he might just be trolling us here, and just by old boat skip, he just means actually riding the boat.
He's doing it. He's doing it. He's just doing the normal one. With bombs. But I'm buffered though, so not bad.
Oh, damn.
I think most N64 runners do unbuffered actually. Because it's
Yeah,
easier to time. With a bomb, it's easier to time, I think.
Yeah, like I say, I'm not up to date enough on the N64 route to know all the
same.
what's safer.
We've seen a similar concept here of this boss key skip. It's a similar strategy to grab this ledge and target on the same frame, so you clip into the ledge and then hit by explosion of damage boost into the loading zone. But with a bomb instead of a bomb shoot. And here is why bombs are one of the reasons why bombs before hookshot is faster for 64. This is a 1.0 exclusive glitch where you can drop a bomb down that hole and damage Bongo before the fight starts. And if you do that, then the cutscene of his intro cutscene won't start. So you can save a good 35 seconds or something like that. Just for doing
it's
that.
mad. A lot of people will get ISG as well there, so they don't have to stab him. Oh, and Rose just failing that unbuffered mega flip there. It's unlucky. See if we can get it second time.
Gets a second try. Nice.
There we go.
Hopefully he clips. Yeah, he's good.
Yep.
The versions are about the same speed. We're honestly not too sure. The last time I heard a number going around was that N64 was faster by 30 seconds, but it's only when doing the harder, like every single hard strat.
Yeah, I think for anyone that actually, well, if you're not going for complete world record, it's pretty much the same. And I think there was something recently about it not being being a lot more similar than people were saying, but obviously hasn't been timed. So
yeah, I think if 64 does DC hover, then I'm pretty sure it's faster.
But like I say, without any timings, I'm not gonna throw any numbers anywhere.
We don't really know.
Ask Mr. Fig.
Oh, Rose Water. Unfortunately.
That's not good.
Nope, that's not really good. That's not good at all. You're coming behind.
Yeah, see, that's exactly why you make safety saves.
Yeah, just in case there's something happening.
But yeah, everyone else's seems not too bad. CMA's little mistake early on seems to have been corrected somewhat, although all that means is that Alien is now at least a minute and a half behind as well.
Alright, so it looks like Valiant's in the lead by probably a good few minutes at this point, but the VC runners should be able to catch up just because of lag over time.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because they've both lost considerable margins. Valiant hasn't really made any mistakes yet.
Yeah.
Because obviously you've had, I don't know Alien's time loss, but CMA obviously caught outside. That's at least a minute. So by extension, Alien's at least a minute. So yeah, we'll see. Valiant with the cheeky Hess across the field.
Yeah. So as I said earlier, we need to get the Spirit and Shadow medallions. We have the Shadow medallion now, and we just need to get the Spirit one. Spirit takes a lot longer to get because it's so far away. Especially good if you don't allow room warping. So you have to cross the Westland.
Getting from Shadow to Spirit is quite the trek, and there's actually more tricks, I think, in between Spirit and Shadow than probably in Shadow Temple.
Oh yeah, easily. Like Shadow Temple is what boat skip and BK skip. That's it, basically.
But CMA is obviously getting Minuet now, so we are very far behind Valiant at the moment.
Yeah, but expect VC to catch. over time.
Rosewater is collecting the heart container of Bongo Bongo.
That's
That's
interesting.
a
That's
bit
a
of safety.
safety thing, yeah. I think you can finish on 3 hearts.
I think most top runners do just do 3 hearts.
Yeah. I think the shadow one is the quickest one to collect though, from the spirit and the shadow. So
Oh,
obviously
yeah.
he's taking the hit there.
Yeah, I think you can be hit like 1 time when you have 4 hearts in the spirit boss fight. I don't know how much damage Twin Rover would do exactly if they hit.
It depends because it's not just instant damage; it has fire and ice
Yeah.
damage, so it lasts over time. So it depends on
Yeah.
how fast you can get out of it. But between the 2 archetypes you can get, Shadow and Spirit. Shadow takes no time at all to grab, while Spirit is a bit of a track to grab the heart because it takes a long because you have to go across the other side of the room to get it.
Valiant there, just showing off the new gate skip ground clip method.
Mm-hmm.
That's compared to the old method where we used to get caught and do a side hop with hover boots at the top to sort of jump around the bridge onto the rock face. And is he going to show off full wasteland as well?
He's going to, yeah.
This is why he's my hero. Honestly, just look at this. That
How?
So
Wow.
this is he's made this look easy, but this is not easy at all. He just dodged a ton of void planes in that wasteland. If he had dropped any input whatsoever on that or gone too far in direction, he would have avoided, and that would be the end of it.
oh,
That was impressive.
I'm
Yeah.
out of words. He just makes everything look as though it's just an extension of him.
Yeah. Okay, so here is one of the big tricks that you really don't want to fail in this run. It's a spirit hover coming up. So the miracle chest is on one of the hands outside the temple, but it's not spawned straight away. What we want to do is do bomb hovers and bomb hovers from this position here, and get onto a seam outside the temple, and try to get across the other side to get the mirror shield early. This, if done quick enough, if done optimally, this is about 2.5 minutes faster, I want to say, over going through the temple. But it obviously is quite a bit harder.
A lot more challenging, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it matters. The height of the bomb hovers can change. Chew hovers are sort of relatively constant, but bomb hovers, depending on when you drop them, when you backflip, their height can change, and you need a set height to be able to actually reach the ledge with the bombs you have, and then
Yeah.
have enough left over to either do a super slide or a Hess across the gap. So it's a very precise trick, especially with the limit on explosives you get in this run.
Yeah, so they really need you need a minimum of 9 explosives, one of them being a chew to get to the hover itself. They still need at least 1 bomb to get across this gap. And he's just gonna be able to do a jump slash and the super slide, just barely make it.
And he's over.
Yeah. Alright, so Alien is showing off a different method of gate skip here to get away from Valiant for a little bit. Alien's gonna do a different version of gate skip, just an older version of it. This is about 25 seconds slower, I think, than doing gate clip.
Yes, I think you'd have to pause about 10 times for this to actually be quicker. So,
Yeah.
but it's a pretty cool setup. So,
Yeah.
and it's a lot easier. I don't know, easier. I'd have to. Well, I think that's probably perspective, but it's another method anyway.
Yeah. So look how CMA is not going full wasteland.
And Valiant's just died.
Oh, Valiant died.
Oh,
Oh, Valiant.
Everything was going so well, but at least it's literally 1 room in. So
It's something funny about the fact that he just 10 minutes ago, like in the last 10 minutes, did unbuffered boat skip, and then
he dies.
and then full wasteland and just dies to an iron knuckle.
Yeah, it's
so unceremoniously.
everyone makes mistakes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, confirmed not a task now. That's why he did it. Everyone thought it was a task, so he
Yeah.
just thought, I better make at least one mistake.
he just wanted to lose the time. He started early.
Oh yes, I forgot about that. So he's only 10 seconds less quick than we thought he was.
Alright, so CMA got a little bit bullied by the levers there. Levers are dicks. They really are the worst enemies in the game, as well as Keese and Waze and a lot of enemies. Honestly, the worst enemies in the game.
And Rose there just finishing a sort of 3/4 wasteland test.
CMA is gonna start his Spirit Hover here, so we can make it to the top. As a note, this enemy, the Gwei that's flying around, they need to be really careful because if he hits them during the hover, then it will knock them off out of the hover, and that'd be the end of their Spirit Hover entirely. So they gotta be real careful with that. And Valiant is going to start doing this BK skip for Spirit. This is an older method, but if you can do it really quick, it's actually a lot faster than the current method we do.
Yeah, the current method is a lot safer because you can retry it. This is if you void here, it's very slow to retry.
Yeah.
But I think it's, again, I don't know the time. It's not very much. I think it's about 4 or 5 seconds.
This method, if you do it, like, I think in 2 or less pauses, I believe it's 7 seconds faster.
Yeah, right.
But that's if you only if you do it in 2 or less pauses.
Yeah, so and he did do that. So
easy. Yeah, it's an old trick that a lot of the old boys like Valiant have been doing this for a long time. Still do because it's just natural to them to do it.
yeah, so we see Rose here going for Spirit Jump, which is the reason why he can use all his chews in DC for the DC hover.
So a Spirit Jump is another hookshot jump, similar to what we saw in Graveyard, but it uses a Gold Sculpture token and delays picking it up. And then when you basically you put it off screen, so you don't actually load it, and then you put it back on screen as you hookshot that pole. Oh, he fails it. That's unfortunate.
Oh,
He's going to go for Spirit Interior now. So what we were going to do there was going to super slide and then jump slash to the seam that you go on during Spirit Hover, and then go do setup for there. But he unfortunately didn't quite make it, so he's going to do Spirit Interior, which is, if you just do Spirit Interior without doing Hover or Spirit Jump, then I believe it's only like 2 minutes slower, I think, something like that. But because he went for all the rigmarole of doing Spirit Jump in the first place,
it's now a lot slower.
Yeah, especially since both Aliens and CMA also got Spirit Hover.
Yeah. So yeah, everyone got that, but Rose. So he's going to be quite. I don't actually want to. I don't know what the time's going to be after this for a mirror shield.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends how.
I don't think it's salvageable anymore. Unless I suppose it's still a chance for everyone else to just.
If everyone dies to Twin Rover.
everyone just decides to have an aneurysm.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't think this is one of the things he practiced. So
yeah. We'll see how he gets on here. CMA, meanwhile, going for the newer version of the BK skip, which is do the statue climb here, where you climb up the side of the statue, where the boss door is, and then you can clip through with hookshot, and then do another variant of the ground clip we've seen before. Ground clip we used for boat skip and for the gate skip, where you get a staircase hover in the midair, and then pull sword in the right frame, and you just get damage boosted into the door itself.
Yeah, I think that works in Spirit. I know it works in Water Temple. It works in. It doesn't work on all the boss doors, but luckily it does for this one. It didn't. Obviously, it didn't work on Shadow because we'd use it there too, because it's really nice and easy. But yeah, the ones that it does work on, we use it because it's 3 bomb. I think you can do it with 2.
No, I think so. No, because you need to have 1 damage you.
Yeah, but I thought there was like a 2 bomb thing where you can.
You can do a 2 bomb staircase hover to skip trials, and get into a loading zone. But for a ground clip, you do need for at least 3, because you need to do a staircase and then another bomb to damage you.
Couldn't you use the? No, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. So Alien also going for this variant of the BK skip that Valiant went for. Oh, it's just my preference basically. And meanwhile, Valiant's fighting Twin Rover. Twin Rover is a very annoying boss. It's one of the coolest bosses casually, but in a speedrun, she is such a bitch.
Yeah, anything with RNG is I think you can describe it like that, and the fact that it's now in a boss fight.
Yeah. So she'll fly around in somewhat random patterns, and based on nice Valiant chips off the ledge there. I think he intended to do that.
I'm not entirely sure. You
think
never
he
can
did-
tell what's going through his head.
He spawned back up anyway, so I think he doesn't matter that much. She flies around some random patterns, and you can get things called doubles and triples, where she fires from the same position more than once in a row. Or she can fly around forever and do nothing for a whole minute straight and just troll you.
Yeah, and I don't think we talked about this. If you see Alien now, the Nibiru cutscene skip, where you can use her armor to clip through this wall here and void. So if you drop something that could damage her on the other side while you're voided, like a bomb, you can void, kill her, and obviously it thinks you've watched the cutscene. So. But it's pretty risky because one hit from any Iron Knuckle will kill you. It does 4 hearts of damage, so it doesn't matter if you're on half or 3. It's death either way.
Yeah. And the same goes right at the end of the game. Ganon also does 4 hearts of damage, so we get right to the end of the Ganon 5. They get hit once, it's over.
Yeah, it's always quite interesting. Like psychologically, when you get there and you're on half heart, you're like, oh my god, this is so like one caress or whatever. But you could be on full and it wouldn't make a difference.
Yeah.
So Valiant's just finished that fight in not a sub 50, unfortunately. I was hoping he'd get the sub 50, just for my personal sort of OCD, but no. And he's skipping all heart containers in the run, so that's
Bold.
there we have it.
I say it's bold. It's not. It's
It's standard, yeah.
Yeah, it's standard.
Rose finally getting the. I say finally. I shouldn't say that. Rose getting the mirror shield.
Yeah,
I feel bad for saying that.
Yeah, it really sucks when to have one runner just fail that one big trick. So he's now quite far behind.
Yeah, so everyone in the Twin River fight now. Rose should be able to get there pretty shortly. We'll see.
Yeah. Getting really
But,
bad.
These Twin Rovers are not. I don't think anyone's really had a good one so far.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But CMA's finished with theirs. Valiant's finished with his. Aliens is just, I think, in the final phase. What we should
Yeah.
be going into now. Do you see like a double? Damn, this is what I mean. I don't have enough ice.
So Rose there was trying to get ISG off of the using that Navi text box on that truffle symbol. But if you already got the key, then that text box is gone. And I think he didn't realize that, so he had to use a bomb instead to get ISG.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Well,
he usually goes to the
fast
interior
climb,
very
though.
often.
Probably not, but you did get a very fast statue climb though. If you get this decently quickly, you shouldn't lose that much time.
Right, and there we go. Final phase for Alien.
Valiant, meanwhile, is heading off to Forest Temple to get the bow. Just having light arrows isn't enough in your inventory. You need light arrows, but you also need a quiver and a bow, or have something in your bow slot in order to use light arrows. So, without any sort of manipulation, the good thing to do is actually just go get the bow itself, which is about a 5-minute jaunt through Forest Temple to get. Isn't too bad.
Yeah, Forest Temple's quite chill as well. It's a bit of a cooldown for a lot of people. There's not really many. There's no run killing tricks there, I don't think, and it's sort of a time where you can take a bit of a break, and just show off how quick your movement is.
Yeah.
I think in the N64 version, the room where you get the bow is should be the slower one. Should be extremely slow compared to Virtual Console, just because of the immense lag the stealthos are inducing.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the Stephos lag on VC as well, but nowhere near as bad as N64.
Yeah, it lasts like
Yeah,
at least 5 times
especially
longer.
when you have those, especially when you have those reviving stealthos knights that that are programmed so that if you don't kill both in like 1 or 2 minutes, I think it is, it
Yeah.
will just respawn.
But also, if you don't kill the Stephos in 1 or 2 minutes, then your run's probably already over at that point anyway. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think casually it might be an issue, but I don't think it's gonna be an issue for most people.
Yeah. So to get the bow, we have to fight 5 of these Stalfos, and they can be a little bit of a pain because they tend to block all your shots and or kill you. One hit from these guys does 1 heart damage, but a jump attack does 2 hearts of damage. So if he gets hit by a jump attack at any point, that would have been he would have been dead and had to go back to Star Forest Temple. And it especially is bad. It's not so bad here because a short trip back to this key room, but you have to fight 3 of them in a row for the bow. Don't hit any of those. That's really bad because that's like a 5-minute time loss to get back through the dungeon.
Yeah, they're not difficult mini bosses. They are quite predictable. You can lock them quite easily with crouch stabs, but it's just when one of them you're focused on one of them and the other one comes behind and pulls a sneaky and you're not expecting it, and it can be interesting. A lot of people use ISG when they're sort of learning the fights because it's safer, but it's a lot slower. And or nuts. Nuts are used in categories that have them to stun them, so that you'd have to deal with 2 at once.
I should have realised that Valiant picked up nuts earlier. I guess he must have got the pot in Shadow Temple. I must have missed that.
Yeah, maybe.
Interesting though.
Yeah, do you think nuts are quite underrated?
Nuts are the most underrated item in the game.
I know. Yeah, it's just a shame that he's missed the ground jump there. I always try and hit that pot in Shadow just to get them, just in case.
Yeah, that's good. Pretty good idea to get them. They help out a lot, especially from the bow Stalfos.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know whether it would actually save you a pause time or not, but yeah, it's nice to have.
It doesn't waste any time because you have to pause for the mega jump anyway.
That's true. Yeah.
So as Valiant did, you equip them on that pause, and then go for power boots after that.
Yeah.
Okay, and Rosewater is now reaching the 2nd phase of Twin Rover.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. He's so. Oh my god, CMA is getting bullied in the corner here.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. As I say, they are
guys.
a bit finicky to fight, but he seems to deal with them pretty okay.
Yeah.
Alien's entering the temple now. Rose is
Unfortunately stuck in spirit still.
unfortunately stuck in spirit.
And Valiant is now in the room of the bow.
Yes. And that's why... Oh, no!
Oh,
Oh no.
the ninja.
Absolutely baited. Damn. And he's on... Oh, there we go. He's got some...
He got he realised.
And here's a bit of...
No, you get
No,
two
the
in
lag is
corner,
here.
right?
It's after you kill the first one that you're going to see.
Yeah.
Some tremendous lag.
Here we go. Oh, baby. look at
Oh,
that.
yes.
Mm. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Oh, the quick spin. Nice.
that took balls. That was...
That's whack. I like it. But I should mention, actually, going for Forest Temple, they actually do a ledge clip to get through past that Son of Time block, because they've got Son of Time, obviously, to get past it. And then do something called a Mega Jump, where they hold a bomb, take damage from the bomb, and then equip power boots on the first frame that they're off the ledge. And then that gives them a good boost forward, and they can just grab onto that ledge and get up to Courtyard early.
Okay, and you hope that Valiant would get a sub 50 on Twin Rover, but at least Rosewater got a sub 60 on Twin Rover.
did. At least.
Oh,
Sub 1 hour Spirit Temple.
the dream.
The
Sub
dream.
one spirit.
So we're gonna see CMA and aliens here go for the final section of Forest Temple. The Valiant's just completed, so that's going to be another Stalfos fight. And the ledge clip here that we've just been discussing for Alien.
Yeah, so that's done by you grab a ledge and hold target as you grab a ledge, and you just clip through it, and you can grab that door on the other side.
Yeah,
Here's the
and
mega
there's
jump on
the-
top of
the
it.
boost. Oh yeah.
There it is. Yep. And it's over. And then from there, it's just using ground jumps to get past this block puzzle.
What's the big one called? Because I always thought it was called Impossible Jump, but
Yeah, it's called
Yeah.
Impossible Jump, even though it's it's actually really easy.
It's not just possible; it's also quite easy.
Yeah.
And on CMA, we've just seen that the lag is like
Less.
90% less worse.
Yeah.
Less bad if you're playing on Virtual Console.
Yeah, this is quotation marks impossible. That's a new one. I've never seen that before.
That's
Wow.
a cool setup, actually. I like that.
I would never have the guts to go for that, but
Yeah, it seems easy enough.
yeah, we've just been completely ignoring lags on Valiant screen because Lyra cutscene is very long.
It's 5 minutes of you just sitting there button mashing through text.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where if you could skip it in any way possible, it would be the first thing to go.
Yeah, most definitely.
Speaking of
Yeah.
lags, we're now having 2 light arrow cutscenes running
Oh,
in about 10
excellent.
seconds.
And it's on diagonal. No, it's not. It's on the bottom row. So now my two
Yeah.
eyes can focus on the top row. Excellent. How considerate of the
Nice.
runners.
Trez knew. Head to foresight. Knew this was gonna happen.
Damn. Someone subbing to Valiant. What an absolute saboteur. Five minutes of fame. That's all it is. I don't know. I think he must have just put up his normal stream and just said, "Yeah, I'm good."
Yeah, I think he realised. Alright, so Rosewar is just getting to Forest Temple now. As Aliens, he's just finishing Forest Temple.
And Rose is just entering. So
Yeah.
we get a fourth Forest Temple, while everyone else is watching a cutscene. So we're gonna have one thing to focus on.
Forest Temple the 4th, yeah.
Yeah, number
Cutscene.
4, the best one, some say. So we're about to get Lyara's for Valiant.
The whole point of this run is just to get light arrows, and this has finally been up to
We're
this.
finally here. This is it. This is it, ladies and gents.
To fire one light arrow. Exactly one light arrow.
All the pomp and circumstance. Well, we hope it's one. It could be more.
Well, yeah.
Sometimes I like to fire a few more, fail a few times, just to make it worth it,
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, exactly.
Get my money's worth.
The whole hour getting these, better be fucking worth it.
Yeah, I'm gonna fire as many as I like. Can't tell me what to do. Optimal? Yeah. Oh no, spoilers. Lads.
Lads.
Damn. Who would have thought? And I'm not gonna make up anyone that Sheik was, because I would no.
She was Kinzora the whole time?
What? No way. Oh no, Rose.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
Bit overzealous with the side movement there.
Yeah.
Ah.
Fairness is really awkward because you take half heart damage every time and you also waste a bomb as well. So it really stacks up. Oh no, Rose, what are
Oh
you doing?
no, it's all going wrong.
Oh, there you come
Please
on.
don't die.
He cannot afford to
Yeah.
cover this one more time. Okay, that looks about right.
That looks fine.
Yeah, there you go, he got there eventually.
Yeah.
But I have to be really careful with these ground jumps now because if he mistimes any one of them, he might just...
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he will just use a safer strat for the ground jumps than all the others did.
Yeah, I just remember.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh!
Oh no! Didn't even die to his own bomb.
He's... Oh my god, this went to pieces really quickly. This
Damn.
is really bad for him.
This is...
But the show must go on. He's like a trooper.
I feel so bad because he's got enough bombs, barely.
Yeah, it really sucks because early on he had a really good early game with DC Hover and all that, and this is just... It's fell
Endgame
apart
has
really
not
fast.
been his friend.
like from Shadow Temple onwards, it's been really rough for him, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. I think fair play to him for not throwing in the towel.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't anyway in the situation.
No, yeah.
Like, you don't want to be that guy, do you?
Valiant's just managed to build quite a lovely bridge in quite a short amount of time. So, Carpentry 101, and he's now inside the castle.
In his spare time, Link enjoys rainbow carpentry. So here he's going to do the trick to skip and to do these trials. You normally have to complete these trials and just get rid of this barrier around the entrance to the tower. But you can just do this instead.
Yeah, there are various methods of doing this, but he's going for the mega side hop. Oh, I thought it was fun.
Yeah, that did not look good to me.
That looked bad.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's worth pointing out that there's like 5 different ways of doing that trick. and that goes true for everything in this one. This is one of the most beginner-friendly categories in the entire game, because it is not only a lot of backups for everything, but there's just many ways of doing everything in this run. From really difficult fast strats to kind of slow, easy strats. It's a really beginner-friendly category, and it makes it really nice for races.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of difficult sort of trial skips. So there's a hover. There's the mega side hop's not too bad, but then there's the one where you clip through the Armos, which is like really easy.
Oh my god!
The jump lives up to its name. And bomb count is, well,
really bad.
Rip.
He's gonna need to farm bombs.
He's gonna need to get them from somewhere.
Probably the BMOS at the start of Gan's Tower, I guess.
I don't even know.
Or maybe... how much are the bombs from the Deku Salesman in the tower?
I don't even... I have no
I think
idea.
they're like 40 rupees for 5.
That's a rip-off.
That is extortion.
Yeah, it's extortion.
Yeah, the Deku scrubs always are completely stupid with their pricing.
Oh, is that true thing? You can't buy them, they should be in DC.
Damn.
I
did not know that.
I didn't know that at all. I never actually had to do that before, so...
Oh no.
That seems quite...
Don't mind then, I guess you have to. Because he's got a farm from the BMOS then.
And CMA's having a bit of problem. Having a bit of problem with the trial skip.
Yeah.
But I think he should be alright here. Yep. Ooh, and extra swag points with the Hess up the stairs. Valiant, and he's going into the Ganondorf.
Ganondorf fight.
Yep, with his sick piano and his even wackier time signature. If anyone's seen the video.
Not piano, organ. Thank you very much.
Organ, fine, organ. I said wacky piano. You know, it's the same thing.
Wacky piano.
The tower itself is actually... There is a little bit of RNG to this tower climb. The Donalfos jump around randomly. Stalfos have been Stalfos. The only thing that's most consistent is Iron Knuckles, which are... There's various different strats. To get past double knuckles. That's rough.
That's what I mean. They are sneaky. They can get you. They can be sneaky on you, and it's quite quick to reset this though. If you die at Knuckles, it takes a bit of time to climb the tower, but luckily you respawn at the bottom, not at the start of his castle.
Yeah, so you have to go through the whole castle again.
So you can just jump straight back in, literally jump straight back into this Stalfos fight, and hopefully this time show him who is boss.
Alright, so Valiant's starting the Ganondorf fight. This is where the real lag starts for N64. This last little section is ridiculous. You see him see up in here to reduce the lag. And the strat here is to send this ball back straight away. And then shoot the one single light arrow you need.
Wow, there it is.
Sword jump slash, get ISG.
Did you miss it? It was there.
And that's it. Nope, never mind.
Wait, what?
No.
I told you, you want to make sure you shoot as many as possible.
Yeah, okay.
Huh. So I mean, at least we did all
Oh,
the.
that lag.
At least we did all the scrap for 2 light arrows now.
We did.
Yeah.
We've doubled
Yay.
the content.
Mwah.
Alien just finishing off his Stalfos fight now, hopefully.
This is gonna be pretty close actually, because
Oh,
my god, the
no,
nut
that was
drop.
close.
the troll nut drop right at the end.
Damn.
Oh.
Yeah, Rose is in Lax now, so that's
Yeah, it's unfortunately has to be in lax at the moment. And double knuckles. CMA is only about 30 seconds ahead of aliens, I think, roughly.
that double knuckles was quite. Oh no, the desync now. Damn.
Desync, yeah, that sucks.
Not too bad
Double
though.
knuckles-
Saved it.
Yeah, with double knuckles, you want to try and damage them at the same time to try and keep their damage numbers in sync, and you can just time your stabs so that they both die at the same time. If they desync any points, so like one's got more health than the other, then it can get a little bit awkward. You have to try and adjust for it. But it isn't too bad. Like it is, with a bit of practice, it's actually not that difficult to deal with them.
Oh.
And only Valiant clearly has enough swag points saved up to do that, so he's had to empty his savings for that one.
Yeah. Here comes Void Warp, which is a way to get them skip this whole collapse sequence. Doing another ledge clip here with this bomb.
Rocks
then-
can hit you here, which is
Yes.
bad.
So how this works is he voids by falling past the void plane. Also hits the loading zone for that door, the bomb there at the same time, and it respawns him out of bounds, so you can just jump slash down to the bottom of the tower. Here he's going to go for a super slide and get double kiss.
Double
Right,
kiss. Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought the same thing as well, Fig. I thought he got a random crash as well.
Yeah, I was wondering, is that a splice? I smell. No.
Our Lord and Saviour, Valiant Link, splicing his runs.
He's already cheated once with a timer. I wouldn't put it past him.
Alright, so CMA just finished off Ganondorf. He's going to be entering into the Void Warp section as well. So I want you guys to pay attention here during this, during the Ganon fights and compare. You kind of see exactly what I mean by N64 losing a bunch of time to lag when you see just how bad this fight is on N64.
Just
like,
watching it collapse is poor. Just
Even the collapse cutscene is just.
This isn't a
pure
cutscene,
lagging.
it's a bloody slideshow.
yeah, it is. It's actually what PowerPoint was, based off. This was their business plan.
Oh
They saw
no.
this, it was like, this is what we want.
So Alien just finishing up with that fight there. Pretty simple. CMA going to go for the Void Warp here as well. Hopefully we get no rock trolls because it's sad. It's not funny. It's just sad.
Yeah, getting screwed by RNG bullshit right at the end of it.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
Because you can't actually pull the trick off if you have less than, I think, 1.5 hearts, is it? Or 2, or it's something like
you
that.
need 2.5 hearts.
Yeah.
Because you take one
and-
heart from Void in and then one heart from the fall.
Yeah, so and if you're inside the tower while dead, you still fall and it still wastes time. You then just die when you hit the bottom.
Yeah. So right here is the final trick of the run on Valiant screen. He did a super slide into the Ganon fight, and if he holds R throughout this whole cutscene, then he will keep his sword for the Ganon fight, when normally it's taken away from you. You don't really know why this works, other than the fact that you have your shield up, so it technically blocks the attack, but that's basically what we have for it, really.
I think this could be based on the fact that those sequences are not rendered, so the game just does all the commands the cutscene tells them to do. So if he is putting up his shield, he is busy, and so he can't pull his sword out. because if you're standing and pulling a sword, it won't work.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and CMA got the YOLO kiss with no setup, so that's got to be worth something.
Alien's
Alien
going
here is
forward.
going
He's
forwards.
being careful with these rocks here. Oh,
No,
good.
it's fine.
We're good. We're good. Oh yeah, so look at this this PowerPoint on the screen. Oh my god. It's actually disgusting.
He's not playing PAL, that is just lag.
I can imagine. I want to go back and play my old PAL 64 copy at some point and see how bad the frame rate is.
Oh, hell.
See, I had it
That's the
on
quality we want.
PC, the actual. I didn't realise that they still sold you the PAL version in the shop, which is a scam, by the way. But yeah, it was poor on that. I don't even want to think about what it's like
Yeah.
on an actual N64.
Okay, Baron finished with the last hit in on Ganon.
Rose farming these two BMOS here to make a bit of profit.
Yeah, trying his best to keep going and finish this one off.
And is Valiant going to beat his old world records? I don't think he will.
I mean, probably.
It'll be close. No, it's a 116, I think.
Yeah. It's 116.02, I think.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, GG to Valiant for taking first place in this section of the race.
I think,
Giving his team a solid lead.
yeah, so we've got CMA, who is, at the moment, poised for second. Aliens, down goes fourth, but Aliens and CMA, if the fight doesn't go well...
Yeah, it's worth noting, if you die to Ganon, you go back to the top of the tower, have to do the tower collapse all over again. Alright, so Rosewater got 2 bomb drops there, so he can continue his run.
Right, so CMA is going to start his fight now.
Well, Valiant did not use the done command, so he finished in a time of 1:16:42.
Oh my god.
Of course. He started
He also-
great and he's going to finish great.
He also just annoyed Trez massively. Follow instructions. Oh my god.
Oh,
Why
no.
do you have to be like this?
Oh, I really
One
hope that. Oh, okay.
Every time.
Rose almost would have died in there again.
Very close.
Yeah, he was hit like 1 second after he got a heart.
Yeah.
It's showing MM at the side, kind of just spoilers.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, the first
Guys.
13 minutes of Majora's Mask aren't that anything.
Yeah.
Just don't watch. You're still a year away from its release. No. Right, so CMA is finished.
CMA finishing second in this portion of the race.
And look at that, it's still right, right close with Aliens. Literally just one phase pulled it. Right, so Rose just finishing off double knuckles here. Pretty clean.
Didn't die.
Yeah. It's always a pro.
Yeah.
And Alien's gonna finish off.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be a
Just lost
119.
it. No, he just missed it. It's gonna be. Oh, it's 119. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
we're using
Rosewater
19.
is trying to get his swag at the end of a run, and
yes.
he pulls it off.
He's salvaged some kind of dignity. Excellent.
Yeah.
I think this saves like 1 second, so catching up.
It saves about 5
lots
seconds, I think.
more than
Oh,
that.
okay.
Look at it spiritually.
If it saves about 5 seconds, I think, if you get a
This
first try.
staircase is like way too long.
It's a really large staircase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so 3 of our OT runs are finished now. Is that us done on commentary? Or we seen an actor Rose Wars done?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Trez?
Alright,
Trez.
so I suggest at this point that Q Game stays, because he's doing MM as well, right? So
Yeah.
he can stay. And Mutant and Greg, thanks so much for doing the commentary. I hope you enjoyed it.
It was
It
good.
was a lot of fun.
You guys were so great.
Alright then, get
Oh,
out of
you're
here.
too kind. Alright, see you later.
cheers.
Thanks everyone, see you later.
See
Enjoy
ya.
the relay.
Sound.
Hello Zuckus
Okay, guys.
and hello Celestial.
Oh, hello.
Welcome.
How's it
guys.
going, guys?
Pretty
Here's
good
your
so
link.
far.
Here's your link in the race commentary channel, and enjoy.
Alright, so we have Majora's Mask starting. Zelkus, anything that you want to say about Majora's Mask before we get started?
It's a good game.
Every time I play Majora's Mask, I'm confused because of the owl that is on the hero's shield instead of the Hyrule bird.
I have to agree with that. It's supposed to still be the Hylian shield, but it looks way different.
Okay, and then we have the Ganondorf kill on Rosewater, who had pretty bad RNG and pretty bad luck.
Good point, Rose. If you would have finished
Yeah.
at the same time as everyone else, we would have to watch 4 intros at the same time.
He just did it for entertainment.
Yeah. So right now, Rose will probably do a collab skip.
If he got enough hearts and a bump left, I think he will do it.
Cutscenes everywhere. Oh my god.
We all like those cutscenes. And for everyone who didn't get his daily doses of bomb hovering yet, Majora's Mask has tons of it.
Yes. Bomb and shield physics are much different in Majora's Mask, and for that reason, bomb hovers are just useful all over the place.
Yeah, it's like the main trick, and it's mainly because the radius of the bombs are different. Is different.
Yeah.
When on the first frame that the bomb does damage, its radius is already maximum. It makes being able to hover with distance using the bomb much.
Like you don't need like to have some sort of momentum, like hover boots in OT to do hovers in MM.
Yeah. The other thing why bomb hovers are more useful than Majora's Mask is that many things in Majora's Mask are just built so that you could go over them if you were large enough. So all the things that should be possible as Zora can also be done with bomb hovering as human. And you can clip through several things.
I didn't pay attention, but did Cactus get the tech skip? It seems like.
I don't believe he did. Maybe. I guess I was not paying enough attention.
Celestia, can you please up your mic volume by a lot?
Mm, how does this?
Okay. And there we have the introductory cutscene skip for Cactus, so he can just pause buffer out. So he will just see 1 frame at a time, and because the cutscene that would play normally in this place would take 2 frames to start to render, it just gets skipped.
Also, just testing. Do I sound any better now?
At least you're
Yeah.
a little bit louder.
To me, it's good.
Alright. I just hope everyone can hear me.
And people are saying you sound much better.
Alright.
Okay, and there we have Rosewater getting to trick off that he can use his sword in the Ganon fight.
Yeah.
So, as it is first cycle, our objective is to advance time as quickly as possible. We need it to be night of the final day, ASAP. This is coming to the Stockpot Inn, and he is going to talk to the grandma, who can make it the next day. And he can do that twice, so he can make it the final day, basically immediately. Meanwhile, Zippo is showing off a different variety of HMS. He is showing off the Z-slide technique. Z-slide technique, it's a little more consistent than just going up there. It's also a little bit faster, as you move faster when Z-sliding than you do when just spinning. Because it's so consistent, there is a lineups that you never get messed up by the door moving, and yeah, it's just really fast and really consistent, and it's a great HMS skip.
I'm wondering why Zippo is resetting.
In English, text is slower, and so that first text with Tattle saying, or after you do HMS, is
it's
really
skip it.
long. And so once you see the clock on the bottom of the screen on English, you would reset, and resetting there is just a couple seconds faster than actually sitting through the text box.
I'm still used to JP. I won't lie.
English
Why
took
just-
a while to get used to. I will say that.
Yeah. Chimera going slowly but surely to the end of HMS.
And Cactus
Okay.
is already in night of the final day.
Yeah. And so now the goal will be to collect some rupees to buy explosives as early as possible into this run.
Yeah, and while that, we have Rosewater finishing up his Ocarina of Time, so we can see the next intro cutscene of Majora's Mask.
Yes.
Let me say real quick that English is significantly faster than any route that's done on Japanese. Like significantly
Exactly.
faster. But it's so much more difficult.
Yeah, just
Only a few
honest.
people actually attempt.
action swap
Run
is
on
annoying to do.
English.
But
If
we'll talk
you-
about that a bit later. And as you can see, Cactus is collecting rupees. 70 rupees is enough on English compared to 90 on Japanese, if I'm right.
You just need to get 60 rupees. There's no
Oh, 60.
particular, but the more rupees you get, the less time you have to spend with the bank.
Yeah.
You would want to get more rupees, but 60 is the minimum requirement.
It also is a little bit easier to get rupees there and at first, because you will not have to bother with any opponents, as they are not
and
rendered
enemies.
yet.
Yeah, enemies do not spawn in Termina Field until you have the ocarina in your inventory. And you could get the silver rupee in the Stockpot Inn, but because time doesn't
It's not-
pass when you open and close doors, that would be about 15 seconds slower than coming out here to Termina Field.
But it's more something that you use in all masks. Or even 100%. Than
More
in
consistent in
person.
all masks, or 100%, where you need 99 rupees. Yeah, the stock common silver is much more.
Yeah, but the thing with in chest is that you take it in Almas because right after you go see the Great Fairy.
Exactly. That Zeepo is taking a different path through the rupees than Cactus did, and that's because a glitch a little bit later on hinges on having Milk Road as a selection on your map. Going to take this detour to come here to Milk Road because this is where it is just the fastest to come here.
So you were talking to me about 3 different routes right before we came into the commentary room.
Yes.
Can you talk a bit about that, please?
The routes that are being done here, as far as I am aware, Zeepo is doing the same route as the current world record is done on. It is a blindingly fast route that hinges on a English physics, and we'll get to that a little bit later. Dope and Cactus are both doing hookshot skip in Japanese, which is faster routes in the I think it's the fastest route in the Japanese version. And again, Japanese is a preference because the physics are a little bit different and for like a consistency purpose. I think that Japanese is a little more consistent than English in some regards.
Yeah, and still that Japanese has been run a long time before we switched to
Yeah,
English.
people are also comfortable with Japanese because Japanese was the standard basically until the discovery of equip swap, which is a glitch that we'll get into a little bit later as well. And that glitch redefined any percent, and that glitch alone led to English being much, much faster.
Cactus entering Clock Tower soon. While Dope as still is first cutscene, opening cutscene. And yeah, Sausage, Celestial was talking a lot about how equip swapped open routing a lot on Majora's Mask.
Yeah, equip swap opened up the routing in this game, and I think that was one of the most beautiful things about the glitch, because before equip swap was discovered, pretty straightforward. The dungeon order was set in stone, and the run was just same run, aside from a few minor route differences. But now that equip swap is available, there are so many different possible routes that could be done. And you'll see some interesting order in dungeons. Zeepo will do Woodfall followed by Snowhead. In second cycle, Cactus will do Woodfall followed by Great Bay. Followed by Great Bay. And I believe Chimera will do Woodfall followed by Stone Tower.
Oh
Nice variety of
yeah.
dungeon orders.
Okay, and then we have to Ocarina of Time.
So Zeepo is a little bit late here, Tower, but it's more than fine. He's not very far away, so he's not losing too much here.
Yeah. But while Cactus is getting the Ocarina of Time with the Song of Time, you will see, you won't watch the full cutscene after playing it the first time. He will reset to avoid that.
Yeah. The first time you play the Song of Time, there's like it's just a recap of what happened in first cycle.
Yeah. And you don't want to see that. You must go fast.
Ugh. The fireworks are glitching out on my side a little bit.
Excuse me. Oh, your sound is fine.
Yeah.
So as you can see on Cactus screen, it did a reset. You press yes and you can automatically reset. I think it takes like 3 frames to save. Probably.
Yeah, you basically say that you really want to save, and afterwards you can reset the console.
Yeah, as soon as you press A, as soon as the game registers your input, you can reset.
Nice. Dob got the HMS. Other nerds got it. That's nice.
That's a good thing. All 4 of our runners got HMS.
People can see it, but Cactus and Zippo's split names are kinda meme.
It's not an uncommon thing to have some meme split
names.
names for this game.
I mean, you can use memes whenever there are memes existing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And there is even a whole meme category of this game.
Many,
There's
many,
too
many meme categories.
Yeah.
There's way too many.
Good.
Crash percent is good.
Oh, crash percent.
I don't think there's a Jotwad category for mem, which is obviously the best category.
I think the best category. One of my favorite meme categories is the happiest ending category, which is just your objective is to get all of the masks that appear in the credits. That way, you watch all of the credits. But as this is any percent, the only masks that we will be seeing in this run are the Deku mask and the Zora mask. Any other masks?
Well, we obviously see Majora's mask. We just can't wear
Okay,
it, sadly.
Yeah, we do see Majora's mask. One of the best boss fights in any speedrun, I would say, is Majora, because Majora, unlike most other final bosses in speedruns, is not free by any means, and anything can happen during the Majora fight.
Oh
Especially when you don't have some strong means of damage.
yeah. And you can throw Beyblades as well.
Oh yeah, wrath throwing Beyblades is actually the worst.
People are asking, but it would be Wind Waker any percent and TP any percent.
Yeah. The only run that wasn't any percent was Ocarina of Time.
And that's because Ocarina of Time's any percent is too short for something like this, I think.
Yeah, it also is probably too inconsistent.
It doesn't. I don't think it shows off a lot of like possible.
No,
either.
no, I don't think it's not inconsistent. because now the route is pretty much fixed about all the RNG stuff.
Yeah.
Even the consistent
Okay, and there we got our 100 rupees for Cactus, so he can just get his explosives. And probably scams the bomb shop owner.
So Cactus is getting ISG. Basically, ISG is like you pull in. I don't know how to say that.
you swinging your sword every frame.
Exactly. And you need to crouch, press B, and then A.
Yeah,
Fast
in
enough to
Majora's
do that.
Mask, the infinite sword glitch is a one-frame trick. You have one frame in order that you can interrupt your crouch stab, and that's how you obtain the infinite sword glitch.
Yeah.
The infinite sword glitch, you can't fall. So if you use an to reset your animation while you're in the air, you'll hover.
Okay, and Cactus now set up his fake old statue. There is this old statue in South Clocktown, and if you're in, I think it's West, is it West Clocktown?
Yes, it's West
Yeah, I
Clocktown.
think. You can see this old statue, but it's actually not the same one, but it's a prop. So if you manage to go over the loading zone using a hover, you can activate that, and because it does not have a value assigned to it, it will just warp you to other locations based on your map pointer, which is used in this run quite
Ooh.
often.
And this glitch is
Nice.
called
Jesus.
index warp.
Oh yeah, I was watching Cactus screen. He just did
Recoil flip past the guard.
side. Oh, gossip. Alternate exit.
To 8-9 Street Flash. Actually, you will not see that much of Breath of the Wild in that stream. Quite a short run, and on the other hand, it really you really should play it. It's a pretty good game.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Cactus had a
Eh.
very beautiful Hess.
Yeah. Oh, you are late, I think.
Yeah, I think I am.
I'm
Yeah.
at 1 hour 42 minutes and 21 seconds. 22, 23, 24, 25. And so basically, before we were considering wrong warps in MM, but it's more like renamed to alternate exits because if you want, all Fairy Fountains and Grotto maps are on the same map. And that's why you can reach other grottos and Fairy Fountains.
Yeah, in
Hey,
any grotto that you can get out of bounds or that doesn't have a ceiling that you can hover over, you can go from
Yeah.
one grotto to another, as well as one fairy fountain to another, because they exist on the same maps for themselves. It's really nice. We skip a lot of overworld movement and a really long cutscene by doing this.
Oh,
exit.
and one thing we didn't talk about, but between the as a difference between OT and MM is that Majora's Mask doesn't have that much memory glitching stuff compared to OT. You don't have RBA, or you don't have that wrong warp and stuff.
And Chimera now used a trick where he could use could trigger the Song of Double Time while opening a door. What he did was, when he voided out, he used his Ocarina to play the Song of Double Time. So at the moment the song played, he voided out and died. But as the game wants to set up the text box, it will just set a text box pointer but cannot open it up yet. And when the next time the game could possibly pull off a text box, it will show this one up first. So when he was spawned in Clocktown afterwards and opened the door, the game thought now would be a good time for pushing out this text box, and he could say that he wanted to use the Song of Double Time. And with this, he made it night at the same time he entered the bomb shop.
And it being night is going to be important a little bit later on in his run. It's one of the Japanese exclusive things about Majora's Mask is that guards in Pirate's Fortress are blind at night. And we're going to use that to our advantage.
Yeah, Cal. Chimera is doing a different route.
Yes, Chimera is doing a much different route than the others.
Okay, and
Different
have-
routes that are going to be going here.
So right now that Cactus got Song of Soaring, you will see the real utility of Index Warp.
Yeah, now that we have the Song of Soaring, index warping is possible. And we're
And
going to go
basically-
to a few places that we've never been before.
It's probably the biggest game break. I mean, it has changed a lot the route
Just the route a lot.
throughout the years.
I really love the music of the Deku Palace. So wonderful.
I agree.
So, I would say that by today's standards, probably saves in the neighborhood a little over a minute. Big. I would. Second most important sequence break since its discovery, even.
Yeah, but to be honest, the worst thing of Index Warp is that you can't climb Stone Tower.
Yeah, not climbing Stone Tower is how.
Dude, it was one of the
Trick saves
best
all the
parts,
time.
just because of the music.
Ah,
Less because of mega flips.
Okay.
Climbing Stone Tower was.
and now we
fun.
have Dope losing his Deku face.
Yeah, the
So
lag
Zippo
was-
is warping away and not getting his bottle yet. Turns out that it's a little bit faster to get the bottle on the second day. He'll be doing that. He will be getting the bottle during the second day. To index warp into Mountain Village, where we haven't been yet. But we want to be here because we're actually trying to get another different location on our map.
So basically, Deku Palace will warp you to Mountain Village, and Goron Village will warp you to Woodfall.
Goron Village warps
correctly.
you to Stone Tower.
Stone Tower. Oh my bad. Oh my god. Sorry.
Mountain Village warps you to Woodfall.
And the last warp that is needed to discover is Moon Warp.
We do not need a moon warp in Majora's Mask.
Any person.
Unless
in
it has
5
some really
minutes.
high requirements.
Yeah.
Hippo is coming up on an English exclusive in MM. Double Time works a little bit differently between English and Japanese. In English, the Song of Double Time completely fades to black, and so we can actually use it to skip the cutscene of Macau walking up the beach, and we can't do that in Japanese.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We'll
Interesting.
also abuse that the run because the Song of Double Time does fade to black. We can actually use it to skip turtle cutscene much later on in the run as well. And so, skipping Macau walking up the beach by playing the Song of Double Time, like just point for point, it saves about 20 seconds over the Japanese version.
It's so weird. Cactus and Zippo are on the same thing, but their route is so different. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, Cactus already has the bottle. And that's the big difference here, is that Cactus already has the bottle.
Yeah. So you will get to the eggs pretty soon.
Yeah. After the Zora Mask, Zippo is actually going to warp directly to Woodfall. Getting the Zora Mask is going to go straight to Pinnacle Rock to go collect an egg, which he'll dupe a little bit later.
By the way, shoutouts to Enop, who plays the piano whenever this cutscene plays.
I appreciate that. Hope who brought his own custom instrument to GDQ to play during this cutscene. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and say, anybody who's watching this, go give a follow to all of the runners that are doing this race. They're all
Talented.
they're all talented runners.
By the way, yeah, Poop did play the piano at AGDQ recently, right?
He had a very strange instrument that he was playing at
It's
GDQ, and
a
it was funny.
melodica. It's a melodica. It sounds like an harmonica. It's weird because I commentated for the French stream, but I don't remember this part. Oh, and yeah, Jimmy is also a good guy. He has been developing a lot of tools for OT and MM practice.
Yeah, thank Jimmy for all of the gecko cheats that we use to practice MM. No matter how many people complain about the gecko codes, they're actually beautiful and they work very well.
Oh god, it's so scary when people do HESS. I swear.
Cactus is going to try to do this. Nice. That's so good. Like I said, Cactus needs to get an egg. He is going to be going to get the new wave Bossa Nova after Woodfall. With that, we have Zippo entering Woodfall. Woodfall is an interesting dungeon. We're gonna skip most of the dungeon. We just need to get the bow and kill the boss. We don't need to do anything else.
Okay, and we have Dope getting out of bounds in this first crawl space. No, it's not a crawl space, it's a grotto. I'm stupid. And so he will get into the woods quite soon.
So Cactus right now will do an ESS position, then press B and the egg and the bottle to be able to place the Ocarina underwater and then warp back to the laboratory to do the equip swap and then more like the egg dupe.
And Kaim did just a pretty small skip where he drank his red potion the moment he pushed Miko onto the beach, so the cutscenes started to play at the same time, and this basically skips about 3 seconds of the Miko walking cutscene, making it a little more efficient.
Yeah, sorry for the mistake. Yeah, Cactus is going to Woodfall, getting the bow. I'm just so used to see people warping to laboratory and duping eggs. What was that sound?
The funny part about it is that none of the runners are doing Great Bay First, which is crazy because a year ago, Great Bay First was basically the standard. We just saw Chimera do a bottle dude using the glitch called Ocarina items that Cactus also used to play the Ocarina underwater. So if you try to use while you're unable to use a particular item, in a lot of cases you'll just dupe a bottle over that item slot. And that's going to be important for Chimera because he wants to put his egg bottles, that way he can do his egg dupes in a completely different cycle.
Okay, and what we have on Zeepo right now is he used the Zora and the bomb to clip into the wall inside of the temple, and now he's using mega backflips using ISG to fall right into the trigger for the boss fight.
Oh no.
And he voided out, which is unintentional.
Woodfall boss
I'm way
key
too
skip is very
ahead
hard.
of you guys.
Huh? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
I said I'm way too much ahead. What is the main timer time?
The main timer is... I'll just refresh to be sure. 1:56:10, 11,
Okay,
12.
we are same. Yeah, because I was literally 10 seconds ahead of you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, Dope skipping the Octorok.
Cactus being in trouble. And Cactus entering Odolwa's room. So the strat for Odolwas is pretty different from Japanese to English. Because like in English you don't have the power crouch tab, which is basically you do a jump slash and then you can crouch tab. It does a lot of damage. On the English version, you must do quick spins.
Yeah, in the Japanese version of the game, the crouch tab isn't assigned a value. The value of the last damage output that you would do with a third class weapon, including Deku Stick, Great Fairy Sword, etc.
If I remember correctly, in OT, Deku Stick jump slash does the same damages as Master Sword slash.
Yeah.
Yes. A Deku Stick does more damage than the Kokiri Sword in this game as well.
Yeah.
So in situations where you can use the Deku Stick, but one other thing to note is that a Dalwa does not take damage from a Deku Stick, so even if you had one, it wouldn't do you any good here.
Yeah.
because the crouch stab keeps the property of the attack as well. It'll be as if you're hitting him with that weapon class.
Okay, now we have Cactus watching the large cutscene, the long
Oath
cutscene
to
for the
Oath to Order cutscene.
final song.
Yeah, one of the requirements for Majora's Mask is the Oath to Order, which you need to summon the giants at the end of the game. And as another note, the giants cutscenes always play in the same order regardless of what order you finish the dungeons in. So no matter which dungeon you do first, the Oath to Order cutscene will always be the cutscene that plays after the first dungeon you finish.
Okay, now we have Dope getting into the Skull Bay and getting his Miko, while Chimera got his first egg.
Chimera is also picking up the hook shot, which has a few interesting glitches surrounding it, and it's a thing to have.
Yeah. But basically, the bow can do it, but better. Okay, maybe not.
Skipping the second floor of Snowhead is pretty good.
Yeah. Not doing that sick hover is actually pretty good. But we will talk about it, but look, there is also difference between English and Japanese about the lag and some glitches such as weird chat. But we will come to that, I think, when we'll see one.
Yeah. Okay, cutscenes everywhere.
Everybody's watching some kind of cutscene.
I think games should have an implemented speedrun mode that like just skips everything that is skippable.
I think every game should be like the cutscene skip system in TP.
Yeah.
Just need to press start or press the while.
Yep. I agree. It's would be nice if you didn't have to watch the cutscenes.
I mean, Ahead in Time just has such a system.
So right now, Chimera is using his hookshot to skip the first floor of Woodfall, which while in a Deku you must fly above the void. On his side, Dope is getting the Ramask.
Cactus is about to do equip swap. He's gonna dupe over his bow, but he wants to keep his bow for the Gyarg cutscene skip that he's going to do later. Equip swap his bow over his ocarina, and that's gonna put his bow on his ocarina slot, which means that he cannot just equip ocarina anymore. And so he'll dupe all of his eggs, and then he's going to equip swap the ocarina slots that he can actually play the ocarina while still keeping the bow.
And basically to do this, correct me if I'm wrong, but you must select the bottle and then you must press 8 frames after the screen switch, the correct button and up left or up or down left.
As far as I am aware in Majora's Mask, I don't believe that down left works for equip swap. I think it's only up left that works
only
for
up
equip
left.
swap and then... So the part of this is like there are requirements of what you can and cannot obtain before you do this glitch, as anything to the right of the bow or the bomb choose your inventory would make it not possible to equip swap over your bow.
Okay, and what we'll see now on Zipo's side is why it is slightly faster to do to get your bottle at the second day. Because what you see now is that Coom is actually in the forest, so you don't have to leave it, and this skips 2 transitionings, which makes it a little faster.
Yeah, and as Jimmy1717 pointed out in the chat, all 4 diagonals do work for equip swap. Right, and down left all work.
But I think it's still a hard trick because it's frame perfect.
I think it's hard because it's a frame perfect trick in the menu.
Yeah.
Whereas
exactly.
the game runs at visually 20 frames per second, the menu actually runs at 30, and so it's a little bit more precise than other frame perfect tricks in Majora's Mask.
Cactus. I think Cactus got a cutscene.
Failed New Wave Bossa Nova cutscene skip. It's about 30 to 35 seconds. It's not a giant time loss, but it's unfortunate.
Still time loss.
But it looks cute, so let's
Yeah.
accept that for once.
Yeah. And as
Those
you can
baby
see on
Zoras are cute.
Zipo's side, he is going to do lullaby skip by doing an hyper extended super slide through the wind. I think that's probably the hardest technique right now because you must
the
change.
hardest thing.
You must change angles while maintaining a really little angle on the stick. You must change direction. Sorry. But it's really well executed from Zipo.
Yeah, Zippo turned
Yeah,
that around real quick.
you have to
and
get,
that's
like,
good.
Half the mountain up with the trick enabled in order to not fall off.
Yeah, you can't stop your Hess basically until you reach the second ramp that goes up to the entrance of the dungeon.
He's almost there. Really nice, Zippo. From Zippo.
Alright, Zippo should be good from here.
Now let's just pray. Let's just pray it doesn't get hit by a snowball.
So,
Oh my god.
Fortunately missed turtle cutscene skip.
Oh.
As with most cutscenes in the game, it takes more than 1 frame to trigger, so you could pause buffer your way into a loading zone to skip this cutscene.
Cactus just wrote that he thought it was glitchless into our Twitch chat.
I will also say that turtle cutscene skip is kind of hard because you only have 1 frame in which you can pause the game.
Yeah. Whilst on Dope side, it will go to Odolwa. Chimera getting lighter early. It's so weird to me. I swear. But it's really interesting to it's really interesting to see 3 different routes. But it's messing a bit my mind. Oh, Zippo getting frozen.
At this point in the run, it's a little hard to say who is ahead right now.
Well, basically we will know who's ahead at Majora's fight.
Yeah.
We'll have an idea of who's ahead before Majora. When each runner finishes second cycle, we'll have a pretty good idea of who is doing how well.
Because of the fact that Majora's Mask isn't gifted, so you can just die on it pretty easily. So Everything
Yeah.
can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen at Majora. That is true.
And I think
It'll
will dying on Majora set it back to entering the moon or to Dawn of the First Day?
If you die on the moon, you will respawn already inside of the moon.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't want to curse the runners, but
No, you would never want that.
nah. But hopefully, I don't want to see a crash. I think this is why Majora's Mask is a scary game. You can crash anytime
Yeah.
while
Part
doing
of-
tricks.
Part
It
of
could
why
crash
people
on-
choose to play on English or Japanese has to do with crashing. Crashing is much easier to do in English, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
I mean, the game already crashed on the original N64, and those crashes mostly aren't patched in the VC version. And also, there's this problem of the random VC crashes that occur sometimes. Let's hope for the best.
Deepa with a
And-
great Wizrobe fight, by the way.
Yeah, and we have Dope with a pretty short Odolva fight. So he will get his moon opening song now. I do
And-
not know the English name for it.
You'll see all of the other runners do this as well, but Chimera did a glitch called Time Stop in order to freeze one of the moving blocks outside of STT and use it to ride it into the dungeon.
The fact that this glitch exists just skips so much.
And then he just clipped through a sunblock with a bomb, and that's really fast because we can get a key and skip a good portion of the dungeon really quickly in Stone Tower.
Dope is
The
trying
runners
to-
in basically all 4 of the dungeons.
Yeah.
So right now, what Cactus is doing is you put out the bow, and you will immediately cancel it and put it out again, and it will basically clip into the wall, and it is what we call an extended bow, and it will allow us to hit early Gayorg and then skip his entry cutscene.
Yeah, the alternate to doing that would be to do a weird shot, which is a much harder trick to do. And in the Japanese version in particular, it doesn't save do the weird shot over the extended bow.
Okay, and then we
In
have
English, it's a different.
a clean first phase of Gayorg. The thing with Gayorg is that if he swims towards a wall while you stun him, he will just swim into the wall while he is stunned, which makes the fight a little easier.
Yeah.
And
But
and
yeah,
just
go
go
for
ahead.
it.
Okay, and again, Cactus used the saving of the Song of Time text box, so he will pick up his Gayorg's remains now and will immediately press A to trigger the Song of Time, which will save the game and set him back to day 1. And after the game saved, he can just reset the game so he won't have to watch the cutscene.
Or just, it's not immediately, it's why Link is starting to hold the mask above his head. Because if
Yeah.
you do it too early, it won't work. And if you reset too early, it won't save.
And
Yeah.
while I would like to just point out that Chimera just had an excellent Gara Master fight in conjunction with Death Warping, which is something you don't see a whole lot now. If you manipulate your health through Stone Tower, you can die immediately after obtaining the light arrows, and it's much faster than playing the Song of Soaring to get back to the beginning of the dungeon. And a lot of more recent routes, like it's hard to manipulate your health, so people just don't do the Death Warp thing.
Okay,
feel like it's
and
worth pointing out.
Zippo got his Goth Bite. But he actually failed this one trick where you could just lock him in one position. So he had to aim behind him and hit him while he was running. And also he does the text box thing. I feel like in the dungeons of Majora's Mask, you're just out of bounds all the time in in the any percent speedrun.
In a lot of them, you are.
You just go into the dungeon, get to the first position where you can get out of bounds, and just get out of bounds, jump into the boss.
So Chimera just saved the Song of Time text in Stone Tower Temple that he'll use to skip his Giants cutscene as well. The only Giants cutscene that we do watch in this run is just the first one because the Oath to Order is required. You can skip the Giants cutscene in every dungeon.
Oh.
I'll do Woodfall first. If you do Woodfall not first, you can skip it in that dungeon as well.
And if I see it correctly, Cactus is using the forest fairy fountain to get to the stone tower.
Snowhead.
Snowhead. And
Doing
do a
a-
body skip.
Because, remember how I said that sword physics are different and it allows for the English method of doing...
ISG.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
because
basically
because
you got the
it's not...
the edge from the recoil of the bomb. Let's not say that. Maybe sorry about the explanation. Go for it.
So physics, you're less likely to get stuck on any of the main ramps, and in Japanese you're almost guaranteed to get stuck, so that version of lullaby skip just isn't possible in the Japanese version. So as the fairy fountains are all on the same map, we're going to use the Woodfall fairy fountain to get to the Snowhead fairy fountain, and then from the base of Snowhead we're going to do a different setup to reach the top of Snowhead and get inside.
Yeah. The point of this is that in the Japanese version, you can trigger a thing that is similar to the infinite sword glitch by just constantly smashing the B button.
Yeah.
So
There is
he
no
won't
gap
fall
in-
off his ledge.
So now
between sword swings.
Chimera is
in
fighting the
Japanese.
best boss ever. Lul. Basically, each twin mold has 20 life points. Light arrows do 4 damages against any of them. Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way. Fire arrows do 6 damages to blue, and ice arrows do 6 damages to red. And normal arrows do, I think, 2.
I
Bombs do 2
think-
damage.
Well, I know that fire arrows will do 4 times the damage on the blue mold, and light arrows
It's
will
3.
do double damage on both. It's 3? Yeah,
The,
it's 3.
the
not
opposite
4.
does triple. So fire arrows do 6 damage to blue. Regular arrows and bombs both do 2 damage. So you have to total to 20 for both of them. Each of them have 20. This is a really interesting fight. There's a lot of RNG involved, and we'll do the fight a little bit differently, as Chimera only has regular arrows and light arrows. He can't have a particular advantage against either one, so it becomes more optimal to try to actually fight both of them at the same time. Whereas in other routes where you have the fire arrows, you try to aim for blue first specifically.
But this is probably the favorite boss of all MM runners, by the way.
That's totally not a lie.
Well, at least in all masks you can do this with infinite magic and
Giant's Mask, yeah.
yeah. But all mask is probably a harder category.
All
I,
masks is-
I must say that the twin mode fight is way better in the 3D remake of this game.
Oh yeah, dude. You can be John Cena.
Oh yeah. Imagine someone pressing the A button in his
Oh no,
in this cutscene.
that would be awful.
Oh yeah, it would. I mean, it would not only reset the game, you would have to do all the glitches again.
Oof. Skip is a very hard trick in any version of this game. And Cactus is just having some very unfortunate RNG.
Okay, and one thing we didn't explain yet is the gainer, which is what Cactus did right now with his Zora. If you're pulling off a backflip while targeting, then leave the target button in the second frame after you jumped and immediately retarget while pressing up. You will gain a little more height because you killed the backwards momentum of the jump, and this will let you grab heights that are a little bit too high for you, so you can grab the ledge in front of the 100 rupee chest with the Zora, or you can grab the ledge in front of the entry to the clock tower if you're a Deku.
And one other reason why gainers work is because when you target a wall, the game actually puts you a set distance away from that wall to grab on things that are directly above your head. Normally a backflip you would move back, but because the game sets your distance away from that wall. You have some very interesting things going on.
Oh,
here
and
right now.
with gainers also, I don't know if it's version specific, but if you're having a wall on your left side, it will give you like 1 or 2 extra frames.
Yeah, you get an extra frame to target if you're in a corner.
Oh, I just thought that we forgot to talk about something about hovers. Basically, if you do hover with bomb shoes without doing a single slash before getting Ice G, your bomb shoe will stuck to the wall.
Yeah, because crouch stabbing doesn't have a set value. You have to store damage in the Japanese version, whereas in the English version, because a crouch stab already has a set value, you do not have to slash your sword on the English version before you do a hover. And it looks like Zippo crashed.
Yeah,
Power
it
boss
looks like
can
it.
skip.
He tried to pose.
That is very unfortunate.
Yeah, everything can still happen in this 3D real race. By the way. Blames. I didn't say anything.
Well, he doesn't lose too much time because he was on the first day and he just got his explosives and one trick going. But it's really unfortunate. No.
And I'm gonna be
Noah.
honest, Zippo looks a little tilted right now.
And welcome Possible. Thank you for pinging me. What's up?
Yeah, a lot of bomb tricks can crash MM. In particular, all of the Hess tricks have, are some of the easiest tricks to crash the game using, and those Hess tricks include mega flips, weird shots, and hessing.
I'll just leave you for 2 or 3 minutes.
It's okay. Chimera getting some troubles. Never mind. To do the eggs. And as you can see, Cactus is doing the old way to do lullaby skip.
Alright, finally.
And by the way, Link isn't that Link. The wind isn't that RNG, if I'm right.
Yeah, the wind has a lot of RNG involved in it.
Yeah, it's probably the worst thing of the whole game.
Yeah.
Ooh, Dove getting eaten by Georg.
Oof. Thankfully, he has enough health to survive.
Yeah, if he had like
If he didn't pick up the heart container and
less
Woodfall, he
than
would-
2.5 heart, he would have been dead.
Yeah, if he didn't pick up the heart container and Woodfall, he would probably not be alive now. Torge with the massive raid, thank you very much.
Yeah. And now people don't talk bad about OT any percent anymore.
I wasn't talking bad about it.
No, but the chat was. Kappa.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Back. Alright, we have Chimera coming up on Lullaby Skip. Oh, is going back to Stone Tower.
So yeah,
Cactus
since
coming
you-
up. Go ahead.
Since you don't have a hook shot, I'm talking about Zippo. You can do weird shots to be under the ground and
Yeah.
grab stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately without the hook shot that's not possible. We have to do this room in a much different fashion.
Have we talked
Right?
about what weird shots are yet?
No, but I think we're gonna talk about it since Chimera is taking. Chimera is doing the hookshot route.
Oh yeah. So he will use a weird shot in the snow dungeon, isn't he?
Yes, he'll be doing a weird shot in Snowhead to skip the first wave. Or I'm not entirely sure if he'll be doing an old glitch called Action Swap that basically died when the hook shot died.
Yeah,
He'll be doing
I'm pretty sure
Action
Cactus
Swap
is
or
first. You don't do
Yeah,
action
I
swap in
believe
the
that
old
I
rounds.
believe that Cactus is in the lead at this point. Though Majora is not dead yet, so anything can still happen.
Exactly. And I won't curse anything this time. And I didn't anyway.
Okay. And now Dope is getting his explosives for the current 3-day cycle. Oh, and here you've seen a cool little trick of Dope. When you purchase something, your rupee counter will start to drop. But actually, it doesn't just take like 40 of your value of rupees and then play an animation that drops your counter, but it will drop 1 rupee for every count. So what basically happens is when you're quick enough to purchase several items while your rupee counter is still higher than it must be to buy the item, you can buy one item several times before your rupee counter is too low, and he used that to gain an extra 10 bomb shoes.
Yep. 2 for 1 is a very interesting. You have about a 2-frame leniency if you have 69 rupees. And a 2-frame leniency for that, it's not difficult, but it's not free either. Yes, Dope failed 2 for 1, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yes, what was doing Chimera?
Chimera is doing action swap.
Well, I don't remember Action Swap was like that.
So by
Well,
side
you do
hopping
have-
into this text trigger and pulling your stick on the last possible frame, you activate a glitch called action swap. And while you have a stick and arrows, you are able to shoot a arrow that is on fire. It's not a fire arrow, but it is an arrow that is on fire, and you can melt this ice block. And it saves time over doing the weird shot in the other room.
Yeah, sorry, it's because I thought there was only one setup to do Action Swap in Snowhead. That's why I didn't know what he was doing.
The
My
front
bad.
setup, the front setup is the YOLO setup where you only do it one try. So that way, if you fail it, you know to just go ahead and do the weird shot.
Yeah, because you can do it from
From the right side, and
Sticking
you
to
can
the
do it
wall.
multiple times.
getting close to the wall. So Cactus fighting Goat, while Zippo enter the best boss. Chimera,
After
yeah.
Chimera finishes Snowhead here, all
Go
that he
go
has left to do
to
is go do Great Bay Temple.
Good thing is
Now
that
that I
they are
look at
pretty
it-
close from each other.
That these racers are much closer than I thought originally.
Okay, and on Cactus's stream you can see what I meant now with the trick where you can make Goth's movement stuff. If you don't
you
follow
can-
him, he will just stay still and shoot his lights at you. And if you kill him fast enough with, I think he has 30 health, so you will need 15 normal arrows. You won't have to be bothered by his running animation and shooting at a moving target.
Yeah. So I think Cactus walked the wrong way around the arena. So that's just unfortunate.
If you press A, basically is
Yeah, if he presses
Good.
A, I'm sure he'll
well, it's not over, but he will lose a bunch of time. I think the worst place to press A is Stone Tower Temple.
No,
Use
the
a
worst
lot.
place the worst place to press it. Oh, I mean, I guess it depends. Are you talking about after you've killed Twin Mold or not? If you haven't
Yeah,
killed Twin Mold,
after you kill Twin Mold.
if you're talking about after you kill the boss, Snowhead is actually the worst place to too early.
Okay, because I thought Twin Mold Ikanas Valley cutscene was the longest one.
Now, Woodfall is the longest one, but since you have to watch Woodfall in all of these routes, Snowhead becomes the next worst one. I think the order from longest to shortest goes Woodfall, Snowhead, Stone Tower, and then Great Bay. Great Bay actually has the shortest one. With a nice box key skip and Snowhead. And a little bit. Hopefully we see a good goat fight here. Lots of unfortunate events in terms of 2-for-1.
Uh, Kovabru, the OT category was no IM, no WW.
Zipa has already done this, but I don't think that we mentioned it too much at the time. The equip swap glitch, we are able to carry some items through cycles. Of the more notable ones that we get to do is we get to keep choose in between cycles. Outside of Stone Tower Temple, you'll see Cactus equip swap his choose over his fire arrow slot. Duplicate a bottle slot by using Ocarina items while he has 3 explosives already on the screen. And that will allow him that when he triggers the Song of Time after killing Twin Mold, when he resets, he will still have the choose because he has a bottle over his chew slot. There he goes, dropping explosives and dipping a bottle. And now he will keep his choose Twin Mold. And that's really nice.
By the way, the world. Sorry, man. It's the first time that ZSR Relay is featuring Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
All the previous races were doing only the 5 3D Zelda games.
Cactus attempting a super swim here. Very nice.
Oh, Chimera didn't got
CS. Unfortunate.
yes. It's very confusing because they are all at different places at the same time.
I
Cactus
would
is
like to
probably
think that
ahead,
Cactus is still in first.
followed by
Chimera is in
Zippo.
third, and Dope is in fourth. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
actually, I'm not so sure about that. Zippo might actually be in the lead at this point.
Yeah, we have to see the fact that
Majora's still not dead yet.
Cactus also could start about 1 minute earlier. And it would have been almost
That's
2
also-
minutes.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind the difference in their personal timers is.
Okay, and Zippo is also not skipping the cutscene for the Zora song.
Because
2 years ago. Oh my god, Flora.
I just thought about this.
Yeah,
Dope looks
and
like he's about 10 minutes behind everyone else, but that's also because Dope didn't start until 10 minutes after everyone else.
yeah.
To be honest.
And thank you, Twitch. Thank you for nothing. This pretty much sounds really glitchy when the pirates are being thrown around. It really does not sound
Apologize.
intended.
It was a very loud ice cream truck.
Tress, would a 2D relay race also contain the Philips CDI games?
Please no. No.
He's saying, of course. Did anyone speedrun the CDI Zelda games?
There's Tompa.
Probably
I'm just looking that up.
everything.
Yeah, and like Trez is saying, CD games were at ZSR Marathon and were run all by Tompa, if I'm right.
It's a cactus.
Oh my god.
About to go in for Stone Tower boss key skip.
Okay, so there is there is one 100%, one all cutscenes, and 6 any percent speedruns listed on speedrun.com for the Wand of Gamelon.
Cactus failing the damage boost. Right there, Chimera going to Georg. And Zippo. Probably the only person who will get pirate cutscene skip.
Okay, and oh no, Dope also.
No
Dope
Pirates
or-
cutscene skip and hookshot skip. Without the hookshot skip, Pirates cutscene skip isn't worth doing.
Dope failed the 2-for-1 glitch again.
It's unfortunate. I would also like to point out that while Chimera might be doing the slowest routing overall speed, he is going to, at this rate, he is going to have the best real time for Majora's Mask in this race, which is pretty nice.
Oh yeah, dude. It's so hard to tell.
Chimera's real time is
First-
really good right now.
Dude, they are so close. It's crazy. Zippo last dungeon, Cactus last. I don't think last for Dope. And Chimera last. By the way, Dope got a later start. But it's not done yet.
Yeah.
There's still many games and everything
Okay,
can
yeah.
happen.
Oh, Dope duped his shoes.
And by the way, we
They're
didn't
all
talk-
in their final dungeons right now.
And
We didn't talk about that, but there is like many ways to do Stone Tower boss gate skip.
and now we saw another time stop.
Dope just used time stop to get into Stone Tower.
And it was executed very well.
And Chimera starts 5th cycle first. He's having a very good run.
Maybe we should talk about weird shots.
Yeah, okay, so are we
You're so ready.
About weird shots, unfortunately.
yeah. So does any one of you want to explain? Otherwise I would just do it.
I'll say that Weird Shot is an extension of a glitch called an A-slide. And by doing a weird shot, we're able to shoot the bow or the hook shot from out of bounds perspective, while your sprite is never actually out of bounds. Your perspective is out of bounds, and therefore you can shoot. And you can use it to be very fast in Stone Tower with the hook shot, or in the case of Zippo, it's very optimal to use a weird shot to shoot Georg from out of bounds to skip his cutscene.
And Zippo also triggered this little glitch, this little visual glitch where your game just becomes a little darker. Because you unequipped the Zora mask while having his Zora shield activated. As if the game wouldn't be dark enough.
So as it is the dawn of the first day for Chimera over here, he just wants to get into Clock Tower. Like once you get into
otherwise you
Clock Tower,
must get the moon tier at the third day.
or just wait until
we don't need
night
that.
of the final day.
Yeah, but
Wants to do
why
that when you can
bother?
just hover. You can just hover into Clock Tower.
By the way, people starting to spam Frakazi,
Oh, he
but
lost
you can
the
make this
dog.
Frakazi fly in Majora's Mask. I don't remember how to do this weird glitch, but the dog can fly.
Okay. And there you got it. Oh, okay. Camera stream buffered a little bit for me, so it just jumped like 20 seconds ahead now. Like I said, thanks Twitch for nothing. Sometimes streams just start to buffer with no particular reason, with my internet connection not even being at 50%. And then something like this happens, and Cactus apparently doesn't have any arrows left. So he needs to wait for Twin Mold to destroy any of those stones. So now he got new arrows.
We just
And also
saw.
he used a fairy to not die.
We also just saw Zippo, the heart piece there, to get the infinite sword glitch, which is a very unique way to get through. I wonder if Chimera realizes that he is having the best run in Majora's Mask right now.
Yeah, but I think Cactus already know. I don't know if Chimera is watch. I know Cactus is watching the commentary, but not the rest.
Okay, Camera. Camera wrote in the chat that he doesn't know how he's ahead right now.
Very unfortunate events for all of the runners, to be honest.
Well, we could also call it very fortunate events for Camera.
Chimera is doing the most consistent run, I would say.
It was
The hook shot might be slow by a lot of people's standards, but the routing with the hook shot is very, very consistent compared to other routings of the game.
But it's super weird because for a long period of time we didn't know who was first until this very point of the last dungeon, because the routes were all different.
Yes, lots of
Like
routing.
I literally thought Chimera was third.
I knew like Chimera was entering Great Bay Temple that he was actually in the lead. To be honest, Dope is not too far behind him in terms of like actual real time of the game, and we're cleaning up the end very nicely.
I think he's probably 6 or 7 minutes behind.
If he is 6 minutes behind, he went to
Wait,
make
nope.
4 minutes, I think. Because he started about 9 to 10 minutes late.
Yeah.
And also remember that for Dope, Twin Mold is the last boss for him. Then Majora is next. I'm considering that he started 10 minutes after the other runners. He's doing really well. Chimera is coming up on the end of Giant's cutscene, and we will have a nice fight with the last boss. Chimera will have a distinct advantage over all of the other runners during the final boss because Chimera, unlike everyone else, has a stick. Powerful weapon when fighting Majora.
This actually gives him some advantage.
Well, it's not like Onilink's mask, but it's still pretty good. Well,
I mean,
Onilink mask
it's
is
not
just-
the great fairy
Again,
sword, but it's good.
You know, kinda good.
Okay,
Starting out-
let's just say a wooden stick is almost as good as the fierce deity. We can all agree on that.
He basically has the gilded sword, or the razor sword. He basically has the razor sword.
He basically has a piece of wood.
Well, you know, kids' imagination. A piece of wood can be anything.
A
Yeah.
baguette.
And here we have our Bob Rossi scene. With a cute little happy tree and little happy clouds.
But it's time to get the devil out of this
Ah,
for Chimera.
I know that I said this earlier, but I would like to just say this again. If you have not already, go give all of the Majora's Mask runners a follow. They have all done, considering the circumstances of this particular race.
okay, and there we have it.
The final fight.
The Majora's buffering.
Only getting lasered, which is not very good.
In before Beyblades.
Wow. The game buffered perfectly
I
so
hope we
that
don't see Beyblades.
Why did
All-
I talk? Why did I talk?
all I was seeing was just him getting his Zora's mask on and pulling it off and pulling it on. And that has didn't really work out for Zippo.
It's not a huge time loss. It's only about 6 or 7 seconds. Would have been nice to get though. Box is a lie in the mask phase. Box is very.
Without Tresco, we are mute. Okay. Hi, Tres.
Hello.
So we're coming up on the incarnation fight, and Chimera got really good luck here. Having him run into you is the best thing that can happen.
Sub 145.
On-
35.
So with the stick, you can do crouch stabs, and they do a lot of damage to Incarnation and Wrath, and very quickly for Chimera.
Ooh.
Only needs 10 hits on Wrath to finish the fight.
Ah.
And there we are with the last form. Aren't we?
Yes, Wrath is the last form.
Yeah, like I said,
Good
Chimera
job. 134, 53 for Chimera.
Very, very good.
Oh, dude, that switch to 8th stream. Oh my god. It was so fast.
That was
Chimera having an excellent run.
You know, Zelkis, this stuff is done automatically, so...
Oh my god.
wow.
Seeing as Zippo is on the English version, this fight is going to be much different. It's much faster to use quick spins in order to stun lock Incarnation once you can get him down. And then for Wrath, it is much faster to do jump slash cancels as opposed to any other method of fighting because the crouch tap has a set damage.
Yeah.
And hopefully Zippo can do some really good jump slash cancels because they are hard. They are surprisingly hard to do.
So we have
and
8
actually,
starting
Yo.
Zone Waker. And we have still some minutes to talk about Majora's Mask 3D.
actually, I want to say that if Dope didn't have a problem with his, I think this is magic, yeah. If he didn't have a problem with his magic, he would have entered the stone, the clock tower earlier than every of the other runners, considering their in-game time. But no, he had to back up.
But that's really nice because runners are pretty close.
I'm, to be honest,
Even
I'm surprised
Dope,
Dope went out
isn't-
to Termina Field and didn't get a stick.
Ah,
Ah. And you can see the strat from Zippo. Which is like frame perfect probably.
It's not frame perfect, but it's
No,
pretty
but-
tight.
You jump slash, you do a quick spin, and you jump slash. You do a quick spin with your stick, and jump slash directly after. And so
And
we have now Chaotic Ace and Romulus on Wind Waker,
yeah.
while Cactus enter the third phase of Majora's Mask, and Dope is getting to the Giant's cutscene.
Okay.
this will be finishing up
So we are
very
at this
shortly.
point now. I really want to thank you because it was really fun to commentate with you.
Yeah.
Yes, it's been an amazing race, and it has been a very nice commentary.
Hehe, boy. Yes, it was nice.
Yeah, I
It's
hope
not done yet. We have still Dope.
Yeah, and he may be as. Why did I do this?
I did it already. That's okay, man.
Okay.
At the start. But in the chat.
Checks were made from my side again.
Alright then, so since Dope and Cactus are about to wrap up as well, let's switch our commentators for now and go for Trog and Gymnast, Q-Game, Celestial, and Zelkis. Thanks so much
Q.
for being here.
Goodbye. Au revoir.
Thank you for allowing us to be here.
Alright,
Thank you all for watching. Peace.
peace.
Au revoir.
Runners.
Get out of here. Holla!
Hello.
Oh, Trog broke everything.
Trog's dog is very excited for Wind Waker.
Hey there.
Okay, I think they are done barking. How's it going, guys?
How are you doing?
Oh, doing just fine. Doing just fine. Ready for some Wind Waker action.
I'm doing good.
Jim, you sound like you have a cold.
I mean, I'm still kind of sick, a little bit.
Welcome to the club. Alright, I'm muting myself before it gets worse again.
All right. Anyway, so me and Shrug are here to commentate Wind Waker for you guys.
Welcome to Wind Waker Vanillamizer,
Yeah.
where we will. All the locations are non-randomized.
To the dismay of many. Anyway, if you guys are used to seeing manual super swimming, I don't believe any of our runners are going to do that. So we're gonna all see what true Wind Waker speedrunning used to be about 2 years ago.
The manual swim, I think, saves in this version of the game something around 9 to 10 minutes. I think Demon's Sum of Best was sub 340, and Ace's Sum of Best was around 348 with his route. So I don't think Ace has learned the manual swim route, but I think he's opted to stick to what he's consistent with, because obviously failing the manual swim would be a massive time loss. So maybe perhaps we should probably explain some of the differences between this version of the game and the HD version, since I'm assuming a lot of the people here are probably more familiar with the HD version.
Because, yeah, all of our runners are using the GameCube version of the game.
Yes. The biggest obvious differences between the two, besides graphically, HD has an exclusive glitch called item sliding, where you can any items that allow you to move in first person, you can execute a series of inputs to gain massive amounts of speed. In the original version of the game, that does not work, and so in extension of that, that glitch is required. Well, gaining some amount of speed is required for barrier skip to work. So this version of the game currently has no method of performing barrier skip, and for anyone that knows kind of how this game is laid out, knows that the barrier in Hyrule Castle is a giant bottleneck for all the flags and triggers in the game. Pretty much everything in the game eventually leads up to you being able to break the barrier later. And so because we can't bypass that physical barrier, we're gonna have to be doing a lot of stuff to get essentially all just to eventually lead us down to being able to break the barrier. Yeah.
Yeah, so all the runners are also going to be playing the Japanese version of the game. Japanese is sufficiently faster than any other language. Even though there is a bit more execution you have to do in Japanese, the text just saves so much time that it ends up saving more time anyway.
Correct. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. One of the things that will potentially vary a lot between the runners is route decisions, because there are probably 4 or 5 different routes these runners have to choose from that all are slightly different and have varying degrees of difficulty. I know Ace is planning on using the route that got him his first sub 4 run, and the one that he's most comfortable with. I'm not sure what the other runners, what we're going to expect from them. Still, we'll be interested to see where things diverge and where they come back together.
But yeah, so for the first half hour here, the run's just basically gonna be vanilla for the most part, with just tiny optimizations and such.
Let's see how Ace's sword fight goes. Go ahead, Jim.
No, I was just gonna talk about the sword fight also.
Go ahead.
Unfortunately, he got knocked down a little bit. If you make one mistake on Orca, he knocks you down and you lose a few seconds. Ace was also able to get the quick parry on the Orca fight to save about 2 seconds. When Orca sort of prompts you to do the parry, if you parry on one of the first 2 frames possible, the next parry will appear basically instantly once you have control of Link again, so you don't have to wait for another parry from Orca.
So the main objective of the first section of the game is to essentially go through the introductory stuff on Outset to get onto the pirate ship that will lead you to the Forsaken Fortress. In order to do that without doing the manual swim first, they're going to have to go up to save Tetra and get the hero shield. So basically vanilla. The tree that one theoretical skip would be a way to break down that tree that Ace got without the sword, and there have been lots of theories behind getting around that, but without first doing manual swim, you wouldn't be able to get around it, so it's kind of pointless. But if we were to do that, we'd be able to skip essentially what we've already done, what we've watched Ace do. Save a couple minutes.
Yeah, so Ace also did a quick spin next to the log that he was just at to gain a red rupee. In this game, when you do an action like a quick spin, your sword hitbox will actually pick up any sort of drops that are around you, which can include things like rupees, bombs, arrows, and the like. So it's pretty useful when you, like, break open an enemy orb and need to collect everything inside.
And the reason why they're collecting money is that they're going to want to have 80 rupees by the time they get to Windfall, after they've completed the first visit to Forsaken Fortress, to buy the sail. Sail is absolutely required in this game. We will be skipping lots of sailing sections with some interesting glitches coming up, but there are a lot of story event flags tied behind the sail that if you were to attempt to skip that, you would quite often softlock in variously complicated situations. So it's also nice to have anyway, so you don't have to cruise anywhere in the cases that we do sail. But the route is optimized in a way to try to minimize the amount of sailing that we see, so we'll see how Romulus seems to have an okay fight. Sub 10 hero sword is generally acceptable in a speedrunning setting.
For anyone who doesn't know, cruising is extremely slow in this game. Like, you might think it's slow in HD, but it is it's basically a 2-inch crawl in the original game, as far as speed goes.
Quite often it's just faster to just hop out of the boat and swim than actually cruise. So Ace killing the tuba goblins, watching this cutscene to spawn the pirate ship. Fun, interesting fact is that the pirate ship that shows up out the distance in the cutscene that you can see there is actually always there in the intro. It's just invisible. So if there were some way to get to that invisible pirate ship, you could just enter it and then bypass everything here. But currently no method of getting into that without some crazy non-viable strats. Or moon jump, which is unfortunately not allowed. But I guess to elaborate more on the interesting side knowledge that you probably didn't know, that's completely pointless, but I find enjoyable, is that the tree that's blocking the entrance to Forest of Fairies that you have to cut down, there are potentially means to bypass that, like to cut down those trees without the sword to skip some of the early parts of the intro, but there's actually, the programmers put in intentionally a big invisible wall behind those trees. So even if you were to, like, say, have the skull hammer cut down those trees without you were just like hack yourself a skull hammer and cut down those trees, you still couldn't bypass it because there's a big invisible wall. That invisible wall doesn't go away until you acquire a sword. So, obviously they're playing pretty much as what the story intends for you to do, but as speedrunners, we kind of look at the coding aspect of why we have to do things, and the real reason we get the sword is because it removes that invisible wall.
Yeah. The developers really liked their invisible walls in Wind Waker.
Absolutely. So Ace is about to head out from Outset. I don't think you guys can see his timer, but looks like he's about to get probably a 15:52 Outset, which is pretty darn good. Generally, for most runners, anything under 16 is pretty good. Oh, here are my dogs. I'll mute.
I think Trug's dogs, like I said earlier, are just excited for Wind Waker. Anyway, yeah, as Trug
They're
said,
always excited.
Anything under 16 minutes is generally pretty good, especially for a marathon type setting. Alright, so Ace is currently leaving on the pirate ship. He's going to get the spoils bag before he goes to Forsaken Fortress. He also had to get the shield, just story-wise, to be able to progress onto the pirate ship. The shield is basically useless. It can be used in like a few situations to help prevent yourself from taking damage that would have wasted like a few seconds. But in general, the shield doesn't really get much use, unfortunately. At least not the hero shield.
All right, he has a bone now. He should hopefully calm down. He gets very excited about children, so I genuinely think he has a tendency to get excited about seeing Link. So he was definitely excited about Wind Waker for sure. If he sees like small little characters, he gets super excited. Ace doing the first pirate ship game. This one is the easier of the two, generally. There are some very difficult tool-assisted strats you can do. Well, a task could do. That saved like half a second. But I don't think we're going to be seeing that. One of the differences, I guess, between the original version and the HD version here is the rope physics were tweaked a lot in the HD version, and maybe Gymnast knows more why, but for whatever reason in the HD version you tend to get shot off weird angles when you hop off the rope more often. The rope physics aren't particularly good in the original version, but they seem to be at least somewhat more consistent, if you know what to do. So this section is particularly easy.
He seems to have gotten a bad angle on the last rope and then he fell down. But yeah, at least in HD, the only thing I can think of is that when they added in the turning mechanics for the ropes, they somehow screwed something up.
Apparently. I mean, in the randomizer, I added some code to turn. It wasn't... Can't imagine what they changed to make it that terrible, but... So yep, Ace getting spoils bag. Not useful in a speedrun setting. We just have to get it to progress the story. The game does intend for this item to be useful because it lets you hold spoils items, things like joy pendants, skull necklaces, stuff like that. And there's a required section in the game much later where you're supposed to collect 21 joy pendants to unlock a door that leads to a Triforce chart, which he will eventually need. But we can quite easily bypass that door requirement with a few interesting glitches coming up. So Ace about to start Forsaken Fortress. There's some interesting speedrunning strategies here. Nothing using glitches that we'll see from any of these guys. But one of the key things here is making correct light cycles, at least in the beginning of it. And so this cutscene that Ace is going through right now, you can see the lights moving. Those aren't pre-rendered or anything. Those are actually the lights that he'll have to contend with when he gets there. So it's important that he actually mashes through the text here quite fast. And if he mashes his text fast enough, he'll be able to go for a faster light cycle that saves about 8 seconds. And if you think text mashing is easy, I don't know. Maybe I'm just particularly bad at it, but I very rarely can get that cycle just because I quite often will miss a frame here or there through text boxes, and each frame counts. You can tell if you got a frame perfect text box if you don't see a green indicator at the bottom of the text.
And yeah, the reason the light cycle is important is because there's 2 red rupees that the lights will traverse over for a period of time, and we want to be able to get those red rupees as fast as possible because those are 2 of the fastest rupees that we can get for when we need to buy the sale later.
So we'll see if Ace gets that light cycle. Meanwhile, Romulus getting his spoils bag. He's about to start the same stuff. Dean right behind him. We might see an interesting race between Romulus and Dean. Unless something terribly happens to Ace, we are somewhat expecting him to pull ahead, at least for this segment. He is the former world record holder for this game. He has a 3-hour, 55-minute time. And Wind Waker is just one of those games that can vary quite a lot if you don't practice a lot. So it's a very difficult, very punishing game. So it could go anywhere, though. So Ace going for the fast cycle here. Again, if he touches those lights at all, he gets sent to the prison, which is about a 30-second time loss. Easily gets it. That's an 8-second time save for him. Ace is going for the window jump here, the infamous trick for beginners, where you just bypass it going into one of the rooms by doing a precise jump there. It is the bane of many beginners.
Yeah, and then he has to make sure to avoid the Gossip Stone text. The Gossip Stone trigger that he activated at the beginning of Forsaken Fortress, though, is actually very important, since that's the trigger which switches the state of the pirate ship to be able to give you the bombs next. Because the first time you enter the pirate ship, it's programmed to give you the spoils bag. But once you hit that Gossip Stone text that you get at the beginning of Forsaken Fortress, then it's programmed to be able to give you the bomb chest. So if he could somehow go back to the pirate ship right now, he could actually get bombs right away, excuse me.
Wish he could with manual swim, but using door storage, but we'll get there. Ace getting the rare occurrence of the super strong Bokoblin that refuses to die. Normally when you quick spin that Bokoblin off the top, he just blows up. No issue, but very rarely it'll live, and it's annoying. Ace gonna do the first example of a unintended trick where you pick up this barrel and you quickly put it down, and then during that period of time where the Bokoblins are walking around, their sight radius is decreased, so you can roll past these people, roll past them. It differs. It's not like the HD version where you can run past them even if they do catch you, as long as you move fast enough. In the original version, the moment that they catch you, even if you're a mile away, they will send you to jail. So there's no escaping them once they see you. Ace going for another barrel glitch. And he easily gets it. Those barrel glitches are going to be one of the potentially bigger things. It's been an issue in previous races where 1 or 2 runners will end up failing the barrel glitch because getting sent back to the jail, especially for the second barrel glitch, will waste maybe a minute and a half. So we'll see how they all get it.
Yeah, and then as Ace was moving along the little sidling ledges, he was actually tapping the control stick to the left a lot so that he could do what was known as quick sidling. Just saves a few seconds on every sidle ledge that you have to go on.
Mm. Ace is done with Second Fortress. Going to be watching a couple cutscenes. We'll see if Romulus gets the second barrel glitch. This is the big one that can potentially lose a lot of time. He should be okay. He's going to play it safe, I guess. That's fair enough. Play it safe. So Ace about to start the second phase of the routing here. The next main objective is going to be get through the windfall sections. Runners. So a couple things that he could be doing is he could be getting the Tingle Tuner, which is a necessary item to complete the game. You need the Tingle Tuner because it spawns. It puts Tingle on Tingle Island because you rescued him, I guess, and then you need him later to decipher Triforce charts to get Triforce shards. So at some point you need the Tingle Tuner. The Tingle Tuner is actually going to be super useful regardless. It's easily one of the, I guess in my opinion, top 3 best items in the game for speedrunning. So I'm expecting all the runners to be using the tuner in this run. There is another time he could be getting it that's convenient routing-wise, but Ace in the past has always tended to get it now rather than later. In addition to that, he's going to be purchasing the sail. Again, the King of Red Lions won't let you leave this island until you pick up the sail, and unless we execute some very difficult glitches, there's no way to escape this island fast without purchasing the sail first.
Or a lot of pausing.
Yes. Hence the word fast. It looks like 3 of our runners have successfully gotten through Forsaken Fortress. Helphos is going to be getting through that shortly. Ace opting to get the Tingle Tuner now. That's generally we getting it. It's like people argue about whether or not they should get it earlier or later, but Ace's strategy has always been get it now because that's what I've always done, and might as well stick to what I'm comfortable with. But yes, so I guess to explain a little bit of what the tuner can do before he starts using it. The tuner is the original game's exclusive item. In the HD version, it was changed to the Tingle Bottle. In the original version, the Tingle Tuner lets you connect a Game Boy Advance to your GameCube, and then once you activate the Tingle Tuner, you get a menu on your Game Boy Advance that lets you buy various random items from the shop that he has. So the Tingle Tuner gives you the ability to purchase things like bombs, like Tingle Bombs is what they're called, and you can move the cursor around. The Tingle Tuner has a little cursor, and you can control it with the Game Boy Advance. And then whenever you lay a Tingle Bomb down, it instantly detonates a bomb, wherever you want it. So that can potentially be useful. There's also hidden secret locations that provide rupees. If you use Tingle Bombs in specific locations, we'll explain those later. The other things that the Tingle Tuner lets you do is lets you purchase a thing called the Tingle Balloon, which you spend 30 rupees, and then for 5 seconds, you gain the ability to float in the air. Essentially, the game locks your vertical access, so you can't lose height. So you can just walk in air for 5 seconds, which casually has 0 applications. So our hypothesis is that Nintendo had one instance where they actually thought speedrunners, they actually cared about speedrunners, so they added the Tingle Balloon. Because it's only useful for sequence breaking, and we'll be using it a few times to do so. And then the last major one that you can purchase with the Tingle Balloon that we'll be seeing, or with the Tingle Tuner that we'll be seeing quite frequently, is the Red Ting, which you spend 20 rupees to heal yourself 3 hearts. And for many of you, you may think, well, dying in this game is like super hard, everything barely does any damage to you, why does healing matter? And the big reason why we care so much about healing is that we have access to a glitch that we'll explain later on called zombie hovering, and it lets you gain the ability to essentially gain infinite height. But the problem with it is that you are dead while doing it, so if you touch the ground after you've gained a lot of height, you'll just die immediately. But with the Tingle Tuner, you can spend 20 rupees to refill your health, and then you heal yourself, and then hey, what do you know, you're all the way up where you wanted to go. So you'll be seeing that quite often. And speaking of which, Ace is doing a little mini game that many of you probably didn't know about. We call it Barrel Game, where you collect these barrels that spawn back and forth, and as long as you get every single one of them, you can get 80 rupees. And it's actually really important in this route to make sure that you have this money, because rupees are generally pretty hard to get, especially in the Japanese version of the game. The Japanese version of the game was very stingy with stuff. And you're going to want a lot of rupees to spend on the Tingle Tuner. So things are going to start happening pretty quickly here. We may miss stuff, and I apologize, but this is kind of where the run really starts picking up, and we'll start potentially seeing some route diversions. This is kind of where the game stops playing along with the rules, so to speak. The Wind Waker gives us access to a super broken glitch called storage. It gives us the ability to essentially put Link into a state that whenever he comes in contact with an event, such as, say, talking with a non-player character, or opening a door, or re-pulling out the Wind Waker, that event will get canceled. So right here, Ace performed the glitch. We'll talk more about what the glitch looks like later, but he got the glitch, and now he's canceled the event of interacting with the King of Red Lions. So the next time he pulls out the Wind Waker, the game is going to pull that King of Red Lions text again. And doing some manipulation with these stones here, he can learn this song, the Wind's Requiem, which lets you change the wind. And he's going to skip the cutscene where the Zephos guy gives you the Wind's Requiem. So that saves about 30 seconds. Ace then got storage again. And when you get storage and you pull the Wind Waker back out again, it cancels the event that locks Link into position with the Wind Waker out. So now he has this state where the camera is locked, but he can move around. And why that's significant is that if you hop into the water and you hold up on the controller while in this camera locked state, Link starts alternating back and forth 180 every single frame, and the game treats that as like you're constantly slowing down. If you turn around every single frame, the game keeps trying to slow you down because you keep turning around. And so the game never caps your negative speed, so you can gain massive amounts of negative speed that you can use to fly around the water and bypass a lot of stuff. So Ace got the first, what we call the super swims in the game. Super swims can be quite difficult. They're not simple to learn, and they could be a bit finicky to perform quickly. Ace now is going for a sequence break. He's doing another super swim to Great Fish Island, and Great Fish Island is a story island in the game that we eventually need to visit. By accessing Great Fish Island, it unlocks Endless Night, the Endless Night state. Oh, got my dogs. And Ace getting it first try. We'll talk more about what that was, but why this is important as far as routing goes is that accessing Great Fish now gives us access to bombs early, because the Endless Night state triggers the pirate ship to be at Windfall. And having access to bombs earlier than intended is super, super nice, and it makes routing a lot faster. So the swim that Ace just did to Great Fish is potentially the hardest super swim in the route. Almost certainly for all of these runners, it's going to be the hardest super swim in the route, because that cutscene that triggers around Great Fish is automatic. It automatically happens when Link gets too close to the island. And that sounds all nice and convenient and all, but the problem is that when Link is in the state where the camera is all locked up, the game has no ability to unlock the camera for you, and so the game tries to relock it again when you're in that cutscene with the Great Fish, and then it essentially soft locks you. So what Ace has to do, and what most of these runners are going to have to do, I'm assuming most of these runners are going to be doing it, this swim, is that he needs to get to the Great Fish Island before the cutscene loads, and then pull out the sail or the Wind Waker itself to remove that camera locked state. And by doing that, it allows the cutscene to play properly, and you can continue normally. The other issue with it, though, is that islands that are in a distance aren't actually fully loaded until you've been in the quadrant for a specific period of time. So the island, if you go too fast, you'll actually just go straight through the island, and you'll be unable to pull out the sail or the Wind Waker because Link will still be in the water. So takes a lot of practice to find the right speed and the right angle to go slow enough to allow the island to load, but go fast enough to not let the cutscene load, because there's only like a 2-second or so window before the island is loaded and you can stand on it and the cutscene activates. So it's easily one of the most difficult swims in the run, and it saves quite a bit in the later dungeons having bombs, especially in Forbidden Woods. So again, it being one of the most difficult swims in the run, it wastes about a minute, 50 seconds to a minute each time you fail it. This could potentially be a big difference between the runners' times. And you see Dean was not fast enough, so he immediately had to reset because he was going to soft lock otherwise. So we'll see how many attempts it takes. Romulus looks like he went too fast, maybe clipped through the island. So you can see how this can be really difficult. Ace doing the password skip, where normally to get into the pirate ship you have to watch a cutscene where the pirates are talking and you hear about what the password is to enter that door. But using a clip there, called a roll clip, allows you to bypass that. So yeah, Ace is ahead right now. We are sort of expecting Ace to pull ahead a little bit here, but and for this relay race, it's balanced in a way that we should have stronger runners in for other teams coming up later. So I'm expecting Ace to pull a little bit ahead here. I'm interested to see more so the race between Romulus and Dean and Helphos, because they are much closer as far as skill level goes. And that could potentially be a big dictator as to who ends up winning the relay in the end. So yeah, each attempt that of the Great Fish wastes about 50 seconds to a minute. And it saves, at least in this route, it saves around 3.5 minutes to get, as far as routing goes. It also makes a lot of things a lot easier too, having access to bombs. So Ace getting his bombs now. Remlis and Dean still working on it. Oh, Dean was just barely too slow on that one. So routing-wise, what Ace is going to be doing now that he has bombs, he sequence broke bombs. He's not supposed to be doing this yet. He's supposed to be at Dragon Roost Island, completing Dragon Roost Cavern and talking to all the bird people and saving them from certain doom from the dragon. But Ace decided to peace out and sequence break and get bombs early. And so now that he has bombs and he has the Wind Waker, he has the ability to pretty much swim to wherever he wants using the Super Swim glitch. And so the next place he's going to go to is Forbidden Forest Haven. He's going to go do Forbidden Woods now, primarily for complicated routing reasons, but in short, because he has bombs now, Forbidden Woods gets completely destroyed, as you'll soon see. Normally, Forbidden Woods, you have to get the boomerang, you have to fight that Mothula thing, you need to get a boss key and stuff like that. Fight the big plant thing. But with bombs, you can essentially skip all of Forbidden Woods and go straight to the boss, as you will soon see. Also, going to Forbidden Woods before Dragon Roost Cavern lets us have the Deku Leaf inside of Dragon Roost, which saves a significant amount of time. So Romulus went a little too fast on that one. It's just finding that right butter zone. Ace was going to go straight to Forest Haven, but he didn't have quite enough air. You only get 30 seconds on your air meter to get to wherever you want to go. And you can somewhat get around that by getting air refills, but air refill spots can be quite annoying to get sometimes. And so he knew he wasn't going to have enough air to get to Forest Haven, so he decided to make a pit stop on a quiet quadrant right above it.
Yeah, and he also attempted to do what's known as ESS swimming, where you hold L target and ESS down while you're super swimming, which if you hold a good enough ESS position, you can lose less speed per frame than you normally would if you just let a super swim sort of dictate itself. It can also be good for helping preserve speed, because when you release all of your speed for a super swim, depending on what or where Link is in his animation, you could potentially lose just a lot of speed, depending on, again, where Link is in his animation. So ESS swimming is a way of sort of getting around that, and Ace attempted to use it to preserve speed right there. Also, yeah, guys, I'm here too, but Shrog was on a nice roll with his commentary.
Things get pretty quick. So Ace here is trying to get the Deku Leaf, and there's a big issue with that. It may seem simple, you just kill these chews and then you climb up the bulbs, but there's actually, as you climb up those bulbs, you'll see that there's one of the bulbs requires you to swing the grappling hook to get into it. And Winston, and he does not have the grappling hook, so he needs some sort of way to get around that. And there are a lot of ways to get around it, and they're all pretty ridiculous, but it's pretty interesting to see if he gets it. Also, he's going for a cutscene skip here. This is he's going to attempt to do some pretty crazy shenanigans to get crushed by the Deku Tree's fat chin at the exact same time the cutscene tries to play, where he's like, "Oh, you saved me, thanks. Here, have a Deku Leaf." He's going to attempt to get crushed by his chin at the same time that starts. And if he does it correctly, it will save about 1.5 minutes. And this is a super finicky trick. If the chews don't clip up properly at the right time, or if you miss getting crushed at the right time, things can get bad. So we'll see if he gets it. So he looks like he got it. Ace is now intentionally taking damage, not because he's bad, but because he's attempting to do that glitch I was mentioning before, called zombie hovering, where if you die, and then you die in such a way that Link falls to the ground, so he like gets knocked onto his back or he gets knocked onto his face, you have a 12 frame window, assuming you have the sword out, to do a jump slash before the death cutscene starts. And what that ends up happening is you end up doing a little tiny hop in the air. And then you would immediately die, which sounds pointless. But then once you're in the air, you can start doing mid-air jump slashes with the B button. And then from there, you can essentially mash the B button optimally at 15 times a second to gain lots of height. And this is where the Tingle Tuner comes into its primary use. When you're at the height that you want, you can use the red ting to heal yourself. And then from that height, you can then gain access to where you want to go. And so he manipulated a void out trigger there to get up high. And then from here, he can do a precise jump into one of those bulbs. And he did all of that zombie hover and all of that stuff just to bypass that one grappling hook branch. And now he has the Deku Leaf earlier than intended.
Yeah, that one grappling hook branch is a huge bottleneck for the HD version, at least. Because of that one bottleneck, we can't really get the leaf early in any sort of fast fashion.
Yeah, it was deemed impossible until very recently, until Azure discovered a somewhat ridiculous method of getting it, but it's still sounds like a 15-minute endeavor.
Yeah.
Helpos looks like he finally got Greyfish. Awesome. We'll see.
Yeah, Romulus, unfortunately, still having to go for it. He did successfully get the swim, but then his water level was too high, so he ended up soft locking the game accidentally. Okay, there we go. That should be a good one for Romulus. So Ace just used a Tingle Balloon to get into the Forbidden Woods without having to go to the small island that's between Forbidden Woods and Forest Haven. The Tingle Balloon gives you just enough distance so that when it runs out, you can just use the leaf to fly all the way to the Forbidden Woods. And now that we're in Forbidden Woods, we're going to see the broken use of bombs, as they can be used to easily bypass most of the puzzles that would normally be required here.
Winston has been banished. He decided now is the time to get super excited, so he has been banished. He should be a little bit quieter now, hopefully.
We also get to see the introduction of leaf pumping, which is a useful technique that can be used to preserve height when you have the leaf. So if you put away the leaf and then pull it back out almost immediately, you can get a small preservation of your height just due to the animation that plays when you pull out the leaf. So the runners will be using that at various points in the run to keep more height when they're flying around with the leaf, usually out of bounds.
It's a common misconception when people do leaf pumping that it's just spamming the leaf button itself. That's called the leaf attack. That's an intended mechanic where Link pushes the leaf around and then it gives you a little force field barrier to protect you as you fly around. Leaf pumping is completely different. It's actually putting away the leaf and then immediately pressing leaf again. Also, now we have an instance of chest storage. This is, again, another example of storage where when you interact with a chest with the storage glitch active, it cancels the cutscene with the chest playing. And that gives you the properties that you would have while the chest cutscene plays. Now, what's interesting about the chest cutscene properties is that Link normally has to lean into the chest to grab the item. But in order for that to work, the developers had to change Link's collision to let the cutscene play properly, or else he would just, don't know, the collision would get in the way. He wouldn't be able to lean into the chest properly. So what they did is that they gave him a very interesting hitbox while that plays for it to work. But because we've stored it, we now have this crazy hurt box that we can use wherever we want. And so what we're going to do with that is we're going to use that to bypass the big key door right here. The developers misplaced this door by a couple units, and by doing that we can simply just walk through that door to skip the boss key. Now seemingly that would be completely pointless because you would think you would need the boomerang to kill Kalidamos to cut down its tentacles. But with bombs you can simply chuck them underneath him and then it does damage, because the actual like Kalidamos plant thing is, its hitbox is always active even while it's hanging up from above. So as long as you can get a big enough damage source such as bombs that deal enough blast radius, you can chuck bombs at him and do damage. And you only need to do 4 bombs to kill him, which is pretty fast.
Yeah, and you can speed up the process even more by getting some bombs stuck in his tentacles, which Ace was able to do right there. And then so you can pull out multiple bombs at once until you reach the on-screen explosion limit of 3, because you can't have more than 3 bombs out at once. Also, because we kill Kalidamos in this really weird way, Kalidamos is still up high when the battle ends, and sometimes if you're unlucky, you'll sort of automatically run into the heart container for Kalidamos, but thankfully that didn't happen to Ace. It's mainly bad because Ace wants to keep his health relatively low for another zombie hover that he's going to be doing later.
And taking damage in this game is super slow. Most damage sources in this game do only a quarter heart. So if you were at 4 hearts of damage, that would mean you would need to take 16 hits from bombs as opposed to 12 hits. So that can go a long way as far as time losses go. Also, another funny rare thing that could happen there is that it's rare, but very occasional. Sometimes you can actually, Link can get stuck on top of the plant during that cutscene, and the game will soft lock. But I've never had that personally happen to me. I've only seen it in a very few rare situations, so it would be rather unfortunate to happen here.
Also, while Ace is in the cutscene for Ferrari's Pearl, we could also mention that on Romulos' screen right here, you can see that he's calling Tingle with the Tingle Tuner. For some reason, it's actually faster in certain locations to call Tingle versus other locations. Like, it's faster for some reason on Windfall to call Tingle there versus calling him at, say, Forest Haven, like right before the hover. I'm not entirely sure why that is.
The main reason, though, is because it depends on the map data that you're in. It depends on what information needs to load about that map. One of the big things that can end up causing a lot of time loading is enemies. So the more enemies there are in an area will tend to increase the amount of time the Tingle Tuner takes to activate. But yes, so we've timed pretty much all places on the overworld to figure out which areas are the fastest to activate Tingle. And it can vary like between 21 seconds to up to 30, so it's pretty good to know. And it looks like all of our runners are going to be doing the Leaf early route. This is the route I was mentioning before, where you do the zombie hover to the upper area to get the Leaf before Dragon Roost. Versus a normal, older bombs early route that didn't do Leaf early, it would save somewhere, it saves around 50 seconds to a minute, if done well. But bombs early itself save 2.5 to 3 minutes over getting through Dragon Roost normally and then getting the boomerang. Romulus is also doing a Wind Waker dive method to get into Forbidden Woods, or Forsaken Forest Haven early. If you pull the Wind Waker out in a specific timing as you climb a ledge, if there is an a wall in front of you. It'll block you, and you'll essentially start diving from where you were climbing from, and then you can use that to fall through the water, and then you can go underneath stuff. Not only is that a faster method to get into the interior, but it's actually required in this category because they don't have grappling hook. And normally there's a required use of the grappling hook to get into the interior of Forest Haven.
Yeah, so it looks like Dean's just finishing up his hover now. And he's successfully voided out, so he'll respawn up at the top. And then Romulus is also doing his hover, and so he's seeing his progress there.
Ace is heading back to Outset. He's heading to get Nehru's Pearl. He's going to blow up the wall there to remove Endless Night and everything. It's really not feasible to go straight from Forest Haven to Outset in one super swim. So he opts to do a little pit stop at Southern Fairy Island to refill his air meter, just so he can get there without drowning. There are methods to do it, but they tend to be finicky and somewhat inconsistent, so he's going to play it safe and take that air refill.
Yeah, because you build up speed while your air is depleting with super swimming, you really have to know when to release the super swim to maximize the distance that you want to get with it. But unfortunately, the distance between Forest Haven and Outset is bigger than what you can normally get with a single air meter super swim.
Ace is needing to trek through some unideal wind, and many people might think, well, why doesn't he just change the wind? And it mostly comes down to routing wise. He needs this wind to face west coming up later, and unlike the HD version where with a Swift Sail you can change the wind using that, every single time he wants to change the wind, he needs to play the Wind's Requiem, which takes about 15 seconds. So in order for him to have good wind here, he would first need to change it to something like East, which is 15 seconds. But then coming up pretty soon after this, he needs it to be back to West. So then he'd have to play it again, which is 30 seconds. So it ends up being a little bit faster to actually deal with the bad wind here, just so you can avoid skipping someone's Requiem. The route is somewhat optimized to try to avoid using Wind's Requiem as much as possible to work around those. So it's routed in a way that if you're going to be sailing, you'll be sailing with decent wind. And I believe the Ace's route will only have 2 wind changes through the entire game. Romulus is going for the cutscene skip here. I didn't know he knew how to do it. And it looks like he was just a little off in his timing. Did he do hover first, or?
Yes, he did do the hover first, so that's kind of unfortunate.
A lot of runners in a race setting will play it safe if they're going to do the cutscene skip. It is technically 10 seconds faster to do the hover before you do the cutscene skip, just because when you void out, you get put right back up top. But that's assuming you do get to void out, and because he missed the void out, he gets spawned back to the bottom, and he needs to re-zombie hover back up there. So. Ace getting through Nehru's Pearl stuff. He ended up getting, it looks like around a 59-minute time for Nehru's Pearl. The dream time used to be sub 1 hour, but people got good.
Yeah.
And I think like Ace's run had like 55, 56s, so I don't know.
And then Ace is gonna get storage once he sails back around to the front side of Outset. He's actually going to get it off of one of the canoes at the front, which just very conveniently happens to be a nice storage spot. And then he has to do this somewhat tricky super swim to Southern Triangle Isle to place Neighbor's Pearl, which is convenient because he wants to go to Dragon Roost next anyway, so Southern Triangle is sort of like a nice pit stop that you can do, which you need to go to. He has to be careful with his angle, though, while he's charging up the super swim so that he doesn't accidentally hit outside island.
Yeah, this is one of the longest swims in the route. And we mean by long, we mean swims that don't have access to easy air refills, because like if you're trying to super swim away from Windfall, you can just easily get air refills underneath the docks. So you can basically go wherever you want without any difficulty. But going from outset, there really aren't that many convenient air refills, especially where he was at. So he needed to do that entire swim within the 30-second time frame that the game gives him. And generally, the amount of distance you can get within a 30-second super swim is around 4 quadrants on the map. So 4 of those squares is about as far as you can go. And that is near the end of it. It's like 3.5 quadrants, I believe.
Yeah, it's 2 quadrants diagonally.
Yes.
So, using math, that is about...
Who knows Pythagorean's theorem? Ace has also been routing in damage. You see that he's already at half a heart because he's about to do another zombie hover coming up to skip getting the delivery bag. The delivery bag is the item that you receive when you first enter Dragon Roost Island from the lower portion of the map. When you enter in the very first time from the lower portion of the map, the cutscene plays where the chieftain's all sad about the big dragon being mean. And so the end result of that is that after watching a 2.5-minute cutscene is that you get the delivery bag. Even in casual play, the delivery bag is not required for... No, well, I guess it's required for one thing, but it's essentially completely useless for us. We have no use for it. We'd like to skip that super long cutscene and skip the delivery bag altogether. But the issue, though, is that we need a way to get into the interior of Dragon Roost without going into that lower loading zone. And so the fastest option that we have is doing another zombie hover. We just gain lots of height, get into the upper area, and then we enter from the upper area and we skip that cutscene. So it saves around, I don't remember, like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, somewhere around that.
Yeah, and most of these zombie hovers that are done in the run actually require pretty good mashing to be able to pull off. I think the only one that's really has any sort of leniency is probably the one in Dragon Roost Cavern that we do.
Yeah, this one is pretty notorious for beginner runners, just because there are alternative slower zombie hovers you can use to get, you don't have to mash as fast, but to do the method that Ace just did, you do have to mash with 13, 14 times a second pretty consistently. And if you don't have good mashing skills, that can be difficult. And Ace successfully getting it. It can be a bit scary when you're zombie hovering against a ledge, because a ledge is a location Link can stand, and if he can stand, he can die. So that can be a potentially scary situation when you come across a ledge like that. But Ace easily able to get it, bypassing the cutscene for the delivery bag, and now he's going to do another skip using the Deku Leaf. So he's going to pull Leaf and leaf across this gap here. And by doing that, well, I'm a little bit behind, I know. By doing that, he skips getting the bottle. Normally you need a bottle to water a bomb plant to fill the lake there, the fountain there, and you could swim across it. But with the Deku Leaf, we can bypass all of that.
Yeah, the Deku Leaf very easily breaks the sequence of the earlier parts of the game where you're not intended to have it. Also, Ace just used a seemingly random Tingle Bomb right there, and unfortunately, he dies. Yeah, he got aggressively attacked by the Bokoblins, so he did lose a bit of time to that, but he's still well in the lead as far as this race goes. As we can see, the other competitors are still somewhere around Forbidden Woods and Forest Haven. So unfortunately, Ace did waste 10 rupees with that because he wasn't able to collect the purple rupee. Oh wait, no, the purple rupee's still there, never mind.
Oh, nice.
I was not aware that it was still there until you actually collected it. That's interesting.
Yeah, that purple rupee is super important for routing-wise. It only spawns if you use a Tingle Bomb on it. The game like intends you to go through some side quest with Tingle where he takes you around Dragon Roost Cavern. Like, go here, do this thing, go here, go do this thing, and eventually it leads you to place a Tingle Bomb there, which reveals 50 rupees, but because we already know the end result there, we just blow it up. Ace is not trying to kill himself again. That damage is intentional. He wants to get down to a quarter heart, and the Bokoblins are the fastest way to do that.
Yeah, there are two different attacks that the Bokoblins can do. There's just a regular swing attack that they can do, which does a quarter heart, and then there's a jump attack they can do, which does 2 hearts. Although sometimes, like, their jump attack AI is coded really weirdly. Like, they'll jump back, and then they'll turn, like, 90 degrees to the right and do a jump attack and just completely miss you, which is pretty humorous, and I think actually adds to the comical theme of the game, but it seems rather strange.
It's doing another zombie hover. And this is just to go straight up to the upper floors of Dragon Roost. Normally, to get up through them, you have to go through several rooms. You have to go through 3 locked doors, several puzzles, and all of that eventually leads you to getting up to one of these upper floors. And by just doing a zombie hover in the main chamber here, you can bypass all of those cutscenes. And again, using the Tingle Tuner by purchasing the red ting, you can heal himself immediately. There are other methods to heal yourself without using the Tingle Tuner, but it is by far the fastest to use that.
Now, if this was Randomizer and he had the bow...
Dragon Roost Cavern is super good in Randomizer. There's a lot of stuff that game did not intend you to have at that point. I'll just say that. So Ace is going through Dragon Roost Cavern in an obviously unintended way. And normally you're supposed to go through this section that Ace is in now the other way. You're supposed to use grappling hook points to get through these gaps. But because he has the Deku Leaf, he can pull Leaf and then go across these gaps and then grab the ledges. Each one of these ledge grabs, you have to manually time the canceling of the leaf. So if you miss your timing, he'll fall to his death. And it's happened to a few runners while they'll keep messing those ledge grabs. And if you run out of magic, you're in big trouble because there's nowhere in Dragon Roost Cavern to get magic. The game never intended for you to need magic in here. So they never gave you any drops in here. So if you run out of magic, you could potentially be in a lot of trouble. He could purchase a green ting from the Tingle Tuner to give himself magic, but that's not an issue.
Also, shoutouts to Ace for getting the Joy Pendant. I'm sure he's real happy now. Looked like Ace tried to do storage to save a few seconds at the beginning of the second phase of the fight with the Moblin. If you do that, the Moblin's like positioning gets like super messed up, which is kind of funny. He's also going for another storage strat right here, where you can skip a bit of the cutscene where you talk to Medley before getting the grapple hook. So that's one of the storages where it's only really worth it if you get it first try. But Ace did get it first try, so it's worth it for him. Also, it looks like, unfortunately, Dean failed the Super Swim from Forest Haven to Outset, so he has to go back and try it again. Dean also has 4 hearts. He did collect the heart container at the end of Forbidden Woods. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, because he did finish the Kalidemos fight with very low health, so it may have been intentional. Also, one thing that's tricky about the Super Swim from Forest Haven to Outset is that you have to get storage in this really awkward spot on Beetle's ship, which is tough because the positioning of Beetle's ship always changes since the ship bobs up and down in the water. So the timing for the storage canceling is always different depending on just, you know, what the position of Beetle's ship is. Also, Ace is doing chest storage once again to do a boss key skip for Dragon Roost Cavern. Thankfully, there are chests that just happen to be right next to the boss door in Dragon Roost.
Grappling hook is a pretty important item for the game as far as progression-wise. There's no good way to actually... There's no actual way for us to skip it. You need it, first of all, to beat Goma. There's no way to actually progress this somewhat auto-scroller of a fight without it. You also need it for accessing Hyrule later on to ring the bell in Tower of the Gods, and you need it for a few other things like fishing up treasure charts and treasure chests and stuff like that. So in general, we try to avoid using it. You may have seen him opting to use the Deku Leaf to cross gaps rather than the grappling hook, because it's just significantly faster. But yeah, this fight is pretty much an auto-scroller. Once he gets past the first phase, there's a couple strats to speed it up.
No, currently Chaotic Ace is in the lead. Dragon Roost Cavern is done after Forbidden Woods at this point. Or at least in this route. The first dungeons of the game are done out of sequence, just because it happens to be faster.
Yeah, the main objective of this part of the run is to gain access to Tower of the Gods by collecting the 3 pearls and placing them. And it's faster in this routing to first get the Forbidden Woods for Auror's Pearl, and then you get Nehru's Pearl, and then you get Din's Pearl from Dragon Roost. So normally you do Dragon Roost Cavern, Forbidden Woods, Nehru's Pearl, 1, 2, 3. But in this route, we end up doing 2, 3, 1.
Yeah, it's the OOT number. The secret to Wind Waker routing was the Deku Tree in Ocarina of Time.
Again, Ace has no interest for heart pieces. He will almost certainly skip all of the heart containers. I would hope that he'll get the Wind Temple one. The Wind Temple one is the only one most runners will get, because after that point, you aren't doing any more zombie hovers unless you're insane. But yeah, no more zombie hovers equals might as well get a heart container for safety.
Yeah, it's also the most convenient heart container to get because, for instance, the heart container Earth Temple spawns really far away from you, but in Wind Temple, the heart container just spawns right in front of you.
The zombie hover in Ganon's Tower in this version of the game was never done. If you're thinking of the HD version, they did a zombie hover to gain access to the upper area of Ganondorf's room without the hookshot. But in this version of the game, we will have hookshot. We don't need to do any hovers like that.
At least the hover's not terrible anymore.
True. The only hover that potentially you could opt for that would be faster would be Puppet Ganon Skip, where it's only been done a couple times by a couple individuals, but what it lets you do is skip light arrows in the end and skip the Puppet Ganon fight. And it's been done. The number of times it's been done in real time can be counted on the back of one's hand. So no one's going to be doing that. Guaranteed.
Yeah, Trog said that it allows you to skip light arrows, but skipping light arrows is another beast entirely also. That I don't think anyone here has even considered ever practicing before, so...
Yeah, unfortunately we won't be seeing bow skip. That's the ultimate.
Or leaf skip.
Ace doing one more super swim to place his final pearl, and then he will be able to take a bathroom break. He's going to be experiencing a 2-minute long cutscene where he does not need to do any inputs. So, as the Tower of the Gods raises. At this point, though, we are looking at our other runners. Romulus, Dindine, Helphos are all about to head to Dragon Roost Cavern. Dean having some issues with the super swim there. Super swims are just in general, we were mentioning it before, just could be one of the biggest things to cause issues for runners. It's just something you have to get a feel for and get used to, how to control them, how to know the kind of speed you have, if you're going to make it or not. Those kind of judgment calls take time to learn and practice. So
yeah, it's
I would not be
incredibly
surprised.
nuanced.
Yes. Ace, obviously having his bathroom break time, is commenting to us, enjoying it.
Also, it should be noted, it's kind of weird, at least in my view, that super swimming works at all. Because when you get camera lock normally with the Wind Waker, the game will actually interpret your control stick from wherever the camera last was before you pulled out the Wind Waker. But for some reason, that property just goes away when you enter into the water, for whatever reason. And it's because of that you can just hold up to do super swimming at all. Otherwise, camera locking would be useless.
The only thing that I can distinguish would be the fact that you can turn around in one frame in the water. I mean, if you think about Twilight Princess, in the original Twilight Princess, you can't turn one frame around in the water. But in the HD version, you can turn around one frame in the water, so you can super swim in the Twilight Princess HD version. And maybe it's one of those properties that differs between what's like standing on land where you can't do a one frame turnaround and where you stand in the water. Yeah, so Romulus and Dean, I think, are both struggling with this swim. Again, this is one of the longest swims in the run. It's deceptively long. Most runners are not calculating Pythagorean theorem in their mind, so they're like, oh, it's 2 quadrants, this can't be that hard. But Pythagoras was not friendly to them. They should know better. It is the square root of the sum of 2 sides, or whatever it is. I don't know, whatever it is.
Well, it's the diagonal of a square, so it's just it's the length of the square times the root of 2.
Yes. Obviously, they are not doing that calculation in their head. So it is deceptively long.
You're telling me you can't multiply the square root of 2 by something to get its exact value? For shame, Trog.
Too hard. I'm a tasser. I think in terms of ones and zeros. I'm a robot.
Of course, yeah.
2 is too high a number for me. I know 0 and 1. Ace now in Tower of the Gods. He got his bathroom break. He's all rested up. And he's going to be skipping the entire first floor. The first floor of this dungeon is super slow. You have to do a bunch of dumb things, placing statues around. And he did a little clip there with the bomb. We haven't really talked about it yet, but it's called a ledge clip. And by doing so, you can just go out of bounds and then pull the Deku Leaf and fly into the other area. There are actually tons of ways to skip the first floor in Tower of the Gods. So if you're not a big fan of glitches, don't worry, I got you covered, because there's actually a glitchless way to skip the first floor of this dungeon. So no one can give me crap for that. He's not cheating. There are other methods.
Yeah, it's possible to simply just use the leaf and fly into the tunnel while the water level is changing. A bit strange and a bit slower, but it works.
The main gist of this dungeon, Ace's End, though, from this point on, is he's going to be collecting the 3 statues in their respective rooms. And after he collects the 3 statues and brings them back to his pedestal, the portal will raise and you can go up to the upper floor. So this is kind of the main area of the dungeon. Most of the time is spent in here. There are very few glitches in this particular dungeon at this point. Let's see if Ace does I think he's going to do the Tingle Tuner strat, but there was recently a new strat found in this particular room Ace is in to skip carrying the statue around. But with the Tingle Balloon, it's quite a bit faster to just carry the balloon around, activate a tingle balloon, and just carry him across.
And by
Also,
recently, Trog means about 1.5 years ago.
Jack Clip is over 1.5 years ago?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Oh my god. I'm just old. Everything, I'm like a dinosaur, everything just seems new when you've been playing for a while.
I think you've been corrupted by Randomizer.
That too, probably. Alphos getting his Dragon Roost Cavern hover. Romulus going for the delivery bag skip. These are two potentially scary spots, so we'll see how they do. Yeah, Romulus successfully getting that. Good job. Dean is also about to start his Dragon Roost delivery bag skip. Yeah, so the most of the rest of this dungeon Ace is in is glitchless. He'll be using the tingle balloon in a few places to skip a few things, but despite it being glitchless, there's quite a few interesting strats in here. Dean starting his delivery bag skip, however. Using my classic setup.
Yeah, he's using the,
oh, man.
The setup where you only have to mash B. Yeah,
yes.
The setup that Dean uses.
Good times.
You don't have to do any timing for it. You can just begin mashing the B button right away because the first frame of the slash that Link tries to do will put him into the air. Normally when you start a zombie hover, you have to press the A button once and then begin mashing the B button because the first jump attack that you do has to be off of the ground, which requires pressing the A button, but everything after that uses the B button. So the setup that Dean does, he doesn't have to worry about having to time that.
Ace going for a precise side hop there to get around the pole that skips needing to use the command melody. Interestingly, despite this dungeon being glitchless after the first floor, the game intends you to use the command melody everywhere to get these statues across, but with glitchless strategies, it's quite simple to bypass any use of the command melody. And so we won't even, if done well, we won't even see the command melody played at all in this dungeon, and we won't even see it played until Earth Temple. Romulus setting up for his delivery or DRC hover. Ace about to get the bow. He is not going to be skipping it, regrettably, as skipping it is insane. Ooh, Ace is going to store it. He gets it. Nice. That saves like 6-7 seconds. It just skips the cutscene where you open the chest. Because the game gives you the item that you stored after you've reloaded the room. You've unloaded the room, essentially. So.
Oh, unfortunately, Ace getting trolled by the bubble. Sometimes the bubbles in this room can be pretty annoying, especially on your way back. Also, just a random.
Oh my god.
Random piece of information that you didn't know you needed to know, but for some reason in Tower of the Gods, all of the places that you void out are actually void planes. They're not void outs that are determined by how far Link has fallen for some reason. Anyway, what were you saying, Trog?
Ace experiencing the full force of Tower of the Gods and all of its trolliness. Bubbles are top 3 worst enemies in the game, IMO. Any of the flying ones instantly become some of the worst enemies. The worst room in the game, second worst, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go second worst. I can't decide, but the scale room is definitely top 2 worst rooms in the game for speedrunners. He's gonna, after he gets the small key here, he's gonna have to climb up the Ladder of Doom, Ladderdorf version of Skyward Sword, where we'll see if the keys allow him to progress through the run. So here's the infamous Ladder of Doom. Will he be allowed to pass? The answer is yes, easily. I promise that is terrible. Oh! Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
and he even went for the leaf bumps.
And he almost got trolled a second time. Those keys are snipers. They will quite often love to hit you. Randomizer needs to remove them, to be honest.
So I'm not sure if this was mentioned earlier in Shrug's giant glitch speech near the beginning of the run. But during the mini-boss fight that Romulus is doing right now with the Bokoblins, or just with most enemies in general, you want to simply space out your hits on the enemies until they only have 2 health left before you do quick spin, because generally doing a combo is very slow since it knocks down the enemy and then the enemy has to get back up before they're actually vulnerable for attack again.
Combat can be some of the more interesting aspects of this run. Optimizing it, knowing what to use where. The game gives you quite a lot of tools to use to deal damage to enemies, and they all have their situations and uses. And you'll see that quite extensively through Savage Labyrinth later on, where we'll have to complete multiple rooms of enemies, multiple waves of enemies, and optimizing that can be quite interesting. Also, my dog making another guest appearance.
Shoutouts to Winston.
He probably saw a bird. Would not surprise me. Now he's getting my other dog excited. Alright, Jim. I'm leaving it up to you for the moment.
Alright, have fun with Winston and the other dog. Anyway, so Ace just collected the Tower of the Gods boss key. It is literally not possible to complete Tower of the Gods without getting the Tower of the Gods boss key. You can skip using the boss key, because there are ways that you can get around the boss door and into the loading zone behind it. But to even have access to the area that Ace is in right now, he needs to obtain the boss key just to open a set of barred doors. If you can figure out how to skip barred doors in this game, that would actually save us quite a bit of time, but unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to do that yet. And now Ace is just gonna go fight Godin. Godin's fairly standard. You just shoot the hands, shoot the eyes, throw a bomb in his mouth, and rinse and repeat 3 times. You can kind of get trolled sometimes by the hands. The hands are on a random timer, and they can, when that timer is over, they will actually respawn if they're dead. Like their eye will become active again, and then you'll have to shoot them again to make sure that they're both down. Because the only way you can begin actually shooting the eyes of the head is if both of the hands are currently dead.
I am back. Ooh, doing Troll Dan, I see. Excellent.
Yes.
I learned a new fact recently. You can actually deal damage to the eyes with a hookshot.
Yes,
Fun fact.
The corruption of randomizer has spread strong in this one.
The more you know.
You can also deal damage to the hands with bombs. If you manage to make a bomb explode next to their eye, then the hand just dies instantly.
Which is one of the requirements for skipping the bow, which, rather regrettably, no one has been able to pull off RTA, or even test, so. But yeah, you would have to also throw bombs at the eyes, too, which is not ideal. But yeah, this fight is pretty annoying. The main gist, the main thing that speedrunners have to speed it up is that whenever he's trying to do his laser ball attack, if you run underneath him, while he's charging it up, it'll cancel it. So that saves a bit of time. But the main objective of this is to avoid the infamous snot arrows, where Godan decides to get a little sick and sneeze out some arrows conveniently for you. So that would mean you would run out of arrows and you miss a lot of arrows. So it's something to avoid if possible. The sign of shame.
If you hit all your arrow shots, you'll be left with 6 arrows at the end of the fight. So you have 5 misses before on the 6th miss, Godin decides to shoot out arrows. Or at least
Ace
when you
also
get to the count of 0.
Ace showing off the swag hanging clip.
Yeah, if you hang down right at the end of the fight, then when the game shifts Link's position, it just still keeps him in the ground, so Link's just hanging onto the ground with his sword out.
And Ace is heading down to Tower of the Gods, or I'm sorry, Hyrule. I guess we can throw some more knowledge bombs at you while we have that cutscene, and Helphos and everyone else is going through the Tower of the Gods. Coming up, some knowledge bombs for you is that map that Ace was on to ring the Tower of the Gods, the bell, is independent from the one that exists on the overworld. So I get this comment asked a lot by people, is that why don't you just use that zombie hover glitch to just go up to the top of Tower of the Gods and ring the bell there? And you know what, that's a good point. You absolutely could go up there, and there is a bell up there. You could go up there and ring it. There's no problems with that. The issue, though, is that that is not the same bell that activates this cutscene. That is a completely different bell. The only way to get to that bell is by is to go onto that special map. And we call that map, what, Admumi, I think is what it's called.
I think technically it's ADM Umi. Like ADM Ocean or something, because Umi means ocean in Japanese at least.
Oh. Yeah, I just always called it Admumi. So if you can get onto the map Admumi, you could then get up to the tower, ring the bell, and then go to Hyrule 1 and skip Tower of the Gods. And until... Yes. So there's only a few cases where you end up on there, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, provided that the Tower of the Gods is actually raised.
True.
Weirdly enough, the bell at the top of Tower of the Gods actually, like, always exists. Like, even at the start of the game, like, if you go over to the Tower of the Gods quadrant and, like, look up with the telescope, you'll just see, like, a floating bell really high up in the air. It's very strange. I don't know why the bell always exists, but...
That is odd.
Yeah.
But until somewhat recently, I mean, I'm saying recently in time frames of the original Wind Waker, which are multiple years, there was a method discovered to essentially skip Tower of the Gods by causing the cutscene that the super long bathroom break cutscene where the Tower of the Gods raises. That map where that cutscene plays is Admumi. So if you could figure out a way to gain control onto that map, you could go up to the top of Tower of the Gods. But until somewhat recently, we had no method of gaining control while that cutscene was playing. So the cutscene that Romulus is about to watch or is watching, that is Admumi. If he could somehow gain some magic trick to gain control while this is occurring, he could go skip all of Tower of the Gods. But there's some crazy stuff you can do to have it happen, and it's significantly slower to do it. But it's still an interesting fact.
And yeah, and the complexities of that glitch are way outside the scope of this commentary, so we probably won't get into it. It's definitely one of the most complex glitches that's ever been figured out in Wind Waker.
Ace also bypassing doing the puzzle, the most difficult puzzle of all time to hide the Master Sword, where you have to push some blocks. The hope of humanity in Hyrule was dependent on a couple blocks. But Ace, deciding he was not going to do that puzzle, he was going to clip into the statue instead, using a roll clip. But yeah, unfortunately, there's no actual way to gain storage in that cutscene. You can get storage before it, but there's no way to have storage activate while that cutscene is playing.
Yeah,
because in general,
yeah, the cutscene, it's a fade in. Like the game fades out and then fades into the cutscene, and like you can't keep storage through a fade out and fade in, at least as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, unfortunately, storage only cancels the first frame of an event occurring. And usually that can have some cool effects because the game only really checks for the cutscene to be active for the first frame. But because you only store the very first frame of a cutscene, in this situation, you really want to activate storage in the middle of it. But there's no way to delay storage from activating without using text. And there's no way to carry text through a fade-out transition, so therefore it's impossible to skip that cutscene.
Yeah, if you could carry storage effects through fade-out transitions, then this game would be absolutely shattered.
Yes, we'd have barrier skip. For sure. Ace getting the Master Sword. Good.
As far as barrier skip goes, there are actually certain techniques that could be used to do barrier skip, such as chest storage or door storage, but there just aren't any chests or door actors in Hyrule, so you can't do that.
Yeah, if you could gain control in the middle of a cutscene, you could actually, in theory, so the cutscene where Link first descends down to Hyrule after beating Tower of the Gods and ringing the bell, if you could activate storage during that cutscene, you could pull Leaf and then fly over the barrier to get into the Ganon's Tower. But
yeah, the barrier is really high, but it does have an endpoint. And at the start of that cutscene where Link descends down into Hyrule, he is very high up. For I guess that's just where the developers happened to place him during the start of the cutscene.
Yeah, there was actually one of the live marathons that I went to with Ace for commentary. At the end of it, we had Ace put on cheats and then go to Hyrule and use moon jump to show how high the barrier was, and he had to moon jump for the moon jump cheat in this game goes pretty fast, and it took him like 30 seconds to actually go high enough to get over the barrier, so it's pretty absurd.
No, it is much higher than 8,000 units. 8,000 units is not very much in this game. Because I believe, what is it? Each quadrant is, I think, 100,000 by 100,000 units, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Also, I don't think have we talked about sail pumping yet?
I don't think so. We've only talked about leaf pumping, but sail pumping is kind of the same concept.
Yeah. So by putting away the sail and quickly re-pulling it out, the King of Red Lions does a small boost, and so you can keep pulling out the sail to keep forcing those boosts to occur, and it turns out to be quite a bit faster. Normal sailing speed without sail pumping is 60 speed. And then when you first initially get that boost, you go up to 80 speed. And then ideally you want to put it away and then put it back out as fast as possible, because after that 80 speed happens, you start to slowly lose speed again, go back down to 60. So ideally you pull it out, go to 80, put it away again, pull it back out to go back up to 80. You keep trying to hit that 80 mark essentially. Hey,
That speed value triggers me, because that means that if we could sail past the barrier, we could do barrier skip with sailing.
Don't say that. Ace getting the Ballad of Gales. This lets him have access to multiple warp points scattered throughout the map. This is obviously very useful for real-time runners because we can't always super swim everywhere, as nice as it is. Whenever you want to do a super swim, you need to find a place to get storage. And in order to get storage, you need to find a ledge or, other methods of getting storage, but it's not always the most convenient thing. So sometimes we're in situations where we have no place to super swim, but we want to go somewhere, so we are going to want to have the Ballad of Gales to go get there.
Yeah. It is actually fairly easy to skip the Ballad of Gales use entirely, but it just saves a lot of time, so...
Yeah, the only intended use for Ballad of Gales is to use it to gain access to Mother and Child Island, which gives you the fire and ice arrows. Elfo's doing an interesting strat with the scales. Needing to put 3 statues on one side.
Also, Romulov's right now in the Dark Nut fight. I don't think we mentioned this earlier, but the Dark Nut only has one variable keeping track of its health, and they attempted to use that same variable to track both the health of the armor and the Dark Nut's health itself. But there's a way to sort of exploit that, where you can do damage to the armor until it only has 1 health point left. And then if you knock off the armor so that it doesn't break, the health actually stays the same, and then you only have to deal a jump attack of damage to the Dark Nut to kill it, which is pretty cool.
So this is kind of, at this point, this is another major breaking point of where the routes could potentially diverge. So after they've gotten through Hyrule 1, Ace is doing the Islet of Steel route, where immediately after learning Ballad of Gales, you do a very difficult super swim to Islet of Steel. It's a very small island, very small entry point into that island, and you have to do it from very far away. And so you need really good movement to get around that. So we'll see what the other runners do. A lot of runners opt to use that route, but instead of going to Islet of Steel via super swim, they'll warp to Great Fish. Some people may use an entirely different route. We'll have to see. But yeah, the routing in this game gets pretty complicated just because of how much needs to be done and the order of things that things need to be done in. We don't need to go in crazy technical details, but as your introductory lesson, I guess, is there's lots of stuff that needs to be in different orders, and I guess, for example, Ace is doing the golden ship chest, or yes. So this golden ship right over here that Ace is sailing to gives you a treasure chart, right? In the English version and PAL version, and in the HD version, I think HD version as well, yeah. You get a Triforce chart. Oh my god, my dogs. But in the Japanese version, you get a treasure chart. Now, oh my, hey Winston.
Alright, so yeah, in the Japanese version, you get a treasure chart from the golden ship, and this is sort of meant to be like a fetch quest with treasure charts. This treasure chart leads to another treasure chart, which leads to another treasure chart, which leads to another treasure chart, which finally leads to a Triforce chart. And this is where Japanese loses time execution-wise, because you have to sail around and go get all of these extra charts that you don't need in any other version of the game for the any % run. But again, the Japanese text saves so much time that it circumvents the time loss that happens from needing to get all these extra charts.
Yes, compared to English version, so needing to get these extra charts wastes about 8 minutes compared to the English version, but the English version loses like almost 18 minutes on text alone. It's that bad. So it might be less now that there's a few cutscene skips, but even so, it still saves a massive amount of time on text. And plus you get more gameplay anyway, so it's like, whatever. We'll see if Helphos can avoid the infamous snot arrows. Ace is heading to Forsaken Fortress. Normally this island is too far away to do it in one super swim, but conveniently the docks underneath Windfall give you easy to access refills as you charge your Super Swim, and so you can use that to extend how far and how fast he can go. So he can use that to go all the way to Forsaken Fortress 2. Now, normally to get into Forsaken Fortress 2, you need to have bombs. You need to use the boat cannon, but using the Wind Waker dive trick where you pull the Wind Waker on a sloped surface, you can use that to go through the water and go underneath the island itself to bypass that. And then he's going to swim seemingly to a random place, but it's actually going to trigger the Phantom Ganon cutscene from underneath, and then it'll pop him up and he'll be able to fight him.
Yeah, and I don't know if Ace's audio is the one being used on stream, but the audio is actually messed up for the Phantom Ganon fight because of the fact that he did a Super Sim over here to Forsaken Fortress. So some of the sounds just aren't being played while he's doing this fight.
This is probably, there's actually very little RNG in this run, but this is probably the biggest example of time loss due to RNG in this. Phantom Ganon is pretty random, and in an ideal situation, you want him to spawn on the ground every single time. Not only is that just faster because you can deal damage to him faster, but it actually allows you to do a two-cycle attack, because I guess when you're playing tennis with him, when you finally beat him in tennis, the energy ball doesn't actually deal damage to him. So if he ever does spawn in the air and you deal with damage to the energy ball, you're guaranteed to not get a two-cycle because the damage window for it is pretty tight. So ideally he would spawn on the ground twice and you'd kill him. That saves about 25 seconds over a slower fight. Ace getting chest storage again, the Skullhammer chest, and he's going to use the mini-map to navigate through Forsaken Fortress blind and do some crazy movement. You'll have to watch the randomizer to see what that movement looks like. But he's going to use that to climb some walls, climb some slopes to get up into the loading zone. And it's about 40 seconds faster than going around normally.
Yeah, so even though everything's completely dark, it's actually not that hard to know where you're going because of the fact that you can use the mini-map during that portion. And there are also a few visual cues that you can see, like, for instance, the torch that was on the wall was still a visual cue that had some lighting on it that we could see. So it just takes a little bit of time to learn how to do that. Romulust, unfortunately, getting trolled by the hands at Godin.
Yeah, the hands have a random chance of respawning after you've killed them. And ideally, you don't want them to do that, obviously, because then the eyes won't open up until you've defeated both of them. So Ace going through this cutscene here, there's actually a known method to skip the cutscene Ace is watching. However, it skips. This cutscene itself has a very important gameplay hidden flag that gets set when you watch it. In simple terms, any cutscene that normally is intended to play before this cutscene plays, so cutscenes like Delivery Bag cutscene, cutscenes like Great Fish, those cutscenes will crash if you try to watch them now. So if he tries to go to watch the Delivery Bag cutscene now, because it's still active, he skipped the Delivery Bag. If he were to try to go down there now, the game will crash. So he no longer has access to the lower floors of Dragon Roost Cavern, or Dragon Roost Island. In addition, though, it also allows cutscenes that normally occur after this one to play properly. So like the Wind Temple dungeon cutscene, watching Ganondorf's here, you need to have watched this cutscene to actually allow those to not crash. So there is a way to skip it, but by skipping it, you don't allow that flag to play, and then you end up crashing everything.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the game works like this, because this prevents a lot of what could be potentially cool sequence breaking and routing possibilities. So, like, because of this, we can't let learn the Earth God's Lyric or Wind God's Aria early, because those are two cutscenes that rely on having watched this cutscene first. Otherwise, we'd probably go get them earlier in the run.
Almost certainly we would do it after Forbidden Woods. We'd just, instead of pit stopping at Southern Ferry, we'd just go get Earth God's Lyric. But yes, trying to watch it will crash the game. I guess also this is, once Ace does the Helm Rock skip here, spoiler alert, if you haven't seen like any Wind Waker / Wind Waker HD run ever, you can quite easily skip this fight. But after, this is about the halfway point of the game. It's kind of a good point as we go through these cutscenes to stretch your hands, mash through some buttons, and think about how the run is going. Because we have a couple long cutscenes coming up after this.
Yeah, so Ace is going to use the leaf to simply fly around the Helmrock King so that he can get to the upper part of the arena before the Helmrock King is hit with the Skull Hammer. And then he's going to attempt to do a walk clip, which is only possible due to the fact that he has really low health right now, because when Link has only a heart and a half, he actually goes into this different idling animation where he's like, his shoulders are slumped over and he's breathing kind of heavily. And when he goes into that animation idly, it's very easy to just clip through the floor with the geometry that's presented to us in the Helmrock Arena. So using that, Ace was able to grab the very right side of the ledge, climb up, walk through the floor, crawl under the barrier that's along the outside of the arena, and then just jump onto the path that leads to the room that Ganondorf's in.
Yeah, as far as I know, that's the only time that ever works. It seems like it requires very specific geometry for that to occur. It doesn't even work if you try to do it from the left side, because I remember trying to TAS it. I made sure I read it in a heart and a half, and I was ready to try to do it from where you grab it on the left side, and it doesn't work that way. So it only works for some reason in that specific situation.
I think there's a corner on Poprint where it works, but it's obviously not useful there.
Interesting. Romulus doing the puzzle skip here. The roll clip there can be a bit annoying to get. We haven't really talked about roll clipping, but I guess in situations where Link is climbing a ledge with a wall adjacent to him, and if you can climb up in such a way that Link's hand is partially clipped into that wall, you have one frame to roll into the wall after Link's finished climbing that you'll actually clip out. Again, it's only one frame, so you have to first get a precise way to grab a ledge so Link's hand is partially clipped out, and then perform a one-frame action at the end of the climbing animation to roll. So it can be a bit tricky to get, but with some practice, it's not so bad.
Yeah, the roll clip that's done for puzzle skip is particularly annoying because you can't just hold directly right to do the roll clip. You have to hold like either upright or like between upright and right to be able to clip through the column that you climb into.
So while we're in these cutscenes, let's take a moment here and discuss why this game is so slow. All these HD people are all dance gaming right now. Why don't you just go through that barrier? It's not that hard. Why can't you just do that? Why are you doing all this stuff? Have you not seen a run before of HD? Well, I'll give you, for one, yes, I've seen many runs of HD. I can confirm that. Two, yes, I would assume so. I would hope so, unless you have I mean, I do think you might have a bot, but that's just me.
we don't talk about the other 85 gymnasts.
But yes, why don't we just skip it? It can't be that hard, right? So, for one, yes, the way that HD does barrier skip is through an exploit of the barrier itself, where there is a very, very tiny seam between two polygons on the barrier that if you have enough speed, you can clip through them, right? And so this was actually first tested, confirmed to have worked on the, well, I don't know if it was necessarily, but it was confirmed to work on the original version of the game. That same exploit exists. So the only requirement that we have to get through the barrier and do barrier skip is to have enough speed. And so you're asking, okay, well, just get enough speed. It can't be that hard, right? How much speed do you really need? And through testing, the minimum required speed to clip through the barrier is around 38 speed. And and to give you a perspective there, full speed rolls are around 26 speed. So you need around 10, 12 units of speed, extra speed beyond what a roll gives you to clip through the barrier. Obviously, in the HD version, you have access to item sledding, where you can pull out your first-person item and gain tons of speed, tons of negative speed, as much speed as you could possibly hope for until the game crashes. Unfortunately, in the original version, we have access to lots of fast movement, lots of things that can make you go fast. We have super swimming, we have sail pumping and stuff like that. We have lots of things that you can gain lots of speed in, but in Hyrule itself, we don't have access to those kind of high speed values. And so we are in a situation where until we can figure out a way to either A, get enough speed to clip through the barrier, or B, find some alternative method through some other clip that we haven't discovered, then we have to go through this particular route. And so let's talk about, okay, so if you can't skip the barrier, then what do you have to do? I mean, sure, I'm sure this, like if you think about Twilight Princess, you only need to do a couple of the dungeons, set some flags, and then you can go beat the game to get past the Hyrule barrier there. So why don't you just do the minimum stuff there? What's the minimum required to break the barrier? Well, the minimum required things to break the barrier, the game has several flags that it checks to see if that cutscene activates. I think it's 5. 5 things that the game checks to see if it will allow you to break the barrier. The first one is, have you pulled the Master Sword in the first visit to Hyrule 1? So in that case, that would be the cutscene Ace has already watched, right? Where he beat Tower of the Gods. The second one is, have you watched the cutscene where Link is sitting in the boat with Tetra in the courtyard? So Ace just watched it maybe 2 minutes ago when he first descended back down to Hyrule 2 and he talked with Tetra. The game will check for that as well. If you've not watched that, the game will not let you break the barrier no matter what. The third trigger is the cutscene that we're watching right now. The cutscene where Tetra turns into Zelda. That cutscene must be watched if you want to break the barrier. And the last requirement on the Japanese version of the game is you need to defeat the Mighty Dark Nuts in the last visit to Hyrule 3. After you've done all 4 of those things, the game will then allow you to break the barrier. On the English version, the PAL version, and the HD version, there's an additional check where the game also checks to see if you have the fully charged Master Sword. And there actually is some theoretical stuff that, because the game does not check for the fully charged Master Sword on the original version of the game, there are theoretical ideas of being able to break the barrier earlier than intended. All you need to do is activate those 4 cutscenes. Also, Dean doing the fight skip there, that was pretty cool. It skips fighting all those enemies to get around the electrical barrier that normally blocks you.
Anyway, you were talking about 4 cutscenes?
4 cutscenes, yes. So yeah, those 4 cutscenes those are the 4 cutscenes that the Japanese version of this game needs to activate. You have pulling the Master Sword in Hyrule 1, you have watching the courtyard cutscene in Hyrule 2, you have this cutscene that Ace is watching, and then you have defeating the Mighty Dark Nuts. Okay, so let's say you get a way. So there is a theoretical way to activate most of those cutscenes before you've gotten and done like out of order. So the objective would be to figure out a way to activate, because getting into Hyrule 2, getting into Hyrule is annoying. There's not many good ways to get back into Hyrule other than watching cutscene events, which can only generally occur once, right? So the best options that we have is if you were to get the Triforce before we go down to Hyrule 2. So the Hyrule 2 is the visit that Ace is in right now, where he watches all the long cutscenes and defeats Helmrock and stuff. If you get the full Triforce before that occurs, the game will, first of all, you've pulled the Master Sword, so that one's good. Another one that will activate is the Tetra to Zelda cutscene. That one will play fine. But because you also have the Triforce, the Mighty Dark Nut people are there. The game will check that. It says, oh, you have the full Triforce? Let's spawn those Mighty Dark Nuts. And so you can defeat them. And so that's 3 of the 4 cutscene triggers that we've already activated. However, there's a 4th one, the Courtyard cutscene. That Courtyard cutscene only activates if you go down to Hyrule without the full Triforce. So we're in this situation where you can get all the triggers, right? You can activate all of them in some particular order, but just not all at once before Hyrule 3. So it's kind of interesting. There's lots of theoretical ways to get around it, but at this point, we are either looking for some way to activate the Courtyard cutscene, or we are looking for a way to get enough speed to break through the barrier.
Additionally, I believe on the non-Japanese versions of the game, if you do a sequence break known as Early Master Sword, where it's essentially you go to Hyrule 2, the second trip to Hyrule without having gone to Hyrule the first time. If you do that on the non-Japanese versions of the game, then you can actually pull the Master Sword. Oh, apparently Winston likes the Master Sword. You can pull the Master Sword in the second version of Hyrule, but the game will crash because pulling the Master Sword uses the first animation set, which is what Shrog discussed earlier about the cutscene with Helmrock King, where we need to watch that cutscene to have cutscenes that work after that point play successfully, but it also locks us out of watching some cutscenes before that point, the Master Sword being one of them. So if you could do something like that, where you could go to Hyrule 2, watch the Courtyard cutscene, then pull the Master Sword, and then come back through Hyrule 1 with the Triforce, that would potentially also be another way of being able to watch all 4 of those cutscenes. Yeah, if that makes sense.
I'm sorry, my dog gets very emotional when I talk about barrier early or barrier skip. He just can't help it. I also tend to bork excessively when I hear about us being able to not do barrier skip. So, apologies.
He's rooting you on, man. He wants to see it happen too. Anyway,
back to the run. We've done with cutscenes.
Ace did some stuff. He did more of the collectathon for the treasure chart that leads to treasure chart chain for the Triforce chart. And now he's going to Headstone Isle, where he's going to do early Earth God's Lyric using a roll clip into the island from the side. And so,
and as we were mentioning before, he could do this early, but it would crash. So this is the earliest he can do it now that he's watched the Helmrock cutscene.
Yeah, so normally you need the power bracelets to lift up the giant headstone that's on Headstone. Yeah, you can see where the name comes from.
Mind blown, dude.
Yeah. The power bracelets are still required. We're going to be getting the power bracelets later. There's no way around the power bracelets, because if you skip getting the power bracelets, you actually can't lift up the boss of the Earth Temple, which is a giant Poe. The Poe is really big, and so the game, I guess, for some reason the developers figured that, like, you must have the power bracelets to lift up this heavy enemy, so...
Right. Even though in casual play there'd be zero way for you even to gain access to that boss until you had them, but, you know.
Gotta implement those checks in Wind Waker.
Right. And so, I mean, the biggest reason why we do it is just because it honestly only saves about 20 seconds to do that clip. It just makes some of the routing a little bit flow a little bit faster, a little bit smoother. Because we'll be able to go to power bracelets when it's much more convenient rather than kind of having to work around it. Elfo's going for the Dark World strats to get into Helmrock.
Looks like Romulust is right behind him also on that.
Well, I guess I'm a little bit behind on them. So I think they're all doing, at this point, they've all done the same route. They've all done Leaf Early, they've all done Islet of Seal. So we'll see. This is another point where it can diverge. We'll see if they all do the so-and-so called Earth God's Lyric Early route, where you do that clip Ace just did. That is an optional route. It doesn't say it's compared to the next best alternative. It saves about a minute and a half. Ace also going for the super swim to Needle Rock Island, which is the longest super swim in the route. You need lots of good speed for it to get to it. It's quite a far away. Again, we all know our Pythagorean theorem. Despite it looking close, you gotta think diagonals.
In addition to diagonals, not all of the islands are in the center of the quadrant. Actually, most of the islands in the game aren't in the center of the quadrant they're located in. So some islands are like closer to the edge than others might be, and you have to also take that into account when looking at how long a super swim is, because you can't just assume that every island is at the center of the quadrant.
And again, one of the reasons he's going here is that it's one of those Japanese exclusive filler quests where you have to collect these treasure chart chains. He would be able to. This does not exist on the English version or the later versions of the game. This is an exclusive filler content for you, brought to you by the original Japanese version. There's also lots of minor, interesting details between English version or PAL version and the Japanese version. One of the more notable ones is that rupee spawning is quite a bit stingier on the Japanese version. The game was very picky about where you can find rupees to progress through the game. And that's an issue because later in the game, he's going to have to spend a ton of money to decipher 8 Triforce charts he'll be collecting in late game. Actually, he's already gotten a couple already, but he's going to have to decipher all of them. And each one to decipher costs 398 rupees from Tingle. And so to decipher all 8, let me do some quick math here. It'd be 3,184 rupees. I definitely have not had that memorized.
It's almost, yeah, it's almost like you had that memorized. It's almost like that's a crucial piece of information to know for routing Wind Waker.
No. Wow. Good thing I'm a genius at math every single time.
Yeah.
So yeah, need a ton of rupees, and the Japanese version, for whatever reason, an oversight by the developers, did not give you. Helfos, oh, he did the SVA setup. I haven't seen really anyone do that. It's pretty cool.
I think my favorite rupee difference between the Japanese version of the game and other versions is Savage Labyrinth, personally. So,
absolutely.
In the Japanese version of the game, when you beat all 50 floors of Savage Labyrinth, you've gone through all these tough enemies, you've had, use 3 bottles with 3 fairies and an extra bottle where you've duped Grandma's soup like 10 times. You get all the way to the end, and the game gives you a yellow rupee for all of your tough effort at the end of Savage Labyrinth. Only on the Japanese version. On the other versions of the game,
exclusive text. You do get special text for it. The text is like in the Japanese version.
Yeah. Every other version of the game has a heart piece there, which is more of a proper reward, or the hero's charm on HD. But, yeah. It's actually convenient that that happens, though, because it means that 100% doesn't have to do the last 20 floors of Savage Labyrinth on the original Japanese version.
Yeah. Yeah, that particular heart piece was moved, well, it came first. So the original location for that heart piece was underneath Grandma's house. So I know a lot of people, when we're talking about rupee routing and stuff, are like, well, if you want more rupees, just go underneath Grandma's house. There's 100 there. And unfortunately, for any percent at least, that 100 rupees does not exist. It's actually the heart piece. And that heart piece is the one that was that got moved to Savage Labyrinth later on. But yeah. Ace doing another ledge clip here. Normally you are forced to warp away from Mother and Child Island. Oh, I'm way behind, but he did a clip out of Mother and Child Island to skip needing to warp away. Because we're already in a convenient location, we don't want to have to warp away here. And I guess also to note, Ace didn't have the iron boots yet to make himself super heavy, because apparently not having it in your backpack would make you heavy, but whatever. He needed to get break open the Gale machine thing with the skull hammer without the iron boots, but with pulling the Wind Waker, you can freeze yourself and move yourself closer and closer.
Yeah, also just a quick note. For some reason, a lot of people who played this game casually and then start watching speedruns for some reason think that you can do Earth Temple and Wind Temple in whatever order you want, but the game actually forces you to do Earth Temple first. So you can learn the Wind God's aria or the Earth God's lyric in whichever order you want, but you have to go to Earth Temple first before Wind Temple.
Yeah, if don't lie. All of you thought that. I was one of them when I was a kid.
If we could get into Wind Temple early and have Makar spawn, then we actually wouldn't have to do Earth Temple at all, because we get the last Master Sword power-up by beating Wind Temple, regardless of which Master Sword we had before. And if we get the Wind Temple power-up and then go to Earth Temple and beat Earth Temple, we actually end up downgrading the Master Sword, which is something that's done in Wind Waker HD. 100%.
So there are lots of methods to get storage. The fastest way of getting storage is through a technique called dry storage, where you get a Wind Waker dive, which we've kind of talked a little bit about before. So you get a Wind Waker dive on land, and then you cancel the Wind Waker button 3 frames before you touch the ground. And if you do that, you get put in a semi-cutscene event state that can give you storage. And there are couple fast methods of getting Wind Waker dives on land. The easiest one is generally having a ledge push you, like having the camera get blocked from a ledge that's in front of you. The method that Ace just did there was with a bomb. You put a bomb near the edge of a ledge, and then you run into it and pull the Wind Waker, and the bomb will push you. Because the bomb physics are weird in this game. They're like squishy. If you push against them, they kind of push against you. Like you spring against them, which is also why ledge clipping works. Because the bombs like to push against you, if you push into them, it'll push you and you get a Wind Waker dive.
Yeah, you can also get a Wind Waker dive if you walk off of a slope. That's actually what the runners did to get into Forsaken Fortress 2 before fighting Phantom Ganon. But we couldn't see the slope because it was underwater, and water is opaque in this game, because if it wasn't, then you'd just see an endless skybox surrounding you.
So Ace is going to go ahead and get Medley. The main portion of this part of the run is beating Earth Temple and Wind Temple. And in order to get to Earth Temple, the very first dungeon, or next dungeon, I guess, we need to get Medley and have her be our companion as we enter Earth Temple. And there's a complication with that. Because we skipped the delivery bag much earlier in the run, And because we've already watched the puppet, or not the puppet, the Helmrock cutscene, if you try to go climb up to Medley the normal casual way, the game will actually crash because the delivery bag cutscene will start. You never watched it, so it's still, the trigger is still there, and we already have our animation set to a later trigger that will end up causing the game to crash. So we have to find an alternative method to get up to Medley, and this is by far the fastest way. You use chest storage, which we've briefly talked about, how you can store a chest to gain altered collision and use that to climb up the slope. So not only is that, I think that's actually slightly faster than climbing normally anyways, but it's actually required to do. Otherwise the game would crash.
Yeah, you also get 200 rupees in the process because the chest that you store has the silver rupee in it. So that's good for rupee routing as well.
Yeah, I don't know if Ace has volume or not, but when the cutscene actually starts, the game will give you the rupees and he'll get paid. You'll hear him.
Yeah, the common theme with the chest storage and the rupee sound, especially when you do a boss key skip in dungeons, is that you screw doors and get paid.
So
maybe you can go ahead. I was just gonna make another dumb joke.
Dumb jokes are the best, dude. Ace is in his next bathroom break. Maybe we'll expect an uwu from him.
Yes, of course.
The other three are in their dungeon, their long cutscenes. So let's talk about what's kind of coming up. So Helphos, Romulus, Dean, they're all coming up to the mid-game routing, we so call. The mid-game routing being the portion of the run that you prepare to enter Earth Temple. And there's a lot of different options that they have access to them. Ace's route is by far the most common just because it has the most... There's the most video to reference from. It's not necessarily the fastest or the best for some runners, but it's the easiest one to follow along just because there's so much documentation on it. But there are other options too. There's also older routes, the so-called dinosaur routes that I like to say, that are so old and slow that you shouldn't do them, but people do what they're comfortable with. So we'll see what they end up doing. We didn't even really get to mention the manual super swim routing because no one opted to do it, but the routing for that is so ridiculous and complicated that it's not really worth discussing. But the routing, if one of them did opt to do the manual super swim route, would have to be entirely different. But yeah, so Ace is going to collect a few more things. He needs to get a few more Triforce charts, and he needs to get the power bracelets to be able to lift Jalhalla later on, the Earth Temple boss, and then he's going to head in.
And he also needs to get the iron boots. The iron boots are only required for a single room in Wind Temple, which again falls victim to the treacherous iron bars that we can never skip. As I said earlier, if you can figure out a way to skip iron bars in this game, then it will save quite a lot of time. But
yeah.
I mean, I don't know, would actor unloading work for that? I actually don't know.
I mean, in theory, but I think the issue with that is that the game becomes so unstable at that point that it would likely crash at everything.
Yeah, I was questioning in theory, not actually
in theory, if you could unload it, I would think it would work. I personally haven't been able to test it because you can't get the game to unload it without crashing everything else. But I don't see why it wouldn't work. I think it would probably unload the door before it loaded. I don't know. It's hard to say.
It's like, well, the door's gone, but the iron bars are still there.
We skipped them. Their iron bars are gone, but so is the door. And you may be thinking, well, if it's a locked door, I mean, I've seen you guys lock doors before. You just clip out of bounds and go around them. But iron bars are different because you need to actually physically press A to load up the next room on the door. There is no actually loading zone trigger behind the door for that one.
Wind Waker is not like Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask, where like the entire dungeon is loaded at once or anything. The only rooms that are loaded are the only room that's loaded, excuse me, is the one that you're in. You can do some funny storage things to load multiple rooms at once, but that doesn't solve the problem of trying to get past iron bars without having to unlock them.
We'll see if Ace opts to enter Fire Mountain with the legendary Ford 2069. It's only been done, I've only seen it once. You have to purposely lose time on it, and it's 1 frame. But if you can enter Fire Mountain at that time, 1 frame trick, you're a legend. And of course, he's not going to go for swag. So yeah, iron boots and power bracelets are only required for speedrunners for 1 use each. We need power bracelets to defeat the boss of Earth Temple, and we need iron boots to open 1 arbitrary door in Wind Temple. That we will.
Does that by extension mean that the fire arrows and ice arrows only have 1 use, or am I forgetting something?
No, that's the only use for them too. Correct. Well, yeah. No, yes. 100%.
I mean, we do use them a lot on the run because they're faster in a lot of situations, but...
Correct. Yeah. The task skips fire and ice arrows because it has access to very precise, very difficult tricks to enter. You still need to enter Fire Mountain and Ice Ring aisles to get power bracelets and iron boots, but Task has access to ridiculous strategies to clip into them or get into them earlier than without the fire and ice arrows. But the Ice Ring Aisle 1 in particular is unviable RTA. So, but yeah, it's nice to have in combat. It's just Task skips it to skip the 2.5 minute detour to watch the cutscene with fire and ice arrows. So Ace is getting the Eastern Fairy Triforce chest chain. So he now has collected his 4th one of these in a row. And again, they all lead to, you open one, it gives you a treasure chart that leads to another one. And then you open that one, it gives you a treasure chart that leads to another. He is finally done. He has collected the last treasure chart. The next one will be at Headstone, conveniently, like it was routed that way maybe. And from that one, when he fishes that one up, it will give him the Triforce chart. And again, on the original version, like on the English version of the game, that Triforce chart is simply inside of the golden ship on Needle Rock Island. So he had to go through about 7 to 8 minutes of detour to collect those extra ones. But again, the text is so much faster that it ends up being worth it.
Yeah, right now it looks like Romulus is attempting to do early Earth God's lyric. Okay.
Oh no. He's using my setup and I don't do my setup.
He was having a bit of trouble grabbing far enough in on the ledge to do the rope flip that he was able to get it there.
And Ace is going to go ahead and head to Ice Ring Island and get his iron boots. The rest of them are going to be doing their mid-game stuff. Looks like Romulus is opting for Earth God's Lyric early.
As evidenced by the fact that he just did early Earth God's Lyric.
We know how to name stuff in this game.
Oh, yeah. To be fair, I think that names like storage and ledge clipping are pretty good.
Yeah. I don't think there's really that many dumb names in this game that like make no sense. Like Ocarina of Time and Bottle Adventure and stuff like that. Like, those are obviously terrible names that were just legacy off of people not understanding them at the time. But I think most of the trick names in this game are pretty good. Besides, like, I guess, Sick Ass Skip. It's a pretty terrible. I mean, it's a cool name, but it does not explain at all what's happening.
I mean, ZFG was what, literally 12 when he found that, so I mean, you can't blame him.
Yes. Yeah, we didn't get to see Sick Ass Skip this game, but it is the contribution ZFG himself has made to this game. It is
So if
actually
ZFG says he's never played Wind Waker, he is lying.
Yeah. Give him crap. Next time you're in his stream, tell him when you're gonna come back to Wind Waker and find Sick Ass Skip Part 2.
Alright, so now that Ace has the Iron Boots, he's going to be doing double storage for the Super Swim to Headstone partially to cancel the cutscene, which does save time, but also because canceling the cutscene is kind of required, since if you were to play the cutscene, the game would actually soft lock. As you'll remember, the Headstone on Headstone Isle is still there, and if the game attempted to play the cutscene, Link would unfortunately just endlessly walk into the headstone because the next part of the game only activates when Link touches the loading zone that's behind the headstone.
Yeah. The game essentially just executes a line of code that just tries to walk Link into the loading zone, but it obviously assumes that you've already removed the headstone itself, so Link will just perpetually be walking into the headstone.
Also, interestingly, it looks like Ace used green ting to give himself some more magic right there as he super swam in.
Yes, that's part of this route. You have very little options for magic at this point, and he wants to be able to do a small command melody skip in Earth Temple coming up. And there's no good locations for magic before this, so he's just going to opt to spend the 40 rupees to refill his magic partially. At least I don't think it activated. Did it now?
No, yeah, it did. He has much more. He only had like a single unit of magic left.
Oh, okay.
Definitely has enough for the command melody skip.
Yeah. You may also do a tingle balloon as part of this skip here. It's a little skip where it's in the very first room of Earth Temple, first actual room in Earth Temple, where you're supposed to place Medley on a switch and then you stand on the other switch and the door unlocks. And Link is supposed to stand on the first switch, and you're supposed to use command melody to put Medley on the other switch. But if you can figure out a way to have Medley stand on the first switch and then you get to the other one, then you can just skip command melody entirely. And so with some somewhat precise leaf pumping, you can bypass that and it saves about 10 seconds.
Yeah, you can actually skip using Medley entirely in this dungeon. It's kind of slow, but it is possible to do.
Right, yeah.
If you could get in here without needing the Earth God's lyric, then you could simply just complete Earth Temple.
Yes, I find it...
You are still bound by the animation sets, though, so you couldn't, just complete it right away. Also, how did that Moblin swing miss Ace?
Yeah, that hitbox was suspicious. It's very suspicious. But yeah, in this room, you would have to use a frozen Moblin to hold the switch in the other one. I just find it funny, I don't have Medley, guess I'll use this enemy.
Yeah, you have to take a frozen Moblin with the Tingle Balloon over to the first switch. I've tried using I've tried tassing before, using the Moblin sliding glitch to jump all the way over to the switch with the Moblin, but it unfortunately doesn't go high enough.
Man. Ace is in one of the combat rooms in the dungeon where you have to kill all the chews to unlock the next door. And then he's also going to reveal this chest. This chest here has the map, which is obviously not necessary for speedrunners. I'm pretty sure he knows where things are at this point.
Oh,
but
no,
he wants this chest.
He's not going to find the Tingle chest if he doesn't get the map.
That's a good point. Actually, does it even tell you? Well, anyways, he really wants this for storage, because whenever there's a chest in a dungeon, you can expect him to store it, unless it's a small key.
Or if it's Tower of the Gods.
Or if it's Tower of the Gods. So he's going to use, again, the glitch properties of having the chest storage collision to climb up this statue thing that he obviously should not be on.
That was interesting movement. I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Obviously, you're not intended to be here, so you kind of have to understand how the geometry and the physics work on this thing, and it's sometimes a bit awkward. Ace is trying to be optimal, and Skip, I don't know, wow. Let him do his thing. All right, so here's the crazy stuff. So now he's in this next room. This is supposed to be, he's not supposed to be up here, obviously, in this next room coming up. It's intended to be a shortcut from after you get the mirror shield to get back to the central area. But he got in here earlier than intended. And so now he has access to the mirror shield loading zone. He just needs a way to clip out of bounds and leap into it. So he has chest storage, and now he's going to activate a zombie hover. And then the corners in this dungeon, when you have chest storage, tend to not work well. Oh my god.
Oh.
He's okay. He can just go back and kill himself again. It's fine. But yeah, so he's going to, next time hopefully, take some damage again, and then he's going to do a zombie hover into that corner. And that corner is somewhat precise. If you don't stand in it in the right location, you won't clip out and you'll just fall your death.
Yeah, if you don't have the proper angle.
Yeah.
Going into the corner. And you can't save it if that happens because Link's movement gets like stifled when he's up against a wall with chest storage, and you can't it's like actually not possible to hover fast enough against a wall to stop it from bringing you down.
Mm-hmm.
Or like to overcome how much slower it makes you versus how much the gravity of the game pulls you down.
So it's one of the more interesting glitches in this game. It's kind of like combines all of the broken things in this game into one big glitch mess, where you get chest storage to have crazy collision, you use zombie hovering to get crazy height, and then use the tingle blue ting to heal yourself once you have enough height. So again, Ace is taking his last damage again to perform the zombie hover.
Yeah, he has to be sure he gets it this time, though, because he's going to use a blue ting to heal himself, which costs 80 rupees, and he only has 86 rupees right now. Good number, by the way.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's not opting to use the Kalulimpa ability, which would give him a 20% chance of pulling a blue ting, which is obviously the better chance. The Kalulimpa is one of the things that Tingle has you can purchase from the Tingle Tuner, and it gives you a random item after you use it. It costs 40 rupees. And you can get things like magic armor, you can get an extended Tingle balloon, but you can also get a blue ting. So the task actually used that. It used that to save 40 rupees by using random chance to get a blue ting instead of spending the 80 for the actual one.
Yeah, so if any of you segmented runners out there want to run Wind Waker, you know what to do.
Also a good mini-boss.
Yep.
I think that speaks for itself. Just a pretty big oversight from the developers on that one.
I mean, they did protect against being able to do it, because you can only grab the ledge on the darker part where the stairs actually come down there. The lighter part of the ledge you actually can't grab onto. If you could, it would be actually extremely easy to skip that fight.
Yeah.
Also, if you could do Wind Temple first, then you could just use the hook shot to skip that fight, which is done fairly frequently in Randomizer.
Yeah. To the point where actually people don't remember how to do that skip that Ace just did, because they're so used to just doing it with hookshot. It's pretty amusing. I'm one of those people. I'm like, oh wait, I don't have hookshot here. What do I do? I can't fight this casually. I don't know how to do it. So Ace has gotten the mirror shield. That is the only thing he needs at this point to go to the boss. He activated chest storage again, because when you store these chests that make things turn dark, the so-called dark world chests, the chest itself doesn't actually open. So you can open it essentially as many times as you want, which does actually let you dupe things like heart pieces if you wanted to in certain situations. But anyway, so he has chest storage again, and now he's going to use this glitched properties to clip through walls and bypass everything in this dungeon at this point and go straight to the boss.
Yeah, with chest storage, when you grab onto the side of a ledge, you essentially get a free ledge clip out of it, just with how much Link happens to clip through the ledge. Right here, Ace is going to be going for a tricky skip to get past this Songstone without medley. The reason he went to get more magic is because he needs magic for being able to leaf around. And with some leaf pumps, he can get behind it and then open the door that's being blocked by it.
Yeah, that was the last thing to be added to Earth Temple routing-wise, because that trick is pretty scary. You need really good movement to get around that corner. One of the differences between the HD version and the original version of the game is that Link accelerates faster from a standstill in the HD version. So when you do a neutral roll in HD version, you go significantly faster than a roll in the original version. And that's nice for movement and all, but one of the side effects of that is that it allows Link to do a big jump out of a roll clip. And with a big jump, you can obviously have more height when you pull the leaf out, and it makes some things easier. But in the original version, you don't get that jump. So that makes that particular Songstone skip really scary because you have very little height margin to work with. But yeah, all of this stuff is pretty Monka-esque because he needs this chest storage glitch to do all the clips and do all these skips. And if he voids out, if he dies, if he does anything remotely bad, he will lose chest storage and potentially be in a position where he's unable to progress. And this is the worst room in the game, as you can see. The worst room in the game, in my opinion. The coffin chest, the coffin room here is terrible. These keys like to hit you, and they have a very good chance of hitting you while you are out of bounds or clipping out of bounds. And if they do that, you fall to your death, you lose chest storage, and then you have to find a different method. There is a backup chest in this room that you could use, but still, it is not an ideal situation. Many people have lost runs in that particular room.
Yeah, also it's possible to get crushed by the Songstone if you go too high up it with the chest storage, because the Songstone goes very close to the ceiling. And if Link's head gets fully enclosed, then he just gets crushed. Also, the boss key skip here is pretty easy. You just backflip through the corner. It's even easier on the English version, where you can just roll through the corner.
One of the only exclusive things. Yeah, I challenge any of you, if you've never done any glitching in this game, try to get chest storage and get to the end of this dungeon without doing something wrong. Just like try to replicate what Ace just did, and don't void out. He made it look easy. Those clips look super easy, but there's so many different things that could potentially cause him to lose chest storage or void out or get crushed. So very impressive to get through that all the way through. Let's hope the other guys have execute as equally. And I'm refusing to talk about this boss. I don't want to even look at it. So,
H-Rog, when's the one cycle?
God. Anyone that says one cycle is insta-banned at this point.
It's a good thing I'm a moderator. Oh, well.
Okay, I'll talk about this boss a little bit. So yeah, the objective of this boss is to pick up the big guy, Big Poe, and then when you throw him against a spike, he pops, and 15 Poes originally spawn or get tossed around. Your objective then is to kill as many as you can, and then it repeats itself. And until you kill all the Poes, the boss is dead. Now the game has hard-coded it to 3 intended phases. So after you kill 5 Poes, or you've killed, I guess, 5 of the... Yeah, so if you kill 5 Poes, the game will say, okay, you've killed enough, we're going to end this phase. It doesn't want you to be able to kill all of them in one phase, right? There is a workaround, though. There is a workaround that we have discovered. If you were to somehow kill multiple Poes on the same phase, on the same frame, you can kill extra ones per cycle. So let's say the very first phase, you kill 4 Poes, and then 1 more Poe dies, and that's the end of the phase. But instead of killing 1 Poe on the frame, you kill 3 Poes on that frame. Well, you just all of a sudden, you killed 7 Poes when you were only intended to kill 5. And then you may be wondering, what if you kill 4 Poes and then you kill 11 Poes all on the same frame? What would happen? Well, just as you might think, that's it. That's the end of the fight. You just killed him in one phase. So, let's just say killing 11 Poes that scatter around randomly all over the place on the same frame is so impractical that anyone who says one cycle is getting banned easily.
The chance of us dying to an alien invasion is likely higher than ever getting the one cycle.
Yeah. But yes, 2 cycle has been done. 2 cycle has been done in a task. I used it in my Wind Waker task, and in order to 2 cycle him, you need to kill 6 Poes, and they all need to die in the same frame. So you kill 5 Poes the first phase, and then on the next phase you kill 4, and then there's still 6 remaining, and you kill all 6 of the remaining Poes on the same frame, and that lets you skip a phase. And it took me dozens of hours to manipulate the Poes in such a way that they would die on the same frame. So, yeah. 2 cycle, barely possible. 1 cycle, not happening.
Maybe if we solve NP.
Solve NP. All right, so our runner's heading to Earth Temple. Ace is heading his way out. Ace is going to be picking up Makar here in a second. And I don't think there's much left for him in his routing. He's probably just going to go straight to Wind Temple after this. Yeah, if you task 1 cycle, I'll give you... I will give you... I don't know, a bunch of money. I'll give you $100 if you can 1 cycle task Valhalla. There you go.
Trog's life will actually be complete if you...
Yeah, if I can see it. $100, 1 cycle Valhalla. There you go. Here's your challenge. I'm pretty sure you'd make more money looking for dirt, looking for coins and couches, than trying to test that. If you 1 cycle RTA, then
Trog will work for you for the rest of his life for free.
Then you are actually Jesus himself. You came. You are definitely the second savior.
Yeah, so now Ace has to teach Makar the Wind God's aria. Makar only spawns when you beat the Earth Temple. So that's why beating Earth Temple is required first. Ace missed the grapple into the waterfall, though. I'm gonna have to give him a stern yelling later.
It's positional based. If you know where to stand, it's free. I already got my speech prepared for him. I do have to, as a glitch hunter and a router of this game, it is my sole responsibility to make sure I give the runners who execute these routes a bunch of crap for making mistakes.
Oh, Romulust is a little bit risky here in Fire Mountain. He only has a half heart left. Okay, it looks like he'll survive, though.
Yeah, these fire keys do half a heart, so 1 hit from those fire keys would kill him at this point.
Yeah, Fire Mountain used to be particularly bad back when the Helmrock skip was done with a zombie hover and you only had 1 heart going into Fire Mountain. Or excuse me, no, it was 3/4 of a heart.
Yeah, Yes, thankfully we will have other commentators joining us once this run is starting to wrap up. I do not think you want to hear my Twilight Princess or Skyward Sword commentary, as it would be mostly filled with memes and references completely unrelated to the game itself.
Yeah, you can just talk about 14 DRC keys while those games are happening. For those of you who didn't know, for those of you who don't know, it's possible to get 14 small keys in Dragon Roost Cavern using glitches that are completely useless in any other situation in this game.
Put that on your trivia quizzes. If you're hosting any trivia this time, say, what is the maximum number of keys you can get in Dragon Roost Cavern? That's what I'm telling you. No one's going to get that. Now, how you do that is a story for another time. It is way too complicated. I'll say that you are doing stuff that is not intended.
What was it, Memathon 2016?
Memathon, I think, yeah, I did it for a Memathon. If you want to see epic commentary and top-tier gameplay.
And literal cheating.
And somewhat literal, yes.
The natural limit for Dragon Roost Cavern is 4 keys. Well, actually, you're forced to use at least 1 beforehand.
Yeah. With glitches, you can get 3 without doing anything ridiculous. But using ridiculous glitches, you can get up to 14. And it's like a 5-hour category. You basically have to play the game twice. Let me just get your head, get you in the right headspace about what that category is. You play the game twice to get 14 keys, essentially. So, Ace heading to Wind Temple. Wind Temple is either people's favorite dungeon or least favorite dungeon. There's very little in between.
I like it.
Personally, I like it. I don't think there's anything too horrible about it if you know what you're doing. But there are situations, there are traps, there are hidden things in this dungeon that have you not learned how to deal with them or work around them, they will bite you in the butt and you will be sad.
Occasionally, you might see a disappearing songstone in this dungeon. Yes, so the general route for Wind Temple, similarly to Earth Temple, we basically just want the hookshot, and then we want to go fight Mulgara, who's the boss of the temple. So how that's going to work out is Ace is going to plant these 2 trees in the first room here to store this chest for storage to get to the hookshot room faster. The reason he stores this chest is because it actually has an orange rupee in it, so that's 100 more rupees that he can use for deciphering Triforce charts later.
I mean, it's probably the fastest chest at this point to get. I don't think there's really good options otherwise. You also have the... I
was going to say, I believe that's the first time he used the command melody this run.
No, he had to use it to light or to reveal the chest, the map chest in Earth Temple.
Ah, yes, that's true.
But you could skip that one quite easily had he opted to use a different chest, but that is the first required use for speedrunners in... well, actually, no, you can skip this. You can skip playing that command melody with a Tingle Balloon and an interesting glitch called it the Makar Teleport, but we don't need to go into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and you still need command melody to put Makar up there. That's the thing. You have to... The only way that I can think of to skip command melody in that room is to use a Makar Teleport to fling them across. Regardless, it's required at some point. And this is one of the biggest reasons why it's required. This room here that Ace is in, there's no way you are getting past that iron bar without command melody. And the next one too. These 2 iron bars are basically the same thing. You have to throw Makar, plant some trees with command melody, and then unlock the door. There's no way you are getting around those doors without it. So. So the beginning of Wind Temple is straightforward. Again, you just plant these trees, kind of do what the game intends you to do. The only exception to that being that we have chest storage enabled. But then once he gets through this next door, this is where the dungeon falls apart. And so in Wind Temple, all of these door frames, if you have chest storage enabled, you can phase through them like they don't exist. If you walk slow enough, it's kind of weird. The game checks to see how fast you're going to determine whether or not you can clip through it. But by clipping out of bounds here, you can just go straight to the mini boss.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And although the loading zone is really far below Ace, if you use the leaf, or if you're flying with the leaf over a loading zone, it doesn't matter how low it is beneath you, you'll always activate it. He doesn't want to go too low, though. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. He doesn't want to go too low, though. Because then he would void out just based on how much height he lost in the void.
Yeah. Helfo's setting up. Well, I need to probably refresh him. Let's see. Yeah, he's getting through the Earth Temple stuff. The Mirror Shield early room. Here's another fun fact for you guys. Oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we can see Ace using or putting the fire and ice arrows to good use in this mini boss fight. So instead of having to do lots of slashes on the Dark Nut, you can just knock off a piece of its armor, freeze it, and then instantly break it with the Skull Hammer. And then he did a similar trick with the Orange Wizrobe, where he shot it with an ice arrow and then with a fire arrow to break it.
Mm-hmm. And in a lot of situations, like in the randomizer, a lot of people like to use light arrows to kill these guys in a lot of situations, but in many situations, light arrows are quite a bit slower than using ice arrows plus hammer, because when you shatter them, the cutscene immediately activates. And with light arrows, you have to wait for a cutscene. You have to wait for them to phase out of existence and stuff like that. So like the death animation is so much faster. Like ice arrows are easily one of the best items in the game. Probably top 5.
And all this cool tech would be lost if we could skip the fire and ice arrows.
That's true. The TAS had to do some weird stuff to get around that.
Well, yeah, but TAS is TAS, so it's always cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, now that Ace has the hookshot, he's going to be doing chest storage again to do the Wind Temple boss key skip. He has to break all the floor panels in this room to activate the chest that he wants to use, because the other chest in this room is a small key, and he needs that to progress further into the dungeon. There is another small key he could get, but he'd have to activate a giant fan with Makar to be able to get that, or do a stupid zombie hover, which is slower than just breaking all these floor panels.
Yeah, so this is a treasure chart. He doesn't care about the contents of this chest at all. It's not required. He only cares about the properties that the chest gives him when he stores it. And so he's going to use this to go all the way through the rest of the dungeon. Also, upcoming, the infamous arbitrary only requirement for Iron Boots. That one switch he's about to step on. That is the only required use of the Iron Boots. You figure out a way to get through that room and you'll be a legend.
You'll also get rid of a dumb island hop in Wind Waker HD all dungeons.
Ooh.
At least I think it's still there. Anyway, because Ace can't grab ledges with chest storage, he has to do some weird stuff with these fans, and it looks like he's fallen down.
Yeah. Does he know the clip out?
No, he's gonna hover around.
Oh no. Well. So, for any of you thinking, well, you know there's vines back there, you could just climb up the vines. Jim was saying before that when you have chest storage active, you cannot climb ledges, and that also includes vines and ladders. So he is actually trapped in here. There is a somewhat precise clip you can run into a corner to get out of bounds with to void out, but other than that, he has no way of getting past out of this room other than save warping. Or in this case, he's gonna opt to zombie hover out, which is not ideal. And this is kind of where Wind Temple can come into being a terrifying dungeon, just because it's near the end of the run. You're 3 hours into it, and there are many things like this that can just completely end your run. I personally have lost many runs. Did Helfos void out? What happened?
Not sure what happened to Helfos. Ace is playing it really dangerous with the edge right here. Oh, okay, he's going to use the leaf. Alright, well,
So,
he
yeah,
kept his chest storage.
Here comes the bane of all runners, the Pit of Doom. That little gap that he had to side hop over.
That pit's
Again,
not
you
that
can't climb
dangerous.
ledges. Many runners, though.
You can at least still get out of it.
Yeah. It wasn't known. So that little gap there, normally you're supposed to side hop over it with the, well, you're not supposed to, but as runners, we side hop over that with iron boots. But again, we have chest doors, so you can't climb ledges. So if you were to somehow fall into that little pit, you are stuck in there. And for a while, we didn't know how to get out of there. And so people would just reset if they got into that little trench. But there are now methods out there to get out of it. But it's just another thing. Like, you may think something small, like a little gap like that, seemingly non-obvious, but runners take it carefully. Like, they'll make sure that they're careful about side hopping over that, because if they fall in, that's a pretty big time loss.
Also, we just saw a cool setup by Romulus for skipping the Mirror Shield mini-boss fight. I believe that was the SVA setup, if I'm not mistaken. He used a bomb boost instead of grabbing a ledge.
So this fight is interesting. Mulgara fight. You need to... Most of this fight is somewhat scripted. You have to deal specific amounts of damage to the tongue 4 different times. And the interesting aspect of this, though, is that the tongue, the Mulgara's tongue, its collision for you to grab it is always active. So it goes underneath the ground, it flies around, but you're only really intended when it comes up and, I don't know, it acts like a flower. It just sits in the ground. That's when you're intended to grab it, but in theory, you could grab it while it's flying around. And so if you could do that, you could skip a lot of the wasted time it's spending flying around, wasting time, going underneath the ground. So ideally, he's going to be positioning himself to try to snipe Mulgara in the air. And if he sets it up correctly, he'll be able to, if he gets the first one, that's great. That's a good time save, but he can also go for a second immediate one. So we'll see if he gets both.
Yeah, the second one's definitely the harder one.
Yeah, this is the quick kill he's going for. Nope. So he was trying to get it right as it was falling down, and that is ultra precise. That's not a big deal. That's icing on the cake. It saves like 25 seconds if you can get it, 25 seconds. But the next best option, he's going to go for another air snipe here. And he gets it. And oh, he quick spin. Okay, he's going for the safety strats.
It's okay, he didn't crash, don't worry.
Okay, good. Dude, my stream keeps. I need to just pause some people, I guess, because it keeps getting really behind. All right. Yeah. So generally, you don't quick spin that last hit because the Japanese version of this game has a tendency to crash. When you kill like after you kill Mulgara, if you kill it in a particular way, and the most common way for it to occur is if you quick spin the last hit. We don't really have a great idea why, but we have theories, try to get around it, but nothing absolutely 100% consistent. Ace is skipping the heart. Also, skip the heart container. Most runners will get that heart container. It's only about 4 seconds to pick up, and it makes Savage Labyrinth way less scary. We'll go into more details later, but Ace is going to be intentionally taking damage in Savage Labyrinth to do some faster strats, and if you only have 3 hearts, you only have a margin of error of only a couple. You can only mess up a couple times. And Savage Labyrinth is a big, long, slow fight cave. That if you die, there's 30 floors, and to say you die on floor 28, you're going back to the beginning, and you have to spend 8-9 minutes going back down there. And if you're going to die, it's going to be particularly at the very end. So he's playing a gamble here. This is I don't know. It's definitely Monka S for sure. We will certainly be Monka S-ing throughout Savage Labyrinth. If he takes too much damage, he could be in a situation where he has to fight, because normally he's going to try to intend to skip some of the floors in Savage by taking damage. And so if he can't take that damage, he's going to try to do them normally, so he'll end up having to fight like multiple dork nuts with only quarter heart, and that will be terrifying.
Did you say dork nuts?
Dork nuts, dark nuts. Dork nuts. Dork nuts, they are kind of dorky.
I don't know if you were looking at Romulus's stream, but he was playing a very dangerous game with the floor masters in the blue smoke room.
God.
They were like running around trying to catch him while he had chest storage, which is really dangerous.
Alright, we're just gonna see if he gets through the worst room in the game. Not a problem, looks like.
Yeah, both Dean and Romulus are going through their respective Earth Temple chest storage routes. Also, yeah, since Ace is done with both Earth Temple and Wind Temple now, he's going to be making his way through the rest of the Triforce quest. He already has some of the charts that he needs, but he still needs to first get all 8, then he needs to... I believe he's doing the single decipher route, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he needs to get all 8 treasure charts, all 8 Triforce charts, and get at least 3,184 rupees before he heads off to Tingle to decipher them and fish up all of the shards.
Oh yeah, Ace is out of bombs too.
Yeah, he's out of bombs. Well, the
Did he not get the ones in the grass? Oh, he took a bunch of damage doing the hover. That's what happened.
Yeah. Alright, thankfully he's got a refill now because of the orbs that the Armos drop.
But yeah, the last part of the run is collecting the Triforce charts, and most of them are fight caves at this point. So a lot of this at this point is optimizing how you kill the enemies, and for the most part, Ace has this kind of down to a science. He knows exactly what he needs to do to kill all these enemies in what particular way. There's some interesting fast strategies for a lot of them, so we'll see how he does. The Dark Nut fight in Overlook, the one he's in right now, is particularly interesting. After he clears these 4 rooms of somewhat normal enemies, 4 Dark Nuts will spawn in the center chamber, and then after he kills those 4, the Triforce chart room will spawn. Well, I guess unlock. And killing those 4 Dark Nuts has gone through many iterations of optimization, and the best strategy that we currently use is very interesting, very cool, but requires really good movement and execution, so we'll see if he gets it. See how he does with these Dork Nuts.
Yeah, what's interesting about Overlook and Stonewatcher, which is a different area in the game, but it's the same layout as the cave that Ace is in right now. The torches that light above each room, you can actually shoot those with a fire arrow each, and you can skip the cutscenes of the torch lighting. But I guess the developers were too smart for us, because they checked to make sure that all the enemies are dead in each room before the Dark Nuts actually spawn.
Alright, here come the Dork Nuts. See how he does.
Oh! Dean unfortunately getting massively trolled in Earth Temple by the Keys Coffin Room.
Oh, did it happen?
Yeah,
He has the backup
climbed out
chest. Okay, there's the backup chest. It is not ideal. Ace is also experiencing what happens when you don't get the strat and all the dark nuts are on your face, making your life miserable. This is what can happen. This is not ideal for him. Yeah, this chest is actually kind of annoying to get bomb storage on, so we'll see how Dean recovers from this. It's obviously not ideal. Another thing with freezing dark nuts and smashing them with the hammer is, I guess, the developers kind of were aware that this strategy could exist, where you could kill dark nuts super fast with the hammer. And so they tried to prevent that from happening by making the time window where they're actually frozen really short. So they only give you like a second window before they unfreeze themselves. And maybe they were hoping that was going to be enough time, but we're speedrunners, so that is just enough time for us to pull out the hammer and get a jump slash in and kill them.
I feel like they may have intended for it to just be challenging.
Maybe, yeah.
Instead of it just being easy. Because yeah, there are other enemies that stay frozen for much longer, like Wizrobes, but you can get the Wizrobes really fast in other ways by just constantly poking them with arrows.
I could also see it though, where it's like they didn't realize that jump slashing was a much faster animation, and so they may have just tested it, being like, well, I froze him, and I'm trying to use the normal hammer attack, and since that one's so slow, I can't get it. It must be good. But yeah. Oh my goodness. Health, Dean, we are all with you, buddy.
Yeah, this is a tricky situation for Dean, because he can't, there is a Stalfos in this room that he could kill for,
he got it. Okay.
More bombs. But he can't reload the room.
Yes. If he fails this, he has to go all the way back to the beginning of the dungeon. So he should be okay. He got storage, he got chest storage now. As long as he doesn't get clipped out, he's okay. He's fine. Don't worry, buddy. I believe in you. You don't need to worry about hearts. You got this. Don't get crushed. Okay, he's out. And the clutch save from Dean. Definitely important that he got that.
Ace right now is heading out to get the next wallet upgrade. Because we need so many rupees, it's much faster to get both wallet upgrades, so you can hold a maximum of 5,000 rupees at once.
Yeah, this wallet is not necessarily required, but otherwise you would have to go visit Tingle 4 individual times, which is not ideal. We do end up doing it in the manual swim route, but that's not really necessarily because it's faster that way. It's just a side effect of being unable to actually get this particular wallet for complicated reasons. And so Ace is going to be starting Savage Labyrinth. We'll see if his gamble, I wouldn't call it gamble, but his cojones to not get the extra heart container in Wind Temple is going to work out for him.
He needs to check the mail.
Yeah, there could be good items in there. Light arrows could be in there. Oh, he could be done. He could be in go mode, dude.
Well, no, he still has to find 8 shards, so.
That's true.
Yeah, Ace also doesn't have a bottle, so he can't get a safety fairy. He can, however, use the grappling hook on some of the enemies in Savage Labyrinth to potentially get more hearts. And there's also hearts in between each of the sectioned off sections of Savage Labyrinth. That was a good sentence.
So yeah, the main gist of Savage Labyrinth is there's 30 floors that we need to get through, and all of them you need to fight some enemies to clear the fire ring to bypass them. There are exceptions. There are a few rooms that, as speedrunners, we can skip. Any rooms that have a hook-shottable surface on them around the torches, we can hook-shot through the fire ring if we have damage and vulnerability. So we'll be seeing him take advantage of that. The biggest, most important one, though, is going to be in Tower the last 10 floors, 20 through 30. The so-called Tower of the Gods rooms. All of those have torches on them, so you'll be able to skip all of them. But as I mentioned before, that skip only works if you have taken damage at some point. So this is where the 3 hearts part becomes really Monka-esque, because if each time you're taking damage, you're closer and closer to death. And by the time you're at floor 30, you're sitting at half a heart. Quarter heart sometimes. Especially if you keep messing up the floor skips, because every single time you mess up the floor skip, you gotta do another one. You gotta retry it. Beat 'em Doritos, yep. I will be right back.
So the floor that Ace is on right now with the 2 moblins, it's actually possible to skip this floor by using the moblins as a hookshot source, just like Ace did with the torches on the previous floor. But obviously getting the moblins into the correct position is not something that's very viable. So now going through the second set of floors, which are based on Forbidden Woods, Ace doesn't have the boomerang, which could potentially kill a lot of these enemies fast, specifically the Bokobabas. So instead for Bokobabas, he's going to be either shooting them with the bow twice or poking them with the hookshot twice. I guess just depending on which one he feels like. Looks like he's using the bow and the sword in conjunction. Yeah, thankfully the boomerang's not actually required for anything outside of the Kalidemos boss fight, at least casually. Also, it is possible to skip a floor but also take damage while that's happening, which is what happened with Ace right there. Ace is also using arrows on the grounded Mothulas, and using an ice arrow on the last one, because an ice arrow will actually kill the Mothula faster than a regular arrow. The regular arrow has to actually... the Mothula has to, like, get shot back and then disintegrate and die, but the ice arrow just plainly shatters the enemy, which is much faster than the disintegration animation. That sounds funny, the disintegration animation. This floor is interesting because you want to gather up all these bokoblins that jump out of the pots and then try to hit them all at once. It's also interesting trying to take the green shoes into account here, since sometimes when they're like grounded on the floor and they're not trying to attack you, you can only hit them with like the hammer or the arrows. And then for the very last floor, there's a really cool strat that you can do with with ice arrows. There are 2 flying Mothulas, which if you can target the back one and then line up the first one in front, you can simply shoot both of them with an ice arrow, which is really fast. And then finally, after completing those floors, the rupees are now actually worth something at the end here. At the end of the first 10 floors, the rupees in the pots are all green rupees, but now that Ace finished the second set of floors, the rupees actually have some value to them. And this is where the floor section skip begins. Or the floor skip section begins, excuse me. So thankfully Trog found this really cool setup that you can use to skip the floors that Ace is using. If you just go into that corner and then shoot the hookshot to take damage and then pull out the hookshot as fast as you can again to shoot it, you'll actually be in the perfect position and angle to do the floor skip, which is much nicer than the old method, which used to involve the iron boots and having to aim the hookshot a lot more precisely. So while Ace is doing that, looks like Dean is teaching Makar the Wind God's Aria, and Romulost is about to go into the hookshot room with chest storage. I will say that I don't know where Helphos is, because my network seems to only be able to handle 3 streams at once, so I just had to pick 3 to watch. So sorry, Helphos, but I don't see where you are right now. Ace is going for the assist right here. If you can get the Bokoblin to just attack you regularly, you can use that to do a floor skip instead of having to go through the knockback animation of the fire. And again, Ace has to be pretty careful here, because he only has, you know, a single heart now. Although this is the last floor skip he's doing, so as long as he gets this, he should be okay. Alright. Oh, he did take damage though, so he's now at half a heart. But he made it past, so he's fine. And since he's gonna save warp after this, he's gonna get 3 hearts again anyway.
I am back. How are we doing?
Welcome back. Ace didn't die.
What? I'm disappointed.
He does have half a heart
left.
though. Yeah.
So you failed 1, I think, probably.
No, he got damaged during the process of 1. Like damaged, but did the floor skip also. Romulost just got the hookshot and is choosing to leave the room normally instead of doing the storage strat. Dean is about to enter into Earth Temple with Makar.
Oh, Ace is doing Diamond Step Super Swim. Alright. So Ace is attempting to get into Diamond Step without needing to use the hookshot. Normally you need the hookshot to hookshot one of the trees to get up into it. But if you can get inside of the island before it fully loads by going super fast and cancel your speed, you can have the island essentially load around you, and then once you are clipped inside of it, there's lots of water above you, and water physics pop. Did he do it unbuffered? Oh no, he was trying that unbuffered. Are you kidding me? So you generally only get 1 or 2 frames to cancel your momentum there. So that was, he was going balls to the walls on that one. It was crazy.
And looks like he's going for it again.
Yep. So this skips needing, so normally you need to sail there because there's no way to use the hookshot without doing it out of the boat first, obviously. So this skips sailing to Diamond Step, which is normally required, and it saves, first try saves 40 seconds. And yes, usually you only get 2 frames to cancel momentum inside of Diamond Step to get this. And you also, that should be good. Nice. Oh, he clipped himself out. Oh my goodness.
You might have been able to save warp with that height, but that's not something you want to try right there.
Ace is saying, I got this. Like, chill guys, I got this. But yes, I think this is probably, for top runners, this is the hardest swim to incorporate into the route. Just because you have such a small time window to clip inside of the island. Because it's a small island. Small islands load pretty quickly. They don't have as much data that needs to load collision-wise. So it loads pretty fast, and the way that you do the super swim needs to be in a very precise way to cause it to load slower.
Alright, there he goes.
Very nice. Oh my goodness. My dogs are excited for Diamond Step.
Oh yeah.
Per usual. They always like seeing that clip. Winston is. They love it. Guys, it was third try. He'll get it better next time.
Yeah, so Ace is gonna do a really weird clip right now where he's gonna make a bomb, push him into a wall, and clip him up into the weird collision right here on the side of the ship. And from there he can just directly hookshot to the ghost ship chart chest.
Ace was the one that actually found that clip.
Yeah. Complete accident. Which is how most stuff is found.
It's pretty nice. It actually skips. There's an alternative strat to do that skip to clip out of bounds there, but it's a trick that relies on a 2-frame window, so it's quite precise. That is obviously very much more lenient.
Oh yeah, the old way of doing that was pretty bleh, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, that relied on a glitch known as an L slide, which we won't be seeing in this run. It's a pretty common way of clipping with the hookshot, but just so it turns out that in this run we don't need to use it anymore, which is just nice. L slides are generally pretty precise, but it's a way to clip out of bounds using the hookshot and a bomb or some sort of damage source.
Yeah, L sliding is actually a technique that exists in Twilight Princess also, so if you want to see L sliding, better stick around for Twilight Princess, where the runners will be using it to save like 2 seconds or something.
I'm surprised it would even be that much total. I feel like it's frames each time you do it, like 1 frame.
Well, the task uses it to skip Stallard and skip a small key, so...
True, yeah. But there's not actually anything useful in it in TP besides frame optimizations, right? You can clip out of bounds with it, can't you? It's just, you can't, obviously.
Well, in very specific situations. Because I know we're diverging a bit here, but in Twilight Princess, if the extension of the hookshot touches a wall, then the clawshot, I guess, then the clawshot just gets canceled immediately. If that makes sense. It's like if the clawshot at any point, like if the chain ever begins clipping into a wall, the clawshot just gets canceled. So you can only do it in situations where you have like left-hand advantage, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah.
Shoot the clawshot around the left-hand corner of something at a source, and then clip through a wall like that. Anyway, back to Wind Waker.
Ace is going through Stonewatcher right now. This is, I guess, intended to be the easier of the 2 fight caves between Overlook and Stonewatcher. They're laid out exactly the same. They have the same premise behind them. You clear 4 rooms of enemies, and then at the end you kill some Darknuts. The Overlook one is more difficult. It has harder enemies and more Darknuts at the end, but Ace is making quick work of Stonewatcher with the use of Skullhammer, Ice Ring, or Skullhammer and Ice Arrows.
Yeah, for Overlook, you're required to have the hookshot to enter it, but for Stonewatcher, you're only required to have the power bracelets, which you can get much earlier than the hookshot.
this point, I think Ace has only a couple left, Triforce charts left to go. He has the one in Private Oasis, and he has the Bird's Peak Rock one. Now, way earlier in the run, like way earlier, I'm sure all of you were here. I was mentioning how the spoils bag was technically required in casual use to collect joy pendants, and you would use those joy pendants to get yourself the Cabana deed to unlock a door on Private Oasis that gave you a Triforce chart. So if there were some way to bypass that door on Private Oasis, you could skip needing to collect all 21 joy pendants and doing some really slow side quests.
Are you suggesting that there's a way to bypass the door at the cabana?
I am possibly suggesting that.
Oh my god!
I've theorized a few ways. We'll see if Ace is going to attempt it. It's not like this trick is like 8 years old, but.
Well, he's got a super swim over there first.
That is, what the heck was that?
Why was he holding the R button?
That was pretty cool. I didn't realize you would slide like that out of a R button. I guess he was holding R out in from the water to the land.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's probably. I've never tried that before. Okay, so yeah, anyways, Cabana Deed skip. You can skip it, spoiler alert. The easy way that we do it in the original version of the game is you first get storage, like most glitches in this game. And then there's a chest on the top of this waterfall up here that you use to activate chest storage. The game goes dark because this is one of those dark world chests. Oh, he pulled out the window here. Needs to re-get storage. But then once he has chest storage enabled, he can position himself against the door of the cabana in such a way that he can pull out the hookshot and hookshot a tree in the distance. Because the game, he'll be partially clipped into that door. And so he'll be able to hookshot that tree and pull himself through the wall and hit the loading zone. So he has this route, this memorized, what he needs to look for. He's looking for lights as visual cues in the dark. And then he's going to get right against the wall, aim in such a way to find that tree, and then he's going to use that tree to pull him through.
Oh, he found the blue rupee.
The legendary blue, there is a blue rupee that looks suspiciously like the tree when you're trying to find it.
Yeah, everything looks the same when it's all dark.
So he's just trying to find that tree. Nice. Okay, he got it.
There he goes, yeah.
Collecting these rupees. He's really hoping that the purple rupee does not... where the rupees end up going is random. And, oh, yeah. He really doesn't want to have some rupees end up on top of the bookshelf there. Like the bigger ones, like the purple and the reds, or else he could potentially be in a situation where he'll be short rupees. In this particular route, being short rupees isn't that big of a deal. This is an interesting strat to get rupees. I like it. It's cute.
Just,
I like
just
that.
to ensure that none of them get stuck. Let's see, how many does he have? He wants at least, what is it, 714?
713, I think. So he's one short.
Oh. Are we gonna get to see the Are we gonna get to see the legendary yellow rupee on Tingle Isle?
So yeah, he has one. I think it might be 711. I don't remember how much exactly he needs, but he's essentially trying to skip a extra farm on Ghost Ship. He's going to be farming rupees coming up.
It has to end in a 4 because there are 300 and... Oh no, he gets 309 each time, not 310. Because
he gets 310 the first time,
yeah.
And then the rest of them get 309.
So yeah, he's probably going to have to end up getting the yellow rupee. It's a legendary yellow rupee that we didn't know existed. for a while.
Or we could cut grass. We'll see what he needs one. If he just needs like 1 rupee, you might just cut grass.
Yeah, so now after he's done with the cabana, he's going to super swim over to Bird's Peak Rock, where he will be doing a really old grappling hook clip to get inside the island, which skips having to get the bait bag and highway pair. He is choosing to refill air at the submarine. Also, we can see the ghost ship in the background. The ghost ship is actually one of the things that's, that makes routing this game tricky, because you want to be able to just access the ghost ship right when you need it, but it only appears at certain quadrants, depending on what the current state of the moon is. So that's one of the trickier parts of the routing, along with everything else that goes into the routing. Because now you have to take into account the day-night cycle. And Ace clipped in and then clipped back out. Okay. There he goes. Alright, yeah. Usually the ceiling stops you from clipping back out like what happened there. But I guess Ace just had the perfect angle to be able to do that.
Alright, Jim, I'm gonna have to peace out at this point. I have other things I need to get done, but it's been a pleasure commentating with you. I need to do this more, it's fun.
Yes,
thanks guys for
next time you can
chilling,
blab about all the intricacies of 14 Dragon Roost Cavern keys to us.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, at this point you guys are all experts. Congratulations, you've graduated from Wind Waker School. Thank you for listening to that. We can now talk about the real important stuff like 14 Dragon Roost keys. But good luck to the rest of the runners, and I'll see you guys all later.
Alright, thank you very much, Trog. Yep, so sorry guys, you're stuck with only me for the time being until Twilight Princess starts. At which point you will also be stuck with me, so you're with me for the next, 5 hours, sorry. Anyway, now that Ace has gotten the Triforce chart at Bird's Peak Rock, the only one he has left is the one at the Ghost Ship, which should still be at Bomb Isle, assuming that it does not turn daytime before he super swims over there, but he's going to be there in a few seconds, so he should be fine. He can find where the ship is. There it is. He actually has to physically open the Ghost Ship chart and touch the ghost of the ship to go in. So now that he's in the ghost ship, this is actually the place where it's best to farm rupees in the route. So these pots that are at the end of the ghost ship, every time that he goes in to get these pots, he's going to get 310 rupees if he has full health, and 309 rupees if he doesn't have full health. And then the fastest way to farm the rupees here is you want to ledge clip out of bounds to reload the area. Because reloading the area will also reload all the pots that are in the area. And so with that, he can just continually leaf pump his way back over, skipping the ghost ship fight, and just constantly farming rupees. He also, this isn't something that ever happens, but he also wants to make sure that he doesn't stand on top of the ghost ship chart, or excuse me, not the chart, stand on top of the chest that's inside there, because if he does, then he's going to end up crashing the game due to a bunch of various complicated reasons about how the game loads states and stuff. Another way that you could void out and reload the area is by getting chest storage with that chest and then just walking up the side of the wall. Because the side of the wall is inclined a little bit, and if you walk up it, you can just actually jump out of bounds pretty easily. but that's not really viable here because you can't get storage on top of the chest. Someone in chat has asked me to show feet, and I'm not entirely sure that's possible with just my voice. I unfortunately cannot provide any visual stimulus with my voice, much to the dismay of many. So you're just gonna have to deal with my voice now and trust me that when I tell you my foot is behind my head.
I got you, Jim. Let me find
Oh,
a
okay.
picture of your feet.
Oh, thanks, Trez. Also, yeah, Ace needs to farm to 3,184 rupees. Since that's the amount that you need to decipher all of the Triforce charts with Tingle, because it's 398 rupees per chart, and there are 8 charts. So, by doing some elementary multiplication, we can figure out that we need 3,184 rupees.
There you go, guys. That's Jim's feed.
Wait, I don't have the stream open. I guess I'll have to look at this later. Anyway, looks like Dean is making his way into Overlook, and Helphos, or excuse me, not Helphos, Romulust is making his way into Savage Labyrinth. So Romulust will be fighting enemies here for about the next 10 minutes and then be skipping floors. Ace looks like he has 3 more farms that he has to do for the Ghost Ship before he can open up the treasure chart. Or open up the chest for the Triforce chart.
Hello.
Hello. Who is
Hey, I
this?
found someone to cover.
I was forced to participate.
Oh, hi, Joe.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, everyone. This is Joe.
Hi.
He's notorious for being obsessed with Puppet Ganon.
Oh, hey. Yeah, that's true. Guess I'm gonna cover Trog for the last couple minutes of Wind Waker.
The last couple minutes.
Yeah, at
Really?
least for 8.
He doesn't
But I'm
even
gonna
know
stick-
how long the game is. Get him out of here. What the heck?
Let's move him back to the waiting room. Alright, there he goes.
Dang.
Thanks! Yeah. Yeah, no, I will stick around for the end.
Alright, well, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having
Thanks for keeping me company while I watch these men sail the sea and swim across it.
and jump down holes in Savage.
Yes. Also, Ace right there using the hook shot to grab onto the mailbox so he doesn't have to exit out the King of Red Lions the regular way. The hookshot's actually very useful for some environmental maneuvers because the hookshot can latch onto things like trees, ladders, and mailboxes. Or really anything that's made out of, like, wood for some reason, I guess.
So on Ace's stream, we see right now that he's talking to Greedy Tingle, giving him the 3,184 rupees to decipher the charts, which is the best part of the run, I would say.
Yeah, watching Tingle do his dance 8 times is clearly what we all came here for.
Yup.
If you guys didn't come here for that, then I'm sorry, but you're in the wrong place. Please exit the stream immediately. Except don't do that because we have interesting things coming up. Romulus did a pretty good assist right there on the 9th floor of Savage Labyrinth, or the 8th floor, excuse me. And then makes quick work of the moblins so that he's done with the first 10 floors now.
Coming up on Ace after the last dance of Tingle, he's gonna try to get the last storage of the run. which is referred to as tingle storage, which is well, when you're on PB pace, it's kind of hard to get that storage. Now I don't have game sound. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, so Dean has finished up Overlook, so he'll be heading to Savage Labyrinth now as well, I assume. Also, Romulus is playing it safe as he has 5 hearts now in Savage Labyrinth. Ace went in there with only 3, and he came out with half a heart, so Ace did put a little bit of risk into it.
Romulus having a little trouble with the second assist.
Yeah, it looks like he'll just opt to kill the enemies now. Oh man, Ace dropping into the ocean after getting the Windfall Island reload. Ace actually wants to drown up here as he's super swimming over because he wants the King of Red Lions up here at Gale Isle so that he can actually use the King of Red Lions to salvage up the Triforce shard that's here at Gale Isle. So now he's going to open up all of the Triforce shards if he hasn't done it already. I think he already did it. As far as like the Triforce shards themselves go, there are 3 sets of positions that the Triforce shards can be in. Also, Ace got an urn. Wasn't quite far north enough.
Yeah, the urn is not on every quadrant or not on every island. There is just a few, and luckily it's all like where most of the Triforce pieces are. There are urns to get, which is just a minor time loss, but it's always annoying to get. You're like, fine, I get the Triforce piece, and then you get the urn, and well, yeah.
Yeah, but see, the good thing about the urn is that you can say, guys, this is the urn.
This is the urn, guys.
This is the urn. Yeah, so now Ace is just going to be sailing around the ocean and playing Ballad of Gales a lot, salvaging up Triforce shards, so not very much interesting stuff is going to be happening on his screen, unfortunately.
Hellforce just getting the Ghost Shard, doing the push clip again. Romulus in Savage. Dean just about to enter Savage.
No, you cannot get the Triforce shards without having the chart deciphered. They only appear once the chart is deciphered.
Yeah.
If we could get them without the charts, then we wouldn't have to do any of the stuff with Tingle or get any of the actual charts.
You could skip like all the sub-dungeons like Savage and Overlook. We could just skip them. You also have to open the map. Just deciphering them or obtaining them doesn't work. You also have to open the map so you can see where it is, which is kind of weird, but well.
Looks like Romulus is having a bit of trouble with the floor skips here. You need to be in the very corner to be able to do the floor skip. And it seems like he might be coming out of it just a little bit on some of his attempts. So See if he gets the third assist here. No, he's not going for it.
Yeah, this assist is mostly RNG based. Like, the Bokoblin doesn't always notice you, and if he does, it's still random if he decides to hit you right away or not. Did you guys talk about the old floor skips before?
I referenced it, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the old floor skips sucked. I don't like them.
Yeah. Yeah, same.
I think they're fine in HD when you have gyro controls, but with stick controls, they're not very good.
They are faster, aren't they? Like, by just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
But I guess the extra 2 equips you have to do to unequip Iron Boots are not worth it. Also, it's dumb.
Now Romulus is in a weird position now.
Yeah. So the Dark Nuts do 1 heart of damage, so he definitely does not want to get hit. Oh, he's going for
the Dark Nut's gonna block him now.
Yep. So you gotta run. Oh, he does only. I thought he does 1 heart. Or was it the jump attack that does 1 heart?
The jump attack does 2 hearts.
Oh yeah. Why did he only?
I think it's like either the overhead or the side swipe.
I'm getting too emotional over this. I have seen this happen. This very scene that he's experiencing right now happened to me a long time ago. This is why I'm feeling so much. It hurts to watch. It's very scary.
Yeah, because obviously he doesn't want to die here, because if he does, that's going to be a huge time loss for him. Okay.
Uh-oh. God. I can't watch this.
Oh my god. He's using the Skull Hammer as a shield. He's attempting to shoot the... Okay, there he goes. He gets 1. Now he just has to shoot the other one. Okay, he's done it. There we go. Alright, he made it through. Don't worry, guys.
That was a very big Monka ass.
I agree, yeah.
Yeah, if he would have died, he would have lost 10 minutes. Or like 9 minutes or something.
Yeah, if he'd died, that would have actually put Dean ahead of him.
Yeah. So Ace getting the typical troll by the sea hats. This particular shark you have to fish up is the worst nightmare in the whole segment. These sea hats can just screw you over big time, and you can lose like minutes to just this one piece. So he just decided to snipe them away, so he doesn't have to deal with them anymore.
Alright, so Romulus opting to not do the Diamond Step Super Swim and just instead sail over there like a rational person.
Yeah. I think that's also a big part why the many people, or I mean, the community isn't that active at the moment, but I would say the manual Super Swim route isn't particularly hard because of the manual Super Swim, but because of the Diamond Step Swim. Because you kind of have to do it right after the manual Super Swim. It's like the very next trick you do. So not only do you have to pause the game for like 6 minutes straight, but afterwards you have to do this incredibly hard swim. see Hellforce's rupee count. I have to pull up the screen.
Our Romulus is doing the old setup for the push clip.
Oh, that's like your HD setup, isn't it?
That's
like
the really old setup.
Yeah, like the very first one, I think.
Yeah. Oh wow. The cannons were exploding in midair above Ace.
Yeah, I love when the game just doesn't like you. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, this is really a bad position for Ace to be in. Okay, you got it.
If we only would have magic armor, then you wouldn't get knocked out the boat. So Dean doing the floor skips. Rom on his way to Stonewatcher, and Hellforce going to Bird's Rock. I think Ace only needs 2 more. I didn't pay attention too much.
I believe that's correct, yeah. We'll know when he gets the full Triforce anyway. Stopping.
Yeah, my bad. Okay. Hellforce in Ghost Chip.
Yep, Hellforce is gonna have to farm to 3,184 rupees just like Ace did.
Dean finishing Savage. Labyrinth. Ooh, Hellforce missing the clip. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, thankfully there is magic in the skulls in the Ghost Ship.
Okay, Ace about to finish up the Triforce. He's gonna get the last piece he needs, and then he will make his way to Hyrule and finish up the rest.
Yeah, also Ace is actually turning the camera in front of the King of Red Lions so that he can hear when the Triforce Shard is approaching. Because for all salvageable, or for all, what are they called, treasure rings? Or treasure shines or something, that appear on the ocean, there's always a sort of mystical sound that plays whenever you get close to them. So using that, he can determine when he needs to pull out the grappling hook for the salvaging process correctly. Instead of having to, reference the map just to make sure that he's over the proper location.
Hellforce missing the clip again. This clip is not too precise, but if you have a Visrope in that room which throws fireballs at you the whole time. So if you miss time, your side hop will just snipe you and you will fall down. It's kind of bad, but I think he just missed the clip itself. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so now that Ace has the he has the full Triforce of Courage, and he has the fully powered up Master Sword, the game will grant him access to Hyrule 3, where he can defeat the mighty Darknuts and finally set off all of the different flags for being able to break the barrier.
The Hyrule 3 Darknuts can be really tricky to beat because I'm not sure if you covered that before, but when Link does a parry attack, it is random if it's a side roll parry or an overhead parry. And especially in the Hyrule 3 fight, you don't want a side roll parry because you will just get blocked by one of the two Darknuts and the other one will just hit you. So it's kinda RNG based to get a good fight here. Or not kinda, it is RNG based to get a good fight. So he really wants to have an overhead parry here.
Yeah, Helfo's still unfortunately having trouble with the clip.
Yeah, before this clip was known, we just safe warped out the ship and sailed back into, where Ghost Ship was a little easier, but also a lot slower. Yeah, so Ace just got the side roll parry as I mentioned, and he got hit by the Darknut, so he is really running low on health there.
It's interesting, why isn't the... Okay, there we go. The Darknut, like, wasn't freezing for some reason.
Yeah, the Hyrule 3 Darknuts have, like, weird properties. Like, a certain amount of time after you stun them with, like, a sword hit or after the parry, they have, like, this weird collision where they just don't freeze, and I'm still not too sure why that happens. But it's very consistent, so there has to be something to it.
Also right here, Ace is actually going to fly over the railing of the bridge and then jump and void out. This actually skips the cutscene of the barrier breaking, which saves like 30 seconds. Please do not confuse that with barrier skip.
Yeah,
that is
it
not
barrier
barrier
cutscene skip. Yeah, this trick only works, or it doesn't only work on Japanese, but on other versions, you cannot just simply fly onto the railing. You have to do some crazy L-slide bomb boost trick to get on that railing. So this trick is really only viable for Japanese.
Actually, I'm not sure if it works on any other version. Because in the Japanese,
you have to slash. You have to slash the barrier on the other versions, right? So it wouldn't even work.
You might be able to do it if you like get storage and then do a jump slash after voiding out or something.
Maybe, yeah.
But I've never tested.
You're right. On the Japanese, the barrier cutscene starts once you walk towards it, and on every other version, you have to slash the barrier for it to collapse. So it might not even work. Yeah, forgot about that.
And now Ace is going to do one of the biggest time saves in the run here, which is the trial skip. Saves a little over 8 minutes over an optimal trials, if I remember correctly. So he's essentially going to do a roll clip out of bounds here, and then just simply use the leaf to fly behind the trials door.
Nice.
Also, no, Ace unfortunately will not be getting sub 4. You'd
Yeah.
somehow have to skip lots of cutscenes and skip every single fight in the game to get sub 4 right now.
Yeah, he's already on 359.40, so yeah. So coming up for Helfos is the amazing Tingle quest, where you have to pay him.
8 more Tingle dances, guys. Who's ready?
Yeah. So Rom just beating Birds Peak Rock, or not beating, but getting the shard. And Dean is, I believe, in Stonewatcher? Yeah.
Yeah. So the puzzle that, or the maze, I guess, that Ace is doing right now, the maze is the exact same route every time. Normally what the game wants you to do is, it wants you to defeat Phantom Ganon each time, and then when Phantom Ganon is dead, his sword will fall in the direction that you need to go to progress to the next part. If you choose the wrong door, you either go back to the beginning of the maze, or you end up having to fight lots of stupid enemies, which wastes a bunch of time.
Isn't there also a chest somewhere which is like a meme in the rando community?
I don't think so, no. I think that's just the light arrow chest is the meme.
Okay. Yeah.
Ace is now crawling on the floor. That is not important at all, but that's what he did.
Oh, it's not? Oh. So yeah, Ace is getting the light arrows, the most overpowered item in the game. You can just kill any basic enemy in one hit. Which doesn't matter really, except for the staircase fight. There's a way, so the staircase that's coming up, there are a lot of enemies there, and the door is locked. The door to Puppet Ganon until you defeat every enemy, so here's the door of the enemy. There's a way to skip it, but I don't think it's that much faster in RTA to skip that.
It's not worth it in RTA, and it also wastes magic, so you wouldn't go into the Puppet Ganon fight with full magic. Ganon's tower is actually kind of interesting like that, because there's a skip you can do in like every single room of Ganon's tower, right? Because like there's the trial skip that Ace just did. You can actually skip obtaining the light arrows also.
Yeah.
You can skip having to really do anything in this final staircase room, and you can skip doing the Puppet Ganon fight. But unfortunately, 3 of those tricks aren't worth it to do in the run.
Yeah, it's kind of sad.
Yeah, Ace is just demolishing all the enemies with light arrows, because that's what light arrows are meant to do.
Helfo's getting the last storage of the run, the storage, and gonna make his way to get the Triforce as well. Rom in the Ghost Chip needs a couple more rupees, and Dean is making his way to Cabana, which I'm sure he does not do in the dark. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah, you can not do the Cabana in the dark by save warping when you super swim to the island, which will then respawn in the King of Red Lions. And if you store the King of Red Lions text and then open the chest and then cancel the King of Red Lions text, you'll get chest storage, but the chest animation will play through far enough so that the darkened overworld effects doesn't happen. And then you can easily see like where you need to aim for the tree. I remember when I thought that trick was hard even with being able to see.
Yeah, I was the same.
That was back in like 2013 though.
Well, it was like 2014 for me. Can't believe it's 5 years ago. Oh yeah, Ace watching this not creepy cutscene of an old man sitting by the bed of a little girl.
Not creepy at all.
No. It's like almost, how do you say, caress? Is that the right word?
Caress?
Or not?
Caress means to like lightly stroke something.
Oh, okay. Well, I get the vibes of that, okay? I'm kind of getting the vibes from that, so I don't know. So coming up is the best boss of the game, really.
Some would disagree with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of people disagree.
Puppet Ganon is definitely the hardest boss of the run, though.
Yeah, probably. So what you're meant to do in a casual playthrough is hitting his strings and make his tail fall down, so you can easily shoot it with a light arrow. But obviously it's slow, plus we don't have the boomerang, so we just snipe the tail while it's wiggling back and forth.
Yeah, there's a convenient attack that Puppet Ganon does, which Ace was waiting for each time, where Puppet Ganon will essentially, like, he'll like wiggle his arms above his head kind of weirdly, but during that portion of time, the tail behind him actually swings back and forth very consistently, and so it's much easier to hit while it's in that animation than when it's swinging back normally and, like, you know, Puppet Ganon's moving around and stuff.
The second phase is also pretty straightforward. You just wait for him to fall down like you would in a casual playthrough. But there's a trick that Ace just did, where when you hit him once, he spins in a predictable pattern while he's going back up, and you can snipe him again while he's going up. And you can actually hit him twice while he's going back up, which would be... Oh, he didn't even get it first try, he got it now.
Yeah.
It's hard without audio to see, so yeah, he got it there, which saves some time.
Yeah, it did save some time. Unfortunately, he's too low on magic right now, so he's gonna have to kill some of the morphs that come down for magic drops. Or actually, no, he has the hook shot, so he can just go up, but he needs to not die to Puppet Ganon beforehand. So he's gonna stun Puppet Ganon with bombs, hook shots his way up.
Yeah, Puppet Ganon actually does also have a hard damage, so he shouldn't get hit too much. For the third phase, there's also the snipe you can do, which is kinda RNG based, but kinda not RNG based. Most people don't even go for it. You also snipe him while he's falling down from the air, which is a ridiculously hard shot.
Oh, we almost... I think he's gonna need more magic now, though.
Yeah, I think he's low again.
Oh no, he had enough. Okay.
Oh really? That looked like not enough.
Interesting.
So
Alright, well, that was Puppet Ganon for Ace.
Yeah.
So now Ace has about 6 minutes before his run is going to end, and we'll be able to get our first Twilight Princess runner up here.
So, Tingle Dances for ROM coming up.
Yep. And Halfos is just currently collecting Triforce shards.
What is Ace doing? Okay. So there's a somewhat optimized strat to climb up to Ganon, which Ace didn't choose to do, and I don't know why, because I think he was the one who found it. So whatever. So Ace is just filling up on hearts, because I wouldn't want to do a too hard Ganon fight, to be honest. And...
Well, not at least if you have a choice.
Well, okay, yeah.
In HD, we do 1 heart.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still play on hero mode in HD or no? That's
No, in HD you have to play on normal mode for the morph to drop a heart.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So Hellfall's fishing up the best Triforce piece of the run.
Yeah.
These sea heads are just brutal. They will just wreck you. Oh, looks like Dean missed the day and night cycle and has to get Song of Passing.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah, if he misses the Bomb Isle ghost ship, then the ghost ship's gonna be at Spectacle Isle next, which is 1 quadrant west of Windfall.
It looks like it was just barely missing. It's like still pretty dark outside, so it's unfortunate.
Yeah, but it's still going to be worth it for him to get the Song of Passing, because a single day is very slow.
Yeah, I think it's like, what, 6 minutes or something to wait for night. You also would have to leave Windfall, because time doesn't pass on Windfall.
Yeah, so looks like Romulus got a different Triforce set than at least Ace did. I'm not sure which set Alphos has. As I mentioned earlier, there are 3 different sets of positions that the Triforce shards can be in for you to salvage them. Well, actually there are 4, but the 4th one only appears in New Game Plus. Ace still has a long cutscene to go through with the King of Hyrule and Ganondorf before he can do the battle with Ganondorf, which, if done well, takes less than a minute.
Dean having a little trouble to find the ghost ship. Although it's right there. I saw it. Come on, Dean, you can do it. There it is. Okay, he got it. That was really close. Really close to drowning.
Where? Alright. I did my evil laugh. My quota's done.
Nice. Have a nice day. So Dean doing ghost ship now, farming his rupees. Let's see if he's doing well. We had Hellfoes having a lot of troubles in ghost ship. Let's see what Dean does.
Alright, so Ace starting off the Ganondorf fight here. He's going to equip the Iron Boots so that he can do fast jump slashes on Ganondorf right away. This allows him to be able to complete the battle in a few less cycles than he normally would be able to. So now Zelda's going to shoot her light arrow at Uwu so that he can deal the final blow to Ganondorf. And with that, Ace finished with a 4:14.18 on his timer, which is pretty close to his 4:15 estimate.
Yeah.
And with that, Zaf will be beginning his run of Twilight Princess.
Okay, I will let you do the TP stuff, and I will look back to Wind Waker once in a while.
Oh man, what's Zapphire's Twitch channel name?
Zaf_TP, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
So you just did Back in Time. You could explain that, because I'm not too familiar with the game.
What? Why is it telling me it's not found?
Zef_TP TP, Jim.
I know, I'm doing that.
Ah. Also, yeah, Joe, thanks for covering.
Sure, no problem.
I just gonna bring the Zelu in, even if he
The
doesn't do
Zelu?
shit.
Huh?
Zelu.
What?
Hi, Zelu.
Huh?
Wow, that was rude.
What?
I'm
What?
gonna go cry now.
How you doing, Zelu? How's my dad doing?
Doing great, Dad. How are you doing, Dad?
I'm doing good, Dad. Thanks for asking, Dad.
I'm
All right,
glad
Dad,
the
so,
dads reunited. Can some of you guys explain the back in time and TP?
Alright, well, Zach's being a little baby, and he's doing the safety back in time here after failing it once.
Thanks.
So what Zach's gonna try to do here is he will be trying to avoid out and reset the game at the same time. And what that's gonna do is he will respawn on the dummy file that the game has set up for the title screen. And that's gonna have, so he'll have the title screen active while he has control, and then he'll void out once to bring back up his HUD. And when he does that, he will save quit. And when he save quits, he'll be back in Veron with actors from the dummy file. So that's gonna be Hero's Clothes, Ordon Shield, or not Ordon Shield, sorry, Ordon Sword, Hylian Shield, and Opponent Tamed.
And the tunic.
I'd said that.
No, I didn't hear that. I'm bad. Sorry, Dad.
Come on, Dad. First things first, he's gonna get the lantern. This is useful 3 times in the run, and that's it. You need it though, so it's good that he gets it now.
Why is Zaf playing on a German version?
Oh, well, he's playing on German because Audi
Master
founded
Race.
the German empire of TP speedrunning and figured out that German actually saves 5.6 seconds because of some glitch text boxes that we'll be seeing later on in the run.
Are you sure that's not just propaganda from the shadow government?
I mean, it could be, but
168 frames do not lie, gymnast.
I know. I had to use it for the task.
so right now Zap is in one of the most annoying rooms in the beginning of the game. Nice bonk.
Yeah.
This room is a really good example, or really this whole like first segment is a good example of why TP movement's really hard. You want to get frame perfect rolls, so you want to roll as soon as possible after your last roll, and you also want maximum speed for those rolls, which can only be achieved on flat or downsloped land. And there's a lot of slopes, both visible and invisible, everywhere in this game. And if you either drop a frame perfect roll or you start your rolls on like the wrong part of land, it's just you just go really slow. So you can end up seeing. So I think like the best time somebody's gotten on like the cage break is like probably like a 356 or something. I don't know, but you can get like sub 4. But it's really common to see runners get, 402, 408, up until like 420 just off of lost time from rolling. So it's pretty insane how much time you can save. As you get further through the game, it matters a lot less, but it's still really important for the run.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea about how much time rolling saves, the task gets a 343 cage break.
Yeah, I don't even think that's even close to that as humanly possible.
Also, Zaf did a technique known as a jump/quick spin there to break the cage. It's a pretty common technique that's actually possible in multiple 3D Zelda games. But it's nice right there because it actually breaks the entire cage really fast. Basically, Zaf, during his jump attack, he spun the control stick around, which did an automatic quick spin when Link hit the ground after the jump slash. Like, he didn't even need to press the B button. So that's a cool technique we'll be seeing at some points throughout the run.
Quick update on Wind Waker. Helfos just did trial skip the old school way by just doing a bomb push clip instead of or just a ledge clip instead of the roll clip that Ace did. which is the older way, but it's the more consistent or the easier way. Dean is paying Greedy Tingle, and Rom is just on the Triforce quest.
Wow, Howard's being a tough guy for Zap today.
Howard always sucks.
Yeah. Oh, and we got Nathaniel over here being dumb also. Okay, there we go. Nathaniel got it.
These goats are pretty sick. They're really sensitive to what your actions are.
Yeah. We've also named all the goats.
Yeah. They're not exactly RNG, but it's as close to RNG as you can get without literally it being luck. So.
Hello.
Hey, Jack. Everyone, please welcome our third commentator, Jaquaid.
I run TPHD, so I don't know exactly everything about SD in terms of the differences, but I think I know enough, probably.
Yeah, you'll be fine at the last hour, don't worry.
Audie, don't you have a run to warm up for while you're chatting?
Also, right now, Zaf is in Bo the Mayor's house. He's actually going to be getting the Iron Boots right now, despite the fact that you should not be able to get the Iron Boots yet. This just happens to be a side effect of the back-in-time flags that were set at the beginning of the run. And it's actually good because it's possible to lose a lot of time here, just due to the fact that the game, or the wrestling that Zaf has to do with Bo is RNG. And so he's hoping to push Bo out of the ring as fast as possible, but that usually doesn't happen because RNG.
Yeah, this is basically rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, nice. You got good RNG on the second time. So yeah, optimally, you want Bo to sidestep so that you can slap him and then push him out of the arena in 2 moves only.
Well, you want him either to sidestep or do nothing. He can only do nothing on his first turn, on the very first turn. If he does nothing, you have to mash a little bit faster to push him off in one like cycle, I guess. But either way, it's a good outcome. If he dodges your slap and pushes you first, though, as long as you mash fast enough, you can still push him off the next turn with the same slap push combo, but it is a lot more difficult to get.
So Helfo's entering Puppet Cannon, and the other 2 guys still in the Triforce quest.
Oh, I think Romulos just finished. He's doing his final Ballad of Gales to Tower of the Gods. What are you talking about, Eki? Twilight Princess is obviously an anime.
It's Wind Waker's edgier anime. It's the sequel series. After the time skip, Link grows up, and the show gets really edgy and dark.
Damn.
So Zaf is entering the kind of tutorial area for the wolf, and here's just basically where the game teaches you all the mechanics. Oh, he's not going for box breaker, unless this is some weird setup I've never seen. Yeah, no, he's not going for it. Anyway, here you're basically just going to learn all the different mechanics of wolf, and wolf dashing is a lot more. It's a lot simpler than rolling in terms of how to go fast. I think it's 58 frames, right, between dashes?
59.
59, yeah. So it's almost 2 seconds between dashes. So it's not very specific on the timing, like rolling is. And also after the first frame that you can dash, you stay at full speed for a little bit. So you can pretty much chill with wolf movement. It's not very difficult to do. Wolf also moves in a lot of areas. Wolf moves a lot faster than Human Link does, but because of how long it takes to transform later in the game, and also because of just weird properties in different areas, you're not when you might think it's faster. Or think it would be faster. Excuse me.
So Halfo's doing the puppet cannon snipes as Ace did before.
I thought you were gonna say puppet Ganon skip for a second.
Oh,
I heard puppet Ganons.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure if anyone will go for that.
Halfo's getting a little bit trolled by puppet Ganon being so close to him and then moving so far away. You have to judge how far away Puppet Ganon is when you snipe him, because the farther away he is, the lower you have to aim your arrow, due to how aiming at far away things versus close things works when they're at the same level.
So let's see if he goes for the second phase snipe.
Yeah, definitely. I'll just make zap sounds for him.
Ruh, 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 ruff. Skip.
Where's Trog's dog? Just get him to bark into the mic.
Yeah, where's Winston to bark into the mic?
Interesting move from Halfos there. He sniped Puppet Cannon before he fell down, so the keys don't spawn and he will not get magic now, so it's kind of funny. I'm not sure why he did that. Oh, okay. He just didn't go for the snipe, so it's all fine.
Yeah, he's low on magic, so it doesn't look like he'll be going for it. He desperately needs magic from the keys now. He only got one drop.
The expected time for a TP run is about 3 hours. So Zap is about to do one of the most notorious tricks in this game, Sword and Shield skip. So first things first, he's going to get out of Hyrule Castle here and back into Ordon Woods. And then he will be going over to the right after this minute text and meeting up with our good pal Hugo. Now, Hugo is not that much of a problem once you really understand this trick and you understand, enemy pushing, and you understand, all the little stupid things about this. But this is definitely the hardest trick to learn in this category. Not to mention that if you were to run, no save and quit or all dungeons, you would still have to know this. Actually, not for no save and quit. Actually, I think the route without this is only like 40 seconds slower or something. So he's going to lead Hugo across the bridge up to this gate between Ordon and Faron. And what he'll be doing is pushing Hugo into a specific position. The position's a little bit varied. He just wants him in between a black line that's on the ground and a white splotch that's on the ground. Some people use the lines on the walls instead. And then once he has him in a good angle and position, Staff is going to jump twice and do an LJA to go past the ground trigger that forces Link to walk back and get the Sword and Shield into an air trigger that allows you to move forward to Faron Woods.
Yeah, and this trick is required for the any percent category. It's not possible to progress without it.
Yeah, Ordon is in the wrong state after doing Bit, so you can't actually go get the Sword and Shield, even though it's already slower in the first place.
So now the game introduces Zaf to his first Shadow Beast fight, as well as the Midna charge attack, which he has to learn to progress, otherwise he literally can't defeat the Shadow Beasts. Helphos is just about finished with Wind Waker here. He's just got to watch the final cutscene with Ganondorf and then beat him.
Hey Jim, Wilski has a good question. What makes a jump attack long?
Well, in case you didn't know, a long jump attack is a jump attack that goes longer than normal.
Oh man, tell me more.
So, if Link is targeting something in this game, he will attempt to jump to it as much as he can. So much, in fact, that the maximum jump attack speed you can get while targeting an object that you can target, like an enemy or even like some non-enemies in some situations, the fastest speed that you can get, at least as human Link, with a jump attack is about 3 times that of a regular jump attack. And as Wolf Link, the speed that you can get with the jump attack is about half that with a long jump attack, but it's just enough speed so that when Wolf Link targets the Bulblin Hugo in front of the entrance to Farron, he can get a long jump attack that's just far enough to get over the ground trigger that Zelda mentioned earlier. And that trick is going to be exploited a lot later on after the runners get the Gale Boomerang.
Coming up, Zap is going to be doing the second most annoying trick in this game to learn, early Master Sword. So in this next room, there's basically a ledge that dips just low enough so that Zap can do a trick with this Shadow Beast. He's going to be abusing the fact that when you use the mid-to-charge attack, Link attacks the highest point on an enemy, and when the Shadow Beast lifts his hand up, the highest point is his hand. So Zap is going to attack the Shadow Beast's hand and get enough height to go on top of that out-of-bounds area and just walk straight to where the Master Sword is. In TPHD, though, they took the Wind Waker book and just put a big invisible wall in that whole room. They just put a nice barrier around everything, so it's impossible, even if you could get up there, to get the Master Sword early.
Looks like Romulus is having some trouble in the final staircase room. Thankfully, there's lots of magic and health refills there.
Where?
Where?
Alright, my Hue quota is done for Helphos.
Can I get one singular Hue in chat? One Hue. No more.
Just one. Just one.
Oh, Cryptic with the one Hue. Everyone else is banned.
Dab.
Oh, Flo is banned. More than one Hue.
Banned, yeah.
Our organizers out.
Everyone just banned. Monko.
No, Deesh did the wrong word, banned.
That should make it sub only, guys. So final fight coming up for Helphos.
Yep, after that, Aether will be taking over.
Rom just entered the Puppet Ganon cutscene, and Dean has, I think, 4 more Triforce pieces to go, or 5.
So Zap is going to be fighting Skull Kid here. This fight is a little annoying. It's pretty basic. He just has to hit Skull Kid whenever he wants to blow his horn. And to do that, Zap is going to be killing these puppets. He only wants to kill 1 though, or at least as little as possible. Killing 2 isn't that big of a deal, but more than that you don't want to do. The more you kill, the more this area lags while you're killing them. And then also I think the timer for Skull Kid to blow his horn doesn't start until you stop killing, like until you've killed 1 and then you stop killing them. So if you kept killing them, I think his timer like just resets until
No,
they're all dead.
It would keep going, but it doesn't play during the lag frames that get inserted when you kill the others.
Oh, I see. That's how it works.
So Hellfaust finished his run with a time off. He didn't have a timer, so I don't know.
4:24:22, according
Nice.
to the ZSR bot.
So now Aether is coming up with TP for them. There he is already. Nice. Rom has some troubles with sniping Puppet Cannon.
Aether's gonna have his chance at back in time coming up. He has to do this clip though. Obviously Zaf had to do it too, but this clip is very, very, very dumb. If you do it the same way every time, you would theoretically get through every single time, but it's still really, really buggy and hard to properly properly clip through this consistently. So Aether's having a bit of trouble, but eventually he'll get through.
Yeah, part of whether or not this trick works is how the gate swings when you bonk into it. If it swings the wrong way, then you're gonna get pushed out the wrong way.
You can also get stuck in that gate. And okay, Aether's saving a little bit of time right there. He went for the real man's back in time and got it. So he just saved like a minute over Zaf right there.
Yeah, Zaf still has a pretty significant head start though, since he's already at the Master Sword. And all of the Twilight Princess runners have pretty similar estimates, so we're probably not going to see any difference in placings during the Twilight Princess run. That'll be seen instead during Skyward Sword, so you guys better stick around for that.
Well, to be fair, there are some things that could go wrong that could change placing or like cause somebody to significantly catch up, but all of these runners are very good and should not make those mistakes. But we'll see what happens.
Rom having massive trouble with Puppet Cannon right now. He's entering the third spinning. Or no, he got it right before he started spinning for the third time.
Yeah, that's Audie's secret. He's just gonna go for Stallard skip to catch up.
Do you think anybody's gonna go for Death Sword skip this run?
Honestly, yes. I feel like one of them is gonna meme and go for it at least once.
Yeah, probably. Will they get it? Probably not, but
at least one of them is gonna go for it.
I'd like for one of them to prove me wrong.
Jim's challenge.
I mean, if you really want to impress me, you'll do a small key skip in City in the Sky, but I don't think anyone has the cojones to do that.
Yeah, just do a bunch of claw shot actor displacements. Like, easy, dude.
Alright, so now that Zaf has the Master Sword, he's able to... Well, there's a few things he's able to do now. He's able to transform between Human Link and Wolf Link whenever he wants, which is very useful and very necessary for how the route works out. And he can also warp around to any of the warp portals that he's gotten at any time he wants, which is very useful as well. And also, he just has... the Master Sword does more damage than the Ordnance Sword, so some of the fights will be quicker here.
While Zaf can warp around already, he does not have complete access of warping. Obviously, he needs to get more warp portals, and to do that, he has to fight more Shadow Beasts, but also, later on in the game, you'll be able to warp with the map by opening your map and then pressing Z to quickly warp without calling Midna, and that's very important, not only for speed, but for a trick that's going to come up soon. And by soon, I mean like in an hour.
Rom finishing Puppet Ganon and will make his way up to Ganon.
So Zaf's going to transform into human here. Normally, after you beat the Twilight, you would come back into this area, and then the monkey, one of the monkeys, would steal your lantern and show you that you could clear the fog with the lantern. But even in the Twilight, you can clear the lantern with the fog, or clear the fog with the lantern, excuse me. So Zap's just gonna do that right there. It's a little bit glitched on what it looks like though. You see the kind of like particles of the fog getting cleared, but you don't actually like see it go away. It's like kind of 2 layers on top of each other. If you know the movement and understand what you're supposed to do there, it's not a problem, but it could confuse somebody if you weren't used to doing that before. Zap's just gonna continue rolling here to Forest Temple. This is one of the things where I had said before, you know, it would make more sense where it might immediately make sense that, hey, he should transform into wolf here. It's actually slower, since not only does he have to go through the cutscenes of transforming into wolf twice, he also would have to use the lantern to even get into the dungeon in general, and use the lantern before that. So from transforming to go through the haze on, it's just faster to stay human. And then right here, Zap's gonna do another back in time. This part of the wall where the loading zone is not actually solid. He can clip right through this, and he's going for this. I don't even know what this method that he's going for is really, but you know, it worked, so it doesn't matter. And instead of voiding out here to bring back up his HUD, while he voids out, he opens the menu and loads the save that he had saved earlier when he fought Bo, and then he's going to reset here and mash start to get a nice effect that Jim can explain a lot better than me.
Oh, time for me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it may have looked like Zaf just did some random stuff right there with King Boblin and whatnot. Due to how Back in Time works, he actually was able to load in the first King Boblin fight that happens in the game casually, just due to what Back in Time does. And with that, he was able to skip the King Boblin, or skip the cutscene before the fight happens, and then immediately reset the game. Now, skipping that particular cutscene sets a value in memory that we refer to as the boss flag. It sets the value, it can be anywhere between 0 and 40. It counts down 1 unit per frame. So Zaf has like a second-long window to reset in, because he wants the value to be at least 4, and it starts at 40, so he has 36 frames to reset the game for the proper value. But the reason that value is important is because it also corresponds to the amount of monkeys that you have in Forest Temple, for some reason. So, because that value is now 4, when Zaf enters into this door right here, he's going to magically get 3 more monkeys, including one he already had. So now he can easily make his way to the Gale Boomerang without having to do pretty much any of Forest Temple.
The boss flag that he got from doing that Back in Time doesn't immediately go away though when he enters that room. He actually keeps it until he uses it again, and later on he'll be using this.
Right, I think this room only takes about 4 boss flags, the bridge room.
Yeah.
Which corresponds with the 4 monkeys. So the rest of them that he still has are going to be used up later on.
Five, 6 hop ook. It's not the greatest. The amount of times that Ook can hop around is actually random. He has to hop around at least twice, but he can theoretically hop around forever after that point. Not very likely, and no one's ever had it happen forever, but yeah, so you want to only get 2 hops there. So unfortunately, Zaf just lost a little bit of time to RNG with 6 hops.
Yeah, I think the worst that anybody's gotten there is like A7.
I've gotten 12 hops in HD before on 1 cycle.
Oh yeah, because in HD you don't have the Master Sword in this fight, so you have to 2-cycle Ook.
Yeah. Yeah, thankfully because of the Master Sword, you can 1-cycle Ook in Twilight Princess. Also, now that Zaf has the Gale Boomerang, he is actually done in Forest Temple, and he will not be coming back.
as far as Goron Mines and Forest Temple goes, there's no reason to beat them. You don't need anything from those. You don't need anything from beating them. All you need is the boomerang, and the bow is a useless item anyway. So.
Did you guys explain already why he got boomerang?
I mean, we kind of mentioned it, but it's gonna come into play right now. So.
So basically, we mentioned earlier long jump attacks, and it would be really nice to do those without having to use an enemy. So one way we can do that is because since the camera follows the boomerang, if it meets certain conditions, you can actually pretty much long jump on command, assuming you're meeting those conditions, by just jump attacking at the boomerang. And so what that's going to allow him to do is actually get out of far on by jumping over a text trigger that normally pushes him back, and so he can leave this entire area.
Those conditions for getting an LJA, generally speaking, are boomerang needs to be over a void. So over a void can mean out of bounds also, or above Link in terms of height. So right here, those targets that Zaf did right there, that fulfilled the condition that the boomerang was above the height of Link, so he used that to get a jump attack. If you throw a boomerang over a void, for example, you can get an LJ also, but over a void, it has to be either level with Link or above Link to actually get an LJ. You can't throw a boomerang down and then still get an LJ in a void. Or over a void, excuse me. Coming up, he's going to do another LJ to skip the mailman trigger over here. Instead of using height, he's going to be using the boomerang being out of bounds there. Once it clips into the wall, he presses A and he gets another LJ.
Adam has joined the battle.
Yeah, so Adam's starting up his Twilight Princess run. Adam also appropriately has farming as a tag on his stream for goat herding, because that's relevant.
Yeah, you guys are lucky. In HD, we have to do goat herding twice.
And then bow more than an hour in.
That's right.
Adam went for the risky bit and he got it.
So coming up is probably the best trick in any 3D Zelda game. And I want someone to prove me wrong. Right here, Zaf is going to be killing these shadow beasts, and in between two cutscenes that are going to play right here, there is one frame where you can hold L and press A to have Link do a jump attack and void out. So Zaf missed it. And if you get that frame, then you save a minute. If you don't get that frame, you lose a minute. Best trick.
You should have been playing TPHD.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, in TPHD, we have this thing called input buffering. So coming out of a cutscene, we can get frame 1 inputs. So that would be incredibly useful to get Gorge Void 100% of the time. But unfortunately, since we don't have early Master Sword, we can't actually make use of it.
There's a slight route difference when you don't get Gorge Void. Normally, when you do get Gorge Void, you would immediately go to Eldin, but since Zaf didn't get it, he's forced to warp back to Southern Faron. So he's gonna have to do Force Escape again here, which he's having a little bit of trouble with. And instead of going back to Eldin, now he's just going to go to Lineru instead, and he's going to do all the things that he has to do in Lineru now first. Aether doing Sword and Chill skip. He missed it there. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, Hugo wasn't being very cooperative.
Losing time to this trick is kind of expected in a race, to be honest. It's very difficult to go fast, and even if you try to go slow to be more consistent at getting the trick, it's very easy to still lose a bunch of time.
Thankfully, Aether can re-get hearts in the spring at some dig spots.
So Dean just entered Puppet again and got the first 2 snipes. And he will soon be done with Waker as well. He's actually on PB pace, so that would be cool.
So Zaf just did a trick to clip through the gate that leads to Lanayru. Did you explain that, Zelu?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, there's basically, when you bonk on the gate, there's not two frames, there's a single frame where the gate separates, and with a side hop, you have enough speed to clip through the gate on that one frame and make your way through it. And now Zeph is doing pillar clip. You want to explain pillar clip, Zelu?
So, in this game, there are a few instances of weird, I would say weird objects that are at like a perfect angle and positioning that can just push you out of bounds if you move into them properly. So right there, Zaf swam up into the pillar, into that left corner of it, and called a Midna. Calling Midna there is kind of just a safety thing. If he calls Midna and waits a bit, he'll swim up. He'll automatically like swim up, and the pillar will push him out of bounds, which he could use then to just use the Iron Boots to swim all the way. Use Iron Boots to swim all the way to the loading zone and get into lake bed early. So he save quits and then he loads. This is because there's a huge tunnel at the beginning of lake bed, and there's no possible way that you're gonna get through that with no bombs, no Zora armor. But luckily enough, since Zaf has the Master Sword, he can just save quit there. And if you have the Master Sword, for whatever reason, the game decides you have the Master Sword, therefore you've beaten Lakebed Temple, therefore instead of spawning you back in the cave when you save quit, it will spawn you back in the like room after it, I guess. I don't really know why it does that. It doesn't make any difference besides being good for a speedrun, but I don't know. The devs gave us something nice.
Alright, so Aether was finally able to get Sword and Shield skip. Unfortunately, he did fail it twice, so that is going to cost him. Doesn't look like it's
going up to bow.
Yeah. He'd still have to make quite a bit more, or a few more mistakes though, before Adam could potentially catch up to him. Because Adam's still about, what, like 8 minutes behind where Aether is right now.
As you can see on the bottom left of Aether's screen, he's very happy about that. Unless he got rid of it. It was on stream for a bit.
Zaf doing the land dive.
So Zaf just got the Uku there because he's going to want to come back to Lakebed later. As of right now, he can't actually beat Morpheal because he won't have enough air. So he gets the Uku so that he can come back once he has the proper item.
Adam is having a nice slap fest with Bo over here. Alright, there he goes. I was able to get it.
Alright, he gets him off. Finally. So Zaf's in the Deku Toad fight now. This fight's pretty simple. You just have to kill Deku Toad's babies and then attack the Toad itself. When he's going to do that though, since Zaf has the Master Sword, as we said before, the Master Sword does extra damage. So if he gets 10 slashes of the tongue before the vulnerability period ends, Zaf will be able to one cycle, which is what he got there. It's pretty lenient. It takes practice though, but for the most part, it's a pretty consistent time save there. You lose a good amount of time though if you fail it. You'll have to do pretty much the entire fight all over again to get like 1 or 2 more hits in.
I think it's about 30 seconds for each missed cycle.
Yeah. Also, when the toad jumps up into the ceiling, if you see up, it falls down immediately. That's something that a lot of people surprisingly don't know. Normally, you would have to wait like 3 or 4 seconds. Ooh, Aether just getting a really unfortunate miss on EMS. That happens sometimes if you're in a weird position and you don't have like the specific timing that you need for your positioning to work. So he's just gonna have to kill one of the Shadow Beasts, not two. If he kills both, then he's actually screwed, and he can't.
That's very bad.
Run.
Yeah.
I mean, he could continue the run, but he would lose a lot of time.
Just quick input. Dean just entered the Ganon fight and is about to finish his run. And can you take over the rest, Jim? I really gotta go to bed, actually.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so have fun, everyone. Enjoy the relay, and yeah. Bye,
See you later,
guys.
Joe.
Bye.
All right, now that he's gone. No, I'm just kidding.
Now that he's gone, everyone in the chat can play all they want when it comes up.
I love you, Joe.
Alright, Aether gets EMS.
Yep.
Nice.
Zap right now is doing the Kargrok skip. This trick is really dumb. So, ground type enemies, so Bubblins, Goblins, you know, things like that.
Yeah, Geodude.
Geodude die when they touch water. So, but the Kargrok doesn't die, and the Kargrok doesn't really matter, except for the fact that the Bublin is riding it. So, because of that, Zaf can transform into Human Link and lure the Kargrok into the water, and that will kill the rider on top of it, and just let you skip that part of the fight entirely. Right there, that's another example of weird collision being able to push you out of bounds, just like Pillar Clip, and Zap uses that to clip out of this like twisting cave, and now he can just pretty much fly perfectly straight to the loading zone. Interestingly, when you're out of bounds like this, you can actually fly around basically all of Hyrule, and you can see weird unloaded textures of areas like Hyrule Castle and such.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to fly very far out of bounds, though, in the Kargrok flight, because the game will try to, like, steer you back onto the correct path when you go out of bounds, and you have to fight that to stay on the fastest path to the zone.
Where?
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 Wait.
Yeah, so now Zaf's just going up to get the portal at the top of Zora's domain before he goes back to... Or before he warps back to Farron Woods, does forest escape again, and then makes his way over to the Kakariko village. If he had gotten the Gorge Void that we mentioned earlier, he would have gotten the Kakariko portal right then and there, and then he'd just warp back to it right now. But because he didn't get that, he has to go across Hyrule Field all the way again, and then do the Gorge skip to get to the Kakariko, since there's no bridge covering the Gorge.
Yeah, that's where the real time waste comes from not getting Gorge Void. It's pretty unfortunate, especially since you have to do Forest Escape again, which isn't a very difficult trick, but it's really easy to lose a lot of time to it.
Oh man, Adam digs up a rupee and then doesn't collect it.
Ooh. So Adam's digging up rupees here, and you'll see Zaf and Aether also collecting rupees as they go, because you need 300 rupees to enter City in the Sky later in the run. It's not very specific on how many you need to grab throughout the run. There's free rupees, you know, there's free 200 rupees in Snow Peak, which isn't a problem. So pretty much they're just going to be trying to collect 100 as they go along with the run, which, because of arbiters, there's plenty.
Oh wow, that was a really good sword and shield skip by Adam. He's actually
He's having a half decent run.
Yeah, for a marathon style run, getting into Farron in under 14 minutes is really good. Also, Dean just finished the Wind Waker in less than 5 hours, so that means that Adi can now start his Twilight Princess run for that team.
Did Dean PB?
I believe he did.
Good for him.
So Zaf is going for a post-man skip here. By basically long jumping over the mailman trigger, he can skip actually getting mail. It saves a little bit of time.
So Adi also gets the quick back in time there, so they all got it except for Zaf, which might hurt Zaf a little bit as the run goes on, but it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's not even close enough to making, like, say, Aether catch up to him.
Yeah. Especially if, you know, for example, all of them fail Gorgeoid after this as well.
Hopefully at least one of them will get Gorge Void, though.
So right now Zaf is going to be doing Gorge Skip. There are a couple different methods for this. He's doing the 2 targeting method. So he stands in a specific spot here and then targets the rupee and then targets the fence. He does an LJ onto the fence and the rupee's going to stop. The rupee text is going to stop him on top of the fence, and then he'll roll out of that rupee text to position Link in a way where he slides off on the other side onto like that little lip in between the fence and the void, and he just does some movement to get around there and an LJ to get across the void. So that skips beating Forest Temple and getting the bridge to like fix that, I guess, warping the bridge over there. And then coming in here, after Zap digs under this gate, he's gonna have to walk around the edges here. That's because there is a trigger there to start the King Bubble in one fight. That's because since Zap did back in time and got the Iron Boots, the game is put in a state where it says that you're ready to fight King Bubble in 1, and if he does touch that, it kills the run, basically. I think you can continue through like really stupid means, but it wastes a bunch of time. So Zaf on pretty decent pace for a race run right now, getting the Elden Vessel. Coming up, he's going to be going to the graveyard first. Normally in casual play, you would go to the Sanctuary and then use Midna to jump up and then watch a couple of cutscenes and then light some torches and then go down into the basement. Zaf's going to be going to the graveyard first instead, though, and killing this bug. And the well that's on his right, actually you're able to clip through. Normally you would come out through that after you're done with the Sanctuary shenanigans, but he uses a clip right there to get into there early, so now he can skip all the stuff in the Sanctuary. If I remember properly, it saves like 25 seconds or more to do this. Elden Twilight is like a segment that's, I'd say, a favorite of the GameCube version of TP, like the people who run that, just because it's really nice, has a lot of optimizations, and it's fairly short, so it's fun to practice. Aether coming up to Forest Temple now, he's going to be doing the same back in time that Zaf did earlier. Hopefully he gets it first try, but we'll see. As far as I know, he's not going to do the same method that Zaf did with the map, but we'll see about that. Audi coming up on Goats. Hopefully he'll get a good time here. Goats is, like I said before, pretty tricky. You can get anywhere between, 15 seconds to literally infinite amount of time. It just depends on how good you are at them and if they're nice to you or not, pretty much.
All depends on what Howard wants to do.
Looks like Ether got time.
Howard really is the problem child. Oh man, come on, Howard.
Howard. Alright, there we go. Howard corrected himself quickly.
He felt bad, so he only wasted a little bit of time. So Aether got back into time equipped, and now he's going to be going through Forest Temple the same way that Zaf did earlier. Since you don't have the slingshots, you actually use the nuts from the Deku from the Deku Babas here to kill these spiders. It's a little tricky. You have to be standing in not very specific spots, but not very lenient positions to properly throw the nut to hit them. And sometimes it just doesn't. Like the nut will go exactly over them and they won't die from it. It's a little weird. In actual like PB or world record attempts, you might see runners trying to skip these spiders. Normally not one. Generally you'll see anybody kill the first one, but the second spider, depending on its position and where it's facing, runners will risk trying to skip it instead of killing it. Audi channeling his inner wrestler fighting Bo. So Zaf going for Burning House skip here. There's an interesting trick here. If you can get onto this ledge without hitting a trigger that causes that bug to go into the house and then kill the bug before it enters the house, it stacks the two states of the house, burnt and not burnt, and that will allow Zaf to get the three tiers. The three tiers that are normally only obtainable after you burn the house down early. That saves about 20. Well, doing it as human saves about 25 seconds. I don't actually know how much it saves doing it as wolf, but it's a little bit trickier to do it as wolf. A lot of the faster runners have been incorporating it though lately.
Bo was pretty mean to Audi right there, unfortunately. Audi lost like at least 30 seconds to Bo or something.
He's still got a master, or excuse me, he's still got a Iron Bridge time that most people wouldn't reset over though, so he's doing fine. So I don't think either Mir Jim mentioned this before when we were talking about back in time equipped, but the save that's outside of this, that's outside of Bo's room, that's specifically because you need to save an Ordon. If he saves in another location or doesn't save at all, for example, when he tries to do back in time equipped, when he actually does the trick, the game just crashes. So he needs saves in certain locations, and Ordon is one of those locations that doesn't crash. I don't remember off the top of my head where else doesn't crash. I think Snow Peak. Yeah, I think Snow Peak doesn't crash, but I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. Zaf killing these Shadow Beasts pretty quickly here. This is pretty important. There's a cycle that he needs to hit with the Steam coming up. It's not very precise, but if you get really bad RNG on those guys, it's fairly easy to lose enough time where you have to wait a lot longer. Either way, you're going to be waiting since you can't. I don't think you can go fast enough to beat the Steam cycle that Zaf is just waiting for. Alright, nice, and he got that last bug. That last bug's a little bit tricky if you don't properly move into it before he falls down. Who has the best TP and SSPVs here? As far as TP PVs, Adam has the best PV. He is second place. And I think Skyward Sword, I think Ecto, right? Exo. I don't know how to say his name, I'm sorry. I think he has the best PV of the Skyward Sword runners coming up.
So Zaf has to wait for a meteor here, which is why he's just messing around.
So this meteor is... So the only reason why you do Elden Twilight in this run is to get this meteor. The only reason you need this meteor is to start Linear Twilight. And the only reason you need to do Linear Twilight is to get Lake Hylia as an area into a state that will allow you to warp the cannon there and then have the cannon fixed to go to City in the Sky. If you could possibly not do any of that and still go to City in the Sky, then you could skip doing Elden and Linear Twilight, but that's not very likely to happen.
Well, wouldn't you need Aru's memo as well?
Yeah, you're able to get to the desert. Yeah.
Yeah, you need that too.
Right.
So
we just gotta run warp to the desert and City in the Sky, and we'll be good.
Basically, this entire first half of the run is just getting Linearu in the correct state to do the rest of the game.
The first hour or so, yeah.
Well, I mean, even past that, because you get to Midness Desperate Hour, and you have to not be in Midness Desperate Hour. So I would still count that as well.
Adam looks like he got a super early frame on the bit, but was still able to account for it, so that was really good.
Aether getting the rupee roll as well. So... Wait, did Aether get Gorge Void?
I think he did, otherwise he would be here much later.
I guess I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, it's hard to watch 4 at once.
Ooh, okay. So Adam got trolled there. If you target the Bokoblin there instead of the second spider, and then you're in not the best position, you won't be able to kill the bottom spider there, and you'll only have 1 nut. So yeah, so he just got double trolled by the nuts, and both of the spiders are slightly too high for him to hit. If he goes on that little stick on the side, he can barely reach the bottom one, but the top one's still going to be an issue for him. So he's going to try to skip it here, or try to lure it down. Right now it's chilling. Okay, so this should be fine. But yeah, this is a good example of how, spiders control you and lose a lot of time on this segment. That's probably one of the biggest time wasters on the boomerang segment, honestly. Nothing else besides that.
That was probably the biggest time loss of Adam's run so far.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. That and I don't know. That and Back in Time are the only 2 things that are gonna screw you over on that segment, really. Zaf just got the waterfall side hop. When you're swimming down the waterfall as human, there's I think this weird collision, right, where you could side hop there, and you have like 3 frames or something to side hop, and only one of those frames works, right?
Something like that.
Something like that. And if you get it, you save a good amount of time. If you miss it, you lose like I think between 20 and between like 10 and 20 seconds or something. And then down here, you have to do the lily pad bugs. They're RNG. You can kind of manipulate them, but it's difficult. So most runners just try to jump for them as fast as possible. You can kill both of them with 1 hit if they're in a good position, but it's not very likely.
Adam got a 7 hop. That's really bad.
7 hops just means 7 cycles for Zelda.
Yeah, so
it's RNG manipulation.
Puppet Zelda at the end of the game is kind of like Ook in that she has a minimum number of cycles, that being 7, but she can take theoretically an infinite number of cycles. So, and it's right at the end of the run too, so you can lose a lot of time to just getting unlucky.
Right now, Audie's going for short shield skip again. Should be able to get it. He was in a weird position though. Not being nice to him at all. Hopefully Audie just doesn't rush it and just goes for something that he can get like that. There you go. So he lost some time, but Aether lost time there too. So as long as he starts playing a little bit better as the run goes along, he'll still get a decent time finishing up here. Frame 1 through 3 cross-out backflip. Frame 4 through 6 lands on the good platform. Frame 7 plus, you go all the way down. Alright, that's interesting data on this waterfall side up there. I don't do it, so I don't really understand it that well.
I thought somebody mentioned something about the claw shot backup being almost as slow as just, say, warping and trying again. That could be about falling all the way down, though.
I think that's falling. Well, I think falling all the way down, it's faster to do. Well, I think falling all the way down, you have to save warp and go back up because then you miss that one. You miss one of the bugs. Aether just missing pillar clip. That's unfortunate. He's gonna lose a minute here. He's gonna have to drown and then try it again from the surface. Okay, yeah, Sky confirms. The save warp is almost as fast as Claw Shot. You'll see, so if you watch, I'd say runners that are a little bit slower than these runners, you'll probably see them doing a setup for Pillar Clip, but as you get better, you really don't need the setup. The setupless Pillar Clip isn't that hard, to be honest, but either way, failing this trick is really unfortunate. The setup just puts you in a good position with a good angle, basically, every single time. Whereas with setup, you have to kind of finesse it a little bit more.
Aether got a really weird clip right there, but at least he made it.
Audie coming up on EMS soon. And Adam is going to be attempting Gorge Void coming up. So I think only Aether's gotten it. Zaf missed it. So now it's Adam's turn. Can he hold L and press A? Let's see.
For a single frame.
For one singular frame.
And save 50 seconds.
Alright, nice, he got it. So Aether and Adam have both gotten it. Adam's run is actually the best of the 4 at this moment. Zap's back in this cave with Kargarok here. Now that the bugs are in here though, he does have to fly through this. He's not trying to clip out of bounds or do any of those types of shenanigans. So he skips the first bug here and then he kills it later because it is just a little bit more convenient to do that. The bug flies after you if you miss it, so you don't have to say like void out and then get the bug later. So since the bug flies after him, he can get it at a time where it's a little bit faster and works better with the cycles of dashing. And then he's gonna bonk here and void out, but he's not gonna continue. He doesn't want to be in the Kargarok anymore. He doesn't have to be in Upper Zora's River for anything. So he comes back on the platform where the last bug that he needs is gonna be, and then that's gonna set him up to just go straight to the boss bug. So I don't think I know we mentioned this earlier that you don't use all of the boss flag when you get the boomerang, but we didn't mention where you use the rest of it. I don't think, unless I just wasn't paying attention. But where you use it is here for the boss, for the mini boss of Lake Bed. So normally you would have to go through and swim and come up through this room through the bottom at that little gate. I don't know if you could see it. That's on the floor, but instead you could just go through that door and then look up, and if you have boss flag, it starts to fight either way. Normally if you went into that room, nothing would happen.
So Zaf is going for a strat right here that makes it so that you can, well, you got it look like that, but basically you can hit the boss bug out of his flying down animation early, and essentially you can keep him from flying up and then back down after he charges at you. So it saves a bit of time on each cycle if you get that.
Alright, and Zaf is now done with all the Twilights. So next up, Zaf's goal is going to be to beat Lake Bed, but there's some stuff he has to do before that. Namely, he needs bombs, and he needs water bombs. So to get water bombs, he needs a bomb bag. So he's got to get bombs first. How he's going to do that is he's actually going to go to Upper Zora's River to Isa and get her bombs. Meanwhile, Adam's gonna have his hand at the gate clip and then pillar clip. So again, if the trend goes that Adam is making the least mistakes, he should be able to get through this pretty cleanly. And then Audie is about to get Master Sword. So they're not too far apart. They're at a distance apart though that Audie is going to be hard pressed to catch up to everybody else. It's not impossible. There are a couple things that could possibly happen that could have Audie starting to catch up, but it's really unlikely that Audie will suddenly be in the lead here.
So Adam's having a bit of trouble with the gate clip here. Hopefully he gets it soon.
Okay, nice, he got it. That clip is really weird. There are multiple different angles and timings that work. It kind of depends on how the gate is, and by kind I mean it depends on how the gate is swinging and then your angle when you side hop into it. Normally you would get it within like 2 bonks, two side hops. 1 side hop is kind of rare, and more than that is fairly common depending on your angle. But eventually, if you keep trying, you should get through, unless your angle's really, really messed up. So Zap's gonna transform right there. You can transform in front of people as long as Wolflink's head is hidden. So he uses the little fence there, or not the fence, excuse me, the little sign there to hide Wolflink's head and talk to Isa to activate this Shadow Beast fight. And before that, Zaf was actually howling at the Howling Stone. If you didn't, obviously, since they didn't beat Forest Temple and they didn't clear Fair and Twilight, the wolf that you learn Ending Blow from doesn't appear in Baron. So you need to get a wolf somewhere else, and the most convenient spot to do that is right outside of Hyrule Castle with this Howling Stone. You have to get the hidden skills in order. It doesn't matter which Howling Stones you howl at, you'll always get the hidden skills in the order that you're supposed to get them in. So if you don't have Ending Blow yet, even if you howl for the wolf to appear, the wolf will still teach you Ending Blow first. Adam gets Pillar Clip first try too, so far he's doing pretty well.
So Zaf just used the Uku he got earlier to go ahead and get back to Lake Bed, but also you can't exit the the place where Isa is normally and keep the Lint Bomb Bag, basically, which is the bomb bag he's using right now. So by using the Uku, he can actually do that, since it's not really something that the devs thought of. But this bomb bag's gonna go away if he dies or if he save warps. So
Zaf just gave me a heart attack right there. He almost opened the chest without clearing his bombs.
Yeah, if you open a chest like that without clearing your bomb bag, it's just gonna give you whatever type you already have. And he definitely needs the water bombs.
So with Isa, if you save quit out of Isa's room, you lose the bomb bag. If you walk out of Isa's room, like through the door, you lose the bomb bag. So having Uku is basically your only way out of there. But save quitting the game, for example, still gets rid of your bomb bag. It doesn't matter that you're not in the room anymore. So Zaf is going to be getting another bomb bag here by blowing up this rock and talking to Goron. That way he can use bombs later on in the game. And he also needs to clear out this bomb bag because he needs to put water bombs in this one later as well for the Zant fight. So instead of going back to Lake Bed here, he's actually just going to go to Snow Peak instead. So he has a little bit more time to clear out his bombs, since it's pretty convenient to do this now. You can clear out most of your bombs before you go back to Lake Bed. Aether starting Elden Twilight again. So these three bugs at the bottom here are really I don't want to say difficult, but if you don't move in this room properly, you won't be able to kill all three with 1 minute charge, and that kinda can mess you up. Right there, it wasn't that big of a deal for him. He killed the last bug pretty quickly, but it can easily waste a lot of time there if you don't just get all three right away.
So normally you can't climb Snow Peak like Zaf is doing because there's some triggers here that will push you back to the start. And so he did map glitch so that he can go ahead and just get rid of those triggers and walk all the way up to the top. And then he's going to use the Howling Stone to get rid of that map glitch state so that he can continue.
So Adam's gonna howl, or not Adam, excuse me. Zaf is gonna howl here so since he did map glitch and the loading zones are gone, he can't dig into this little pit here to continue on getting to Snow Peak. But because Howling Stones are loading zones activated by a cutscene and not, you know, just on the ground somewhere, they don't actually go away when you do map glitch. So Zaf can do that and then leave. And then leave the Howling Stone to reactivate loading zones. And then now he can go into this cave and continue on his way. I don't know why I'm saying Adam by accident instead of Zaf. Yeah, I've dug into there without howling at least 2 times before.
So Zaf is doing an LJA here so that he can skip having to kill the messengers and get the warp portal. And this is going to spawn him up in this cutscene with Yeto. And that's basically just going to allow him to go ahead and continue without getting the portal.
Saying no here in the text options to Yeto is actually faster. If you say yes, then you have to go through like all these other dialogue boxes. Right there, Aether just did the human method for Burning House skip. What Zaf did was a little bit faster since you don't have to transform twice. But Aether's method here is a little bit more consistent. And by a little bit, I mean a lot easier.
So you'll notice... Sorry.
No, you can explain it.
Okay, so since Zaf didn't get the portal at the top of Snow Peak, this fog is still here, so we call it blind snowboarding, because you can't see very far, and because he didn't clear the portal, also for some reason the rupees aren't actually here, so he can't get those to, you know, up his rupee count along the way.
Yeah, as what's being mentioned in chat, you can actually use keys and other enemies that can get caught, and other flying enemies that can get caught up in your boomerang to do LJs. On Wii speedruns, you'll often see that in City in the Sky. You use that a lot, actually. Right here, Zaf's going for a tech skip. There's a minute trigger all in the middle of that area there, but if you jump slash around the corners, you can skip it. Stays, I think, a second and a half at most. It's a small time save, but if you can get that, if you can get it consistently, it's definitely worth it.
So Zaf has arrived in the Snow Peak, which is one of the more broken dungeons of the run. Pretty much every single room in this dungeon that we go through has a trick in it.
He initially failed that LJ. It's kind of stupid, but right here, he's gonna pull out his claw shot, and then he can actually hit the target behind this bombable floor, and then use that to clip up into the room over here. Normally, you would not be able to do that. That room is meant for you to go down to grab the heart piece that's in that chest, and then he can use some LJs over here to get to this small key early. Normally, you would need the ball and chain to get the small key to hit the that little chandelier, and then you'd stand on the chandelier and jump across. Since Zaf had to kill the keys in the middle of the room, it's actually faster for him to LJ to back to the other side instead of playing out. And then here, there's a weird piece of collision there that if you jump slash through it at in a certain position, you can flip right through that floor too. And then, once you thought all the tricks were over and all the clipping was done, Zaf's going to transform into Wolf here. And then he's going to get hit by this freezer on purpose. What that's going to do is give him some invincibility frames. And then he's going to use those invincibility frames to squeeze through the freezered, and the door. and open the door from behind to get into Dark Hammer's room early. And the only reason Zaf can open doors from behind is because he either has the key to do it or the door doesn't need the key. Because you still need a key to open a door from behind, you actually can't do boss key skips in this game, even if you can get behind the door like you would be able to do in, say, Wind Waker or, you know, OOT or MM, since the loading zone is tied to the door opening, and if a key is needed to open the door, you can't open the door without it. That does have one exception, though, that you'll be seeing pretty soon. So Zap has the ball and chain here, and he's going to use that ball and chain immediately to break open this suit of armor here. And that suit of armor has a skull in it that drops 100 rupees when you kill it. And that's a consistent 100 rupees, you'll always get that. And then he's going to save quit here, and will actually grab another 100 rupees to pin another skull in a suit of armor at the beginning of this dungeon. This save quit gets rid of his original bomb bag that he got from Aiza, but since he got the second bomb bag and has been clearing it, he has a permanent source of bombs for the rest of the run.
Also, Adi got Gorge Void.
Alright, so all of them got Gorge Void except Zaf, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
3 for 4 is pretty good.
You'll see runners side hopping into rupees. That's because if you're in the air while you're collecting a rupee and the rupee goes over Link's head, it skips the cutscene, or like the little text box of, oh, you got such and such rupee. That's useful if you find 5s on the ground, 10s on the ground, or, you know, those 2 100 rupees. Later on in the run, though, you won't be doing that, though, since there's a different way that you get rid of the rupee text. And then Zaf's just going to grab the water bombs in this chest over here. It's 10 Wasserbombens.
Oh, the Wasserbombens.
They're starting up with Linear Twilight right now. There's a couple Shadow Beast fights that he needs to do. This one and the one outside of Hyrule Castle. Zaf, on the meanwhile, is going to be doing the one exception to skipping boss keys in the game. LJ is on top of the railing on this bridge, and then now he's going to use his sword to position himself in a way that's going to let him slide down and clip into the side here. And then he's going to do some more positioning things, backflip, and then right there he clips into the little dome that the boss, that the loading zone for the boss door is. Since you drop into this room through a hole instead of, you know, opening a door and into a loading zone to get to the boss, this is the only instance in the game where you can do a boss key skip. In Snow Peak, actually, you can get behind the boss door, but like I said earlier, to open a door, you need the key.
So you have just enough air to reach the cutscene at the bottom here, and that will actually refill your air. So you have more time to worry about. Basically, he's going to pull out a water bomb and swim around with it, and then let it go, and it's going to refill his air later.
Yeah, and then after that first really quick phase of the fight with Morpheal, he pulled out a water bomb and force unequipped his iron boots, meaning that he had them equipped but then equipped an item over them so they would forcibly be taken off of Link's feet. So now he's just kind of floating in the water with the water bomb, which is actually important because he's going to be using it to refill his air meter while he's swimming with it. Once the second phase of the fight with Morpheal begins. And he can repeatedly take out water bombs while he's on the ground, force unequip iron boots, and while swimming with the water bomb, he can unequip it to, or not unequip it, excuse me, he can press A to refill his air meter with it.
Yeah, you're not supposed to swim with water bombs, and because you're not supposed to swim with them, when you are swimming with them and you press A, the game basically thinks that you're on land, so it gets rid of your air meter and then it comes back.
Oh, he probably could have let go of that bomb. I think that was enough time. If you let go of it too early, you get this thing called Rocket Link, which just pushes you really, really far up. In which case you would still die, even if you refill ZSR. But I think there was enough time there where he probably could have pressed A to let it go. But unfortunately, he's going to have to restart the entire fight.
So I don't know if he's gonna... Okay, so he's gonna climb up and he's gonna do the bridge clip again. Alternatively, you could... Alternatively, you could do bind clip here, which was the old method for skipping this boss key, but Zap is opting to just clip through the bridge again. That's, in a sense, a safer thing to do, since you have more bombs, just in case for more fuel. And then also, you are just doing something like a little bit more consistent. It's not very often that runners of this caliber will die to Morpheo, so they probably aren't used to doing bind clip anymore, since it's been years, probably like 2 years since we've had to do that, maybe 1 year.
Been quite a while.
Yeah. Zeph still has a significant lead though, but that is a pretty big hit. Yeah, the only other place you could conveniently get water bombs is City in the Sky, and those are really, really slow to get, even though they're in the first room. Morpheal is RNG, but the weird sense of RNG that kind of everything in TP is. If you could do the same exact inputs every time, it wouldn't matter, and you would get the same thing every time, but that's not realistic, so you try to do as close to the same thing every time, and depending on how close you were, you'll get around the same fight. But anomalies can happen, like Morpheal going all the way to the top, or just turning when she shouldn't be turning, things like that. So this is a fight that you basically study. Like, you just fight her for hours and hours until you understand exactly what to do.
It's also important to note that when Zap is going up to stab Morpheal's eye, he's equipping his iron boots and then force on equipping them once he's done with the stabs, so that he can actually get off of Morpheal. Otherwise, he would get thrown really high up, and it would be very hard to do Morpheal without Zora armor in that situation.
Also, if Morpheal goes that high, it's unlucky, but it's not that big of a deal, because your air meter doesn't show up immediately. So if you mash quickly, you can get a significant amount of height before you have to, before your air meter actually shows up. For that last hit there, Zap unequipped his iron boots, and then after the force unequip, he pressed the claw shot button again, and if Morpheal is in a good position, you can actually grab her again as she's freaking out from getting hit, and get a double hit like he did right there. You can actually do that 3 times for all 3 hits with Zora armor. So in TPHD and in no save and quit, that's ideally what you want to happen. But for any percent, it's pretty risky to go for because of your air, and it depends heavily on RNG. So Adam and Aether are not very far apart now. Aether is about, I want to say, it's like 3 minutes from finishing Lineru, and Adam is just starting out. So they're about 7 minutes apart right now. And then Audie is almost done with his vessel segment. He just has to get the portal at Zora's domain, and then go back to Elden, and then he can start completing Twilights as well. Zap's coming into Midna's Desperate Hour. This state is something that you don't want. We've tried for a very long time to not have to finish this, but there's a lot of aspects of the state that you're in here. There's a lot of aspects that make not completing this part of the game possible. If you don't know, when I say Audi, I mean Case Master.
So going through the castle town here, Zaf is doing what are known as dash cancels, because the speed that you have in Castletown is extremely slow as Wolf Link, so it's actually faster to just constantly do a dash and then a B attack right after each other. It's the slowest base speed, like, anywhere in the game.
Looks like Zaf got the broken cutscene there.
Oh yeah, huh?
I don't remember how much time that saves. But...
It's like a couple seconds, I think.
A second and a half, about.
Yeah. So that glitch cutscene happens when you B attack at the correct time when you enter that cutscene. If I think it's 1 frame, if you do it a little bit before or a little later. Well, you can't do it late, but if you do it a little bit before, then it just doesn't work. And then if you do it late, then obviously you don't B attack at all.
His first pose soul here. This is how the game introduces you to pose. It forces you to kill one during Midna's Desperate Hour.
Alright, hopefully Aether remembers that this is any percent and Hal is here, instead of remembering that it's all dungeons. Oh, he did it. He's Hal. Yeah, sometimes Aether forgets what category he's playing. Right now, Zaf is in first. Second place is Aether, then Adam, then Case Master. For the most part, though, Adam's run is the fastest so far. Everyone else's run is more or less equal. Aether failed Sword and Shield Skip, for example. Or not, Aether and Audi failed Sword and Shield Skip. And Zaf died to Morpheal. No one else has gotten there yet, so there's no comparison. But for the most part, their runs are fairly similar in terms of speed. Zaf is coming up on the end of mid assist per hour here. He's going to be doing this early wind cycle here, so on this wind cycle, he can just jump onto that bridge while it falls down. You can still stand on it. It's a little bit finicky though. You can actually clip straight through it, or you can just slide off. But if you're fast enough, generally, you can just hop on that bridge early and then jump to the rooftop. So Adi properly did the room down in the basement there, killed all three at the same time. There's a couple different methods where you can get that to work, but it's kind of preference, but it's pretty easy to mess up.
So Zaf is going to go ahead and get Ending Blow now, because he's going to need it to kill Ganondorf at the end of the game. And he's just already over here, so he's going to get it now.
Yeah, alternatively, you could get this at the end of the game when you would be back in Hyrule anyway. But when you have to go back to Hyrule anyway, but the problem is that for Ending Blow, unlike the other hidden skills, when you get the other hidden skills, you spawn back wherever you enter the hidden skill from. But for Ending Blow, since the game assumes that if you're learning Ending Blow, you're learning it at the first wolf, it will spawn you back at the in Pharaon. So if you were to try to get this later, you'd have to do an extra warp. But since the game puts you here once and you have to warp right after this anyway, it's fastest to do it now. It isn't uncommon though that runners, especially less experienced runners though, forget to get this now, or just don't remember to get this at all. So it's something that you gotta get used to, that being there and doing now. So Zaf's back in Lake Hylia. There you go, there's the word. He's back in Lake Hylia. Right now he's gonna need to go to the desert. So his goal right now is to beat Arbiter's Grounds and get access to the Mirror Chamber. And to do that, he's gonna have to come up here and get Or's Memo, and that's gonna let him ask Friar, the cannon dude. Fire? Yeah, Fire, the cannon dude, to shoot him up to the desert. That's the only way, as far as we know, to get to the desert. There's no other loading zone anywhere besides the cannon. So this cannon dude is very important for the run. And having him, basically his whole situation in the right state to be able to do this and to go to City in the Sky later, like we mentioned earlier, is really important and basically the purpose of the first half of the run.
So it's at... Sorry.
No, I was just gonna make a dumb comparison, like, unless you could, like, do index warping like in MM or something.
Yeah, there is a way to actually get to the desert without actually getting the memo.
I know what you're gonna say.
Well, so basically, what you need to do is you need to get an overworld Uku, and if you talk to the Uku, it actually activates the text that you get from showing Fire the Memo. And basically you can do this anywhere in Lanayru and this will work. And if you could do that, basically, you wouldn't actually have to climb up the tower and get the letter. But unfortunately, the only way you can do that right now is in TPHD, and it doesn't actually save time there. There's a way to do this by basically breaking Aru's cutscene and tricking the game into thinking that he's already finished his cutscene before you actually walk into the trigger. And then it'll basically just give you whatever item you last got in memory. So if you got an Uku in Lake Bed and that was the last thing you got, for example, then he would give you an Uku and you'd have it in the overworld. But you can't talk to him from far away enough in SD to actually do that.
A kind of weird method. So Jim mentioned index warping before. As a comparison, there actually is a way that you could basically index warp in this, or no, not index warp, but like going with the comparison, there's a way in this game that you could technically do like a fairy fountain wrong warp, quote wrong warp, like they do in in the fairy fountains to get to say Snowhead, for example. But that is something that you would that's only possible with Moon Jump. On the where you howl for the wolves, they are all actually on the same map. All those different places that you howl at. So if you could somehow travel that vast void to get to another howling stone, the only way that you could do this is through, you know, cheat codes. But if you could get to another howling stone platform, then you could exit. You can exit through the loading zone that's over there and be in a different part of the game. So for example, you could howl at Snow Peaks, and then jump to the howling stone that's, I don't know, in Lake Hylia, for example, or not Lake Hylia, excuse me, that's in Upper Zora's River. So it kind of works like, you know, a fairy fountain wrong warp does, but it's a little weird and honestly completely impossible for any type of legitimate speedrun.
I don't know if I don't know if you guys know about this, but there is something that you can do also that's kind of like wrong warping, again involving the Uku. So basically, all of the grottos that are of the same type are actually the same map, they're just in different states. And when you use an Uku, basically, and go back to, like when you use Uku Junior to go back to where you used Uku from, the game will set a very specific state. I forget what exactly it is, but basically, you can, if you used Uku originally in one of those grottos and then got outside and then used Uku Junior, then you'd warp to actually theoretically a different grotto because it's in a different state. So if you exited, you would be in a different spot. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird theoretical things in TP that, unfortunately, none of it actually works. But if someone could find how to make one of these things work somehow, then, you know, this game has the potential to be really, really broken. So, Zaf's entering Arbiters now. Arbiters is, honestly, it's kind of a straightforward dungeon, but it's very similar to Forest Temple in Ocarina of Time. And just like Forest Temple and Ocarina of Time, we're going to ignore these posts. Or at least we're going to ignore one of them. If only we could ignore all of them, it'd be great, but you can't.
Yeah,
but first up, Zaf has to do this first room here.
You can ignore all of them, it just takes like 10 hours.
Yeah, only 10 hours.
If there was a magnetic floor in the room with the Poe cutscene, you could actually get in a state by like transforming into wolf while you had iron boots on the magnetic floor, so that you could basically be in a cutscene state more or less, and you could be attacked during that, so you could actually just keep moving until you got to the loading zone. But of course, there's not a magnetic floor there, so it's too bad.
Yeah, if only there was storage in this game.
If
Yeah,
only.
that too.
I mean, speaking of storage, there is a way, just like, you know, chest storage does in Wind Waker, to make your hitbox really weird and small and roll up walls and walk through gaps, but that's not very common. You have to be in a area where you can do map glitch, and then you also have to open a door, take out your sword, and then go back through the door. And then your hitbox will be really weird, but that's not a very common thing that you could do. There's not really any areas where you could do anything with that, and so you don't see that in any speedrun of the game. It could be really useful, but you just can't do map glitch in a lot of the places where you would have a use for something like that. So Zap is gonna ignore Felicia the Poe over here, and he's
because
gonna.
he says bye.
Yeah, bye Felicia. And
Oh,
he's gonna
man.
be doing something that we call Poe 1 skip. So this method specifically was found not too long ago by Mr. Men. There's a few different ways you can do it. Zaf has this setup that I've honestly never seen before. And basically he's gonna walk into that pillar in a specific way that's gonna pop him up to the top of the pillar and then slide off of it. Or it's not slide, excuse me, jump off of it to grab onto the ledge right there and skip getting the first Poe by accessing this 4th Poe early. So with the access to this 4th Poe early, he'll be able to just walk around the dungeon avoiding the first Poe and getting like the 3rd Poe and the 2nd Poe. And for whatever reason the game doesn't care if you have the first Poe or not, but it does care if you have the rest of them, which doesn't make sense, but okay.
Yeah, so any of the Poes can be used to get the Poe sent. So we skip the first one and then just make our way over to the 4th one and get the scent off of that one so that we can go get the 2nd and 3rd ones.
It's really unfortunate that the game doesn't just check for the 4th Poe, otherwise it would be incredibly fast. But unfortunately for us, it checks for all of them except the first one. So here Zaf's going to be doing some RNG manipulation. Depending on what position the Poe is in, you can do a couple different actions to make... Normally the Poe circles around you slowly for a bit and then circles around you quickly. You can't do anything to manipulate, or in RTA, maybe you can in TAS, but you can't really do anything to manipulate the Poe circling around you quickly, but you can manipulate basically just instantly getting through the slow phase. So Zaf does that to get rid of both phases of the Poe. And in TPHD, I think you use fairy tears, right? To just have 1 cycle there instead of 2, if I recall correctly, which is helpful, especially if you're like me and you don't know the RNG manips and never have, and probably never will.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of RNG that surrounds the 4th Poe.
So Adam had to clear the Shadow Beasts, and so now the Endless Blizzard isn't a thing anymore. So he can actually see while he's snowboarding. And unrelated to him being able to see, it's actually fastest to be jumping around while you snowboard. You, I think, continually gain speed, or you keep top speed or something while you're jumping.
Yeah,
So
you keep the maximum speed when you jump.
yeah, so doing that allows you to just go a little bit faster. Since he had to clear the Shadow Beast, he went for the rupees that are on top of the tree. Normally, if you don't do that and the blizzard's still going on, the rupees do not load. So I'd assume that Adam's going to be using this to skip, using that 20 rupee that he just got to skip. Either skipping a redead rupee or skipping the rupee chest that normally you would get in Arbiters after you do post skip, which Zaf will be getting soon right after, or actually no, Zaf already got it. Right? No, I don't remember. I don't keep track of this. Yeah, Zaf already got it. Zaf got that rupee earlier. He'll be skipping that rupee in the chest. I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to keep up with 4 screens. And speaking of 4 screens, Aether is now on Morpheal. Hopefully he can get through this a little bit smoother than Zaf did. Right now it's looking fine though. I mean, as long as he doesn't die, he saves 5 minutes over Zaf. Or up to 5 minutes, excuse me, over Zaf. Nice, okay. He's good. So Aether got through Morpheal. You can potentially drown during the cutscene where you ending blow if you don't have enough air. So it's not 100% safe once you hit the ending blow and you get the regrab, but as long as you have a good amount of air, you're fine. It's pretty rare that you'll get the regrab with a really small amount of air. Generally, you can tell that before even going for the regrab at all. But that's part of the reason why going for one bomb is so risky, because you have to go for it with a little bit of air if you're trying to one bomb them. So Adi's in Hyrule Castle, or not Hyrule Castle Town, excuse me, is a wolf, and wolf moves really slow in Hyrule Castle Town. It's not worth transforming, even though Human Link does move faster, since you're already a wolf and you need to be a wolf for the rest of this. So instead, what Adi's gonna do is he's gonna dash cancel, and dash canceling the entire way through this is actually faster than running because of how slow running is. So Adam now has a ball and chain. He's going to be the next to fight Morpheal. He's going to get these 100 rupees just like Zaf and Aether before him, and then he's going to head into the Morpheal fight. Getting a 2-bomb Morpheal, unless you're going for 1 bomb, getting a 2-bomb Morpheal is generally ideal. 3 bombs kind of sucks, but it's doable. If you get worse than a 4-bomb though, you have to get water bomb somewhere. You either have to get water bomb somewhere, or you have to compromise speed on some strats, like in Arbiters, for example, because you don't have enough, in Arbiters and in Hyrule Castle, because you won't have enough bombs to do all of those strats. You need at least 2 bombs for Palace of Twilight. That's a requirement in the run. The rest of the bomb requirements are optional.
Yeah, it's kind of nice though. There are several like 5 bomb chests throughout Arbiters that you can grab if you need bombs. I'm not sure what the exact timing is on like how many you've lost before you need to really think about grabbing any.
You need, if you wanted, well, I think the bomb chests in Arbiters, even if you have water bombs, I think they give you normal bombs.
That might be right. I don't actually remember.
So the only chest that you could get is the one in City, and the one in City is a 15-second time waste, and you need at least 6 to do all of the fast strats with bombs. You need 6 bombs. You need 6 bombs. So you need 2 in Arbiters, you need 2 in Palace, and you need 2 in Hyrule for all the fast strats. And if you have less than that, you either have to not do the fast strats, which, depending on what you choose to omit, might be worth getting the bomb bag for. Generally, no. You would only get the bomb bag if you had like 1 bomb left, or if you used all your bombs. But for example, in Hyrule Castle, the Dino Falses save, like using bombs on those, it saves a lot of time. It's really only worth it to not get that bomb. Oh my god.
Oh my god, he's going for it, the madman.
Alright, he got bad RNG here, so he's not going to go for it anymore. But Zaf just went for Death Sword skip there. If you get into that corner and Death Sword attacks you, Zaf can go for a super jump to get on top of the ledge there, and then get the spinner without fighting Death Sword. It's pretty difficult, depending on your position. I think it's between 1 and 5 frames. I think it's between 1 and 5 frames, depending on your position, and the positioning is pretty tight in general to get a position that even works. And then also the RNG there is whether or not he attacks you. So Zaf didn't get an attack, which isn't that big of a deal, to be honest, because you could just do the ball and chain strat right after, and you only lose maybe 10 seconds for going for it. Versus if he got the better RNG and then he failed it, he would have lost a lot more time. Alright, so Adam's in the Morpheal fight right now. You'll see the runners holding on to their first bomb as long as possible. That's just going to give them maximum air for the rest of this. That's really good for if Morphle goes really high up, like she just did for Adam. So he has a lot of air to make it all the way down. If you let go of the bomb earlier, you risk not being able to make it all the way down to the ground with enough time to pull out a water bomb, which was a similar thing that happened to Zaf. Alright, so Adam gets... Oh, okay, Adam gets tripped up a little bit there. He was slightly too far away. Sometimes when that happens to you, it's actually worth it to let Morphle swallow you there and then grab on. He's playing it a little bit more safe though, and just going back to the bottom and using another bomb, which for a race is especially important. So he's making sure that he's a little bit closer now, and then he's good. And he's going to go for the regrab here, and as long as he gets it, that's another fairly smooth Morphle. Didn't get the regrab, so this is at best a 4 bomb, which is unfortunate, but again, as long as he doesn't die.
Yeah, he got kind of lucky there, being pretty close to the ground after that one.
Morphle's not being nice. So right now Adam's in the realm where he will have to lose some time on some strats. He only has 5 bombs left. And those 5 bombs are pretty important. 2 of them are guaranteed he needs for Palace of Twilight, and then the other 3 he can use how he wishes. Generally, you'll see runners use one of those bombs to lure the Moldorms away from you when you do
post skip.
There you go. I'm losing words today. I don't know. I'm just tired. But normally you would use one of those for post skip. He might opt out not to do that, or he might still do it and opt out of a different bomb strat. So we'll see what happens. So ideally for speed you want 7 bombs. 6 is the minimum really to do all of the fast strats. You just have to rely on RNG or just do something really slow to kill those Moldorms. And then less than that is when you gotta start making compromises really.
Zaf getting a bit unlucky with the Style Trooper placements for Stallard. For the third cycle. With the third cycle of the first phase of Stallard, there's a set of Style Troopers that spawn right in front of Stallard's spine, so you have to actually ricochet off of one of the troopers in the distance before you can actually get behind him and spin against the spine for the 3rd time.
I need to refresh the stream. Okay. So Aether's getting ending blow now. He's done with the first half of the game, and now Audi is about to head over to Snow Peak. He has cleared his bombs. He has water bombs. So we're approaching everybody being at least halfway through the game. Zaf has started the second phase, and this part of the second phase, normally you would use the spinner to go all the way up the center column and then dodge some fire to knock Star-Lord all the way down. Instead, Zaf is going to be doing 5 rolls here, and then he's going to time using his spinner, and if he does it correctly, he can knock off Star-Lord right at the beginning here. And then he's going to do a jump attack and then chain his quick spins together. And as long as he doesn't drop, I think you can drop 3 quick spins, or maybe it's 2 quick spins. But as long as he quick spins well enough, he'll be able to one cycle Star-Lord.
Yeah, I think it's 1 quick spin that you can drop, and I know you can replace it with 3 normal slashes if you want to drop 1 quick spin. Yeah. Notice also he switched to spinning clockwise there. That's because you actually spin a little faster going clockwise on Stallard specifically.
1 frame. But yeah, there are actually two kinds of quick spins. There's clockwise and counterclockwise. Link has a different animation for each. And the clockwise quick spins are a frame shorter in animation than the counterclockwise ones.
You're going to see Zap skipping this heart. Generally, you'll see runners either skip Lake Bed or skip Arbiters. If you're Ace, then you skip both. But it's a little bit quicker to actually skip the Lake Bed heart and then grab the Arbiter's heart instead. But both Aether and Ace, both Aether and Zap chose to get the Lake Bed heart. I didn't see if Adam got it. I think he skipped it. So we'll see a little difference there. Heart pieces are really only... Oh no, Adam got it too. So they all got the Lake Bed heart, I guess for safety. And hearts really only come into play for Palace of Twilight. You don't need hearts. Like, hearts aren't really an issue after that.
Well, if you're really sloppy, Snow Peak can be bad, but normally runners just grab the hearts outside of Snow Peak, so it's not an issue.
Yeah. Well, more of the problem with Snow Peak is just there's no healing anywhere.
Right.
At least
you're intended
Palace,
to use
you have
the
RNG.
suit, right?
Alright, so Zaf actually didn't raise the mirror portal from the ground. You actually don't have to do that because normally the game tries to block you from warping away before you do that, but for some reason if you zoom the map all the way in, you can still access your portals. So for that reason we don't have to actually go up and spin the mirror chamber to come up. Like the giant slab thing. Also, Zaf is going to be doing the biggest time save in the run right now. This is the early City in the Sky cannon. So using a transform at a precise angle and position, he can clip through the owl statue that blocks the tunnel to the City in the Sky cannon. And then using map warping, he can just take it to Lake Hylia.
And how much time exactly does that save?
I believe it's at least an hour. Because it skips having to go through the second half of the Snow Peak dungeon, it skips having to go through all of Temple of Time, and it skips having to do the book quest before you go into City in the Sky with the sky symbols.
Yeah, it's a big time saving run.
I don't remember anything about that quest because I haven't done it in like at least 5 years.
Basically, you just run around using the Dominion Rod to move statues, and then you grab a book out of the ground.
Yeah,
that's it.
There's like
and
8
you
of
do
them,
that for like half an hour.
Yeah.
It's got some good music though with the Hidden Village.
There's also some other stuff with going to Hidden Village and, you know, doing this whole Ilia side quest that takes a long time as well.
So this is where Zaf used his 300 rupees to be able to pay for the repairs on the City in the Sky cannon.
So Aether did map glitch. We didn't mention this earlier with Zap, but Aether did map glitch at the beginning of this area, and now he's going to side hop onto this structure. And okay, that's kind of scary. He fell off. It's fine. He can go for this again. But what he's going to be going for here is to get into a position, and he's going to jump out of bounds. And when he does that, because he has map glitch, he can't void out of bounds. But also because of map glitch, if he can't void out of bounds, then he's just going to fall forever. Thankfully, the cutscene trigger for this fight, both of them, are both air triggers, and air triggers generally will extend infinitely up and infinitely down. So as Zap is falling, or excuse me, as Aether is falling, he can just land in those triggers and be put back into the King Bubbling fight, and then save a little bit of time. I think it's 10 or 13 seconds over going through that area normally and getting the small key and opening the door.
Yeah, one of the caveats, though, to using map glitch there is that if you die, you're kind of screwed, because you're sort of infinitely stuck on the retry screen when you die with map glitch. Also, Zeph
wanted that Uku right there.
Zeph's picking up the Uku, yeah. And the Uka. There's lots of long jump attacks that we'll be seeing in City in the Sky here.
So the reason Zaf transformed just there, by the way, is because if you transform Wolf right there, you can open the door from far away enough where the fan in this room won't turn on. And I believe it saves about 2 minutes or so over turning the fan on. So, yeah. Although I have to say that the movement that you would do if you fail Fanscape is actually pretty fun.
Been a long time since we've seen those rooms.
Well, if someone messes up, we might get to see them today. So this small key that Zaf is getting right now actually will change the save warp location of Link for this dungeon. So when he save warps now, he's going to be put back next to that small key chest because there's a cutscene coming up here that the game really wants him to watch, but he's not going to watch it. He's going to skip over the trigger. But because he skips over the trigger, when he save warps after he gets the dungeon item, he's going to respawn back by the small key chest that he just opened. Which is actually good because it's actually faster to get warped back there. It just so happens.
It's only slightly faster. The main time save is the cutscene, honestly.
Yeah.
But it is a little faster. However, if you get that cutscene skip and you still spawn back at the front, please leave your GameCube on because that is a mystery glitch that we still haven't figured out.
So, in this room is where you could do a fairly insane glitch. Or not glitch, but like trick. To actually, no, do you do it here? I don't know. Skipping this small key is an insane process that no one will ever do RTA. Ever. But if you want to see a fast of it, watch Jim.
I'm not going to explain that.
Yeah, it's crazy. Also, Aether's stream died, I think.
Oh no, looks like it.
Yeah, I don't know if Trez can hear us, but we gotta reload that.
Yeah, I still don't know how to do these rooms that Zaf is in right now, because HD doesn't actually do them. We have this thing called gate unloading that makes it so that we can just unload this gate. I guess the trick is aptly named, so that we can just LJ down to the room where the Aralphus is.
So Aether getting that rupee chest for 20. That rupee chest actually will get rid of the text if you pick up a rupee, like a 20 rupee on the ground. So later on in this dungeon, when he's gonna pick up rupees from a 2 redeads, he can just walk into them without getting text box. As long as you see the text box, it doesn't matter if it's from a chest or not. It always gets rid of the text. Obviously, if you saw that text on the ground, for example, and then you open a chest, you would get the text again. But the other way around, it's a good way to skip that, having to see the text box more than you would normally have to.
So interestingly, the game, from what I've been doing in terms of research, it actually looks like the game keeps track of text flags for like pretty much everything that can have a text box at all, which is kind of funny because like you can only get them through chests where they're gonna, some of these things at least, where they're gonna give you a text box anyways, but it still keeps track of it. I don't know why.
I guess it was, I don't know, easier for them to organize it like that.
Yeah.
So Zaf is now in the mini boss room for City in the Sky, and instead of fighting this aerial foes, he's gonna get into a specific position here, and then he's gonna claw shot this claw shot target. He has 3 pixels to claw shot to, and if he aims properly at one of them, like he did right there, he can just claw shot straight through the gate and get the double claw shot early. He's trapped in this room now, but it's fine since he can save quit. And because of what Jim mentioned earlier with changing your save quit point, he's going to be back in the small key room, which is, I think, a bit faster than if he spawned back in the main room. And it's a lot faster because he didn't have to watch that cutscene.
Zaylu, how wide did you say the range was for that claw shot grab?
3 pixels.
I think nerds felt a disturbance in the force.
I'm gonna say it again for him. Pixels. If you don't know, a lot of Zelda science people get upset when you say pixel or voxel.
I think that's only nerds.
I'm sure some other Zelda scientist hates the word pixel. What's like the proper term? Like units or something?
Unit.
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, now that the fan that blocks the boss key isn't active, Zaf's just gonna go and get the boss key through the route that's normally intended to like make your way back up here if you've already gotten the boss key.
Right there though with that claw shot, normally you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to like go around the entire room on these tight ropes, but you can just claw shot straight up there and then do an LJ to get over to the boss key room. And then he can just fall right back down the fan that he deactivated earlier.
Yeah, they didn't quite make the vines high enough in that outer room.
Also, Adi beat Morfield just now, so.
So as far as the standings go, Zaf is like
20 minutes ahead of Aether.
Yeah, Zaf is like 20 minutes in front of Aether. Aether and Adam are 5-6 minutes apart. And then Audie and Adam are about 15 minutes apart, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
That's a real rough estimate. I could look at my splits and check and estimate, and get a better estimate, but it's not really that big of a deal. So Adam went for post skip, but he failed it, and since he doesn't have the bombs to lure these Moldarms away from him, he's gonna opt to just kill them. He has a slightly different setup there than either Aether or Zaf. Both Aether and Zaf did a setup where you kind of just walk into the position, but Adam chooses to see up to get the proper positioning once he's in the sand. It's really a preference thing. There's a lot of ways to make that trick work.
Good claw shot grab by Zaf to get the final panel right away.
I think that saves about 10 seconds over having to go around again.
Now Zaf's going for a fairly precise claw shot grab on the vines up here.
That was a really good one.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Argarok fight takes a while. There's nothing you can do at the start of the fight to speed it up. Just have to let Argarok fly around.
Yeah, if you stand near one of those pillars when he's flying around the first time, he won't do the thing where he skates across the middle, and so you can just grab him after one go around rather than two. He's actually going to do a really quick regrab here. If he's fast enough, he can get up onto the grab immediately, which he did. So that's phase 1 done. There's having a little trouble hitting Death Sword here. Looks like he might be going for the skip as well.
Nate is going for it. He gets bad RNG. Unfortunate. Is he gonna go for it again?
He's going for it again.
Oh my god. Aether is determined. Oh, he got the good RNG now.
Let's see if he can show it off.
If this is the right position, this will work.
Oh my gosh, he got it! Amazing. I think if you get it second try, it breaks even with just doing the fight normally.
I think.
Exactly.
I mean,
It's really
it was
cool.
slower than doing the fight normally because he got bad RNG the first time.
Right.
But he got it, so who cares? The madman. Who do you think can run fastest IRL, me or Jim? I can. There you go, there's your answer.
I haven't done running in like years, so probably Zelu, yeah. Also, congratulations to Aether on getting the sweet, sweet Death Sword skip.
I'm still laughing at that, that's funny.
Ever since Demons started going for it recently, I think people have been actually trying it a lot more. It's kind of interesting.
I still don't think it's worth it. Like, I guess if you're going for, like, Demon's going for, like, a 54, and then Adam and, like, Ace are going, or Adam, at least, is going for, like, a 53, so, like, okay, I guess. But anything slower than that, there's no reason to go for that trick. Except as a meme on it, obviously. The memes are always worth it.
So during this phase of the Argarok fight, Zaf is using some manipulation with the Iron Boots to sort of trick Argarok into thinking that he's hit him with fire. Which saves time on all three of the cycles that he has to do, because it causes Argarok to simply not shoot fire for as long. Oh, unfortunately I had him. Yeah.
He got trolled by the Stalkins there. the timing for finishing the Poe, like doing the finishing blow, is actually not super lenient. So if you have like really terrible positioning for like a second or so, I think you can miss that entirely.
He's half Summit City, so he's gonna grab this heart piece. It's pretty easy to get it quickly. If you hold up left and mash to side hop, you'll side hop right into it every single time.
So
Zap
no
has-
first container.
Heart container, yes. So Zap is gonna be almost done. All he has left is Palace of Twilight and Power Castle. So Zap has about 40 minutes left, 40-ish minutes left.
It might be a little. I know it's a little less than that for HD. I'm not sure how it is with loading zones and SD though.
So coming out of here, Zap is going to have the iron boots on and then jump slash. That's going to let him fall onto the bridge instead of falling into the water. If you fall in the water, it takes forever to get to land and then be able to warp. So that saves a good amount of time there. And then now he's going to warp to the mirror chamber with so he obviously never raised the mirror, but it doesn't really matter because the cutscene just puts you in this anyway and then raises the mirror for you. And as far as going into Palace of Twilight is concerned, none of the mirror shards matter except the last one. The only reason you get 2 is because obviously for beating Arbiters you would get 1, and you need to beat Arbiters to get the warp portal to get to the mirror chamber. If you could somehow get that mirror chamber warp portal without beating Arbiters, then all you would need is Spinner, and then you would do whatever it is to get the mirror chamber warp or get the palace.
It's actually kind of funny. We were talking about, or we weren't, but the HD people were talking, not the HD, the Wind Waker people were talking about all the flags that they check for barrier skip. I'm surprised that they check so many flags for that, and then in this game, which was made later, they actually just check one thing. It's kind of odd.
I mean, this game they chose to do this game. It's more like you need XYZ state. How you get that state does not matter at all, but you just need that state. So, for example, for this, it just is you need to have the state required to have that mirror shard open, or have the what's it called, the portal be able to open. And they chose just, oh, hey, the last mirror shard is going to do that, and we're going to assume that you would have to get the rest of the mirror shards in order to do that. It's kind of similar, I guess, to the same thing that they do with the states in Linearu. But the difference for that is that you actually do have to do all those steps in between to get it to that last state, whereas for this you don't. So it's kind of weird, but you would think after they have a game like Wind Waker that's so picky on that, and then they go make a game like Skyward Sword after this that's also really picky on stuff like that, why they were a lot more lenient with this game. But apparently their leniency worked, because there's still half of the game that we can't skip. So that is theoretically possible to skip.
Well, I mean, early City in the Sky saves quite a big chunk of time. And having to do the Twilight sections is only for a single objective.
So this game is close to being even more broken. There's a lot of things that if we found them, we'd save a bunch of time, but we haven't found them yet.
Yeah.
Did Adam go for Death Sword skip?
I don't think he did.
I wasn't looking.
I saw him beat Death Sword, and he looked as if he was in a
Yeah, he
position
was-
where he didn't go for it.
Yeah, he was just in the back.
I'm disappointed. He should have heard that Aether got it and then raised him a first try Death Sword.
So Zaf defeated the first Phantom's Ant in Palace of Twilight. There's 2 of them. There's one on each side, or one on each wing, I guess, of the first part of the dungeon. And so he did it by doing a bunch of quick spins. Basically, you want to just keep Phantom Zant in a state where he'll always be vulnerable, because sometimes he does an attack where he just constantly teleports around and you can't actually hit him.
I saw that ZFG smoke.
Yeah, I was watching now. I was watching now, Sky. And you know what, Sky? He didn't even go for Death Sword skip, so it wasn't even worth me watching. Let's be honest here.
Along with the theoretical stuff we were talking about earlier, there is a theoretical way that you could get into Palace of Twilight early, which would then allow you to get into Hyrule Castle early after you complete it. If you could die in the middle of a specific cutscene in this game.
Yeah, I think you'd have to. There's like two cutscenes in a row, and you'd have to die in the second one, which I'm not sure how you do that.
Yeah. It also doesn't save as much time as many people would think, because you still need double claw shots for City in the Sky, and by extension the spinner to get the double claw shots.
And then you still need Ball and Chain to beat Zant.
Yeah.
You know what's a good time save? Somebody find out how to...
Oh, man.
Somebody find out how to beat Zant without Ball and Chain. That literally would save 14 minutes. So someone do it, please.
Yeah.
That would save a lot of time.
But then there'd never be a chance of Gorge Void getting out of the run.
You know, I'll take it. For 14 minutes, I'll take it.
Barrier skip in this game, it would make the game shorter, but the theoretical route that goes along with barrier skip is literally just doing Twilight sections and then doing Hyrule Castle. Like, it's unfortunately not that exciting.
And then not even that, doing Hyrule Castle with a bunch of really dumb tricks to get through the parts where you're supposed to have the spinner and the claw shot.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. This game already has 3 barrier skips.
Okay, listen. I mean, technically that's 4.
I mean, those tricks seem stupid now, but I'm sure they'd be better if people are actively looking at them and like trying to figure out better ways.
Oh yeah, if they were relevant to the actual route, obviously, yeah, but like definitely. Yeah, so Adam's about to do Stalwart. We have Aether over here in City. Aether stream keeps... I don't know if that's happening on the actual stream, or if it's just my computer, that Aether stream keeps freezing.
I think that's...
It's happening on mine too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He said
he said his internet was... Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then Audie's starting up with Arbiters. So this is honestly like the typical distance between runners in a TP race. Generally, you'll have some runner, like a runner at the beginning of a dungeon, and then another runner at the end of the dungeon. And then Zaf is just a little bit further ahead because of the lead that he got from Ace.
So I don't know if you guys noticed, but Aether was worried he missed the fan skip there. That's why he looked up.
The Spidey shot.
Okay, I've said many times that if somebody makes good task tools for Skyward Sword, I will sit down every night with Venick and task Skyward Sword and try to find stuff.
Imagine tassing motion controls, my goodness.
I mean, that's why we want some good controls, like good ass input stuff for it, but everything just sucks right now. Apparently someone's working on that stuff.
Well, that's good.
Every GDQ we just try to bully Lion Cash, but he doesn't budge.
I think Cash has other things to worry about. Also, one thing we didn't mention about the Phantom Zant fight that, both Phantom Zant fights that Zaf already finished, is that part of doing the fight is hearing where Phantom Zant appears. So you want to have, like, stereo headphones when you're doing that fight, so you can actually hear where Phantom Zant is around you.
In stereo? How am I gonna get stereo headsets?
Well, you don't want mono, because then it's just the same sound in both ears.
It's in 1998. Where can I get stereo headsets?
I'm just saying. If there is ever a Skyward Sword TAS, it's not going to be with a TAS bot.
There's no way that task would ever play back in one sitting. No way.
Alright, so Adam's doing Early City in the Sky. Or Early Sky Canyon, technically.
Alright, he got it. It's actually faster here to cancel the mid text there instead of clicking warp. Because if you click warp, then you have to have a couple extra dialogue boxes. But if you cancel and then just use map warping, you get the same effect. And you're able to just warp right away. This block that Audi, Case, whatever you want to say, is pushing right now. Obviously everybody else did this, but you want to specifically push it 4 times. If you push it less than 4 times, then the block's position resets when you leave the room. So you really need that block to be in the correct position for to come back to that room later to get the 3rd Poe and not lose a bunch of time trying Poe 1 skip again. So it's really important that you push it 4 times and not any less. 5 times is the limit, but you don't have to push it the 5th time. So Zav has the Master Sword of Light.
So interestingly, regarding post skip, it's actually only about 5 seconds slow to get the first Poe and do Poe 1 skip later, so that you don't have to push that block. But it is a little slower, just not by much.
I don't know why you would do that. I guess like if it was like barely faster, but that wouldn't be as special. You wouldn't really be skipping anything then.
Yeah,
like
I mean, it's not like
skip.
you're skipping any tricks or anything, but yeah, you just don't push the block. Low % flags in arbiter grounds.
but you get an extra puff.
That's true. I guess you replace one flag with another.
Next up on the list of arbitrary categories.
Low % flag ILs. Oh man. We will eventually have all of those dungeon flags routed.
Well, depending on what you mean by far ahead, on how far ahead Zaf is, if you want to say how far ahead is he in terms of the total time, the team time, or how far ahead is he in terms of, you know, the just TP RTA time. As far as the total time, Zaf is about 20 minutes ahead for the team time, and then RTA time is run, I think, is the 2nd fastest. Maybe Aether's run is around the same speed, but I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying. Aether doesn't have like a timer on his stream for me to actually check what his split times are.
Yeah, Aether just has a smiley face.
Just a smile.
Looks like he just got a Ralpha skip too.
Nice, he got it really smoothly. Actually, no. Aether's run is definitely better than Zaf's. I forgot Zaf died the Morpheal. So he lost like 5 minutes there. But Aether failed. Oh, no, but Aether failed Sword and Shield
Sword
Skip
and Shield
twice.
twice.
And DMS once.
Yeah. So, okay, their runs are fairly similar then. Aether also got Gorge Void and Zap didn't.
Yeah.
So, again, without like actually having splits to compare to, it's kind of tough to tell. You have to remember a lot about the run, or have, you know, their timers up. Adam's run should be the fastest here though. He has made some mistakes that lost him a lot of time, but in general, his run has definitely been the cleanest so far. Audie's run at the beginning was pretty rocky, but since then it's been pretty clean too.
Yeah, so Zaph's almost on his way to Zant. He just has to go through one more really long room.
Yeah, we'll see when they finish, but it's a little bit helpful to see what the comparison beforehand.
So right there, Zaph seemed to call Midna randomly. But he actually did that because calling Midna didn't delay when those Shadow Beasts came down, but it did delay a platform that's at the top of the room, which is on a cycle. And he wants to make sure he hits that cycle because it saves around 20 seconds, I believe, to hit the platform cycle, or hit the earliest platform cycle possible.
I think it's like 15. And it doesn't actually lose any time to call Midna there. Even though it's easier, you'd think it might lose time, but these Zant heads actually all spawn at the same time, so you'd have to wait for the same cycle of Zant heads, even if you didn't do the Midna buffer. So you should probably go for it if you're running this game. Alright, is Audie gonna go for Death Sword skip?
Let's see. Will he make me proud?
Yep, he's going for it.
Oh, he's going for it. Oh. Alright, let's see. His position is weird, yeah.
He didn't quite get it.
Alright, he's not going for it again. Unfortunate. Ooh, okay, so he got into a really bad position there when he tried to use the ball and chain. So if you're not directly in front of Death Sword, or like slightly off, like directly in front, it's really hard to get the ball and chain hits in and then also get the sword slashes right after. Really hard or impossible, depending on the positioning. Aether's in the Argrok fight right now, so he's standing on the edge of the stage right here. Standing on the edge basically prevents Argrok from doing his like attack where he scratches his talons into the ground. That's gonna let him just really quickly get this first hit done. Then Aether's gonna turn around and claw shot one of the big pillars on the side. And then if he's high enough on that pillar and he targets Argrok's tail fast enough, he'll be able to skip having to like wait for Argrok to fly around again and then come back to attack him. So we got that there. Zap's going for the one cycle on
nice.
Zant, and he got it. Nice. You can only one cycle the fire phase.
It's possible to do the wrist temple in one phase, but it doesn't save that much time, and it's like really precise. I think like sometimes it can even be sub-frame in terms of the timing. I forget exactly, but it's
Okay, I thought like
it's
literally sometimes. Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't sometimes it's literally impossible. Like it's a task specifically.
So Zaf's gonna have to use water bombs again here to refill his air meter during the Zant phase. If he dies during this phase, it's actually not that big of a deal because he's just gonna. I believe he just restarts in this phase, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, if you die in a Zant phase, you start back on whatever phase you were at.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be as big of a time loss as dying to Morpheal is, but obviously it's still not something you want to do.
Well,
as long as he doesn't run out of bombs.
Yeah, if he ran out of bombs, he would have to save quit, get out of here, get out of the dungeon, go get more water bombs, and then go all the way back to the fight. Which would be a huge time.
Get Zora armor.
Go get Zora armor. Yeah, easy.
Of course, getting Zora armor in this game isn't all that slow anymore.
Yeah, thanks to Mr. Men.
TPHD is very happy for that. Looks like Ether must have missed the Argarok cycle.
Yeah, right here you could do a specific set of like moves to skip Argarok blowing his fire for a really long time. And if you do that, it saves a good amount of time. You can do it on all three phases or all three cycles of this phase of the fight. But if you miss one, then you have to wait until it's over and then claw shot him. And then you can go for the next one. So right here, Zap's going to be fighting the last phase of Zant. And on this phase, in general for Zant, the only thing that matters to hit him with is the last hit of a sword combo. So Zap's going to be doing that to get a really quick fight here. He knows exactly where Zant's going to spawn, so he just hits him with the last hit twice there, and then he quick spins to try to get rid of the Zant's spin attack there. It's a little bit tricky to do. And then he just hits him with one more combo and then he's dead. When Zant wasn't spinning there, if Zaf reacted to it a little bit faster, he actually could have done the combo and killed him there. But it isn't easy to do. You also don't know where he's going to show up, so sometimes you don't even have the opportunity. Alright, so Zaf is now done with Palace of Twilight, and he has about 17 minutes left from here to the end of the game, depending on his RNG. Aether stream just dropped out again, unfortunately, I think. Yeah, it needs to be reloaded.
Looks like he just killed Argarok.
Yep.
Case is now doing the quick cycle for Stullard, and he got it.
Also,
and then
clockwise spins.
Yeah, he missed one slash there, or he missed one spin. He'll be fine. Missed two spins. Yeah, he's good.
Okay, I guess you can miss two.
I think it's three.
Also, yeah, we had three runners fighting bosses in separate dungeons at the same time for a little bit there. So Zaf's gonna do one last mailman skip up here on the bridge to Castle Town, which is just gonna be done with another long jump attack with the boomerang. It's actually convenient too because I think we want to transform into Human Link here, if I'm not mistaken.
Adam right now is hitting Rob Shot. So from the bottom here, he's just gonna. Oh, nice. So from the bottom, he's just gonna claw shot all the way to the top of that vine instead of going onto this like fencing and then claw shotting to that vine. If you aim really well and you're in a good position, you can get basically all the way to the top. You can get even higher than what Adam got.
Zaf bonking into the wall.
That bonk is actually faster. All right, so Aether is now heading over to Aether is now heading over to Palace of Twilight. Adam is pretty shortly behind him. They're fairly close. And then Audie is going to be entering Stadium Sky pretty soon. So, for the most part, as far as I can tell right now without seeing their times, they've pretty much held their positions from their respective Wind Waker runners.
Yeah, all these runners are very good at the game, so it was unlikely that the placing was going to change very much.
Yeah, right now you're watching, you know, Adam is second place in the game. Audie is... Wait, okay, I actually have to check, because I don't know, because they keep PBing. Alright, Adam is second place, Zaf is fourth place, Audie's fifth, and then Aether is eighth. And as far as PBs go, you know, Adam has a 54. Daph has a 55. Audie, Case has a 56, and then Aether has a 58. So they are all very good players.
So this is another cutscene, by the way, this Hyrule Castle cutscene, where I believe if you were to die entering the cutscene, you'd be able to like skip several minutes, but there's no way to equip any items that would actually kill you in Castletown.
Someone find restricted items.
You can use the lantern though.
Die with the lantern.
Dude, imagine if you can set yourself on fire with the lantern.
What if you could transfer the percentage of like lantern oil left to your hearts? That's not how those flags work, but still.
I'll see as Zaf did the stand still and do nothing strat on the first barrier. Basically, the bomb does enough damage to just kill all of the purple bokoblins. In this next barrier, he's going to skip by skipping the cutscene first and then just rolling out of the area that the barrier would have come in. For some reason, the developers forgot that like you can skip cutscenes fast and then roll out of the fight area. So, yeah.
Yeah, only one side of the barriers have collision. On the outside, they don't have. There's no collision. There's no hitbox on them. So as long as you get past that, you're good. You can actually skip the very first barrier that Zaf came across. You can actually skip it. In 100% it's a little easier, but in any percent you can skip it too. It's just really hard, and I don't think anybody's ever really gonna go for that in a run. And then also there's a barrier a little bit later on in this dungeon that you could also skip in 100%, but in other categories you wouldn't be able to. That's just because of items that you have, or abilities that you have in 100% that you don't have, obviously, in this one.
If we could get the key on King Bulbin there to like completely detach from him somehow and be on the ground, that key actually is real until the cutscene, at which point it switches out with another key and becomes an accessory. It's kind of weird how it works, but there's something similar where in Bulbin Camp, I think there's like floating in the air, there's the real key until you kill the Bulbin, and then they like actually switch places. But
as far as who's
interactable.
Oh, sorry. I was just reading chat. I was gonna say, as far as who's in first, I think Adam is in first in terms of TP time.
Yeah, we did find something like that. Somebody mentioned in TPHD where the key was detached from King Bulbin, but it was just a UTAS thing. I'm not sure why exactly.
I was so upset about that.
Yeah. I should have checked
actually-
that first. I'm sorry.
I actually dug my I looked for my Wii U because it was like in like a bin somewhere in my garage, and I looked for it to load up TPHD.
Can't you still get the key with Moonjump?
Yes, you can, but you know,
Yeah, the key
Moon
is,
Jump
like-
wouldn't need it probably.
No, I think it would.
Does it get that key?
Why? Well, you need a key because the top area of Hyrule Castle is a separate map, I thought.
That's true. Okay. Yeah, I guess it would be useful. But yeah, you have to land though. I'm not sure how you get the moment to get back down to the ground and land so that you can actually get the key. But if you could do that, then yeah, it would be definitely useful.
So, the barrier around this dark nut is the one that is exclusive to skipping 100%. You need the what's it called? The jump attack thing. Whatever that's called. Helm splitter? No, that's not it.
The jump strike?
Jump strike.
The jump strike. There you go. You need the jump strike. With the jump strike, you can do like an even longer LJA. And you can do some other stuff with it that allow you to skip that barrier.
Well, I don't think jump strike LGAs go farther.
They just go
There's
higher.
some weird property about them that makes them different, though.
Yeah,
It's the
they
fact that
just
you
go
can-
higher.
It's the fact that you can
okay.
score a jump slash with them and like get rupee text at the same time or something. That allows you to skip the barrier forming. Also, congratulations to Zeph on not clipping out of bounds here in Hyrule Castle.
I mean, he doesn't do the strat that would risk that, though. I guess it's a risk now to do that strat, which is hilarious.
It's clearly not a real run unless he voids in Hyrule Castle somewhere.
Yeah. Every run has to void in Hyrule Castle. We should check that now on the leaderboard. If you don't void in Hyrule Castle, your run isn't verified.
It's invalidated.
Not voiding in Hyrule Castle invalidated.
Every run except Adams is gone.
No, I think I voided in Hyrule. I think Audie voided in Hyrule. Ace didn't? Maybe he did. I don't know. Voiding in Hyrule is really common, though.
Oh, I was specifically talking about getting clipped out of bounds by the...
Oh, doing that. Okay.
Yeah.
Doing that invalidates run. Or not getting that invalidates run. That'd be hilarious.
I assume that works similarly to the King Bulbin 2 skip that HD does, where we use opponent to clip us out of bounds. Just the
Yeah, I'm assuming it's just
pushing us.
like a dumb space in between
Yeah.
like the door that he got pushed into. Because I think he was in the middle of the door, right? I don't know. It doesn't really matter.
Something
Point is,
like that.
he got pushed into some weird crevice where you could fall out of bounds.
Oh man, did Aether get Spidey shot? I think he did.
Did he get Spidey shot?
I think I just saw it, yeah.
Oh man, I'm proud.
I actually don't know. What is Spidey Shot exactly?
It's
the one shot in Palace of Twilight. In the room before the second Phantom Zant fight, you know how you have to claw shot 3 different targets to get to the small key?
Yeah.
Between the second and third, like when you grab the second one and then aim for the third one, it's possible to shoot the claw shot without ever going into first person and grab onto the third one.
Oh,
yeah, I would
gotcha.
doubt. I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't know about it, since in HD it would be slower to do that. Since you have gyro aiming. Did we explain how the Phantom Zant fight works? I think you did, right, Jim?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Oh, Zap hanging on the edge.
So, this room that Zaph is in is basically the only reason why you technically need Claw Shot and Spinner for this dungeon. You can skip both of these rooms. Like, you can skip both of these. It's just really, 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 really ridiculously hard. And then now, shout out to DF. Type DF in the chat to pay your respects to DF. He found that trick. It took us
10 years.
10 years to realize that you could claw shot that.
I don't know why. Sometimes you'll hit the barrier, like after skipping the cutscene. It might be
happens
caution
if you.
for the left or something.
That's what happens if you skip the cutscene too fast.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. That happened to be earlier today. That's why I asked.
And now Zaf has come to the best boss in Twilight Princess speedrunning. Every Twilight Princess speedrunner loves this boss. It's easy, it's consistent, except it's not. It's totally RNG, and everyone hates it.
Yes, you know, flying Dampe.
Flying Dampe.
Flying Dampe is Gold 2 in HD, where there's a 1 in 10 chance to get it. It's the same odds and everything. I mean, come on.
That's a one-shot Dampe, though. You either get it or you don't. That reminds me of something someone said in ZFG's chat.
Dampe is always 50%.
You don't. Alright, unfortunately Zaf's not getting the best RNG now. He's gonna have to get at least 8 cycles here.
Ideally, you would want the first attack to be a ball, and then some other attack, and then the third attack to be a ball. And then some more attacks, and then on the 7th attack would be a ball again. If you do not get... If the first and third attack are not balls, then you will not get a 7 cycle. And then if the third attack is... Basically, like, it just keeps going, it just keeps getting worse. The more balls that you don't get, like the more attacks that happen in between the first 2 balls.
I don't remember what the record is on, like, worst Puppet Zelda.
I believe Dragonbane tasked up to 50 cycles or something ridiculous.
Oh my gosh.
I think the worst, I want to say the worst is like...
I want to say it's 15.
I think that's
No,
right.
it's worse than that. It has to be like 17 or 18.
Are you serious?
I think.
I've only ever seen like 12 or 13, I think.
Because I've gotten 12 before.
Yeah.
So I feel like it has to be exponentially worse than that. And 18 would fit the bill there.
Do we remember what
apparently.
the odds are of a 7 cycle?
No clue.
Well, I mean, depending on what attacks you get, the difference between like a good 7 cycle and a bad 7 cycle can be as bad as like 30 seconds.
Well, the attacks you get don't really matter as long as you do the lag reduction for the triangles. It doesn't matter. It matters more how long Zelda waits in between attacks. Like she can wait forever, or she can do an attack after like 3 seconds.
You know, I never realized that looking at the ground was for lag reduction. I thought people just did it because they were disappointed.
No, it's for lag. In TPHG, I don't think it lags.
No, it doesn't. I do it every time just because I'm disappointed.
Just like,
I didn't know what it was. Yeah.
I think the triangle attack is slightly slower, like very, very slightly, even with the lag reduction. But for the most part, what attack you get doesn't matter.
Also, Zaf did some... he did the maximum amount of damage that he could per cycle of this fight with Ganon. So that on the 3rd cycle, Ganon would instantly come out of the portal and he'd be able to do the headbutt with him.
Yeah, normally, not only would you have to transform back into human and then do like some more attacks to finish off Ganon there, you'd also have RNG on how many portals it takes for him to spawn out of. I think if you do have to deal with that, then the least is 4. And then the most you can get is, I guess, theoretically infinite. It's not very likely, like between like 4 and 8 is pretty common. So now Zaf is doing horseback, and he just got hit. This fight can lose a lot of time if you're like me and you lose a minute here.
Or if you play Twilight Princess HD, which has terrible horse controls.
Oh my gosh,
Excuse me, they're advertised as improved, which means they're improved.
Yeah, dude, the gyro aiming is the best for speedruns. It says so on their website.
Yeah, I think in SD, how the controls are supposed to work is that it just, like, the horse will go where you're pointing the control stick or something. But in HD, it's based on, like, how much you're moving to the left or right that the horse will turn, I believe. like it's as if you can only control if she's turning or not like exactly how much she's turning. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's basically tank controls. I mean, maybe it's improved in the sense that it's more accurate to actually riding a horse.
To actually riding a horse, yeah. Realistic
not,
controls.
It is not more fun to use at all.
No.
Usually when I used horse controls in HD, I would just hold forward and then just tilt the free cam to actually aim where opponent was supposed to go. But she would just keep going forward.
I think most HD
I don't know if
runners
Zap's
have a good handle on it though.
I don't know if Zap's gonna do it, but this last text box, okay, he didn't. If he doesn't skip the text here, you can keep the text on screen, only in the German version while you fight Ganon. Kind of funny. Maybe Adam or Audie will do it. And this fight is really hard. It's very long. It's real risk of dying here. Like
Adam's on English, not German though.
Oh, he's playing on English?
Yeah.
Oh man, Zap missed the attack. He lost so much time. And
there you go.
Zap is done.
Zap is done. He finished with, I don't know what his official time is going to be, but his unofficial time was a 3:02:25.
It looked like a 3:02:22.
I'm sad he barely beat my PB. And he died to Morphew. Alright, so Bailey is starting up with Skyward Sword. He's got a significant head start here, so hopefully he can get out with that. Alright, so right now, Aether's ahead. Aether's definitely in second place. And then Adam is not too far behind, and then Audie still has some ways to go. Audie, when he's done with this boss fight, he's gonna have about 40 minutes left. And then Adam and Aether both have about between 22 and like 24 minutes.
Yeah, I think Adam's about 5 minutes behind Aether right now.
Yeah, just about.
Yes, after we had this gritty music with Ganondorf in Twilight Princess, we have the happy Skyloft music from Skyward Sword.
So I don't know, since the Skyward Sword commentators aren't here yet, if you notice that Bailey's playing on Japanese, and Japanese saves a ridiculous amount of time in Skyward Sword because of how slow the text is.
And just the amount of text that there is.
There are some differences between the Japanese version and the English version that make the English version save time back later, but it's not anywhere near enough to play on that version.
Yeah, in overall, Japanese saves 12 minutes over the best English version, I guess you could say.
I think with just pure text difference, it's like 17 minutes faster, right?
Yep.
I'm sorry guys, but for whatever reason, the Switch killed the Discord audio again, so I gotta find out why. Should only take a second though, so please bear with me. Still not entirely sure what happened. But you should be back now. Please.
Hello. Hello, chat.
Hello.
Chat, did you know that Skyward Sword Japanese saves 12 minutes over English? We totally did not repeat this fact twice.
Yeah, nah. On pure text alone, it's 17 minutes faster, but English has some stuff that saves time back. Definitely not saying that again.
Bailey just got the practice sword. He's not going to practice with it, he's just going to leave instantly before he talks to the instructor.
So, in the English version, there's already a route difference. On the English version, you wouldn't get the practice sword just because of how much text it involves, but on Japanese, it ends up being faster to just power through this text and not do the route that English does.
There is another language that's pretty fast for this game that Venik really likes to advocate for. It's Korean.
You don't know how upset I am that Ancient Sister and Clip is not in Korean. I remember sitting in calls with Venik, looking, or no, I don't remember who this was with. I think it was with Venik, looking at like Korean Let's Plays of Skyward Sword to see if the scene was there.
But yeah, well, Adam just died in Palace of Twilight.
Oh no.
Yeah, he just got pushed off by the keys.
Well, the chest should still be there. It's not that.
Yeah, and he's gonna respawn in the room, but it's a dumb way to lose time.
It's not a big time save though, or time waste though. To be honest, this isn't gonna be like, you know, he's not gonna catch up to him because of this, or he's not gonna.
I mean, really,
nice.
Really, we all just know that he wanted the extra 3 hearts right there.
Okay, I have to reload this thing
Yeah.
now because the Twitch machine broke on all 4 streams.
Yeah, the Twitch machine broke for me also.
It only did it for Adam for me. But...
It did it for all of them for me.
I'm actually sorry. Us switching to the 16:9 layout apparently came together with Twitch having a hiccup or something, because the streams completely broke for me as well, so I had to reload. It should be all fixed now, so I hope everything is better good.
The splice is complete.
Yeah, we finished splicing. Don't worry.
I only see a black screen for Adam though.
I have a black
back
screen
for me.
body.
I can still see Adam.
I can see
them
everybody right now.
Okay, it's back. Enjoy. Also, we should probably get in some Skyward Sword guys, right?
I think they're in the waiting room.
Let's bring in Afio and Flohar to join us. Welcome.
Hello.
I was gonna say, are me and Jim gonna do Skyward Sword commentary until they're done with TP? I was getting scared.
Yeah, welcome to Skyward Sword.
Yes, welcome. I am Theo. Former contestant of the Zelda Speedrun Relay.
Yeah, Fio has the relay experience for us. He can tell how Baby is feeling right now.
Oh yeah, I know what it's like to be to have the race come on his shoulders. All he has to do is keep it cool. So far, he's been good. So far, so good for him. Coming up for him though is the notorious beginning of the run killer.
Ceremony cutscene.
Ceremony cutscene skip. That's the name.
Holy crap, Twitch, please. Yeah.
Twitch just broke again.
Give me a second.
Cool. Commentator
You will
page
never
just
know.
stopped working.
Everything just stopped working.
Yeah, it's all broke.
That's really not good, and I need to find out what happened here.
All right. Well, I mean.
All right. Well,
have the
time to
native
load up the
streams
streams.
So,
all right.
Let's see. Adam just entered into the Zant boss fight. Aether just exited out of Palace of Twilight. Bailey is about to attempt the Wing Ceremony cutscene skip. We'll see if he gets it. If he doesn't, then he loses 2 minutes.
This is a radio broadcast now.
This is really embarrassing, by the way, and I'm super sorry, everyone.
And Bailey gets the cutscene skip.
He got it.
Nice.
You got it. Bailey did not lose 2 minutes. Congratulations, Bailey.
Very good.
That's got to feel good for him.
Yeah, that cutscene skip saves a lot of time.
Meanwhile, I'm just gonna look up the stream manually.
Yeah.
By the way, welcome everybody to the ZSR podcast.
Yes.
So
Yeah, this is a podcast
we have Bailey attempting the ceremony.
Yes, he's currently getting eggs thrown at him. He's all out of, I forget what they're called, like wing bursts or something, so he has to wait for them to recharge. They're recharging now. He got really...
Is he going to win the race?
Oh no, that was actually really good RNG, actually. So he didn't lose like 5 seconds to bad yellow Loftwing RNG.
Oh yeah,
he wins the race and is now able to graduate from the Knight Academy. Congrats,
Nice.
Bailey.
Shout out. Just starting school and already graduating.
Well, that's what happens when you skip all the boring cutscenes in school. Just graduate in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Also, Adam is going on to the Morpheal phase of the Zant fight. Unfortunately, did not get the 1 cycle on the Goron Mines phase.
It looks
Very
like he's still on sub 3 pace though, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Adam's on good pace this run.
Aether is currently in the Squidna cutscene.
This makes no sense. Twitch is refusing to let me load the streams.
Bad Twitch.
We're podcasting.
Yeah, this is the ZSR podcast.
We gotta keep podcasting here.
All right, Bailey rolls. He's following
And he
feed.
runs.
He's running. He's almost out of stamina. He's stopping.
Oh, okay, he's stopping.
Stopping.
Okay,
he
going again.
Refill. Gets
Okay, he
stamina
refilled
full.
at the fruit. All right, we're going good.
Wow,
He jumped
roll
over
into
the
this
gap. He
cutscene
didn't
with a
grab it.
cute cat. Look at this cute cat waving
That's
his
not a
little
cute
tail.
cat. Run away. Run away. Run away. No,
big
run away. It's
ears.
gonna scare you. It's gonna jump scare you. No.
Oh no!
Jump scare!
Oh no!
no.
Ah!
So spooky.
Oh, he's climbing. He's climbing. Okay.
All right.
Okay, this is
Climbing a ledge.
top-notch quality commentary over here.
I hope you're enjoying ZSR Radio.
All right, Adam is in the Ook phase of the Zant fight. He bonks once, he bonks twice, he does a jump slash and does 4 stabs for the combo. He now hits the center platform with the ball and chain twice to knock down Zant again and does a jump slash quick spin to end. Oh wait, no he doesn't. Why didn't he do the jump slash quick spin? He's slow. He'll have to have a second.
Yeah, he just flubbed.
All right,
Bailey's
Zant's now
about-
moving on to the Blizzetta phase. This is where he needs the ball and chain. The only item that's required for this type... Or wait a minute, I messed
The
up.
only reason we need the ball.
The only reason you need the ball and chain is for this one fight right here. He's going in. He gets 1 hit.
Aether takes out a bomb. He blows up the Bokoblins. The barrier is down. Now he opens the door, ready to attempt a barrier skip. Very important trick.
Wait, did you
Will he
say
get the
barrier skip?
Yeah, the barrier skip. Dude.
The barrier skip. Oh
Dude,
my
he got
god.
it. He got
Aether
the
just did
barrier
barrier skip in Twilight Princess. This
He
is
got
a
it.
legendary day for
What a
Twilight
god.
Princess
What a
speedrunning right
legend.
here.
Historic.
Bailey enters the statue. He's about to obtain the goddess sword.
Audie is walking. He has the soul in hand. It is the first soul that he needs out of the 2 in order to complete Palace of Twilight and get the light sword. He's walking it over to the hole. He's almost there. He's just past the slope. He's dropped the soul in the hole and he rolls over.
Oh, what a play!
Bailey
Adam
is now
might beat
holding
Zant.
His
the
incredibly
Skyward
slow
Sword skyward.
strike.
He's about to go
Bailey's-
and place the Emerald Tablet to unlock Farron, the first of 3 surface overworld areas.
Adam
Aether's
skipped over
stream just stopped for
obliterating
me. I'm
Zant.
going to have to reload it.
Same.
Wow, good thing.
Adam is now done with the Palace of Twilight. He is currently warping out. He says no to the save, which is good because that save is completely unnecessary. And he will be making his way back out to Hyrule Castle now to do Mailman Skip and other fun things. But first, Bailey is watching a cutscene that he cannot skip.
Yes, this is one of the best cutscenes in the game overall. The opening of the Farron light pillar.
Perfect timing for the first water break of the run.
I was about to say perfect time for donation, but unfortunately we do not accept any donation.
Alright, I can't get it to work, so I'll have to crop in the streams manually. Again, I can only apologize. As you saw the entire stream, everything ran just beautifully. And then it decided to break, which is something that I'm really sorry for. I just don't know how else to put it. Yeah. Again,
It's okay, Trez.
Alright,
something
Alright,
that should
so-
happen.
we gotta make it work somehow.
Bailey got the item pouch, and now he's out talking to the silver-haired professor. He's going to be getting the free wooden shield from him, which he will use for the entirety of the game because the shield is ridiculously overpowered in Skyward Sword. It can
But
even
I
block
thought-
fire attacks if you shield it at the proper time, which makes no sense, but it's Zelda, so who cares?
It's actually funny how OP this wooden shield is.
So you're saying he's not going to keep upgrading his shield like the game intends for you to do?
No, he will not.
Wow.
Oh no.
What's a shield upgrade?
What a surprise.
You can upgrade your shield?
Ginger Haze, the race actually ended up turning into a radio broadcast because Twitch is dumb, and Twitch is temporarily a radio broadcast site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bailey is skipping the Fi cutscene before entering the Farron area because he jumped off his loft wing quick enough, and now he's simply going to skydive into the Farron zone so he can actually go down there.
Oh,
And
they
he's
can see
now
Bailey
watching-
now. They can see Bailey.
Oh, hey.
Okay.
Oh. Aether has opened the door. He is now in the Dino False room. He's gonna take out his bomb
Will he void?
really early so he can throw it at them
Alright.
and
so
blow up the
apparently
dinos. He only blew up one of them
my
though. The
new
other one
layout-
somehow lived. I don't know how that works, but Aether killed him too.
Okay, seems like I got my new layout working.
Audie is on his way out of the second half of the first half of the second half of the first half. Audie is on his way out of the second third of Palace of Twilight. He's walking with the soul out the door right now. He is running away from the hand.
Meanwhile, we have Bailey. Oh wait, you can actually see Bailey's feed again, so I don't need to commentate.
Just do it
don't need
anyway.
Podcasts over that.
It's
Bailey is going
consistency.
through very slow text right now.
Oh yeah, very.
We can only
fast.
wonder what his mind meanders about while he goes through this extremely slow text, eager in anticipation to obtain the next Skyward strike onto the spike in front of him.
Also, he is gonna damage. He's gonna damage himself here because he needs to die soon.
Did he damage himself? Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Well, he doesn't need to die soon, but he needs to die eventually, and the fall damage you get here is like the fastest place to get damage before the death.
Is he gonna select no?
Why did Bailey say yes to Fi? That is slow.
Oh no.
Well, maybe
Oh,
he
no.
wanted to learn
Why
about
did he do
dowsing.
that?
He wanted to learn about dowsing, yeah.
Come on, Jim. Not everybody can read
We
Japanese.
all want to know about dowsing. Because
Dowsing is very
great.
important for the speedrun because you don't know where to go.
Yeah.
I mean, what's dumb about that option is that if you say no, Fi tells you about dowsing anyway. It's like she didn't even give you a choice. She just gave you the illusion of choice. That's what Skyward Sword is. Skyward Sword is the illusion of choice. That's why it's so linear.
It's also just an illusion of a potential huge sequence break.
Oh,
It really
completely.
is though. Like they really do give you a lot of options in Skyward Sword that are useless. They just all go up
now
to
it's, now it's time to talk to the old woman who's totally not Impa.
Well, he's about to get the
Spoilers,
revitalizing
I've never watched
potion.
this game before. Man, why do you gotta
Oh, no,
spoil
I'm
everything
sorry.
for me?
Alright, everyone. I got it. Back on track. Again. I
You got it.
need to
Yay.
apologize. I have no clue what happened.
Alright, well, podcast is over. Thank you all for joining us for this special edition of the ZSR podcast.
It was sponsored by Squarespace.
No, it was sponsored by Twitch screwing up.
Well, that's totally something new.
Will Aether void? Oh, sorry, Aether. I've been scolded by chat before.
All right.
It's Aether.
This is a very important part for Bailey. He has to place the beacon on the X. Will he do it?
Oh yes, this is the most important part.
Okay,
No,
excuse
he
me.
does
Sorry
it,
for
right?
talking.
First
Unfortunately,
try.
you guys are a few seconds ahead of me. Oh nice, he actually did it.
Pardon me for sucking. Pardon me for sucking. I'm here.
KitKat, this may or may not be my new mic. So, I don't know. Maybe you're just used to my old mic doing other stuff than my new mic.
New mics are always good.
I think it sounds fine.
Yeah, it sounds fine.
He means different for the better, Floha.
Okay.
Your voice sounds bearable, probably unlike mine.
On Bailey's side, we're gonna see the overpowered Skyward Strike for the first time.
Oh, blocked.
Oh. Fortunately, he got blocked, and he then targeted the Goron. This fight can be kind of hard. Ideally, you want to get all of the Bokoblins with a single Skyward Strike, but that can be difficult because of just how their RNG works.
Yeah, usually
and if
you
they
just
decide to block you or not.
and usually just walk past the Goron with a charged Skyward Strike, then turn around and horizontal slash.
Aether is in Zelda right now. He's just chilling
Audie
out,
just
waiting.
got knocked out of the air by an energy ball.
Alright, will Adam get the clip again? Will it happen?
No. Dang.
Oh, man. Can I get a refund?
I want a refund. I want a refund of what I paid to watch this.
I want a refund of my time for commentary. Please give me my 7 hours back.
Bailey talks to that statue there because it's very important, not really, but it's just so that he can travel back to it later on.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna do one more attempt to fix it properly, and if it doesn't work, we'll just keep it like that. But yeah, is anybody on the TP side close to finishing before I do it?
Aether is in Zelda.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. It will only take like 30 seconds.
Aether is gonna be done in 5 minutes. Or less than 5 minutes actually. Will be done in like 4. Adam will be done in 8. Audie will be done in 22.
Alright.
Audie's also on I think Audie's also on sub 3 pace.
Let's try this again.
I heard a Discord notification.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's Trez.
Okay.
So Bailey is now talking to one of the Kikwis.
Up right now, so you gotta tell. Something important is happening on the TP, guys.
How many yeets in Skyward Sword? A good amount of yeets.
I'd say 67 yeets about.
Bonk.
How many deaths are in Skyward Sword?
I want to say
25?
18 right now. Because we don't do.
I think it's 18. Yeah.
We don't do the bit route for Skyloft anymore on Japanese, so that cuts out a bunch of deaths.
Yeah, that's true. I guess.
I'd say about there's 18 yeets then. We haven't seen a yeet yet though.
Oh, there it goes.
Aether finishing up Beast Cannon right now. Or not finishing up, just
doing that.
No, he is finishing up. I'm just dumb. He just finished Beast Cannon. He has a couple more minutes left to go. And we'll find out his RTA time once he is done.
Alright, everyone, I
is the stream
fixed
actually
it. I fixed it.
Nice.
Well,
Trez fixed
it's
it.
fixed for now.
It should be back on the commentary page as well now.
Well,
Yeah, it's back on the commentary page, but
I have something new already.
hopefully it stays working.
It's only got the Skyward Sword runners.
Alright, Aether on Beast Cannon right now, or Beast Cannon, horseback Cannon right now.
Yeah.
He missed an arrow. Missing an arrow isn't that big of a deal, but it does waste a good amount of time. It's more important that you don't really fall off, but also obviously you don't want to miss a bunch.
Well, if you miss an arrow, then you are probably going to miss another one later on, or at least as possible, since you don't know exactly what's going to come next. Like, you can memorize exactly patterns that he's going to take. If you don't know anything.
A big problem though is so he hit that arrow, but it took him too long, so he's not going to be able to hit him again. A
He's
big
gonna have
problem
to
I
dodge
think
the
a lot of
sword.
runners have with this is they don't use the camera really, and using the camera helps out a lot with this fight with aiming Zelda. Like if you don't use the camera, like it's basically random. If you like if Ganondorf does like a really weird movement and you don't move the camera at all, it's really hard. It's like basically RNG if you hit him or not.
Oh, we got him. There's about a minute left on that run then.
Alright, Aether will be done in a minute, starting now.
Alright, meanwhile we'll have Bailey making use of that overpowered Skyward Strike again.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that he's, like, sort of far away from the Bokoblins, though, because if he's too close, then the regular sword attack is gonna hit them instead of the Skyward Strike attack.
Yeah, and a regular sword attack does, at this part of the game, less damage than a Skyward Strike, so you can't one-shot kill them with only the sword attack. So that's why he wants to be further away from them.
Because Skyward Sword was kind and left the Master Sword mechanics of the Skyward Strikes in on hero mode.
Yeah, I think we haven't even talked about hero mode at all yet.
Well, probably because of having to adapt to become a podcast.
Yeah.
Alright, really quick though, Aether is done. He finished with a time of 3:06:36.
Nice. Then
Nice.
we see Exor starting, and while we see Exor starting, you can see him skipping cutscenes. That is because we are playing on hero mode. That has
That's the single biggest advantage.
That has 3 or 4 advantages. First advantage being you can skip cutscenes. You don't want to know how long this game is. You can skip cutscenes.
Really long.
It
Like
would be
multiple
really long,
hours.
I mean, the cutscenes are great. It's just they're slow.
Yeah. Second of all, we can take double damage from stuff. That is very useful because we want to die a lot.
That's not useful if you're a casual player, though.
Yeah.
No.
So it looks like Skyward Sword the move in a half hour.
The third advantage we have is that we have this overpowered Skyward Strike we were already talking about.
And some of the dialogue has changed, like at the beginning with this dude.
Yeah.
That he'll be
Yeah.
like, wow, you're
He's
playing
like,
on
"Oh,
hero
I'm playing
mode.
on hero mode." Yeah.
I'm still gonna tell you how to move.
I love how it by default has the Wiimote up on screen too, even if it's hero mode. Like you don't know what the controls are.
No.
But honestly, you
never
you
played
learn to
this
like
game before.
tune that out. I don't even notice it whenever I play.
That's
Yeah,
true.
neither do I.
You can turn it off, but it wastes time.
Yeah. You just get used to it and then you don't recognize it anymore. Besides, I don't understand any Japanese, so it doesn't do anything. Just that there is some random bunch of text staying there that I can't read.
I can read a
You're,
little.
you're
bit.
telling me that you didn't completely learn Japanese by watching people play this game in Japanese?
Unfortunately, I didn't.
I mean, you need to memorize all the dialogue options because it can really make or break the run. Like right
I
here,
know.
Bailey has to pick the left option, or else the elder Kikui is just gonna go on and on.
The funny thing about Skyward Sword text though is in English, if you're a decently quick reader, the text moves slow enough that even just skipping it in like how you would in a speedrun, you could honestly read every single text box in the game.
Oh yeah.
That's how
Yeah.
slow the text moves.
In the entire game, there's only, or at least in the entire any percent run of Skyward Sword, there's only a single quick text box.
Oh, Adam's struggling right now with
He still got it.
Okay, he got it. So Adam will be getting a sub 3 time. He should be getting a pretty low 259 here.
Yep.
And then Audie is just about to enter Hyrule Castle. He should also... Actually, I don't know exactly what his time should be, but he should be getting a low 3, if not sub 3.
Bailey is about like 20 to 25 minutes ahead of Exto right now.
Yeah, Bailey probably had like a mid 27 or 28 minute slingshot time maybe. Wonder if he goes for the extended blow.
I don't
think so.
Yeah, probably not.
Be cool to see.
But nonetheless, we get to see a cool trick after that. So
I want to see at least one extended blow.
Oh, I think we are gonna see at least one.
I want to see every runner get it every time.
And
Adam finishes with
59.05.
Yeah, unofficial 59.05, official 59.21.
and we have kick cuts starting now.
Nice.
So, what was the order that they started out with? Was it Aether started before Adam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Adam got about 7 minutes, a 7 minute better time than Aether did, so he started catching up there.
Audie's about to enter Hyrule Castle.
No, Bailey's not going for extending blow.
Well, he could do that other strat that was found.
Extended flow can be very difficult sometimes.
Extending blow isn't a hard trick per se, but it's more or less quite RNG dependent, so it's not very easy to get.
But the Goddess Cube Warp is pretty swag.
Yeah.
It is.
And you can't do that on normal mode. You need that advantage, hero mode Skyward Strike advantage, in order to have a far enough Skyward Strike to hit that Goddess Cube. It saves about a minute of like going around and tight rope walking. And now Bailey up here, he's gonna do something very important. He's gonna bonk this tree.
Yeah, bonking that tree saves like 2.5 minutes.
The most important bonk you'll ever see.
Are you ready to go into the temple?
You might need some hearts or some potions to do so.
I mean, you're only at 2 hearts now. That could be very dangerous.
So he bonked the tree. Now he's gonna save and quit, and then he's gonna copy this file for very important reasons that we'll go into.
Yeah, so Skyward Sword runs start with all 3 files blank and a hero mode file for file 1. Because all 3 get utilized in the run.
Because if you have occupied files, then you can just beat the game in like 7 minutes.
Bailey having a hard time to aim there.
NA aim.
Alright, I want to say, since it's pretty crowded in here, let's have the Skyward Sword guys take over.
Alright.
And Gymnast, Zelu, and Jack, thanks so much for doing the commentary. Thanks for switching to radio commentary when everything broke.
Ooh, Exto got the cutscene skip.
And yeah, shout out to you guys.
Alright, thank you. See you, everybody.
Good luck to the rest of the runners. Bye.
Enjoy SS.
So the Twilight Princess Mafia has left us.
Oh no, Bailey is dead now. What a shame.
Oh, poor Bailey.
What a shame.
Dang.
Damn.
That
Rip
sucks.
Bailey. What? What's he do? I thought he was resetting. What? What is he doing?
Excuse me.
Alright,
This
we
is
have
cheating.
Skyward Sword's back in time. While
Which is
dying,
far more
dying,
useful than in any other Zelda game, by the way, that has back in time. Wind Waker and Twilight
Yeah,
Princess.
you can
It's pretty
and
useful in
choose to
Twilight
continue
Princess.
and reset at the same time. The game gets confused and somehow wants to put you on the title screen, but somehow it does want to let you go into the game, and that results in bit.
And so what he did right there, he went up to that save statue and he saved and started that file at the same time, which changed the XY coordinates of Link on the file, which warped him right there. And since the room is unloaded, he has to go into this little room and reload the room. So doing this skips the majority of Skyview.
Yeah, it skips about 2/3 of it, and there is actually a way that we can reload by saving and quitting at Bird Statue, which is like right next to where we bit warp in there, but we come in here to reload because we need access to this back room here, and there's a switch that we hit which opens a gate, so they'll be coming up on that in a sec.
So you come out of that door like towards the end of the temple, and
That's
so by coming out there and opening that door, it skips having to go through the second half of the dungeon once you get the beetle. But you're gonna see what Deesh meant by saving and quitting and reloading the file when he has to come back, because you have to come back to get sacred water.
So now Bailey is gonna take on the first mini boss fight. Fights in this game are basically very scripted.
Yeah, like there are strategies for every fight, and most of the time they're gonna be the same unless there's like very little RNG for fights. So now he has the beetle, which is a very unique item. It allows you to fly the little beetle anywhere and activate switches that are far away, like Bailey's gonna do right here.
Unfortunately, the beetle is very slow, as you're gonna see.
Yeah, you are able to upgrade it, but it's not. By the time you're able to upgrade the beetle, it's not even. You barely use it anymore. But in Hundo, you actually have to upgrade the beetle. So you get that fast beetle action in 100%.
So if you'll notice there, Bailey actually put away the beetle. Rather than by pressing B, he just pulled out his sword, which is a little bit faster and adds up the amount of times we do it. It's a little bit faster than the animation of putting an item away.
Oh, did KitKat get? I think KitKat got the cutscene skip also.
I did, probably.
All three runners have gotten it so far.
KitKat got cutscene skip because his game audio is he has the normal Sky music. So
yeah,
if you get Wing Ceremony cutscene skip, the music when you actually go into the race will be the normal music for In the Sky, and if you don't, it'll be the fancy sped up, intense version of it.
So who's gonna bet that Jace also gets in? We have all four runners get the cutscene skip, like last relay. Yeah, that cutscene skip is you have 2 frames to put a side hop input, and it saves 2 minutes. You save 3 minutes on English because the text is so much slower.
Yeah, but on English would be able to actually, because we do a much different route that involves a lot of back in time right away, there's actually a way that you can save and do a bit warp to the Bazaar statue, and it only loses about a minute.
Yeah. You know, we haven't mentioned the version differences between English and Japanese. The text is a lot faster. Like the English text is like taking a nice stroll on a Sunday.
It's like
Meanwhile,
80 or 90
Japanese
minutes
is
slower.
zooming.
Overall, Japanese text on text alone, Japanese is 16 or 17 minutes faster than English, but the English and only the English North American 1.0 version has a glitch in Ancient Cistern that saves 5 minutes, but we won't see anyone do that right now.
Yeah, the glitch in Ancient Cistern is called Cistern Clip. There's like a little seam at the entrance where if you walk on it correctly, you can just clip right through the ground and get the boss key like within like the first minute of entering Ancient Cistern. So all you have to do is get the boss key, get the whip, and you're done with Ancient Cistern. Unfortunately, it's not in Japanese, so you lose all that precious time save. It's like the only thing that English has going for it. PAL is definitely better than Japanese.
Meanwhile, we have Bailey fighting Girahim for the very first time. First phase is pretty easy, just hit him with a spin attack and then slash him with a
You just
sword
have to
attack,
juke,
so he does
you have to
not
juke him out. Just juke out Girahim. And the strat here is to do a normal slash first instead of a spin attack because it allows you to deal more damage. This isn't a terrible gear. He's only gotten 3 darts. What Girahim decides to do is completely RNG. He'll either like stand there and strike a pose with his sword that you have to not hit his sword, or he'll dash at you, or he'll hit you with darts, or he'll teleport.
How many darts did Bailey get that fight? I didn't quite
fight,
notice.
He got 3, I think.
Okay, if 3 darts is about average RNG for Girahim. 0 darts for Girahim is the fastest RNG, at least in terms of darts, and it is obscenely rare. So it's likely that we will not see that from any of the other Skyward Sword runners.
But it's not that big of a deal how many darts you get, unless it's like 50, which
Yeah,
is
unless you get 7,
unrealistic.
unless you get like 7, like Exodasher did like a few days ago.
I think if you got 50, you would have killed him by slashing back his own darts, because whenever you slash the darts back at him, they do deal damage, but it's such a minuscule amount of damage that it usually won't kill him. I've had it kill him a couple times though, but so KitKat's about to get the adventure pouch. One addition, unique little thing to Skyward Sword is the adventure pouch. It allows you to store a couple items, like you put your shield in there, put potions in there. You are able to upgrade it. You're given 4 adventure pouch slots, but you don't need more than 3 for the run. So, but in 100% you get all of them. I think there's 8 is the max.
Bailey's going to be doing a quick back in time trick here. He's going to be doing what's known as a back in time or bit save, the first one of the run, and what he's going to do is he's going to start to save at a bird statue and then start the file afterwards. And this particular one is special in that it allows us to actually access the Thunderhead early due to certain flags that we've set with.
Oh my god, this file. KitKat just got. Oh, did you see what happened to KitKat?
Oh god, no.
KitKat just got wrecked.
I've never seen that.
Guys, can I quickly jump in?
Yeah.
I just want to say welcome to everyone from the Twitch front page here on ZSR. This is the Zelda Speedruns 3D Zelda Relay Race, which is A relay race between 24 runners in 4 teams playing through all the main series 3D Zelda titles, which are Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, which you can see on 3 of the 4 screens right now, and Breath of the Wild. My name is Tresker, I'm the admin of ZeldaSpeedRuns, and we are the biggest Zelda speedrunning community across the world, pretty much. If you are interested in checking out more about Zelda speedruns, go to www.zeldaspeedruns.com. And yeah, this is the relay now. Currently in the lead is Team Smile, which is the top left team, which is currently led by Bailey P75. And the others are just behind. Case Master on the bottom right is about to finish Twilight Princess, and then his teammate Jace will follow with Skyward Sword, which is the second to last game. Alright, I don't want to interfere more. Guys, take it over again. Enjoy, everyone. And I hope you have a pleasant stay.
Alright, so who wants to explain what Bailey just did?
So yeah, with early Bailey also, by the way, succeeded in early Thunderhead. You can tell he checked the light tower in the plaza, and you saw that it was opened up. And if you at this point in the game, if we open file 1, the opening of the Thunderhead cutscene plays, but there are a few things that can delay that, such as bird statue dialogue, and so he selected the bird statue and file 1 at the same time, and then saved, and after a little bit of waiting, then he started the file. And so just a little bit of the opening of the Thunderhead cutscene played. If you look closely, you should have been able to see, and you'll see the other runners do it, but then so yeah, we have the Thunderhead opener.
Yeah, I'd say it's the biggest sequence break in the run. It skips having to repair, what was the name? Scrapper. And then
the guy that everybody hates, by the way.
Having to get the little spinner thing for the windmill, and then playing the harp on top of the windmill. I don't know exactly how much time it saved, but it's probably the best.
I heard it was about 15-20 minutes, so that's pretty good. I'm not entirely sure I remember, but...
And also, after Bailey did early Thunderhead, he went into the bazaar and got a bottle. You only need 1 bottle to beat the game, but it's faster to just get that second one there because you need to use a bottle twice in the run later on. And Bailey's about to die.
Now
again.
About to die again.
Rip Bailey. Can we get an F in chat for Bailey?
Yeah. As we already said,
no, poor Bailey.
You die a lot in this game. If you want to or if you don't want to.
Dying is fast in this game.
Yeah.
Unlike a lot of Zelda games. I mean, there are a few parts in other Zelda speedruns that it's fast to die. But it's super fast to die in Skyward Sword.
Yep.
Exactly. Skyward Sword runners are bad because they die so much.
I mean,
if we
you're
wouldn't
not
die
wrong.
so much, the world record would be way faster.
So the position for this back in time warp is, you can't just go anywhere. You have to be like right in front of it because it's going to put him right inside of a goddess cube, which will allow him to hit a load zone, which skips having to do like this bomb section to lower lava. I'm not quite sure how much time it saves, but it's a good amount.
Probably saves another 5 minutes, I would say.
It saves another few minutes. I think there is another trick that you can do with a very precise bomb throw, which is if done as the main strat, it's, I think, about 3 seconds slower. I'm not entirely sure. That's what I saw, but it's a little bit slower than doing the bit warp. But should somebody want to learn it, it'd be a good backup.
I've only seen the former runner Tenderhearted do it when he was doing damageless.
Bailey just missed one. of those bokoblins there.
Yeah. So Bailey's
Sorry,
about
that's-
to get the Mogma mitts, which allows him to dig up these little soil spots that will. Most of the time they'll just give him like rupees or treasures, but he's only going to use them in order to. So you need to dig to activate main things like air shafts and underground key fragments. So he's gonna go dig up this little bit, and then there's a really tricky maze up here. Oh, I think he knows where he's going.
Yeah.
Yep. He's gonna take this bomb. He's just gonna place it right there, blow up that little dude who breathes fire. I wonder if Bailey's gonna go for circles here.
Circles, the ultimate meme. One of many ultimate memes in Skyward Sword.
Yeah, damageless is insane. I don't think anybody's finished a damageless run.
No.
Like, I know Test Runner got pretty far.
Bailey got, Indy Kenobi got to about Sandship one time, and then he just ran into an electric fence, which really sucked.
Yeah, I remember
Bailey
hearing
didn't.
that. I remember hearing that Tender was in Sandship and just muscle memory took damage. Which muscle memory is a huge thing for this game.
Yeah.
Because it's so long. And it's not really taxing of a game to run in terms of execution. The hardest part about this game is how long it is, I'd say. Because it's 5 hours of non-stop action. You're skipping all the cutscenes. When you're
It's
playing
not-
Japanese, the text
Yeah,
is super
you gotta
fast.
be concentrating for a long time there.
Like, there's no really difficult tricks like with Twilight Princess and Wind Waker.
Yeah, it's not a particularly difficult game to learn. It's just a huge endurance test, really.
Yeah, especially like at the beginning whenever you're getting like 8-hour runs.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh yes, you learn there are a couple spots built in for bathroom breaks. Let's see.
Yeah.
My built-in bathroom break is usually after killing the boss at Sandship.
Yeah. There's another pretty long cutscene is Moldarak after beating Moldarak after
Alright.
Linnea mining facility.
Jay's about to attempt the cutscene skip. Will he get it 4 for 4? Question mark. Let's go. Come on. You got this.
We'll see.
You got this.
And the anticipation is killing me. He got it. All
Nice.
for
Nice.
the cutscene skip.
Nice. Nobody faked cutscene skip. Very good. Can be.
Yep. Maybe even in the first one, all 4 got it. I'm not quite sure.
Because you only have 2 frames for that. Very nice.
I think I'm unfortunately just a couple seconds behind you guys, so that's gonna be a little awkward. But
KitKat and Exto are pretty. Oh, never mind. I thought KitKat was approaching, talking to the elder.
Oh,
with
yeah.
the slingshot,
Yeah.
So I was like, whoa, that's close.
So Extra Dasher just got the slingshot. We'll see if he goes for extending blow here.
Bailey
I think
has
Exo is
to.
gonna go for extended blow, as I know him.
Right now, Bailey is hunting down all of the key shards to get into Earth Temple. You know, you're supposed to use dowsing to find them, but he's a cheater and has looked at a walkthrough.
Yeah.
On where to find them. So there are 5 shards. And Exto is about to enter. the part. I think it's called like Deep Woods. I'm not
Yeah, it's Deep Woods.
It works.
I haven't read the English text for this game in years. Oh, Exto saying in the chat he's going for it.
Exto's gonna go for it.
Let's go.
Bailey's gonna save up here because he's gonna do a death warp later on. Spoiler alert. Skips him having to climb back up the mountain.
We'll see if Exto gets it here.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Damn. Wow.
Well, we still got Kit Kat and Jace.
I'm a bit behind. Well, whatever.
Same.
Just refresh. That's a solution to
I did it about
anything.
I did it about three times. It didn't work. Fake solution. Unsubscribe.
Turn it off. Turn it off, then turn it back on. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, try that.
Yeah, turn it off.
Oh, Exto's having trouble with Goddess Cube Warp. Oh, there you go.
Bailey could probably be about an hour into Skyward Sword. The other one.
No, not quite an hour, I don't think.
Yeah, entering Earth Temple is about 50 something minutes in.
Well, I
It's like
usually,
late 50s.
if I compare him to me, I'm usually getting the bombs at the 1 hour mark. And oh, he just barely missed the cycle on these little gusts. Yeah, these gusts that Bailey's jumping on have a little cycle, so that you don't have to wait for them to.
My commentary page froze. I can't see anything.
Oh, it's fine for me.
No, it's my computer. I'm dumb. I'm bad.
Just buy a new computer.
That's the solution to everything.
Just get same-day
everyone tells
shipping from Amazon. It'll probably be here by the end of the run.
Yep.
I mean, this run's gonna end at like 4 a.m. for me. Or all four of the runs. Will end at 4 a.m.
Oh, there we
So
go.
I'm sure Amazon will deliver that late. So Bailey's getting the last key shard. And it's gonna jump slash the bomb to not only is to make it blow up faster, but also so he can get down to 2 hearts.
So that he can do the death warp into the lava.
And rip Bailey yet again. Rip.
Oh damn. I'm really far behind.
So it's looking like Exto's gonna come up on his own death here, unfortunately. So that kind of sucks for him.
Death by Keese. Bailey's entering Earth Temple. No, Exto.
Oh, poor
It was
Exto.
going so well. Minus missing extended blow. But Kit Kat's coming up on it. Is he gonna bring
Kit Kat
us?
is definitely gonna try it.
Exto must be playing on a Wii U since he used the home menu to reset his Wii. Ooh, Kit Kat did a little cutscene skip, I think, to skip the log falling down.
He missed it. He tried to. It's actually about a second faster. Instead of getting the Deep Woods statue as soon as you get into that little area, or excuse me, the In the Woods statue, it's a little bit faster to go around and get it once you push down the log, but only if you do this little cutscene skip, which unfortunately he missed.
Yeah, that finding was relatively new. I don't really know much about it.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Like, I think Nimzo found it, the
Nimzo
God
does
world
it,
record
yeah.
holder. Alright, so
Bailey's
got
we're gonna
this
see.
Alphos. Is he gonna? And then he should use he's gonna use a Skyward Strike to just blow up this bomb immediately. Because if you use the slingshot, the intended mechanics, you have to shoot it twice, just slow.
Yeah, who would
So-
use attendant?
And Earth Temple, by the way, for runners, sucks. Oh my god.
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah.
It's awful.
So bad.
So KitKat's going to go for a little different setup to Extending Blow, and I think so is Jace. KitKat is going for a modification of SVA's old setup, which, see if it works here.
Oh, nope. He extended, he fatal blowed into the void.
Yep. That stinks. Jace also has his own personal setup that he likes to do, which I don't know. I've been telling him over and over it doesn't work, but he keeps going for it.
Oh, he's gonna get it for this event just.
Yeah, he's just gonna get it for this and then never get it again. And
So
and it's gonna be
Bailey
like, "But
shot
remember that one time when you embarrassed yourself in front of like 500 people?"
So Bailey shot that Lizalfos with the slingshot there to skip a little cutscene of the Lizalfos walking towards you and flexing like, "Yo, we're gonna beat you."
Like,
then
you
he-
want to go, bro? Do you want a piece of this?
And after this, Bailey's gonna do this double frame perfect trip called Iron Ball Skip. Kappa. No, maybe TAS
he's not
only.
He's not going for it. It's pretty much just like a segmented or TAS only trick. But it would save, what, 45 seconds?
Let's save like a solid, probably a minute.
A minute or
and a
so.
half. Amiibo will not be allowed during Breath of the Wild. Oh. Streams are lagging for me.
Same
Yeah,
here.
Same.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they play in Japanese because the text is much faster.
Much, much faster.
A lot faster.
Like, imagine the difference between a two-story house and the Empire State Building. That much faster.
Imagine watching a go-kart go up against a NASCAR race. Or an Indy car. Those are mega fast.
Imagine watching a Nimzo. Imagine watching a Nimzo run versus a me run. Lol. Feels bad, man.
I was
Same.
probably about to bring something like that.
Same.
Actually, I think it would apply more to like pretty much anybody else, because I haven't actually finished any % run yet. Don't tell anybody.
So just compare my 5-hour 57-minute PB to Nimzo's 4-hour 51 or 50-minute PB.
Pretty much 451 flat.
Yeah.
That's the difference between English and Japanese.
Yeah. We're good at analogies.
Yes. Earth Temple, not only is it terrible to play, it's also boring to watch. He's just walking on a ball. In reality, the magma would stick to that boulder and burn Link's feet. So, Nintendo, what are you doing? Get your
No, it's video game physics. They always
right.
do that. It's video game logic. They always do that. We can let them slide this time.
Alright, is
And
Bailey
every
gonna
other
get
time.
peg
Coming
skip?
up on the beacon. Okay, you got it. Good.
Is Bailey gonna get peg skip? Oh boy, here we go.
I'm probably a lot behind again. Wouldn't be surprised.
It's just
yes. EXO is currently on the first Grim fight.
Bailey didn't get it, but the way that the text works in this game, it goes one character at a time, and there's less characters in Japanese than text than English. Like there's more characters in Japanese, but it's just to form the sentences there's less characters, which is why it's so much faster.
In Japanese text, I would actually think it's a little bit easier to manage too, because with English text, it's kind of stuck to the right side. Like it always starts at the right side. Japanese text is centered.
Japanese text, you can't even read it by the time it's ready to be. Just go press A. The text in this game, just in general, is terrible because you have to hold down the A button and then let go of the A button when the text is finished for that text box, and then press A to progress to the next text box.
Yeah, so it becomes kind of a game of memory or guessing, really, to get good text. Petition for instant text in SSHD.
So Bailey did a little trick there. He managed to unload the boulders, and he was able to stutter sprint up that slope. Like, you're not able to normally sprint up that slope, but if you just press A, let go of it, press A, let go of it, you're able to manage your stamina all the way to the top. And that skips having to crawl into a crawl space and like blow up a rock. Skyward Sword remake, you know, everyone... I've been hearing a lot of news.
They've been teasing us way too much about that. They need to make it.
Yeah.
And even if the text is Japanese text is still faster, there's no region lock, and you're able to access all the languages. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong about that. I'm probably that.
If there were instant text, then we wouldn't have to worry about buying different versions of the game.
That is true.
Yeah. Also, we have Bailey coming up on the worst boss IMO.
Oh, the worst boss.
Well, he's gonna get a bicycle, guys. Everyone get your bicycles
I
ready.
have the link ready.
Oh boy.
You guys and your bicycles. Let me quickly jump in once more, to welcome everyone from the Twitch front page. We are ZeldaSpeedRuns, we're the biggest Zelda speedrunning community across the planet, and today we host the ZeldaSpeedRuns relay race, which is a relay race between 4 teams that fight each other. Oh, my voice cracked.
Poor Trez.
4 teams.
Do you want to write
it? Do you want to please? It's fine. 4 teams that fight each other in the 6 main 3D console Zelda titles, and the first team that finishes all games comes out ahead and gets bragging rights, glory, and all that stuff you are fighting for. As you can see
and the
right
babes.
now, Team 1, which is Team Smiles, in the lead, followed by Team 2, Team 3, Team 4, and yeah, I hope you enjoy your stay. If you are interested in seeing more about Zelda Speedruns, go to ZeldaSpeedRuns.com, youtube.com/ZSR videos, or just follow, and maybe if you want to subscribe here. Enjoy your stay.
Poor Trez. He should write us a script. Rest his voice.
Shout out to Trez, even though he's ill as hell, he's still going for this.
He is.
He's just a robot.
He is working his butt off to get this whole thing organized, as always. Bless his soul.
So this boss fight, Scaldera, has a unique feature in that the weak spot is an eyeball. Like, I've never seen that done in a video game before, let alone a Zelda game. The eyeball is the weak spot. So it.
Bailey
like
just got screwed.
He's not doing the strats for the bicycle, which will guarantee a tricycle, even if it doesn't become a bicycle. But you know, it's good to play it safe because you could screw it up and die or run out of bombs. Oh man, that eyeball. Yeah, the eyeball is a jerk. It will just slide around behind the rocks.
And that Skyward Strike 100% hit the eye, as you saw, and so did those 50 slashes that he just made. But of course, because they decided to make Scaldera hate us in this game, none of them hit.
People have done English runs. They're just not as popular because you can't get that world record. OP.
Yeah, there's like that I can think of off the top of my head about 3 English runners right now.
Like I think, like Green Uprooter.
Green Uprooter has English record.
Uprooter has the English world record. Actually, I've seen him in the chat here already.
Yeah, he was making comments.
And then there's Indy Kenobi who does it, and he, to my knowledge, he vows never to switch to Japanese. So that's honorable man.
Indeed, Indy
Dedicated.
Kenobi, one of the legendary begin runners from the past. He didn't die though. That's all that matters.
Yeah, that's something at least.
You know, he just needs to make his way to the end of the game. That's all he has to do is beat Demise. So KitKat just died. Rip.
Yep.
Dying in
these guys suck. They keep dying.
Can be
Yeah.
really dumb.
So Exto just had a really good fight with those Bokoblins. He managed to get them all in one place in one Skyward Strike, which is, for that particular Bokoblin fight, is really, really difficult. So kudos to him. And he'll be coming up on circles. See if he gets it. And now Bailey is done with the first trip to Eldin, so he'll be doing a little bit of large-scale sequence breaking right here once he goes back up to the sky.
Right now, this is gonna be the most sequence breaking part, though.
No,
Yeah,
it's not as
gonna sequence break.
Oh yeah, actually.
Anymore.
Bailey's gonna do something very important here. He's gonna hold the Z button. No, he didn't do it. Oh my god.
That is very important.
That lost a solid second, maybe even 2.
Yeah, if you hold Z coming out of those save prompts, unless there's like a cutscene skip, which we only have to do after Lineru, it's faster to hold Z after those cutscenes since that just stops Link, whereas if you don't, he will walk a little bit.
Yeah, it gives you control
only
immediately.
in the Elden Dungeons, so only after Earth Temple and Fire Sanctuary.
And here's our last hope coming up for Extending Blow. It's Jace.
Oh man. So Bailey's gonna, he's gonna head to Thunderhead to get the first song for the harp, but he doesn't even have the harp yet. What's going on? How are you gonna play the harp without a harp?
Oh.
So there's, I wonder what this cutscene would look like on normal mode. Even though you don't have the harp, does Link just like play air, or does he actually play the harp?
The normal cutscene is pre-rendered, so
I'm sure. Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you have equipped. It's just a video file.
Oh, did Exto get circles?
Yeah, that's what chat was saying.
Ah.
All right, here comes Jace.
It's the run. Exto's on world record pace. Easy. He got circles. That means this is automatically the run.
This is gonna be
30
bad.
seconds behind his PB.
Damn.
Although
Alright.
Exto and Jace have very good PBs,
There you
so
go.
being able to
Here we
keep
go.
consistent with those.
Alright, Jace. Alright, Jace.
Alright, let's go.
Show up,
Come on.
Deesh.
Come on, Jace.
Oh,
You can
no.
do it. No, God.
Ooh,
Rip.
Jace didn't go for his wonky setup. I'm surprised and disappointed.
Maybe he actually listened to you.
There's no such thing as
No.
extended blow, obviously.
Yeah, we were joking. They just
Yeah,
decided to kill that Bokoblin because they hate him.
I thought for a second he was gonna go for the extended blow right there. But no, he's just gonna
Oh
do
yeah,
Dustin
you can't.
Warp.
With the Cube Warp Bokoblin, there is actually you can do an extended blow with that guy if you get to him fast enough. You can do an extended blow, but it's only, and it is viable in runs, but only harp runs. So yeah, it loses about 20 or 30 seconds over the first one.
So
But it's
hopefully,
hilarious if you get it.
coming up, Bailey has a chance to skip a cutscene, like a 2-second cutscene of the bridge going over the crawl space. Did he screw up the puzzle?
Oh, Bailey messed up the puzzle.
Did he?
Whoa.
I think he screwed it up. Oh, damn.
Okay, so he's just gonna push the other ones around. Oh, he did. Yeah, he messed it up quite a lot
Yeah,
there. So
that looks
that stinks.
very weird.
I think I see how he's gonna save it. Maybe.
Is he gonna?
Yeah.
because
All
the
right.
puzzle-
No. What is he? He should have kept pushing it until the second and first
I don't know.
one caught up to each other. And
I have no.
I think he's
If-
probably
if he-
panicking right now.
Yeah, if he were to jump off, and if he were to jump off of the island and call his bird and then go back on, the puzzle would reset at that point. So he could just restart and do the things he needs to do. But either way, it loses a lot of time.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
All right. He's fixed it. He's fixed it.
Very unfortunate.
You are able to skip doing this puzzle, but you have to come back here 2 other times. So you'd have to perform the trick that's really stupid 3 times, and it's just not worth it.
Also, it's slower anyway. So yeah, it probably wouldn't even be used in a task. Is likely.
It's like an old trick.
Okay, no, you got
Yeah, it was from a while ago.
Skip the cutscene though.
All right, Kit Kat, get circles. Circles, and Jace is about to die. No! Not the keys.
No, the
Didn't get
keys.
circles.
Poor JC boy.
Damn. Bailey is pretty hard on himself.
Yeah.
All right, so Bailey is about to do a nice, just the most whack glitch, little trick using back in time. He's going to put the seedling for the Tree of Life in his inventory using back in time.
Very, very early here, might we add.
Yeah, it saves like, I think Jim said 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, something like
Getting
that.
it normally. And he's gonna do a lot of crazy things. So first he's going to I think I know what. There's like 2 different ways you can do this, where you save at the upper statue or the lower one. He's doing the upper one. Okay. So he's gonna go up and save on the upper academy statue while selected the first file. Bailey select the first file a little early, so those doors were closed. Okay, so he's gonna. So he closed the first file at the same time as he closed that Stamina Fruits text box, which gives Link the digging mitts on the back in time file, so that he can go over here and trigger the feed telling you, hey, you placed down the seedling you need to dig it up because you can't just leave it in this random soil spot. And if everything went according to plan, he should be able to dig it up right now. And which that's once you're able to dig it up, you know you've done it right. And then he's able to start, and it's in his inventory. It's invisible on the item screen, but whenever he goes to the soil patch, he'll be able to dig it in there.
There's a way that you can actually see it on your inventory if you spam A to dig while facing the digging hole after you've started the file, so that way you can be absolutely sure, but it really doesn't matter. He did it. I'm sure he did the glitch right.
You know, Jace, at least going into Skyward Sword, was about like 50 minutes behind. I don't know about now.
Yeah, he's about.
Extra's positioning is going to first person here so that he doesn't load in the Mogma, so that it'll skip his animation of him coming up, emerging from the ground, which saves like or probably less.
Also, that early life tree seedling glitch, that's what the tree bonk was for. That's how we're able to do that.
Yeah.
The very important, necessary bonk in the tree outside of Skyview.
Yeah, bonking the tree sets like some kind of flag on Back in Time to put the seedling there. It's very weird and complicated.
Alright. Bailey is gonna make his way to Lanayru now. Hopefully he is going to make his way to Lanayru.
Is he gonna? I wonder if he's gonna do a break slide. I'm the type of runner who just does the Back in Time warp.
Yeah, same.
Because it's not that much slower. So the greatest Back in Time warp of the run is about to happen for Bailey. So just pay attention. You're gonna be like, whoa, that's a glitch.
And this is still a little part what Bailey's doing of this big sequence breaking section. It's about 10 minutes of just sequence breaks, and it's going to end with him actually getting a bird statue that normally we wouldn't be able to get, so that he can just land there right away and not have to go through a whole bunch of other stuff much later in the game.
So, Exto just got bombed. Bailey's saving and is gonna die yet again. Come on, man.
Yet again? Oh god, Jesus Christ.
Rough night.
They really have to step up their game if they want to win this year.
So he's gonna go up and do a Back in Time warp on the upper Academy statue. And I didn't mention this before, but depending on which statue you do a Back in Time warp on, it will determine, like, each statue will warp you to a different place. Most of them are completely useless and will put you like in the middle of nowhere, so you'll infinitely void out. But you know, there's the hidden few that are just great. And you can see on Bailey's menu that he did get the seedling. And what? Where's Bailey?
Where'd he go?
He just walked through that statue thing. You're not supposed to be there. What are you doing? This area is only for the credits.
If Bailey would open his map right now, you could see that he's totally not supposed to be where he is right now, because his position isn't even displayed on the map.
Bailey's misbehaving. Get back in bounds, young man.
The fact that this is useful is a miracle. I think it's due to the ceiling on the mines, but it's just the fact that this has collision is amazing.
Yeah, I think it isn't because of the ceiling. I think it is because this is used in the credits, and
Well, I don't think it would have collision because of. But
I've heard it was something like that. Not
the
sure.
collision extends pretty wide, like it's pretty big.
Yeah.
That area. I mean, you will eventually reach a spot where you can void out. But you're able to just go right here. You are not supposed to be in this room until you get the hook shot. or the claw shots. And usually the Goron will be blocking that crawl space. So, but because you're there so early, he's not there. So you're able to go to this part of Lanayru early and get this save statue so that he can just warp right in later on.
There's actually a bit warp with the Upper Academy statue that you can do here in Lanayru Gorge that puts you just out of bounds in a way that you can actually complete the minecart escort that we do later without getting a small key, actually. And it's like 1 or 2 seconds slower on English, but it's completely useless because recently it was tried to do it right after getting claw shots, which is all you need to complete the escort, but some obscenely weird stuff happens. I can't even describe it, so you can't do it. That's the gist of it.
You're also able to go and dig up the real seedling of Life Tree Seedling earlier, but like that's what they used to do before early seedling was found, but they don't do that since early seedling was found, obviously. You can tell who's winning by, well, right now it's in order of left to right and top to bottom.
Currently, Bailey's P75 is in the lead, and his team, the Smiles.
And like Exto is quickly catching up, and KitKat's is like 5 minutes behind.
Yeah, and then Jace is just coming up on
a couple.
What's he doing? He's just coming up in Elden, so. Oh no, he's only just finished with Pharaon, so. There we go. Looks like every runner got early Thunderhead.
Nice. I think everyone is gonna go for break sliding then.
Yeah.
I do a lot of the older strats because I'm a wimp. And I'm an old man. Started running this game. The first run I watched was SGDQ 2014 with Tilo and Test Runner.
Yeah, I tried to do it, but I don't know. It is very hard.
Yeah,
there is
breaks...
like. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was just gonna talk about how you can just unplug your nunchuck and hold ESS down on while you plug it back in, and you won't have to hold ESS every time. But basically, all you do is start sprinting. Pause the game with the home menu and hold ESS down, and it'll slide you across like that without losing stamina. And doing this skips the Temple of Time area, which requires like following a minecart. You can also do a back in time warp, or the notorious shell trick. But the shell trick sucks.
I don't think I have seen anyone doing shell trick in ages.
Yeah, it's been like almost 2 years probably.
Because everyone will probably be either break sliding or going the back in time route.
Alright, Exto's doing Scaldera. He's going for the bicycle. Let's see, will he get it?
That's his first cycle, I think. Okay.
Well, these are the bicycle strat. Even if you screw up the bicycle, you have pretty much a free tricycle, which is still not bad. All right, that's the first cycle. And now, hopefully, if RNGs this is good to him, he'll get a bicycle.
There's actually
Yep. There you go.
There you go.
Exto with the bicycle.
Nice. Very nice.
Saving a lot of time over Bailey from that, because Bailey did not have a good Scaldera.
So if you're fast enough, you can actually really just about completely avoid the RNG element of Scaldera. because if you slash him fast enough so that his eye doesn't move, so that would be useful.
Yeah, the amount of damage you deal can be RNG, especially with his eyeball moving, and sometimes your Skyward strikes will only do 1 hit instead of 2. That fight is just terrible.
It's an unfortunately annoying fight.
I think it's the boss fight that runners practice the most alongside Imprisoned 2.
And perhaps Levias, maybe.
Mm,
Not even really. Levias is a tough fight, and he's not even on that level.
all you have to do is learn the visual cue for where to shoot. So right now Bailey is activating the 3 generators before he's gonna activate the first one, then get the Hook Beetle, which is the first upgrade. Oh wait, no, he got the Hook Beetle before. I forget this. I don't know this route with the brake slide since I don't do it. So he has the Hook Beetle.
Yeah, this tricycle give is basically
it's a classic
meme in the Skyward Sword community.
From the back in the days of Indy, Tilo, Bananas, Test Runner.
Yeah.
The legends.
I came in right at the end of that era. Back when I came in, the world record was like 5 hours, 23 minutes by Tender Hearted. And now world record is 4 hours and 50 minutes by Nimzo.
Bailey looking kind of scary with that one heart.
Normally you do want to be at about at 1 or 2 hearts, since they're pretty much, for the most part, they're about the same for hero mode, because you take 2 hearts of damage for most things.
That is a long roll. Holy crap, that was nice.
I didn't even know that bombs roll that long. To be honest.
Yeah, having low health here is a high risk, high reward type thing, because there are death warps that you want to do. And optimally, he'll keep this low health until he gets the Gust Bellows in Loneru Mining Facility, where he'll do a death warp.
And and from there he'll have 6 hearts, so it's safe.
I would usually just step warp right after activating the node. Probably.
Yeah, there's also, if he wants to be safe, there is a chair in front of a Loneru Mining Facility. Like in hero mode, there are no health drops, like no hearts. The only way to replenish health, unless you get the heart medal, is from dying, fairies, or potions or sitting down. So that's one of the challenges, quote unquote, of hero mode. It doesn't really affect speedrunners since they just keep dying.
I also missed the cutscene skip of the bridge to the Isle of Songs, but it's only a 3 or 4 second time saver, so not a huge deal.
And KitKat's about to begin Scaldera.
We'll see the tricycle. Floha, get your link ready.
Tricycle or bicycle? I'm ready. And Jace is, making his way back. He's made back some ground.
Yeah.
A good chunk of ground.
Yeah.
So Bailey getting this North Desert bird statue right in front of where Loneru Mining Facility will be here, because later in the run we need to go back right pretty much to that same spot for a Silent Realm.
And so right here, Bailey's going to throw. Is he gonna do? Oh, okay. So Bailey's gonna throw the ball. He's gonna shoot the ball like LeBron, and then he's gonna throw the bomb under that thing so that whenever it falls on the bomb, it'll blow up and get both of them.
What's a bowling legend?
I'll Google that. Bowling legend. He's going to roll that bomb like Earl Anthony or Walter Ray
Earl
Williams
Anthony.
Jr.
Good to know.
Yeah, you don't know those guys?
This
What are
is-
you? Amateur bowlers? And so-
Educational.
Bailey just got the
Educational
last
streams,
node, and so he's going to do the very tricky puzzle, and to rise the Lineru mining facility, the third dungeon, third of 7 dungeons?
Yeah, there's 7
Yep.
dungeons.
7. Yeah, 7.
I absolutely love Linear Mining Facility. I don't know about you guys, but I love it.
I really like the design of it.
Well, I would.
I like it in a speed run. I'll say that.
That I love it, but I wouldn't also say that I hate it.
I like it in a speed run setting because it's like really fast paced and flows quickly.
All of the dungeons in this game, except for Earth Temple, look great and are fun to watch in the speedrun. Even Sandship is kind of boring, but the routing that goes into it is it's pretty
wise.
precise.
Yeah, Sandship is actually a pretty hard dungeon, mostly
very
because
technical.
Yeah, it's very.
Sandship
There's
is
a lot of
probably one of the most optimized dungeons, I would say.
There's
Yeah,
there's a ton of different routes to do. Like there's a back in time warp route. There's a route where you climb the mast. Then there's the fast route where you just die and then exit the dungeon, then re-enter. And it's also like a casually. It's such a well-designed dungeon. It's nice and relaxing, but it can also get pretty intense. The only downfall is the boss design. Boss design looks like he came out of Monsters Inc. So Bailey is now making his way through Lineru mining facility, which up until getting the Gust Bellows is just standard, besides making it optimized. And then he does some nutty things.
Yeah, up until just about when he's gonna get this small key coming up, it's pretty standard. Aside from if he does a kind of precise roll, he might get onto a platform fast, which is speedy, of course. And okay, he didn't go for it. If you can actually shoot the slingshot at the bomb and then roll across to that off the ledge, you'll jump across to that platform like during the cutscene. So that saves a little time.
What is he doing? Oh, he's getting a slingshot refill. So he's keeping his low health. He's rolling the dice. If he dies, he'll go back to the last spot he saved or the entrance of the dungeon, but now that he's saved, he's going back there. I forget that they do the bit warp here now. When I was learning the run, you do a bit warp here after getting the Gust Bellows.
Bailey not doing the fast stretch there. The double jump slash.
Where is Exto? He's not supposed to be there.
Exto misbehaving as well. Exto's misbehaving as well. We need to get these misbehaving, poorly behaved children back in bounds. Shame on you, Exto. And from the looks of things, we're gonna get the same behavior from KitKat and Jace.
Well,
So, KitKat about to do the early Tree of Life seedling.
So Bailey just did the bit warp behind that gate there and opened it up so that when we death warp back here, we can just go straight through and move on with the dungeon. Normally, we used to do that after getting. We used to get that after getting the Gust Bellows, but because we have fresh health after dying, and we're on 6 hearts, it takes a long time to damage back down. So.
Rip
ouch,
Bailey.
that hurts. That hurts a lot.
He should have used the slingshot.
I don't think the slingshot
It's not-
would better because I
Well,
don't
he
think he killed it actually. He was pushing it to the wall where it exploded.
And he was far away from it too. I think he was like right on the edge of its explosion radius, which sucks.
That won't lose that much time. It would have been one
Yeah.
thing if he had died like right in front of the chest to get the Gust Bellows. Like that'll lose only maybe like 45 seconds. No more than a minute. And so right here, you're meant to like go find a bomb that's already high up and carry it over to this crate, but you're able to just place a bomb and carry it over. Bailey's just having a little trouble. Probably feeling the pressure after that after that death.
KitKat just did something interesting. I have never seen that method of early seedling before.
What do you do?
What
he? Well, you see, he's playing normally. He's not in back in time, but he's in the washed out Skyloft. He just picked it up.
So
interesting.
I think he was. He might have gone. I wasn't paying attention, but he might have gone low bizarre statue.
That
And made sure that he got it because whenever you save and load on. Whenever you save and then load the file on Back in Time, it does what's called a Back in Time save, which saves you onto the title screen map instead of warping you. So it's like a way to get back to Skyloft quickly. It's all washed out like the title screen Skyloft is, and it's missing some like all the character models. So I wasn't paying attention to what he did, but he went bizarre statue, maybe, and checked to make sure he got the seedling, I think. So Exto doing the brake sliding. Bailey is...
Bailey?
Oh no.
Oh no. Ooh.
Yeah, that if you get hit by those if you get hit by those little electric fences there, it's really weird to get back and it sucks a lot.
Bailey just needs to shake that off. Shake it off, man.
You got this, Bailey. We love you. You're beautiful.
Shake it off.
Okay,
Still got like 4 hours left. Jace is making his way through Earth Temple. And KitKat is entering Lanayru and is about to be a dirty cheater. So we'll get to yell at him soon. So Bailey is making his way back.
So Bailey is on his way to get the gas bellows now. Not that much useful item, to be honest.
Yeah, there's literally maybe 1 or 2 places where we actually specifically require the gust bellows that are before Bokoblin base, because in Bokoblin base, later on when they steal all our items, we actually would get them back, and if we could somehow skip all those items without using them until Bokoblin base, then we would get them back because they're preloaded into the chests there.
All right, can I get in once more?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One final time, everyone, to the 3,400 viewers out there. Welcome to ZSR, welcome to the Zelda Speedruns Relay Race. Once or twice a year, we do these relay events where we let great runners from the community face off against each other, play, in this case, the 6 main 3D console titles, and fight for bragging rights, glory, and eternal fame. In this case, you just see Skyward Sword, which is the second to last game in this relay. Afterwards, we will only have Breath of the Wild. Currently in the lead is Bailey P75 with his team Smile, just ahead of Exto and Destroy All Anime on the top right corner. I hope you enjoy what you see here, and if you want to see more about Zelda speedrunning, go to ZeldaSpeedRuns.com. We are the biggest Zelda speedrunning community in the world. We do these events regularly, and if you enjoy it, please consider to follow. We have one thing today which is something special the Breath of the Wild people came up with, so I'm just starting something up here. In Breath of the Wild, there's the final boss fight against Dark Beast Ganon. Dark Beast Ganon usually gets fought by having a horse. Well, turns out we don't really need that horse, and turns out horseless strats are amazing. So we thought, to support ZSR and all the stuff that goes into it, you can imagine server costs and all that kind of stuff, we thought we'd do a little cheering contest. If you want to save the horse, save the animal, cheer using cheer and your amount of bits plus the word save. If you think, hey, hell no, kill the horse, who needs animals? We want to see the great strats use cheer your amount of emotes plus the word kill. And before the end of a Skyward Sword, we'll find out who will take the win and if Epona or the horse of our choice will live or will die. So yeah, cheer your amount, it needs to be together, just like a normal cheer, plus kill for killing the animal, or save for save the animal. Enjoy the rest of the one, shoutouts to all runners and commentators involved, and enjoy.
This is a really interesting incentive.
Kill that stupid horse.
Kill the horses. Kill
Save
the horse.
the frames, kill the horse.
Exactly.
Nobody likes the horse. Kill it.
Trez donating to his
Trez.
own server.
Oh.
Trez cheering in his own channel.
Can we get him banned?
Yeah.
So Exto Dasher actually died in this lightning node room, so he had to do most of it all over again. But it's really not that slow because it's a small room with not very many things that you have to do, so it doesn't waste too much time. But he'll be a little bit behind.
And Jace is doing Scaldera. So far, so good. Starting up the second phase or cycle. And hopefully the RNG will be good. Aw, he's gonna get a tricycle. So, Floa can post the GIF. Unless he just completely misses all of the hits. which is possible since he missed that one. There we go. Tricycle. Not bad. I lost maybe 15 to 20 seconds to a bicycle.
Seems like Raisin really wants to kill that horse.
I mean, he's only putting himself at risk by killing that horse. Something happened to Bailey. He ended up.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what.
And he
happened there.
died again.
Looks like he just fell down. He just fell.
That is very
Oh.
bad. Dying there.
Poor Bailey.
Dying there is very bad because
He has
you
to do.
get
Exto
the
is like
my card right again.
Exto is like 5 minutes ahead or behind. A little more than that. But he's like really close now. And KitKat is also rapidly approaching.
So Bailey is still in the lead, but he will have to do minecart trick again, which is an unfortunately
He doesn't
very
have any
annoying
bombs
trick.
anymore. That is also very unfortunate. So you gotta do the beetle strats, and beetle strats are disgusting.
I do the beetle strats. Don't hate. What is
What
he
is
doing?
he doing? That is.
Oh no! Don't throw
He
in
just
the towel.
realized that he's out of bombs. What is he doing? Does he not know about the beetle strats?
Oh no, Bailey!
Oh no, is it Bailey? Bailey, what are you doing? What is Bailey doing?
He probably doesn't know about the beetle strats.
Beetle strats are difficult though, aren't they? Like they're
No.
really
Yeah,
weird.
they're
so
a bit more
easy.
difficult because grabbing the
You
beetle
literally-
while standing on that minecart.
No, it's so easy.
If you grab the beetle on the minecart though, it's likely to push you off.
Yeah.
No, trust me.
It is.
This is the only strat I do.
And I've tried beetle strats before too, and it's not fun.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I
Okay,
know what
are
I'm
you
talking about, and I hate beetle strats personally.
I hate the bomb strat because you have to actually the bomb timer pressuring you to go fast.
I prefer the bomb strats, to be honest.
I mean, I wish
Same.
I could prefer the bomb strats because it's faster. Oop, Exto wasting a bomb by completely missing the bomb with his slingshot NA aim, as I would say in ZFG's chat. Bailey learning new strats.
Oh,
Mid-run.
learn something.
It's a poopy strat though, so nobody likes it.
I like
Yeah.
it because it's
poo.
easy.
It's not though.
I don't know what you guys are on about.
when did
I mean,
when did
yes,
this become
strat, but I'm a wimp.
when did this become a debate? Lol.
I mean, I wish I could do the bomb strat, but I'm a wimp who doesn't want to practice.
I'm gonna teach you after this relay.
No, I don't want to learn.
You do want to learn, believe me.
You know, I want my runs.
Once you have seen the light, there's no coming back. There's no going back.
I want to
Bailey
be
running
unique.
around
I
that
don't want to
beam
copy.
house.
I don't want to copy Nimzo, man. I want to be unique.
Bailey running around that Beamos like an absolute legend, avoiding him.
Jace
What a god.
is about
Oh,
to do early
Nimzo
speed.
is
Oh no, Nimzo is
just
saving
that guy.
the horse.
Nimzo, get
Oh,
out of
no.
here. You're just that
No.
guy,
No.
aren't you?
So
Nimzo, God has joined the server.
Can't seriously.
I just like to point out, I'm pretty sure that that every Breath of the Wild speedrunner wanted to kill the horse coming into this, so
Yeah.
that sucks. Oh, KitKat just died in the node room, but again, it doesn't waste too much time. It was the same place Exodasher died, so not too much time lost there.
So Bailey is going to do a strat where you hit the crystals behind the little basketball hoop guarding it.
Yeah, if you can hit them in certain spots, the blast radius actually goes past the little wall, so you don't have to throw the bomb. You don't have to be Kobe, basically.
Nor do you have to be... what was the guy's name? Nor do you have to be Earl Anthony or Walter Ray Williams Jr.
Do what Raisin says. Raisin is the world record holder for Breath of the Wild. He has to know what is good.
Don't you want to see Raisin kill his horse and no gust of wind appear? So
Yes, procrastinator rat, come into the light. Kill the horse.
Can we tweet at someone so they'll donate all of the bits for Kill the Horse? Let's get hashtag Kill the Horse trending on Twitter.
Yeah.
We need like Bill Gates to just come in here and donate 1 trillion bits to kill the horse and be like, well, I mean, is there any point anymore?
Alright, I'm gonna tweet it out. Hashtag Kill the Horse.
I mean, we had 3,500 speedrunning fans, right? I mean, do you really want to see the boring, vanilla, intended version of the final Ganon fight of Breath of the Wild, which was already awful as it is? Like, the actual worst part of the game? I doubt that. Come on, we need to kill those horses. We need to see some really nice stasis launches.
We want PETA to take the stream down.
Well, please no.
Kill the horse.
So Exto just got the Gust Bellows while Bailey is entering the boss fight for Lanayru Mining Facility. And KitKat's about to enter Lanayru Mining Facility.
Exto is making up a lot of time on Bailey right now.
Alright, Bailey is now in the Malderek fight.
There's the strats for this fight are great.
Yeah, this fight doesn't look like much at first glance, but there is actually a lot going into this fight. You want to push Molderak once you're hitting his first 2 claws. You want to push him up against the wall so that he can't move once you're stabbing his eye and his middle eye, and then once you've hit his claws in a certain pattern, you slingshot them to stun them, and then you can just do it again.
An interesting thing about sorry.
No, I'm done.
Okay, an interesting thing about Malderek is his claws and his eyes are hit based and not damage based, because we have to fight him a second time, and though we have a better sword then, we still need the same amount of hits.
So
there are, I think, only 2 enemies in this game who work after hits and not damage. The first one being Malderek, the second one being the Stallmaster.
There are 2 Stallmaster fights in this game. One with the normal goddess sword, and then one where we actually, at the very end of the game, where we actually have the true master sword. And they use relatively similar strats, but take about the same number of hits to beat. regardless of damage. So that just gives you an idea of how they work.
Jace is cheating. Who does he
Jace,
think he
back
is?
in bounds, young mister. So it looks like
Miyamoto made those barriers. They put those barriers there for a reason.
Yeah, the reason is that you just run through them.
Coming up is bathroom
barriers,
break
you say?
number
You mean
1
we
for
skip
Bailey.
them? So it looks like Exto got minecart trick. He's wobbling a little bit, but there's... There we go.
And Bailey's gonna intentionally take damage here for a warp later on.
Looks like the speed police is behind Jace. Better be careful, Jace.
They've got their eye on you. No more mistakes. Attaboy, Bailey. So coming up for Bailey, there's another one of those cutscene skips, like the wing ceremony cutscene skip. Except you only save like 15 seconds with this one. And I feel like it's easier. And he got it.
Oh, nice. He got the cutscene skip.
I feel like there's more frames for that one.
I tend to find this one a little harder, actually. I'm not sure why. I don't know.
I think
maybe because you often don't think about it.
Like I usually forget about it until I am skipping the cutscene to get the harp. And now Bailey actually has the harp, which means he can actually learn how to play the harp with the harp.
So yeah, normally at this point we'd have to go do a whole bunch of... We'd go to Pharaon, and then we'd have to do a whole bunch of stuff, including fighting Imprisoned 1, and then repairing Scrapper, which takes a whole lot of stuff, including some stuff after that. And then we'd go into the Thunderhead, but we already have the first song. We already have, what is it, Pharaoh's Courage? Yeah, Pharaoh's Courage. So the trial gate here is actually open for Pharaoh's Silent Realm, but we're gonna go to the sealed ground, the sealed temple real quick, so that we can open the Gate of Time, because if we don't do it right now, then we'll soft lock later. So
Wanna know what early Thunderhead also skips? One of the 3 most obnoxious fights in this game, Imprisoned 1.
Mm-hmm.
You can just say, nope, Impa, I'm gonna go prepare for the battle and just never come back until Imprisoned 2.
To roughly quote Gymnast86 in his SGDQ run 2018, you should check it out, by the way, nobody likes the Imprisoned, so we just leave.
I mean, we don't care what happens to the portal to the past.
Yeah.
And it has some comedy value later because when we come back to fight the Imprisoned 2 after doing the entire Flames section, the Imprisoned 1 still hasn't broken out, and so yeah, we just basically activate the Imprisoned 2 fight, and that overrides the first one.
Yeah, and also Impa, there are 2 Impas when you come back. But
there's 2 Impas right here now, actually.
Are there?
There's 2 Impas now, actually. If you watched right as Bailey came in, there was one just on the left, behind a pillar, and then there's this one.
I didn't know about the one behind the pillar.
Well, yeah, she's already there right now.
So Exto's entering the Moldark fight. And KitKat is about to get the Gust Bellows. Yes, the music during these harp sections is great until Fee starts singing.
Unfortunately, we are probably not gonna hear it that often, because there recently was a technique discovered to just cancel the harp playing.
Yeah.
So
We can actually we can't do it here, unfortunately. It would actually save more time than any of the rest of them would, but it doesn't let. But the game doesn't let you put away the harp, so we can't do it.
So we'll probably go into that trick whenever Bailey goes to a place where it is used. So right now,
So now we
Impa's like, "Yo, the imprison's through that door, not that door." And but you're gonna be like, I don't know.
But it's like, you know, I don't feel like it. I'll come back another day.
I really dislike this boss fight, so I'm just gonna skip. Just gonna skip it.
I do have to say the Imprisoned 3 is actually a pretty nice fight.
Yeah, Imprisoned 3 is the easiest one.
Imprisoned 3 is actually kind of fun.
It's scripted. It's much more scripted than the first two.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about the Imprisoned when we actually fight it. Like the Imprisoned 2, I'd say is probably the hardest boss in the run. It's either that or Scaldera. But there's
Obviously, again,
there's like no RNG Imprisoned 2 though. That's just what makes Scaldera difficult.
Obviously, once you find out how to properly fight it, and you find good little setups for yourself, it becomes relatively easy.
So Bailey is activating his first harp playing section. Exto's about to get the harp. So
We're going to see if Bailey successfully gets this new trick. Found just like 7 months ago or something like that. Can you believe that?
Wow. That long ago.
It's the newest tech in Skyward Sword. Found 7 months ago.
It was found completely on accident.
Yep.
Because Gymnast was pressing B randomly, and like Bailey got it.
He got it.
He pressed B as soon as he triggered like the last pedal, which skips the little cutscene of Fee doing her amazing singing animation.
Yeah,
and it saves like what 30 seconds each time.
It's roughly it saves a total, because we can do it in all 4 silent realms, so it saves about 1 minute 42 seconds, which is a pretty good amount of time. I'm not sure what the actual frame window is for it, but it is fairly precise, but obviously once you get it down, it becomes easy, and it activates the last pedal basically as soon at the same time as you put the harp away. So that's why it becomes invisible, because there's no texture that was loaded in through the cutscene. So
Bailey is about to start the first of 4 silent realms, which show off some great movement. And these are some of the coolest parts of the run. Like they took the Twilight realms in Twilight Princess from Twilight Princess and made them not suck. So basically, he has like 90 seconds to obtain at least 1 tier before like the flower petals on that timer run out, and whenever it runs out, those guardians will chase after you, and if they hit you, you have to restart the trial, which will lose a lot of time. If those dudes with the lights, if you end up in
that was
light,
very close.
Yeah. It'll also awaken the guardians, and if you step on waking water, which we're about to see, that will also awaken them. But there are a few times where you'll intentionally, like Jesus Link, which you'll see at the very end of the run, where you intentionally awaken them.
This is waking water. Step on it, guardian.
You're kind of cutting out and quiet for me.
I moved my mic. My bad. I moved my mic away from my head for a sec, and I forgot I did that.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Okay, so yeah, she basically just says, this is waking water. If you walk on it, the guardians will be coming after your bum, and that's about it.
Yeah,
So Bailey actually
basically-
picks up that light fruit there because it's pretty difficult to avoid all the rest of the light fruits. And while it would technically be faster in theory, it's really difficult. So that one's convenient because it refills stamina, and then we don't have to worry about cutscenes of getting any of the other light fruit for the rest of the run.
This has been other than him running out of stamina at the beginning, this has been a good silent realm for Bailey.
The first up until the last 4 tiers, movement is fairly lenient in that, a little bit faster or a little bit slower movement really doesn't actually make a difference because there is a cycle that you have to make, and with really, really good near perfect movement, you will actually have to wait a little bit. So, if you make like one tiny mistake, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I have no idea when the save or kill the horse incentive will end.
What's the news on that?
You
Trez,
you
anything?
should really kill the horse. By the way,
You should kill the horse. God dang it!
So Bailey just obtained the water dragon scale, which makes it so that Link knows how to swim now, all because of a necklace. He can now dip his head underwater.
Oh, kill the animals ahead. Let's go. Keep donating to that one.
That's because Procrastinator Rat has been just killing it. And Jace just picked up a blue rupee. Yeah, rupees in this game. It's like Twilight Princess, where when you pick up, you get a text box. But unlike Twilight Princess, you only get the text box once, not every time you load up the game.
Yeah.
So optimally, you'll never pick up a rupee. There's only one rupee that the runners pick up, and they pick it up while they're underwater, so they don't get that text box.
So there's actually a trick we can do if we go to Lake Floria right now, or if we went to it, because there's a trick we can do to get to Lake Floria early. If we were to go to it before we got the Water Dragon scale, there wouldn't actually be a waterfall blocking Ancient Cistern, but there's no known way to get up there without the Water Dragon scale. But there is actually a way to get into Ancient Cistern without having to come all the way over here and go through Skyview a second time to get this sacred water. But A, it's extremely, extremely precise, and B, it would soft lock later, unless we find early Fire Sanctuary, which is actually pretty close at the moment.
I've been seeing some potential for it in the Discord lately. They're so close. So close.
It's so close.
Talking about Discord, an interesting message. Raisin, a few minutes ago, might have to learn Horseless in 4 hours. Well, good luck with that, Raisin.
Why would you learn it? YOLO it, man. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, Skyward Sword is the longest any percent run by about 20 minutes, I think.
20 minutes.
Yeah, the second longest is Spirit Tracks with a 431.
Oh, I thought you were comparing them to 3D Zeldas. I was like, what?
Oh no, 3D Zeldas, it's like multiple hours.
No, it's only like 1 hour off of regular Wind Waker.
Yeah, because Wind Waker.
So Bailey is going to save and quit here instead of going to that room and reloading it, because he already has that one door opened. So since he did a back in time warp, he has to reload the room since it was unloaded. And here are the biggest trolls, some of the biggest trolls in this game, these archer dudes. And he's going to do the Skyward Strike strats, where he uses the maximum distance on that Skyward Strike to hit them. the intended strat is to use the hook beetle to drop a bomb on them, but the archer dudes can snipe the beetle, which sucks. So it's just better.
Unfortunately, this isn't as easy as it looks like, because the archers can snipe pretty good, and well, they can snipe you too. And when you only have 2 hearts, they can snipe you to death pretty fast.
Mm-hmm. If you do a very it's a very precise Skyward Strike that hits both of them at the same time, but it doesn't lose too much time if you only hit one of them, and then hit the next one afterwards. So, big deal.
So one thing to note, whenever you don't need to pick up the heart containers in this run, but Bailey, it's faster to pick up the one in Skyview, because if he didn't pick it up the first time, it would have spawned again once he finishes this fight, and so that cutscene would play again. So it's just it's always faster, even in damageless, to pick up that heart container.
Most runners are going with 9 hearts in the end, though.
I mean, I've seen runners go like 7.
I think even Nimzo goes with 9 hearts. Might be wrong there, though.
It's pretty tough.
Was 2 years ago.
7
older than that, actually.
Yeah, throughout most of the game, 7 hearts is actually not that difficult to play on, but there's one section later on where 7 hearts gets a little bit Monka-esque.
Bailey picked up the fairy. That sucks, even after making it through here.
Right after the cutscene, Bailey picked up both fairies.
with 2 hearts, so that he could just do this death warp super quick. But
Bailey picked up both fairies.
Can randomly just fly into you during that cutscene, which heals you. So,
it wastes bombs and time.
What a troll! That's just.
No, don't save the animal, bro.
Don't save the horse. Don't save the stupid horse.
The horse doesn't deserve to be saved.
Don't you want to see Raisin struggle?
I've run Breath of the Wild myself, and I can say the horse is terrible. It deserves to be killed.
So, Bailey did a death warp to get back to that statue so we can go back outside. And Exto just got the water dragons, or is approaching the end of the Silent Realm to get the water dragon scale.
So an interesting thing to note is we actually go to Skyview 2 to get that that water before we even meet the water dragon. And that's because basically when you meet the water dragon, she's bathing in her little basin, and because she was hurt and she needs that sacred water when you first meet her, and she asks you to bring her some. But when the trigger for that special water to actually spawn in Skyview is it's triggered by finishing the Silent Realm and getting the scale, so we can just go there straight away.
So Jace, is he going into the boss fight now? No, he's doing the bomb trick. The cart trick.
So
Also
Jace
known as
is
the
doing
car
bomb
trick.
strats here, not the beetle strats.
Yeah, what Bailey just did, you're able to do a front hop and then jump slash to get on that fence. That was actually found on the first day of the release, I think. And it allows you, and it allows you to skip climbing the tree and talking to the elder, like the Kermit Kikwi. And it's a nice little skip. And it also skips like this stupid swimming section.
Yeah, and it was just a bit of a dumb oversight, really, that we can just jump slash right onto that fence, which is pretty funny. And it's like,
That's
it's
so
one of the
nice.
biggest, yeah, it's one of the biggest, like, sequence breaks in the game.
It's really easy.
Yeah.
Kill the horse for Dave's birthday. Come on, guys.
Yes, kill the horse for Dave's birthday. For everybody who has a birthday coming up in the next year, kill the horse.
My birthday is next month.
I happen to have a birthday
birthday
coming up
present for
this
me.
year. I happen to have a birthday sometime this year. Let's kill the horse for it.
Oh, Jay's just did the totally swag thing right there by leaving the bomb there and making it to the other side of those conveyor belts before it blew up, which is sick.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it takes some pretty good movement, but it gets pretty easy once you're used to it.
You don't get a birthday present if your birthday has already happened this year. Sorry.
No. Unless said birthday present is
this dude wants to save the horses.
unless said birthday present is killing the horse. You want it to kill the horse as your belated birthday gift? Fine, that's fine. But you'll be getting.
We can't save them. That's a no for me.
But you'll be getting coal for Christmas and your next birthday, if you want to save the horse.
Oof.
So Bailey's about to enter Ancient Cistern. This cutscene is super long, and you can't just walk out on it. You have to. It's a text cutscene, so you have to sit there and read all the text.
Ancient Cistern is kind of a fun dungeon. But it's pretty stupid.
It's really fun if you're playing on the English version.
It's really fun if you're playing on English 1.0 because you get to do Cistern Clip.
Bailey actually has like some beta version of the Japanese Skyward Sword that does have Cistern Clip. Yep, there he goes. That's why he saved at the beginning. He's running away from the seam though. Oh, I'm running out of stamina right there. That sucks. Ugh.
Oh, and he missed the lever. That would have been so swag if he actually ran out of stamina and ran up the wall.
I'm pretty sure it says on the cover of the game whether the 1.0 version or not.
Yeah, there's a way to tell.
Go to Ancient Cistern and see if there is just a little bump in the ground at the entrance.
There's also a way to see from the disc, if I remember correctly, but it's a little bit hard to see.
Let me grab my Japanese copy and see what it says. Alrighty.
Apparently, even the bot wants to kill the horse if it keeps not tracking save the horse bits.
Oh, Bailey missed the lily pad there.
Oof, I've soft locked on that lily pad before. I jump slashed. All right, I was jump slashing onto it because I'm a fast boy, and I got like in between the lily pad and the wall, and I was just infinitely jump slashing. It was so bad.
Because Exo didn't get the fairies when he died. Bailey's actually going to get that red rupee because we need 20 rupees later on to buy an air potion. Not necessarily because it's required, but because it makes what would otherwise probably be an obscenely hard section of the game much easier and consistent. So we just get the air potion.
Only a few people, well, actually probably every speedrunner of this game knows it. In hero mode, you also have less air underwater.
Oh yeah, it's double the rate, which sucks.
Yeah, that's why we get the air potion for tad tones later on.
Well, I know it would really suck if they made stamina decrease at double speed also. Oh my god.
No, that's... Don't give him ideas, Theo!
Miyamoto, if you're watching this, please no. Onegai shimasu. Please no.
So Jace just finishing up Linear Mining Facility and is about to get the harp. The best item in the game, by the way.
Coming up. It's coming up on the Stalmaster fight.
If done well, this Stalmaster fight looks really, really cool.
Yeah, Stallmaster is sick. If you watch the SGDQ 2014 run, because you're a gangsta, an OG like me, you would have seen Tilo do it blindfolded, which was dope. It's not a terrible Stallmaster for Bailey. Even though he's not done yet. That was a Monka S.
Oh.
Didn't go for the stabs there.
Not quite.
Awesome.
It wasn't fast, but he didn't.
It wasn't an optimal Stalmaster fight, but it was a good safe fight.
Gymnast did do Demise blindfolded in SGQ 2018.
And there, Jace got the cutscene skip after Linear Mining Facility.
Yeah, I think KitKat also got it. I didn't see Exto attempt it.
I think Exto got it. Actually, I'm not sure.
It's not that big of a deal. It's not like the wing ceremony cutscene.
Yeah. I was actually curious to see if, because I heard Exto talking about it, if anyone would go for the back in time Skyloft route, because it's only about 3 seconds slower. Really, and just to be safe, because there is a backup you can do, of course, as I mentioned, that only loses about a minute.
Yeah, I was thinking.
As opposed to the 2. Sorry.
Oh, I was thinking that probably would have been smart to just do the Goddess Sword early route, since it only loses 3 seconds. But all 4 of them got the cutscene skip, so it didn't really matter.
Oh, we could have done an incentive for that too. Dang. Although I'm not sure the runners would have been willing to do impromptu killing posts, so maybe we shouldn't have. And I will gladly tell more about the discovery of Harp Cancel Kyuubi. So basically, Gymnast86 was doing some Skyward Sword runs, and he accidentally pressed B in the middle of playing the harp for a Silent Realm. Then our favorite glitch hunter, you are a glitch hunter, Kyuubi, mentioned it to him after he went away to reload because he was really confused, and Harp Cancel was found. Did I do good, Kyuubi?
What a story. I'm such a motivational tale.
The Skyward Sword community should make a children's book out of that. We should make a children's book about the discovery of glitches.
I mean, that doesn't happen often, so it is a monumental occasion when it does happen.
If we're talking about the discovery of glitches, I mean, then how could we forget about your greatest discovery, Dish?
Oh God. I was surprised that nobody had found Gold Skip before, because not only is it really easy, it was tested already before. So I hadn't even gotten a Twitch account, I don't think, at this point, and I hadn't even attempted a run of Skyward Sword. I was just going through Fire Sanctuary, and I'm like, I wonder if you can do this. And I just jumped over the trigger for the old Magma, and that's how Gold Skip was found.
I remember that. I was like, whoa.
And I felt like such a jerk, because not only did I not only did I not give video proof, I couldn't have given video proof because I had saved after completing Fire Sanctuary. So yeah, I couldn't have gone back and done it.
Want to know a glitch that deserves a child book written after it? SVA figuring out that early seedling actually worked. So it was known for many years that you dig up the seedling back in time, but it wasn't showing up in their inventory. But then the speedrunner Legend of Zelda Speedrunning, SVA,
Got with the green rupee, by the way.
Nice rupee.
Actually,
and he died.
Oh, damn.
Ooh,
That sucks. And he was just at the end of the fight too. Anyway, you were saying, Theo? I'm sorry.
Yeah, but SVA actually found out, oh, you do have the seedling, it's just invisible. And everyone was like, whoops. And now we do early seedling. What a motivational tale that is.
SVA has done so much for this game. Can we just give a quick shout out? SVA, the absolute legend.
SVA is just a Zelda speedrunning god.
Back in the days when I started running this game, SVA still had the record of like 5 hours and 4 minutes, I think.
I was like 5:01:44.
Or
Yeah.
That could also be, yeah.
And that's when Gymnast came and grinded for sub 5.
Yeah, I think that was also about around the time when brake sliding was found.
Yeah. Because I think in Jim's 5:01:15, which then bopped SVA for world record, I think as recently as still then he was doing the shell trick.
Yes, shell trick.
Shell trick.
It's kind of a shame that SVA didn't come back to this game after all the new discoveries. So someone should really poke SVA about coming back to Skyward Sword.
There's, I know Tenderhearted has been talking for like months about coming back, and he hasn't really. I saw something about his internet being weird, so he couldn't stream very much. But he said recently he's ready to do runs, so I don't know. We'll see. Another SS legend.
I remember.
Perhaps.
I remember when Tender and SVA were trading records.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up for Bailey is a really interesting trick called Early Blast Idol, which is the name of the boss key for Ancient Cistern. So.
And he's going to be doing it through a glitch known as a high flip. There we go. He got it. Sorry. You want to explain, Foha?
Yeah. A high flip is basically gives you a little bit of a higher boost than a normal backflip by side hopping, and directly after that doing a backflip, so you can get out on a stature, clip under it, and then by dying in a specific spot, god damn it, after getting the blessed idol. You can dev warp and have the key. This only works in this specific spot though, because otherwise the game would think that you would have got crushed by the statue and you would respawn again in the basement without the blast idol.
The triggers there for the death, and if you actually did the death successfully or not, are pretty weird, because there's actually a possibility that you can, and I myself have done this before, that you can actually spawn in the basement but still have gotten the blessed idol, which is it's weird. I'm not sure why it happens. It's probably just, being weird with the ranges, but it's there.
So Jace is making his way to the end of first Silent Realm. He's made back so much time. Holy crap. He was like 50 minutes behind coming in.
Yeah. Jace really got some good time there.
Bringing it back for the bakery.
Mm-hmm.
Jace is baking the bread.
And getting it. He's getting it and baking it. Exto is catching up a little bit as well here. Exto's probably about 3-4 minutes behind, maybe 5-ish.
And
So here
Kit
comes
lost some time by dying.
So here comes best boss for Bailey. This is best boss in
best boss.
the entire world. So there's not too much, you know, different that can be done from casually in this fight, except right here you're gonna see Bailey drop the. He missed, but he tries to drop 2 bombs.
Skyward Strike, Skyward Strike, Skyward Strike, Skyward Strike.
In front of Kalactos, and if they hit him right, which it looks like they might have, did they?
No. The boomerangs in his hand would shattered if he had gotten it right. You're able to one-cycle this fight if you drop both bombs and then spin attack them. After whipping the heart thing when he's attacking you.
And then with the second phase, because of how OP the Skyward Strike is in hero mode, you can just, on top of the fact that for some reason Kalactos is just super susceptible to the Skyward Strike, you can you can one-cycle the second phase as well.
He needs to get closer because the way his AI works is he won't smash attack you, which is what he's looking for unless you're a certain distance away. And he was.
I wonder if we could get a unicycle gift for Kalactos. Ooh, Bailey. Very close.
That's like the 3rd time he's been really close with that boomerang. He's not. Kalactos is not being nice.
Bad boy Kalactos.
Kalactos is not being very cooperative.
The second phase is a whole lot easier than the first phase. The old strats where you take damage intentionally in between or during the 2nd and 3rd cycles during a sword slashing phase, but it's been like 3 years since the one cycle was found.
Bailey is really dying here. Poor guy can't get a break from Kalactos. Oh, and he died. I think that.
Oh my god.
That really sucks. Because that is not. That's really.
That gives
Exto
a huge
the
boost.
boss key? He does.
They are not far away.
Exto's now ahead. Exto's ahead now.
The advantage is that Bailey.
Bailey doesn't have to do
seen the cutscene.
Yeah, so I think Bailey's mates still be slightly ahead.
Slightly.
So.
But, oh my god.
There is that, but now he doesn't have any bombs, I don't think, to do the Kalactos strat with.
He can do Skyward Strikes in 2 cycle, I think.
Yeah. Okay, that's not. He accidentally read the sign too.
Oh, I've done that countless times.
I just did that not too long ago. Oh, he runs out of stamina.
So Exo's
He's
only a
panicking
couple
a little
seconds behind. I know what that's like.
I think Bailey actually has to watch this cutscene again.
Yeah. So just look at how the difference.
So this puts Exto officially ahead.
Like he's 2 seconds behind.
Yeah, he's like he's barely behind right now. So Exto is officially ahead, I think, of Bailey.
After this fight, yeah.
You can see the sync basically now.
Does he have bombs? Nope, and that's... Now Exto's ahead.
So yeah, Exto is gonna be pulling ahead now. I'm gonna switch to his audio.
So just like that, Destroy All Anime is in the lead. I don't want all the anime to be destroyed.
Weep.
Last replay, I was on Team Death 2 Anime, so I obviously threw.
Yeah.
Did Jace get the fairy? He got a fairy. Oh my god. I know that KitKat didn't.
So, Exto using the big sword there to destroy Koloktos' cage, and then using the 2 Skyward Strikes to end the fight once and for all.
Oh.
Alright. Exto's done with Koloktos.
Poor Bailey isn't even done with the first phase yet.
The first phase, there's a specific way to do it if you don't have...
I'm not sure.
Do the one cycle.
I think it's bad that Bailey's attacking Koloktos with the whip. I'm not sure if that
bad
triggers
that
something.
he's super close, which is triggering him to do those slashes.
Well, he's not really that close. I don't.
He needs to stand like where the brace, like the thing that's in between his elbow and shoulder is.
We got hit again.
Oof. Yeah, I guess that's true. If Team Destroy All Anime wins, I'll have to switch to reading manga. Yeah, there we go. Finally ending that first phase. The second phase is so much easier.
By the way, guys, there is still the incentive of killing or saving the horse in Breath of the Wild, and you really should kill that horse.
We want to kill that horse, don't we?
Kill it like Team Destroy Anime. All Anime is killing anime.
Yeah. Kill the horse like you kill the enemy.
Please don't kill anime, please.
But do though.
I will be sad if you kill anime.
True, because then there's no Wind Waker.
Exactly.
So.
There's no Wind Waker if you kill anime.
I think...
Which means Linkus will not have anything to stream.
Linkus will be out of a job. Poor guy.
So
maybe don't destroy all anime because we need anime boy.
Let's distract Exto so that Linkus can stay employed. But the Moe
Bailey
slice
finally
of life are the best.
So Bailey finishing the fight, he's still well ahead of KitKat and Jace. So he still has a little bit of leeway. What's KitKat's team name again?
It's about to show up.
Okay.
It's CFG Smog. CFG Smog. Thanks to thanks, Jack.
Organizer over here, by the way.
Thanks, Jaquade. I'm like, damn it, I should remember this.
ZFG
Same.
Smog. Sponsored by ZFG1. Which is also sponsored by
CLG Gaming.
CLG Gaming.
Wait, no, that's Counter Logic Gaming that I just said. just CLG, okay? Just CLG. Don't ignore what I just said before. Oh, Bailey having trouble with his nunchuck.
I hope Tress will donate all his remaining bits in the end to kill the horse, because he obviously still does have some on the side.
So Exto just got the second song to unlock the Linearu Silent Realm.
Hey, I wasn't the one who brought up CLG in the first place, okay? Don't bully me. Actually, don't bully anyone. Bullying is bad, but I am not
Don't
at fault.
bully Clint Stevens either. Kit Kat making his way.
No,
to
you
the
can't bully
whip.
Trez.
Oh,
He's been through too much. You can't bully Trez. He's already sick. He doesn't need any more.
Robots don't
BS.
get sick unless you install viruses on them.
Well, if it's like a cold, then Trez can say, yeah, that he has had a virus installed.
Just get a Vast, man. It's free. Alright, and Exto dropping down onto Northern Desert to do the Linearu Silent Realm, which is also pretty dope. All of them are great.
And we will see if he gets Harp Cancel 2.0.
2.0? You mean there's a second way of doing Harp Cancel? There's an updated version?
There's a second, rather Harp Cancel number 2. Excuse me. I knew there was a flaw in what I said as soon as I said it. I'm like, that sounds like there's a new way of doing the glitch.
Yeah. Bailey with the swag
And there we go.
backflip.
Exto gets the second Harp Cancel.
Saving all of that time.
This is my favorite Silent Realm, by the way. Just saying.
It's either this one or the Skyloft one, because Jesus.
Skyloft one is pretty cool.
Also, shout out to Exo for not confusing Elden and Lanairu.
Yeah.
I feel like that's an inside joke.
Yeah, he did that in one of his runs, I think.
Yeah, in a run a few days ago, he went to Lanairu. He placed the Ember, well, the tablet for Lanairu. I think that's the Ember tablet, and went to Elden instead.
I think it's the Topaz tablet. Jay's taken out Stallmaster. If you want more Stallmaster in your life, don't worry. In a couple hours, he'll make a comeback. And Kit Kat dying again. Come on, man. After getting the boss key.
Oh, Kit Kat got what I was talking about earlier. He actually spawned in the basement with the blessed idol.
Oh, I've never seen that. I've seen like a clip of that, I think.
Tilo did it one time, I think,
yeah,
when he was trying to make a comeback, and I got it not too long ago in practice. Here's the Monka S.
Is it slower than? I think it's slower than getting the spawning at the beginning of the dungeon.
I'm not sure. I'd think it's slower.
I think so,
maybe
because
not.
you have to activate the water.
Yeah, maybe not if you actually already had the bottom water activated, which it looked like. It looked like KitKat did, but I don't think it's too big of a deal nonetheless.
And TK, BK, Bailey's about like 2 minutes behind right now. Behind Exto. If you can stay within 2 minutes of Exto, that would be impressive.
If you can actually play the
that's
harp.
still good. Hey man, maybe he has a lot of Bluetooth interference going on.
Nice. And he got harp cancel.
That's like 4 a.m. for me.
That's gonna be 9 a.m. for me?
Oof.
So
That's
I'm
even
basically
more
pulling
rough.
an all-nighter here.
Hold up, Theo, are you EST?
Yeah.
Okay, it's 12:08.
Yeah. Okay, so it's gonna be 3 a.m. For some, when I was doing estimates in my head for when runs are gonna start, I was thinking it was gonna start at 10 p.m. But started at like 9.
I was hoping maybe all the other runners would go on a mad one and it would start at like 8:30 so that I could get a little bit of extra sleep. But sadly, it was not to be.
So Exto just got the greatest items in Zelda, the claw shots.
The claw shots are a dope item on a reel, let's be honest.
And unlike Twilight Princess, where you have to get the second claw shot in another dungeon, you get both of them right away.
We get 2. And we
Yeah.
have to get another set of 2 later on that we can use with our feet.
Checkmate, Twilight Princess.
Oh god, that would be... I hope they don't get any ideas. That would be awful.
I feel like he's not gonna make that one cycle. Yeah. Good call, recognizing that on Bailey's part. KitKat entering the second phase of Plaktos. And Half Jace, rapidly making his way back to the rest of the runners. He's only like 5 minutes behind KitKat. Exto coming back to the place that he was before, this area before. This time, the Goron is there.
Yeah,
The Anvil Head Goron.
The area that he originally got to by being a bad boy and cheating.
I want everyone to notice this. This Goron has an anvil haircut. His haircut looks like an anvil, and the Goron in Farron is a pencil head. He just looks like a pencil.
Yep.
I can't
Never
unsee
noticed that actually.
Yeah, have fun next time you play this game.
There's actually a really funny thing. There's actually a really funny thing you can do with Bailey's coming up on this cage to get that tier. There's actually a really funny thing you can do. It's completely useless, but if you just spam the Z target button right up against that cage, the camera will just fly up in the air.
Oh, I
it's
saw
pretty
that clip.
hilarious.
Yeah, that was weird.
For how much useless stuff there is in Skyward Sword, it's still pretty funny.
That's just a textbook Skyward Sword glitch right there.
Mm-hmm.
Completely useless, but funny. Oh, KitKat finishing Ancient Cistern and getting the first of 3 flames. Now with the upgraded Goddess Sword. Exto is now beginning the resident sleeper part of the run, Sand Sea.
Yeah.
This part of the
Can we
run
get-
blows to run. I don't know.
Can we
about
get a
watching.
resident sleeper spam in the chat for that?
Like, maybe it's. I think it's more fun to watch, but when you playing it is so bad.
It is really
there is
boring.
there is one fun thing about Sensi though. The minecart minigame.
Hold up.
Oh
what-
yes, spamming
roller
B on
coaster.
flying
Yes,
cart minigame.
But what about boat stamina? Hmm?
Boat stamina. Oh yeah. Boat stamina.
That's good. That's good.
Yep.
Jace is now placing the boss key. So
The sand sea itself is probably the most boring part, but the areas in it are like Skipper's Retreat, and the rest of them are actually pretty cool.
Skipper's Retreat's kind of a.
Skipper's Retreat is meh, but the
Pirate Fortress is Monka-esque at times.
Shipyard and Pirate Fortress are kind of interesting.
But I have to
Just
say
look at that
there-
stamina bar.
Yes, just as Hamster is saying, there is a
Yeah,
reasonable
it's-
explanation for the boat stamina. It's just the engine that's overheating.
And it must be a really primitive engine though for it to overheat within what, like 10 seconds?
While it's in the water.
While it's in the water. Shaking my SMH
it's pretty
Nintendo.
old.
You're better than that.
You don't know of that old technology. It's getting rusty after the time.
They were just trying to stick in that stamina gauge wherever they could put it. Boat? That needs a stamina wheel. Swimming? That needs a stamina wheel. So, Exto is about to go into the most Monka-esque room in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Just, these electric shoes, they will combo wombo you to death, literally.
Oh,
And it's just,
yeah.
the ceiling, it just drops, and he just managed to roll right through it. But if you get caught, oh my god, it sucks. I've been caught like twice there. And coming up, Exto's gonna do a trick where he skips killing this Deku Baba. I'll wait a little bit to where he gets there. But the Deku Babas, the only time they will actually damage you is right when they emerge from their little ground home, and whenever they like actually charge attack you. So you're gonna see that right here. He's gonna awaken it, then target it, and then claw shot away before it has the chance to attack him. Which is just great mechanics.
And still barely getting a good cycle there, so a good Skipper's Retreat it looks like for him.
And if you don't get a good cycle there, those Phoenixes are a nightmare.
Oh yeah.
If you don't get hit by the Phoenixes, then you're still losing a lot of time.
Jace has just killed Coloctos. He's like really close to KitKat now. Like Jace has just been hauling it for
They're all
the
pretty
bakery.
close together. Actually, they're all like 50 minutes, I would say.
No, they
Jace
are.
is just making sure that the bread is thoroughly, perfectly baked.
Exto is like less than 15 minutes ahead of KitKat. Probably less than, maybe more like 10 minutes ahead of KitKat. And Jace is only like 3, 4, or 5 minutes of KitKat. Behind KitKat. Ugh. Oh, KitKat landed.
Orange.
Did he?
Whoops. He couldn't read the text, that's why. You see, if you kill anime, Skyward Sword runners aren't going to know where they're. So Exto's heading to the second of 3 little pit stops on the Sand Sea. Coming up is going to an amusement park. It's not very safe though. It's kind of run down also, since there's like scorpions falling from the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully he's gonna spam B, or at least move his Wii remote from side to side.
Ancient Disneyland, exactly.
It is ancient Disneyland, yes.
So, right now, basically what's going on in the plot, everyone's been closely following the story of this game, I hope. Link's looking for the 3 fires to upgrade his goddess sword into the Master Sword so he can open the gate to the past. And right now they're looking for the second flame, which is in Lanayru, and it's in a ship. And they're trying to find how to get on the ship.
It looks like KitKat unfortunately missed the harp cancel. So it's a little bit of time loss.
Just more time for Jace to come back. Jace is not like, all he has to do is fly to Lanayru and play the harp, and that's where KitKat is now. Yeah, having to listen to Fee sing.
You have to admit though,
Is this early 2018?
You have to admit though, even if it's like kind of a boring area, the Sansu music is so chill.
I think this part casually is great. Oh,
Yeah.
Exto's shaking his groove thing right there. I'm more of a mashing the B button to make it a not safe for work speedrun.
Time for Exto with the dancing. The box dancing. That's what I'm gonna call it from now on, box dancing.
So KitKat just started the Silent Realm. Jace is flying his way back to Lanayru. Exto's getting on round 2 of roller coasters, this time featuring paths that can lead you to death, which is probably not allowed. They probably get like some health violation, safety violation.
That's probably why they had to close the park.
Yeah, they thought jumps that could lead to a death into quicksand. That might be a health violation.
So you're gonna actually see with Exto here at the end of this minecart section. There's 2 little jumps at the very end, and it's actually faster if you just do an auto jump and don't actually like swing the Wiimote to like jump. It's actually faster if you just, for the first one, just go off of it and then jump for the second one.
You can shake the Wii remote to jump. I did not know that. Oh my god, my whole world has been.
I gotta have details, bro. Details.
I did not know that.
See,
he's
gonna press A. Can you believe this? What? Listen to this. He's gonna press A to open that door.
Oh no.
And that was how Deesh became the laughing stock of the entire speedrunning community.
That reminds me. I wanted to bring something that you said this week over. I can't remember what it was. Damn.
Wait, what was that? There was
I can't remember. That's the thing. But
there was something that I said that you wanted to mention.
Yeah, there was something you said that I wanted to mention, which would
yeah,
make you
I remember.
laughing, but I can't remember what
I
it
remember what it is, but I'm not letting you. I'm not telling you.
God damn it.
Anyway, Exto is fighting Moldark for the second time. And this time it's in a square room and not a round room, which can screw things up, but it's usually fine. It's an easy fight.
I honestly think that this section, and especially the shipyard part, would have been a little better if they had a different mini boss than Moldarak again.
Apparently, Bailey doesn't have a shield anymore. I didn't notice that.
Was it the? Did he not take it off before the Phoenixes?
Apparently,
that's
he did write that he has to do shieldless demise now.
I mean, I'm sure you can. Might be able to.
A shield does cost 50 rupees at the bazaar, so if there is a way for Bailey to somehow come into that to that money, then he could do it.
I earlier took when I was not feeling so safe, I was getting the 100 rupees in Ancient Cistern always.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
Because
you could do that. That
really
only
out
wastes.
of the way.
That only wastes like that wastes barely any noticeable amount of time.
Like
few
5
seconds,
seconds.
maybe.
For the cutscene of the hand closing. Yeah, I used to get a second shield back in my early days to be safe.
Yeah.
Because 50
Yes, we all
rupees
did.
isn't that much. So KitKat now making his way to that little room with the Goron. And Jace almost done with the Laneru Silent Realm. Just steamrolling his team back. This is the comeback of the century right here. Team Baker, the Bakery. Who would have thought?
Nexto is also gaining more time on the rest of the teams himself, so
Yeah, it's harder to see how much time Exto's saving over the rest, since he is like 15 or so minutes ahead. So Exto's now doing the Pirate Bay or Pirate Fortress, which if you die here, you lose a little bit of time, like a handful of minutes.
it's actually probably. It's actually probably. I wonder if it's better if you die at the end. Well, not really, because even though you have a bunch of stuff done already, there's really not too much that's done. So, but there's like no early part to die. So if you're gonna die, you're gonna die at the end.
Yeah,
And
because there's
unfortunately,
there's
You
a
go.
spot with 2 BMOS at the end, which can just combo you.
Exto unfortunately failing the hardest trick in the game, which is doing these pillars fast.
Yeah.
And believe me, it is really difficult. These pillars are like only barely far enough away that you can jump to them.
They can be pretty annoying.
What happened to Jace? Just drowned in the quicksand, rip. Like you can see here, Exto waits for the Deku Babas to fully emerge and then he just walks right through them.
Exo unfortunately got hit by the Beamos right there.
It's not a big deal since he's
It's
gonna
not
want
too
to
big.
take damage.
It's not too big a deal.
He's gonna want to take
Yeah.
damage for sand ship anyway.
He actually, if you noticed, going into that room where he whipped that lever, he did a little jump slash, and that actually skips a very small cutscene that kind of, just shows the room really, because the trigger for it is very small, so you can just jump over it.
Bailey's about to fight Moldark again, without the shield this time, which is unfortunate. But it shouldn't be too bad if he just does backflips and uses the claw shot.
Bailey fighting Moldy Boy 2.0. Except it's actually exactly the same as the first one, pretty much, so...
Yeah.
Oh, he backflipped and got caught.
Don't worry, he's doing damage strats. He wants to have low health for sand ship. This is where he's taking it. Ooh, that was so close.
A small reminder,
Oh,
guys,
boy.
we still have the bid war for Breath of the Wild. If the horse should get killed in the final fight, or if it should not get killed. And right now, saving the horse is leading, but I think you probably really should kill the horse. Because those horselet strits are very lit.
You know you want to kill the horse.
Yes, you want to kill the horse, you know that you want it. Just cheer the amount of damage you want, just cheer the amount of points you want to give, and then type in the word kill or save, depending on what you want to do with the horse.
Kill the horse.
Murder the horse.
Exactly.
I mean, don't we want PETA to
Come on,
come
I mean,
up
who,
in
come
here?
on. Come on, who likes the horse? Come on. Let's be
Yeah.
honest.
So Exto is making his way to the sand ship. It's invisible, so you're supposed to use dowsing, but if you are an experienced runner, you just know the path that the sand ship is taking.
It spawns in the same place every time, so there's
Yeah, it follows the same path.
there's no RNG or anything.
And actually, in the English version, the text is so slow that you can't hit all 3 shots like he just did that quickly. You have to look for it a little bit after that first shot.
English text, Resident Sleeper.
English Ancient Cistern, though, PogChamp. Exto has now entered the sand ship, the most technical dungeon in the game. So first, right off the bat, he's gonna save the game because he doesn't want to lose all of his progress before he goes and takes a break.
He's gonna press A to examine the bird statue.
Oh god.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing for 2 hours and 46 minutes. He needs to take a break. You know, like a lot of Nintendo games encourage you to take a break. So that's why he saved. So he's gonna make his way down and get a small key.
Making my way downtown.
No, why do you need multiple small keys? Why can't you just use the same small key for all locks? Does it break? That makes... Come on, Nintendo, why? Why do you want to make me do extra work?
Yeah.
So
Video
for
game
some
logic.
reason, he's gonna walk into that spike wall, but that hurts you. So like, why are you doing that?
So like, you know, big, right?
Like, yeah.
You think he wouldn't want that? It kind of hurts. I mean, those things look pretty sharp.
Like, that's an ouch. And so now he's got the key.
What?
Why did he place that bomb
Why did
there?
he place that? No, he's gonna die again. Exto, no, come on, man, no. Oh,
He's throwing the run.
That's a
throwing
yikes.
the run. He
He
doesn't
wants
want
to give the
anime
other
to
runners.
die.
He wants to give the other runners a chance, yeah.
He doesn't want anime to die because he's a respectable person. Thank you, Exto. You just made my day.
But saving there puts us right in
right next to the door.
Yeah, puts us right next to the
Ooh,
door.
oh
so
my
if we
God,
so if we
no.
die there, yeah. Ooh.
And now we have our very
no.
favorite mid boss, Skirvo.
Oh no.
Poor Bailey.
At least it
Pirate.
wasn't at the end.
Yeah, it was kind of early on.
It was also really sketchy since he had 2 hearts and wasn't. The BMOS room would have been like major Monka-esque.
This is a great mini boss, by the way. Skirvo.
Oh yeah, he's great. Gives me anxiety though. Like, do I shield bash now? Do I shield bash now?
Well, he does different animations based on if he's just hitting you or if he's electrifying his thing.
And now Exto is obtaining a weapon of mass destruction. The bow. Not the upgraded bow, just a regular bow. I don't even know what upgrading the bow does, because it's still OP as hell. And you can charge it immediately.
I know the bow in this game is so awesome. The
Yeah.
items they give you in the items they give you in Lineru 2 are so fun.
And then you go to, you know, Ancient Cistern, and they give you a whip.
Yeah,
A
the whip is a cool item. Bailey is he having? Oh no, he just forgot that he already had the thing open.
Yeah.
The whip is actually a cool item. In theory, it's
It doesn't have
not
much
it's not
use.
amazing.
Doesn't have much use outside of Ancient Cistern.
So here's where Sandship starts to get really technical here. So he's gonna shoot the little side boat over there to lower it down, since we have to go over to, I don't know if you saw at the bottom of his screen, there's a little hole in the side of the boat. We're gonna go to that room a little bit later on, so it's convenient to have the boat there for when we do go.
Yeah, I don't do these strengths, so I'm not too knowledgeable about this. I just do the back in time warp because it's easy.
So he's going to shoot the time shift stone here, and you'll actually see the cutscene of this bokoblin shutting off the little cage to hold the time shift stone, so now that we can't hit it anymore. And it locks us out of going back inside. But if we come back over here and do a sort of precise death warp.
That was early.
Oh, he went just a little bit early. If we do it properly, then we'll spawn back into the boat, and then we go outside and come back in, and it basically undoes that whole thing, and we can do Sandship normally from there.
Yeah, you can do that, or you can just do the simple thing and just do a back in time off of the bizarre statue.
That's slower, you know.
Yeah, but it's not hard at all. And I don't have to learn new strats because I'm lazy.
So yeah, now he goes back in, and we won't have these stupid bokoblin and their cages interfering with our conquest of Sandship.
I think it was SVA who found out the
SVA found everything.
current. Yeah, I mean that's always a safe bet.
All hail.
Except for Valkyrie, that was found by you.
And harp cancel. That was found by. I'm not sure if he's still here. Glitch Hunter Kyubi. You're a glitch hunter.
It was technically found by Gymnast, but
Him and Jim. I think Kyubi should get some credit too.
I mean it was Jim who executed it first.
But if Kyubi hadn't told Jim that he saw the little prompt, then it wouldn't have happened,
Sure,
and we wouldn't be having this
Jim would've
conversation
gone-
right now.
I'm sure Jim would have gone back and looked at it more. I'm sure anyone could
probably.
have booted up their copy of Skyward Sword, loaded up a save file, and tested that while they're not in the middle of a.
Yep.
So, got Jace doing Moldark. We've got Kit Kat at the beginning of Pirate Fortress. So that's like, what, 2 minutes difference? Bailey's heading to, he's about to enter Sandship.
Bailey's doing well.
I found it, smiley face. I made this game, smiley face. Oh. Yeah, Exto's right now doing this puzzle with the generator to get himself a small key. You know, all this work for a small key so he can get the boss key so we can fight Mike Wazowski's child.
Mike Wazowski.
I mean, it has one. Oh, I guess his girlfriend had one eye also.
Yep.
But
It
looks like
really
his
is more like. It really is a little more like his girlfriend, technically, isn't it?
Yeah, I just didn't know if she had two eyes, so it would be like your child has one eye.
Yeah,
But I think
because
she
the
has one eye.
because Tantalus's hair does have like it does kind of do
Celia.
its own
Yeah.
thing as well.
Yeah, it's like Medusa hair, like hers was. Mike Wazowski. What a movie that is.
Legendary.
So Bailey's making his way to the first small key, while Exto's making his way to the second small key.
All this work for a stupid key, and it's not even like some special key. It's just it's small.
Small
and just like
breaks
and
after one
small.
use.
And just like all the other ones you get in the game, which should be able to be used multiple times. I wonder what duping a small key would do for this game. It would save crap tons of time on Sandship. Oh
Yeah,
man,
it'd
the
save
things we
crap
could.
tons of time on multiple dungeons, I think.
Yeah, I know. Sandship is one especially though. Just one. I wonder. I can't imagine what just one theoretical glitch would do for this game. Oh god.
I mean, we're so close to early or basin skip fire sanctuary.
Yeah, we could
Yeah,
skip the base. Yeah. All we need to do is
skip the
clip
base
in.
and we can get into Ancient Cistern early. We can skip Ancient or Sacred Water.
Imagine if somebody was actually crazy enough to try to do that RTA. Like we found early Fire Sanctuary and then...
Oh, I'm sure
Someone's-
setups would be found.
Well, it's really difficult because of the way the motion controls are. I think with swimming.
Just play on emulator, Kipo. Oh, Exto finally got that small key. While Bailey's fighting Skirvo. Without a shield. Oof.
Let's go. This is pretty monka-ass.
Exto!
And
That's an electric door. You can't walk through that. That kills you.
He lost his damage list run there. Shaking my SMH Exto.
God.
So now with that Death Warp Exto, gonna go over to this door up here, which contains the captain's cabin and the boss key. There's actually a bit warp that you can do with the Bazaar statue that would spawn you in this room, but the problem is Sandship is of course the only dungeon that works on layers, so you don't spawn on the correct layer, and so none of the enemies or the boss key chest is spawned.
Just imagine if you could just get the boss key early from that bit warp.
I know that
would be
that would
so
save like
awesome.
that would save like 5 minutes minimum.
Oh, that would be so awesome. Cal Pyro over there giving Bailey some support in the chat. Let's go, Bailey. Yeah, Exto, why are you dying? Even Exto is upset
nice.
at
He got
all
a
of his
shield
deaths. Yeah, I just love the boss fight for Sandship because it's all this hype and build up, and then you see it, and it's just a joke.
It's actually a decent fight on its own. It's just like in my opinion,
it's just the model
it's
that's
just
bad.
It's just so poorly designed. Freaking, you know.
It's not even a bad design. It's just hilarious looking.
Yeah.
It's just
well, I mean, it's a little bad.
It's a little basic since the color scheme is not that. It's a little bleh. It's like purple and white. All right, let's see. Jace is now done with Pirate Fortress, and KitKat's on his way to getting the first key. So, KitKat's almost caught up with Bailey. He's about 3 or so minutes. Alright, here we go. Hype boss fight on Exto's screen. Got all this build up. Got all these tentacles.
Little love me some good hentai.
I wasn't gonna comment on that. I was definitely thinking it, but I was not going to say anything.
As soon as you said, "I gotta love me some good," I'm like, oh boy. I know exactly where this is going.
I did not say. I'm not the one who said the H word.
Someone had to bring it, especially because it's on Team Destroy Our Anime.
True.
You know, if Team Destroy
But come on.
wins, there's no more of that. Do you want to live in a world like that? Probably wouldn't be that bad. I know that. Dope.
But come on, Floha, this is a kid-friendly stream, you heckin' stupid.
Gosh darn, man. That is a naughty word. Am I gonna have to come over there and wash your mouth out with soap? You've got a potty mouth.
Have fun traveling to Germany.
Oh god.
I'm on the plane right now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, everyone is on Sandship right now. Jace is on his way to the first boss key. KitKat's fighting Skirvo. Bailey is on his way to the second one. Nexto is on the first phase of the greatest boss fight ever. It's purely because of the model. Also, I think it should be noted, I'm pretty sure the developers intended you to use Skyward Strikes on the naughty rods, but you can just shoot them with a fully charged arrow. Jace just cannot hit the eye, or Exto cannot hit the eye.
It's difficult to snipe that eye.
It is.
Yeah.
But can you believe this? Twice in one game, they're using this really unique one eye
like that is
structure for a
groundbreaking.
boss. I have never seen that before.
Like, especially in a Zelda game. I've never seen a Zelda game have an eyeball. Nexto is about to enter second phase of every hentai protagonist, or second protagonist. Is he gonna get barrel dwarfed? Nope. Barrel dwarfed is when you get trolled with. Whenever you climb that ledge, a barrel is just right there, like, hey buddy, and just knocks you down. Potentially even killing you. Causing you to restart the fight. I've seen it happen to an old runner. Call it like Choco.
That is a really interesting question in chat.
Well, I mean, hentai is anime.
So Exto voids out there to spawn right back at the start for the beginning of the second cycle here. If he's quick, he can snipe the eye, but unfortunately he wasn't able to right then, so he jumps back off. Oh, and he accidentally selected the slingshot again. That's one thing with this game. Sometimes, like, you'll hold the B button for, like, you know, a frame, and it brings up the item wheel and selects an item you didn't want. And then you'll hold it for, like, 5 minutes and the item wheel doesn't come up. It's weird.
So only bad anime like Tokyo Ghoul will be destroyed. Awesome.
KitKat seems to be really improvising the mass skip.
And it looks like he got it, actually.
Yeah, seemed to work. I was interested in setup.
Nexto is about to get the second flame.
There's another much more precise way to do mass skip that saves a couple seconds, if I remember right, but it's nobody really does it, and it's not that big a deal.
So now Exto's on his way to get the next song for Elden. We can get just an essential item, a pair of new red earrings for Link. Like, you know, his blue ones are out of style, but So
Yeah.
we needed red ones.
Special custom-made red ones, made by the goddess herself. Who, by the way, just... Actually, no, I'm not going to spoil it.
Oh, damn.
I don't want this game to be spoiled. I mean, I first beat it, what? I was like 10 years old. I first beat it 7 years ago. I don't want spoilers.
Gee, I don't even remember when I first beat it. I remember that this was my first Zelda game, but...
Wait, I was 11 when I beat it. Never mind. 6 years ago. You know, I can't, and I've been speedrunning it for 4 years. I can't take spoilers, man.
Oh boy, spoilers.
I mean, I'm watching a speedrun of a video game. I did not come here for spoilers.
I won't even spoil it after it's over since it's in Japanese and you can't read it.
Exactly. That's why they run in Japanese, so they don't spoil the game for the audience. Duh. You know, how considerate of them, playing in a version that they don't even understand. For the viewers. Thank you, Skyward Sword speedrunners, for thinking of us, casual viewers.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see, Bailey's almost at the boss key.
I once told a casual viewer to do Back in Time, and it was the most hilarious thing I've ever seen.
I understand a little Japanese, also.
Yeah, so do I. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. I had to. I didn't think of it at first, but I had to.
Wow. Kimi wa Nihongo desu.
No, I'm not fluent, okay? Ooh, Bailey having a little bit of trouble with the BMOS, but...
He got it. Don't worry about him. He's in the zone. From here on out, he's gonna match Imzo's pace from here on out. Just
oh, totally.
without a shield. Hell, after this run, runners aren't even gonna use shield.
Bailey will become revolutionary in having runners skip the shield altogether.
Oh boy.
For the future.
Yeah, whoever has audio is, which is Exto. And team, destroy all anime. Note, team
Do it.
names do not support the views of the commentators.
Speak for yourself. So
If you
Exto
destroy anime, no waifu split backgrounds. Just saying.
Exto coming up on the third harp, the third silent realm and the third harp cancel here. So see if he gets it.
3.0?
It's number 3.
Yeah, there we go.
Dang it.
And Bailey is now entering the hentai monster fight.
Exto messing up a little with the harp playing. Ooh, and misses the harp cancel early.
Ooh,
that is probably a little worse. Unless you get it again, that's a little worse than actually missing it late. But
Exto doesn't support the views of his team, so he's intentionally throwing. Respectable move. I approve.
That's gonna be it.
Thank you, Exto. Very cool. He got it though.
Oh,
no, he failed
early.
It. See? This guy is on. He knows what he's doing.
Exo, just miss it late. Just miss it late. It's okay.
Song Leaves over here is telling people good luck in Japanese.
He gets it third try. So that loses about the length of one of those cutscenes.
He needs to miss
since
it about...
Since he missed it twice early, so
It would have been better if he missed it like 50 times, so that anime wouldn't be destroyed. There's still the Skyloft one. Alright everyone, let's get our water bottles ready. It's Stay Hydrated bot. We must have drank 56 ounces of water by now. We've been live for 14 hours. I bet Trez is...
I got a nice water bottle sound here, listen.
Oh boy.
Good delicious water.
Water. Water next to me.
Sandy water! QB.
I feel hydrated. Thank you, Stay Hydrated bot.
Thank you, Stay Hydrated bot, for always reminding us to be healthy.
Yeah, exactly.
Stay Hydrated bot is the best bot on Twitch.tv. Second only to ZSR bot.
Speaking of ZSR bot, we still have the donation incentive going on.
We've got a couple more hours for it, so be sure to get them in for
killing the horse.
Or if you want to save the horse, that's not fine with me, but I'm just saying it because, well,
you do you. But I mean, like if you want to burn in hell, that's not our problem. You do that.
See, if we get PETA to take down the stream before Team Destroy All Anime finishes, then anime will not be destroyed. Since we'll not know who wins. Unless you're in the Discord. So if you want to save anime from Exto and Pikastrof, donate kill for me.
Anime lives matter.
Indeed. I was joking with someone earlier back whenever Destroy All Anime was super behind. I was like, or we were like, these anti-anime teams don't fare too well during the relay. So I was like, you know, I'm gonna form Team Anime Lives Matter next relay, and we're gonna obliterate every other team.
Oh, I want to see that. I want to see that.
All right, so if we're gonna guess on how far behind everyone is. I'm guessing Bailey is like, I'm gonna make a guess, 7 minutes behind Exto. KitKat is, did he just finish? Is 3 minutes behind Bailey, and Jace is a minute and a half behind KitKat. That's my guess.
Thank you, DNX4200, for making the right choice.
Yes. Thank you, DNX. Very cool.
For making the right choice, not once, but twice now.
Oh,
Plus
boy.
whatever you donated earlier.
Just remember, all your bits are going to a great cause. They're going to ZSR server costs. So without your donations, who knows if there will be a next relay.
Bailey is on fire now with a 1 minute gold. See, I
Bailey
told
playing
you.
very nice.
Told you he's gonna pioneer the shieldless strats. No one's gonna use a shield in 2019 Skyward Sword.
Not if everybody runs heart percent with shield skip or with adventure pouch skip throughout all of 2019.
Pouch skip.
That is such a meme. I've been trying to see if
even beat the game.
Yeah, it's actually only. Fun fact for heart percent, it's only faster to skip the adventure pouch on English, not on Japanese, just because of, you know, text. So obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Get a lot of text.
Exto is currently in the lead by. Oh geez, I don't know
quite a
how
few
far
minutes.
behind. By a couple seconds.
So as you can see here, Exto's fancy new red earrings protect him from being burned in the hot room.
Which makes no sense, but whatever.
Are you kidding?
This is a fantasy.
Of course it makes sense, bro. It's science.
Science. I'm sorry. I didn't watch Bill Nye. Breath of the Wild is after this, and that's the finale. The epic conclusion to the 3D Zelda relay. Bailey's stream is like dead right now.
I didn't notice that.
I checked to make sure that it wasn't just on my end.
Yeah.
I have two devices. I have a device with the commentator view, and then a device set up with the ZSR stream.
Exto had a really weird little claw shot.
Rip Bailey. Rip Bailey.
Oh, poor Bailey.
Imagine he'll be back in a minute or two. Probably having internet trouble or something.
Yeah.
Look at it's Pencilhead Goron.
Pencilhead Goron.
Oh no, Bailey.
Bailey? Oh god.
Poor Mr. P75.
Seems to be...
The only streamer that has only runner that has splits on their stream is Exto, and he's about a minute? 3.5 minutes behind his PB.
And KitKat also has his own timer.
Oh my god, look at...
on splits.
So, KitKat just hit the crest, and Jace is done with the fight now. So that's a minute. A little less than a minute difference there now.
Mm. So Exo, of course, having to come back. And this is what prevents that early Ancient Cistern trick from being an actual thing that we can do in the run to beat the game, because we have to come back and get this basin, unless, of course, early Fire Sanctuary, in which case we could do both. It would save a total of about 12 minutes. Imagine that, 12 minutes shaved off of this run. Oh.
I don't think Jace is... I don't know. I don't really know how far behind Jace is to Exto.
KitKat
But it's a
gets hit
lot
by
less
the-
than it was. Going.
KitKat actually just got hit by a tornado, so loses a little bit of health in a couple seconds.
What's going on with Bailey?
Damn, that's really bad. Could be an outage.
Oh, if it's a power outage, that would suck.
If he power out, I hope it's just Wi-Fi or something, because in that
Yeah.
case he can keep running and then just put the stream back up when it comes back on. But if it's a power outage,
It would take him back to after he died at the No, it'd take him back.
it'd take him back to about the beginning of Sandship.
No, it'd take him
In
to after he like did the mask crap. So
Yeah, in which
that would
case
lose a lot of time. He'd be like 10 minutes behind Jace. Like more than that actually.
further than that, he'd be probably. I mean, he'd be probably like 20 minutes, bare minimum.
I don't know that.
He might want to, and if that's the case, he might want to drop out, which would really suck. But
Yeah.
unfortunate, you know.
I feel like he should at least finish. It's the
Well,
first
if he
time.
gets to finish.
No, Bailey's not online on Discord.
Yeah,
Ooh, that's not a good
Poor
sign.
guy.
I mean, that could be Wi-Fi still.
Yeah, that could still be Wi-Fi.
I don't know. We'll see how this works out. Got a hot
back.
new development.
Damn. That. Oh, Bailey is writing in chat.
There you go,
Oh,
Bailey here.
That's nice.
Oh, he's back. Yes.
Back. I'm gonna try to reload the stream.
Guess who's back? Back again. It's Bailey.
Comes back and he's already in Fire Sanctuary.
Maybe that Tress actually has to reload the stream on the stream.
Well, he's not even.
And yes, that makes totally sense.
He isn't live on his page. So I've got that open also. Oh
Well,
no.
Stream won't come back. Damn.
Bailey, drive
at least
to
we
the
know-
nearest McDonald's.
At least we know he. McDonald's, nice. At least we know he exists and he's here. So
It's not a power outage, which would
it's
be
not.
just unfortunate.
That would be terrible.
How did I?
Oh, he's back. We
Exto's
back,
doing,
boys.
Back. Nice.
Exto's doing a sick back in time. I love this back in time.
Seems like Bailey is in the Elden Silent Realm.
Yep, you're good, Bailey. Go, man. Go.
Nice.
Go,
Bailey.
Go. KitKat is right up your butt, man.
KitKat's right there, Bailey. Oh, he just went back offline.
Oh no.
Oh, rest and rip.
Oh god, no.
Oh
It
no,
broke
damn
again
Bailey.
in all caps.
Rip. Well, in the meantime,
So, let's talk about what Exto's doing.
In the meantime, Exto is doing a semi-precise bit warp with the Upper Academy statue here. You see he's going to kind of strafe over to the left side of it. And, oh, missed it. There we go. He's doing it again to spawn up here at the top of... Oh, there's Bailey again. Spawns up here at the top of Fire Sanctuary, and what that does is basically he went up to the sky, came back to the statue outside of Fire Sanctuary, but he needed to do that bit warp to skip over a trigger that Vi has, where she tells you to go back and get Scrapper, and she doesn't let you pass. So yeah, there's actually a about 7-second faster strat, but not a ton of people do that because it's fairly RNG dependent and difficult. So
So Jace was starting the harp section when KitKat was finishing it.
Wow, I had not realized how much time Jace has made up.
Yeah,
He-
Jace,
Look at that.
KitKat, and Bailey are pretty
Where-
close together right now.
What a legend, Jace.
Like there's about to be like a change. Like KitKat's about to pass Bailey, who's about to get passed by Jace.
This run will be.
but
Jace,
Jace,
I
got
suck.
the-
Well, I don't think so, Jace.
No, Jace. No, you good.
In honor of the bakery's comeback, I'm gonna eat my second Subway cookie.
Oh
boy.
Saving.
Sounds good.
In honor of the bakery comeback.
Jace, whenever you think you're bad, always know that you could always be me.
Well,
Bailey missing the rope swing to
Yikes.
get onto the ledge, which does waste a fair bit of time, but he just goes up and back around. He got the tier though, so not a big deal.
He's still about 30 to 45 seconds ahead of KitKat.
Yep. And here, Extadasher successfully performs Gold Skip to skip over the trigger of the old Magma, who spends like 30 seconds just talking to you for no reason.
Well, he like tells you the secrets. He tells you how to progress through the dungeon. You know, you gotta jump in between the heads of the two beasts.
He tells you the secrets.
But we already know the secrets, so we don't need to learn the secrets from him.
Because you guys looked up. You
That's
guys.
not
we looked because we looked up a walkthrough. Yeah.
I mean, that's how I figured it out. Thank you, Zelda Dungeon.
Shoutouts to ZeldaDungeon.net for everybody who needed to figure out dungeons in this game.
Or in any Zelda game. They helped me with Twilight Princess also.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it helped me with a ton of stuff. I just don't remember because I haven't played anything casually in forever.
Ooh, Bailey. Oh, and KitKat getting their butt slit on fire. I'm like alternating between looking at the less delayed feed and the actual ZSR stream.
Oh, you're looking at Flowhaz link?
Okay, I'm looking at the ZSR node CG thing.
Oh, so am I. Okay, because I was gonna say I'm still a little bit behind, but I think that's just me.
Bailey just keeps having his butt lit on fire. Must have like washed his pants with lighter fluid.
Alden's a hot place, you know? It's probably not that hard.
I mean, he's about to get some earrings that will fix that problem.
Yeah.
I think KitKat's ahead of Bailey now because of his problems with his pants.
His butt burn.
So, Team Smiley Face is officially in third place, but the legend Jace is only like less than 30 seconds behind Bailey now.
He's baking the bread.
He's baking the comeback bread. Exto is sweating, not only because he's in Fire Sanctuary and it's hot, but also because Bakery has turned the heat up on their ovens, and they're baking faster than they've ever baked before. Like, I don't know which screen to look at. Exto just did a nice little trick where if you, with that water bulb thing, if you do a front hop and then a jump slash, the water bulb will hit the tongue of the frog so that you can skip going up. Climbing up the thing. It's a little nice little trick, little trickaroo. Saves a couple seconds.
KitKat's officially ahead of Bailey.
It's not ahead by a ton. He's like 20 seconds ahead. Oh, Exo got the double kill. Is he gonna get the frame perfect cutscene skip? Looks like it.
Jace is only about 12 seconds behind Bailey.
It's incredible how close Bailey, KitKat, and Jace are.
Yeah.
Like,
you know, no one cares about Exo.
Yeah, who cares about Exo?
Exo
is just doing his own thing.
Yeah, the race is Exo, and then Bailey, KitKat, and Jace right now.
You know, Exo's over there being a loner. Bailey, Jace, and KitKat are all nice and together, friendly. We should have Exo just wait for them to catch up so it can be a real race.
Bailey and Jace are just about neck and neck right now.
Yeah, Bailey skipped that cutscene. Jace skipped the cutscene. It's like less than 5 seconds. Or maybe about 5 seconds. Oh, and just like that, Jace has pulled into 3rd place.
Ooh, Jace officially ahead now.
He's right. You know,
we
the
thought those
flames
fancy
of the oven are about to burn up KitKat as well. Team Bakery is showing no mercy.
I thought that those fancy red earrings were supposed to help with his poor butt burn, but they didn't. Oh, looks like KitKat actually missed a one of the thirsty boys, so he has to get
that can happen.
water.
Oh,
yeah, it can happen.
That
sometimes happens.
That loses about a minute, so that stinks.
Yeah,
you can just miss the tongue.
Which places?
And just like that,
Bailey
Team Bakery is in 2nd place. The flames of war are burning in the kitchen of the bakery, and they've already consumed 2 helpless teams. Team Smiley Face and Team ZFG Smug, sponsored by CLG.
I have a short request onto the chat. Could you, please not talk so much about who is how far behind and more keep on supporting the runners? I think that will help Bailey.
Yeah, speaking from experience, situations like this,
same.
It's frustrating. Like, I died during minecart export, blowing what was 50-minute lead at the beginning of the run. Yeah, it's rough. And we've still got about 2 hours left. 2 to 2.5 hours left.
Yep. But Bailey is doing pretty well, though.
Yeah. You know, he's hanging in there. He's taking them punches like a champ.
Mm-hmm.
And who would have thought Team Bakery coming in 40 to 50 minutes behind everyone? Now,
yeah, let's just talk about the fact that Jace made about 30 minutes up on Bailey and KitKat. Applause to that man.
Coming into this thing, it seemed like it was gonna be Team ZFG Smug, but they've been consumed by the bakery. And we've still got Breath of the Wild after this. Breath of the Wild is going to be a wild card.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild will be awesome.
Next one, unfortunately, gets a little bit of bad Moldorm RNG there, but not too big a deal.
Yeah, he's doing this to get the boss key to Fire Sanctuary. See,
Chase after the guy a little bit now.
Jace is bringing the water basin back. Bailey is on his way back from getting. That was an interesting bonk. Is on his way back from getting the water basin. Same with Kit Kat. He's in the sky.
And with that Moldorm defeated, just like that, X-Stone now has the boss key. Which I believe was modeled by the Kikwis because of the fact that it is shaped like a large Q. Who knew the Kikwis reached as far as Eldin?
I didn't.
Exto is YOLOing this right now, not going for safety save.
Oh boy.
Monka S. Not a terribly hard fight though, Girahim too.
Yeah, it's similar to the first one. It's just there's darts and different attacks in the second phase. And next is on the second phase of Girahim.
So... Ooh, Exo got damaged there.
Well, as long as he doesn't die.
So a little bit of different dart, moves Girahim has in this second fight.
Oh, Jace is going for the actually doing the escort.
Yeah, Jace is only doing the little bit of the escort skip, and he's going for the little bit of rough RNG strats.
Jace is doing the escort skip.
Yeah.
How much did it save? What was it? 2 or 7 seconds?
It saves about
good?
7 seconds. It saves 7 seconds over the
Back in
bit
time.
warp.
It's just inconsistent.
So this right here is probably just about the worst part of it, because of the Lizalfos. Lizalfos tend to be weird.
And he made it through.
But he made it. So that was pretty optimal from Jace. So he made it through, and he'll be going into Fire Sanctuary in a sec. Oh, Kit Kat. Looks like he failed
That's
bit warp.
awful. And he's gonna have to reset, which is gonna put him on the Skyloft map because he's saved
sucks.
on the Skyloft map. So
But
he's
if he
gonna have to
dies, if he just kills himself right away, then he'll spawn back at
If he goes for killing past killing pause would be the best strat here.
But he might not know that because
Not
it looks like
the-
he's just
ah,
going.
okay, he probably
Yeah,
doesn't
I
know
didn't
about it.
know that.
Then.
So
Yeah.
it looks like Bailey's pulled back ahead of KitKat. And Jace has just begun Fire Sanctuary. And Exto is on his way to actually fight the Imprisoned, finally.
Yeah. So remember when we left the Imprisoned alone, like, 2 hours ago, and because we didn't like him, we decided I'll come back another day. Yeah, well, we get to still see how he has not even made a dent in escaping.
So I think
Because he's bad.
you're actually hearing Exto's sound right now. So you hear the imprisoned music.
And then when he does this little Skyward Strike here in a sec.
Chase got the gold skip.
Yep. He's got gold skip.
I
And so
didn't
he
even pay attention when Exto did it.
yeah, and
But you
Exto
told me
just
about
Extra does the Skyward Strike, and it activates Imprisoned 2, which basically just overrides Imprisoned 1. The funny thing is, actually, if you were to go into the down into the pit where the Imprisoned would be, before you actually activate Imprisoned 2, even with all the Imprisoned 1 music and everything, you can't actually fight Imprisoned 1 because the spike is just kind of stuck in the ground with no aura surrounding it or anything. So the Imprisoned 1 is actually not even there. I just tried that today, and I'm like, you learn something new every day, don't you?
Yeah,
So-
you definitely learn something new every day.
I don't know about you guys, but the Groose is loose.
Totally.
I mean, I just saw him
yeah.
stroking that pompadour.
Glorious pompadour.
Extra going into that imprisoned fight with only 2 hearts.
So the imprisoned fight, oh my, this fight sucks.
Yeah.
It's probably the hardest part about the run.
By the way, guys, we still have that incentive going on for Breath of the Wild. If you want to see the horse die, chill with an amount and type in kill after the cheer. If you want to save the horse, you can cheer your amount and write save after the
Kill
cheer.
the horse.
But I highly recommend this to kill the horse.
Someone asked who was loose, and now that Exto is using the Groosinator, I'll tell you. The Groose is loose.
The Groose is loose.
The Groose is loose.
Now everybody together. So how's Exo doing? My stream cut out.
Exo is getting the small key.
A Groose is this red-haired character.
With the greatest haircut, probably in all of video games, to be honest.
Video games? I think in all of existence.
You're right. I mean, maybe Bob Ross's afro could surpass it.
Perhaps,
Exo
but
going for some interesting strats
but
there.
it's up there.
Exo's not having a great imprisoned. I mean, he got the first.
But I
got
mean,
the
is a great.
first one. Oh.
I mean, is a great imprisoned even feasible? Like,
Yeah, that sucks.
Ooh, using the Groosinator right before the cutscene. That's a yikes.
Yeah, that's big yikes.
Also, I've never seen the imprisoned climb that wall ever. And he got it.
There we go. So, unfortunately, not a perfect imprisoned from Exto, but he got it done without too terrible incidents.
And Jace got a perfect, what are those hand things called?
Magmanos.
Magmanos fight. Yeah, there we go.
Great pun, Nintendo, by the way.
Ah, I see. Jace is just tearing it up.
Hardcore.
I wonder how much time he's gonna, how much he's gonna be able to catch up to Exo. Like I don't know if he's gonna be able to surpass him. I feel like he's gonna set up Raze and just nice, just right. And Twilight Princess Breath of the Wild, is a wild card.
I see what you did there.
I mean, I didn't intend for the pun because I don't like puns, but it happened. KitKat doing this the normal way, blowing up this lava current thing. When you can drop a bomb and carry it over there. It's a little bit.
Oh, it looks like he actually missed. That stinks.
Oh.
Because the dropping a bomb strat in front of the fence there, and then flying it over can be a little difficult. It gets pretty easy once you know how everything works with the beetle and how to do that trick properly. But
he also bumped into the ceiling, which caused his beetle's life bar thingy, the beetle's timer to decrease. See, Bailey's fighting the Magmanos. Ooh, good Magmanos for Bailey. Going for the little cutscene skip. Did he get it?
So Exodasher just now going to the past to get the true Master Sword, and once he finishes that, he's actually going to go over here to put the life tree seedling down, which we got from the early life tree seedling trick earlier in the game. And there's actually a really funny cutscene coming up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, where basically after Impa talks to you for a little bit, Groose says that, I've decided that I'm gonna stay down here with Granny and take care of the place. And he says, I think a tree would look great here, but the tree's already there.
It's like,
so yeah,
someone should plant a tree right there. That's like the hint the game gives you, that's where you need to plant the seedling. But then this tree is right there when he's saying it. It's hilarious, but it's in Japanese, so it's. I mean, I guess Keitsu would be in SVA would be laughing.
Yeah.
So Bailey is about to do
Bailey's kind
back
of
in
killing
time.
it here.
Yeah,
getting a lot of glods.
Magmanos was hot. Literally and metaphorically.
Some questing going
and
progressing
KitKat
into
not
the
getting
story
getting a good Magmanos.
So Exto is going to perform a bit save here. Back to the last one of the run, I believe, actually. So no more back in time, unfortunately, for Exodasher.
Looks like Bailey is going to get more bombs.
but he's going to go to the bazaar statue, and then he's going to actually go into the bazaar to get an air potion for the Tad Tones section later in the game.
What? What happened? Did Bailey like fail the back in time? Like to actually execute the back in time?
I guess he just wanted bombs.
Well, he was at 4 hearts of damage. Or it was at 4 hearts, and now he's at.
Well, he does not
6.
necessarily need the bombs. I guess if you're watching a top runner song leaves, they can get a 455 about. Yeah, world record is 451.
So Exto just used all of his hard-earned cash money to buy a air potion because the breath or the air gauge was decreased so much in hero mode. It's faster to get the air potion so that it's back to normal Skyward Sword air gauge. That's why he picked up the 20 rupees in Ancient Cistern.
So here, Exto is talking to Headmaster Gaypora about the Triforce and how he can find it. But what's interesting here is he's actually going to have an interesting conversation with this very intelligent bookcase over here. Now, this bookcase, he doesn't exactly know exactly where the Triforce is, but he can tell us about someone who can find it. So he
Say
instructs
hi
us
to the talking bookcase. Say hi to the talking bookcase. That's all I want.
Hi, talking bookcase.
Hi,
So he
talking-
tells us to go find Levias in the Thunderhead, which is where we are going. Helpful, nice, good old bookcase.
The talking bookcase. What a guy. Best character. in
The
game.
difference between Wii U and Wii and loading time. If you're using the disc, I don't think there is much difference in loading time. However,
There's no
if
difference.
you're using the digital version for Wii U, there is. That is slower.
What are you doing? EC Skyward Sword? No.
There's only one runner off the top of my head who runs on VC, and he has like a 534, I think.
Oh, of course he has a better PB than me. Yeah, so Kapora Gabora is supposed to be in front of that bookcase, but because we skipped talking to him earlier because of the early Thunderhead, his character didn't move there, so he's still in the position he was at before talking to him, or before we were supposed to talk to him, which is why the camera pans to the bookshelf. So Exto right now is doing the spiral charge tutorial or lesson.
So Jace just finished Gear 3 and has
3? He just saved hours?
6th dungeon now.
So Exto with a decent spiral charge mini game. Unfortunately, he lost a bit of the time because he missed one of the targets early on, but 66 is not a bad time. An optimal time for spiral charge, I believe, is something like 77 seconds left, so that's good. 76.
I never get it perfect anyway, so
I don't
I'm
think
just
anyone
happy
will
if
ever get
it's
it.
if it's above 50 for me, which is not good. But
I like if I got one in the 60s, I'd be happy with that.
oh yeah, definitely. So where is he going now? Oh yeah, he's going to Lumpy Pumpkin because he's been carrying the lead for a couple hours now. He needs a break. He's gonna go get some soup. He's gonna get a crap ton of soup actually because he's really hungry. He's been running for what 3 or 4 hours now, so he's hungry. So he's gonna get some pumpkin soup from this guy.
Yeah.
He's gonna take a little vacation on a little island in Thunderhead. Wait for his fellow competitors to catch up.
And it looks like KitKat has just barely pulled ahead of Bailey again by like 2 seconds.
No, he's 2 seconds behind.
KitKat is a little bit behind.
Yeah, Bailey just opened the chest, and KitKat just
For me,
opened the
KitKat's
chest.
ahead. I don't know. Well,
you're wrong.
My computer's wrong.
Reload
Okay.
your streams. Maybe you need to reload your streams.
Actually, this is unfortunately where I'm gonna have to dip because I must get early and I want to get as much sleep as I can. So, good luck to the rest of the runners. Thanks for thanks for having me on commentary, Trez. I love you. Get well. I love you. Get well soon. And Theo, Floha, you two are amazing. Good night.
It's been fun.
All right, see ya.
It's been fun. Good night.
All right, now we got that guy.
Finally,
out
he's
here.
done.
Fun. Yeah, finally. Let's have some fun. Let's start talking about that Deesh guy. Like, he spells his name with D-E-S-H. Name. Kappa. So, Exo's going and flying to a little on in Thunderhead. Is about this boss he's about to fight, Levias, is awesome in the speedrun.
Yeah. What Deej said. Kill that freaking horse.
Yes. So usually for the Levias fight, you're supposed to he has a bunch of eyeballs coming out of him, of course, because unique boss design, of course. You have to destroy the eyeballs, then get on his back. Yeah. So you destroy the
Also,
eyeballs.
that prison fight by Jace is looking pretty promising.
Did he finish the second phase? Is he on his third phase? Because third phase is free.
Yeah, this is.
Yep.
This was the second
Yep.
phase.
Perfect fight. Perfect fight for Jace.
Nice, perfect.
That probably
So I think we
got
didn't
down
even
2
talk
minutes.
about that. So if you do a precise jump slash there for the last one, you can actually stay on the imprisoned's head, and he doesn't push you down. So you can rightly take him on. So you can take him right on again.
So it looks like Bailey died to Girahim, but luckily he saved before. So what Exto's about to do is going to land on his back without attacking the eyeballs, because he's sick of cliche boss design. He's just going to hit the little stump right there, which is going to start the second phase of the boss fight, but because he's starting it early, the boss is invisible. Which
Yeah,
is
the graphic,
can make things tricky.
The actor is not really loaded, and so we just have to fight an invisible boss.
Like, there are strats for later on in the fight for just shooting the eyeball with your bow, but the only visual cue is where you can see like where he's drooling, and so you're basically just shooting at thin air and hoping that you hit it. So I mean, it's a pretty basic fight. It's not super complicated, even though you can't see him. Basically just take out each, make sure you spin attack the balls he spits out onto each side of him. Oh, you can use Skyward Strikes there. I didn't know that. So, forget what I said about shooting his eye. apparently from Skyward Strikes now.
We can just Skyward Strike his eyes. That's way
It's
better.
so much better. And so, coming up is a huge RNG section for Exto. Where Levias is in relation to the exit of Thunderhead, he's completely RNG. He could be right next to the entrance or exit, or he could be on the other side of Thunderhead, meaning he has to fly all across Thunderhead and lose precious time that Jace will just consume to fuel that fire that's slowly enclosing over Exto.
Alright,
So,
so
what was-
KitKat is about to take on Imprison 2. Bailey is also about to take on Imprison 2, just a little bit further.
Jace is about to get the true Master Sword.
Jace, yeah, true Master Sword.
What was that? Oh, that is amazing RNG right there. So right next to it. Dang. That's good. So KitKat is about to start the Imprison 2. Bailey's about to fly on into Farron.
Currently in the lead is Exto, followed by Jace, followed by KitKat, followed by Bailey.
The yeet count. It's at least over 9,000 at this point.
It's over 9,000.
Ooh, what are these strats that KitKat's doing?
Yeah, Save the Horse is probably still in the lead, so get your Kill the Horse donations in.
Alright, so Exto is flying the beetle to get this small key to start a section of the game that brings PTSD to me because of the last relay. The minecart export. A nice, long, grueling, boring, painful auto-scroller that has a couple sections where you can speed it up, but other than that, you're just waiting on that minecart. So this is truly amazing what's about to go down. So Jace just bought the air potion. KitKat just I didn't see his fight, but I'm pretty sure it was probably perfect considering he's done now. And Bailey is just getting started.
Oh, Exto is on the auto scroller now.
Yeah.
You can post some resident sleepers in the chat. Yes.
How about instead of resident sleepers, let's just post PogChamp. And if we post enough PogChamps, it'll be hype.
Oh yeah, put some PogChamps or some hype emotes or whatever emotes you've got to support the runners. Put them in chat.
It's minecart export. Let's get hype, man. Who doesn't love 10-minute? Maybe like for each PogChamp, it will go just a little bit faster. You know, if you spend all your time thinking about the PogChamps you're typing, you'll forget that you're watching. Look at him, just using the. I've never seen that before. That is just abusive. He just assaulted that Bokoblin with that hook shot or claw shot. That was awesome. See, that deserves
Bailey just missed the jump slash on the imprisoned.
Let's see, is he gonna? Up. So he's getting bucked off. Look at this man Exto. He's like he knows. It's like he knows where the platforms are. It's like he's played this part of the game before. Like they're invisible.
It's
he's
almost
not.
like
Is he like a
he
time
already
traveler?
played this.
Dude, how does he know where to aim the claw shots?
Yeah, it's like he has practiced this 1,000 times.
Dude, Exto is a psychic.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, he's telling that minecart, look, man, you hurry up. Exo is just, he's just annihilating this auto scroller right now. Like, this is high quality gameplay right here. Yeah, I'm waiting for the platform. And boom, there it is. That was awesome. And then he's gonna void out there, which ons him up here and saves a decent amount of time.
How do you know?
How did he know that? I think that was an accident. Wii Sports Resort sequel.
What?
Oh, that's good. Dude, how does he know that that's going to turn into a claw shot target? Ugh. Oh, his stream is frozen. See, he's going so fast his stream broke. And just like that, he went offline. Oof. He's going so fast he broke his internet. His internet's like, yo, we're not fast enough for this.
Mods are lazy today.
All right.
Come
on, Exto. I mean, I'm sure he's still just annihilating the auto scroller. He better be back just in time for the Monka S room. That brings me my true PTSD. The room in which anime lived. Trez needs to refresh. Apparently. Yep, it's up for me now.
Well, guess we gotta talk some more about
we can go back to podcasting. Trez,
we can go back to
following.
podcasting.
Oh my god. Oh, he just found Song of the Hero skip. He's doing Song of the Hero skip right now. It's a shame that nobody's gonna be able to watch it. And now he's entering the scariest room of Minecart Escort. This room. So Bailey just finished Imprison 2. Jace is bringing the pumpkin soup to Levias. And what is KitKat doing? He's about to talk to the talking bookshelf. Get ready to say hi to the talking bookshelf chat. Alright, I'm ready to say hello to the talking bookshelf. Alright, stop talking to this guy, talk to the talking bookshelf.
Meanwhile, Exto is in the Monka S room, almost done.
Oh, he's done. He's done with the oh, he's back on stream.
Nice.
Oh boy. Hello, Mr. Talking Bookshelf.
Ah, yes, the talking bookshelf. It's always great.
What a guy. You know, I wish I could just, the books could just talk to me. But I guess that's an audiobook. So now, Exto is done with the minecart escort. Wasn't that awesome? God, I had so much fun.
Alright, Exo will definitely be done within the next hour, I guess. So, get your donations in to kill the... Cheer to kill the horse.
And so Jace is now doing the invisible billow sight fight.
I mean, guys, you don't really want to pass out on those amazing horseless strats. Oh boy, there we go. That's a big cheer for
That's a
killing
good
the
one.
horse.
That's a good one. Thank you,
That's a very
Shadow
good one.
Magi. Thank you. Your services are very much appreciated. So, KitKat's doing the I can't remember. Spiral charge. There we go. Spiral charge lesson / tutorial. What's he gonna get? 53. Bad. Exo is about to do Imprison 3. God, I love that fight. Everyone loved the fight so much they made it into a trilogy. Ooh. Oh, I'm living the 2 a.m. life.
Oh, 2 a.m. I wish it was 2 a.m.
I wish it was 2 p.m.
I look up. I have a window directly above me, and I see it's getting bright again.
Oof. Look at that. The Groose is loose.
Groose is loose again.
Truer words have never been spoken. Alright, is he gonna get the fast fight? Probably. Ooh. It's only 11 p.m. I wish.
I wish too. This is a German stream, exactly. What Dress says.
You know, the greatest thing is whenever you start a Skyward Sword run at like 6 p.m. and then you're at the end of it and you're like, You're like at this where Exto is right now. You're like, oh, it's only 11 o'clock. I have the whole evening available after this.
I don't think I'm gonna do that, Cactus. Or else Trez will remove me from commentary. And I don't
then
want
you'll have to put up with
alone
me.
here.
You'll be subjected to my verbal abuse for another hour. So, Jace is now starting the most epic part of the run also. Bailey is now talking to the white-haired, who's the reason why you need the sailcloth. And KitKat is just about to start the Levias fight. Oh. So Exto has just completed the final imprisoned fight. Thank God.
So Exo is done with all the imprisoned fights. So Exto is about to embrace something great called Tetones.
Oh boy.
You
Oh, I
may
do not
already
miss
hear it
those.
or not, but it's probably not that great.
I do not miss Tad Tones. I mean, I like the cutscene after Tad Tones. That's awesome. Is Jace gonna just abuse that Bokoblin with his claw shots like Exo did? Because that was awesome. He is. Look at that. That's
Well,
so mean. Can we do that to the horse in Breath of the Wild?
Exo is definitely done with all the imprisoned fights.
Is about to be a lucky man and enter the Grusinator. Oh. Nothing interesting is happening right now. It's just cutscenes, auto-scroller, cutscene, flying.
Dude, Dress, we figured out the secret. If PETA takes down the stream, then anime won't get destroyed.
Exactly.
That's like the best solution we could have.
I have no idea if that's going to encourage people to donate for kill or encourage them to donate for save. Probably both. With my luck, it'd encourage them to save. I don't think Trez could live in a world without waifu split backgrounds. I'm sorry. I don't think any speedrunner can. Well, waifu split backgrounds hate you. Got him. What's the temperature outside? For me. No, don't click on the camera app. No. It is 24 degrees Fahrenheit. Or
4 degrees Celsius.
I have no idea what the hell that is in Celsius.
I have no idea what that is in Fahrenheit.
It's pretty damn cold though. Oh boy. So Axto just making his way through Tad Tones. It's like he knows where they are. I don't know about you, but I don't think he's gonna talk to the Kikui Elder to get the dowsing option for the Tad Tones. Which I don't know how he's gonna manage. Bloa is gone. So now it's just me for some reason. So I'm running the ship now. I'm gonna change things around here. I have no idea what happened to Flo. So I will do my best to take things by myself. Yeah, let's go. I won't let you down, coach. So Jace is now in the room that brings back severe PTSD for me. So, and Exto is almost done with Tad Tones. I think he has a couple more groups left. He has dude in the tree, the yellow dudes, and then the group around that one tree. Discord crashed. Oh boy. You should finish this game because this is the best Zelda game. I don't care if it's a controversial opinion, it's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. Never run Wind Waker. I don't think that's good advice. Never run Wind Waker HD. That's good advice. OP. So, Exto's gonna die right there because he's a scrub. Kappa, no. Drowning there. We'll take him right back to the entrance. Or where he began, so he can just go right to the water dragon. Yeah, you can swim fast in TPHD. And Jace is now done with minecart export. So now, and KitKat is in the middle of minecart export, and Bailey just finished Levias. Glitchless relay. Oh boy, you do not want to see Skyward Sword glitchless. So now Exto is headed to Eldin, begin Bokoblin base. Which if he does risky strats, which he may or may not do, which is not healing at all, because when you start Bakoblin base, you are given 2 hearts. And there is a chair you can sit on to restore your health. And you know, all the good runners are like, nope, we do not need to heal. Skyward Sword glitchless would probably be in the range of 7 to 8 hours being probably more like 7 hours being a good run. But having 2 hearts here means if you mess up, if you get caught, you're dead. If you fall in lava, you're dead. Flow is back, so now the fun is ended.
Alright, I'm back, it seems. Am I?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Good to know. Well, guess I didn't miss that much, to be honest.
Yeah, 7 or 8 hours for Skyward Sword glitchless sounds about right. Probably. I'm not sure. Probably not 8 hours. I'm just spitballing here. It's 2:14 a.m. I probably am not. My brain's probably not working right now. Skipping the cutscenes is what is the biggest trick in the game. Difference between Team 2 and Team 1. Exto is about
Exto and Jace.
10 minutes ahead of Jace,
10?
I'd say.
Yeah, more like 15.
I
say
don't
it's
know
just-
about 15.
Oh,
I think
well.
10 is
Yeah.
fair. Is fair.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, okay. Let's say 10
I'm
to 15.
doing A-okay. Hyrulean Historian, I'm just doing great. Been awake for God knows how long. It's 2 a.m. I'm at, this is what peak performance looks like.
I think Harp Cancel is considered a glitch, QB.
Thank you, Stealing Bread, for the support. Exto better do slingshot skip. If I could see Jace doing slingshot skip. Thank you. Thank you, Cactus.
The runners need definitely more support.
Oh yeah, the runners. I mean, at this point in the run, you're tired. I do need to take a shower. I would love a shower right now. So Bailey is now at the beginning part of minecart escort. Exto is about to get the claw shots. Bailey is at, or KitKat is at the end of minecart escort. And
So
Jace,
we're all in a Song of the Hero quest right now.
Yep. Jace is done with Imprison 3. Exto is I don't know what kind of cycle that was, but I know there's a fast cycle. Exto, why aren't you gracing us with more harp playing? Yeah, he has about 40 minutes left. So Exo is about to get the whip. Re-obtain the whip. A whip. And Jace is about to get on the Grucinator.
How many active runners does have Skyward Sword? That is a good question. I can't really say that because I don't know.
It isn't
what
zero.
Because
a few
I
months
don't know
ago, it was like
what you
it
would
was good.
define as active and whatnot. I mean, if I would
someone
say
will occasionally decide to do a harp run every now.
anyone who ran this game in the past 3 months, I would say we have 10, like 10.
Now, if we do the past year, it was pretty good. I'd be included in that number.
Doing runs weekly, monthly, guess I would include myself in that.
I mean, back in June, I did like... I spent a solid 3 weeks grinding runs. And that was it.
The game is not as dead as you might think.
Exto just died. His pants caught on fire. I don't think that'll lose. Oh, that one will. Yeah, that's gonna cost him. Gonna bring him right back to the beginning. Luckily, he still has his items. So that's gonna lose him a couple minutes.
Up.
This is perfect time for the bakery. As Jace has now finally started Tad Tones. Still, he was about 10 minutes behind, but the deficit probably just got decreased a good amount. It was going, the Exto's Bacolin base was going so well. Team Destroy All Anime and Exto are winning right now. Followed by Jace and the Bakery, and KitKat and ZFG Smug, and Bailey and Team Smiley Face rounding it off. And make sure to donate bits to kill the horse, please, for the sake of anime.
We don't want to save the stupid horse. I mean, who wants to save a polygon horse?
Yeah, man. Don't you want to see Raisin just totally have to wing strats and potentially screw up and cost the bakery the bread? The epic victory royale? Exactly, the horse can be revived.
Just revive the horse in the next run.
No, Exto is in first. KitKat is in third. And Jace just ran out of air potion. So he's gotta be careful, but he should be fine. He only has the last clump of tad tones left. And he does want to die, but he's at 2 hearts right now, so he kinda needs to be a little careful. The teams are listed on the stream. There's The Bakery, Destroy All Anime, Smiley Face, and ZFG Smug. Oh yeah, Exto picked up. Exto and Jace have just really been dominating Skyward Sword.
Lol, green. That would probably have even confused me.
Yeah, Bailey goes and does Tad Tones first. Exto does Minecart Export first. Jace does Bacolan Base first, and then KitKat just does Song of the Hero skip. So Exto is now about to get reclaim the Master Sword, which means now he can just annihilate enemies with facts and logic.
By the way, if it isn't clear already, we're just memeing about this Song of the Hero skip. It does not really exist. We wish it would exist. We are close to it, but yeah, it does unfortunately not exist.
At least
not even theoretically.
One of these days. Yeah, you probably see her again. Oh wait, you'll see her before Demise. And maybe a couple other places. So Exto is finishing off Bacolan Base. Oh yeah, you know, they're gonna beat all the Divine Beasts, because that's what you're supposed to do in Breath of the Wild. Any percent, beat all the Divine Beasts, then go fight Calamity Ganon. After getting all the memory and the Master Sword. Why are you awake? Because Skyward Sword is life.
Exactly.
If you do not eat, sleep, breathe Skyward Sword, then you do not exist.
Yeah.
Ailey is about to start Imprisoned 3. Finally, all the Imprisoned fights will be done, and I won't have to look at that stupid Imprisoned anymore.
Oh yeah, the very last Imprisoned fight. So guys, say goodbye to the Imprisoned. I hope you liked him. Or
I
not.
liked him so much that you watched him 3 times, except we skipped one of them because we're cheaters. Or no, we're too lazy.
Well, we've watched him a total of 8 times now.
Oh my god.
I guess that's enough for one day.
Yeah, that's enough Imprisoned. now Exto is going to get the Song of the Hero finally and enter the Skykeep trial for Silent Realm. Skykeep Silent Realm. Oh boy. that was... I meant Skyloft Silent Realm. Speedrunners, well, they're playing video games, so don't lazy people play video games? Jace, oh no. He's died.
Ah, damn. Damn.
That sucks. That's not going to lose a ton of time, though.
Are lazy. In all honesty, I think speedrunners are very eager.
But my mom said, you just want to play video games. You must be lazy. So obviously, speedrunners are lazy since they play video. Duh.
Oh, if your mom says that, I guess it's gonna be true.
So Jace's death cost him like a minute, so he's fine. Exto's death cost him like 2 minutes. True song leaves, but do you know how easy it is to time in this game? You don't even have to reach over to your Wii to reset it. You can just hit the home button.
So EXO has just acquired the Song of the Hero after 1 hour of putting pieces together and collecting tattoos and going through hell. He finally got the Song of the Hero. And now we can play one last time the harp. And not to forget, we also have one last time harp cancel.
What, you know, he goes through all this work to get the Song of the Hero. What is he? A rock.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Nintendo? Really? You're just padding on extra content.
Yeah, 30 minutes. I don't think that it's less than 30 minutes.
Harp lessons, lol. Yeah, I don't think he... I don't... What's his timer at? 4:45?
I can't say for the others, but usually I am playing with the golden Zelda remote.
Oh my god.
Cactus.
No. Jace, no! He got caught!
Damn.
Busted. All that momentum Jace had, no! Bailey just finally ending the imprisoned. No more imprisoned.
No
Kit
more
got
imprisoned.
done with tad tones. No more tad oh wait, Bailey still has to do tad. Damn
Oh,
it.
Bailey still has to go to tattoos, unfortunately. I don't think there ever was an official golden nunchuck lost.
What trick are you referring to? Cactus. The side hop. It's not that precise. It can't. You can screw it up. But if I can do it, then it must not be that bad.
Wait, what side hop are we talking about?
The side hop to skip that first Bokoblin guard. Alright,
okay.
Exto is about to go full on God mode here. Just watch. Just witness the Lord and Savior returning to the planet in the form of Exto. Look at him, walking on water. Is there something this man can't do?
Don't worry, Pika. You still have like 20 minutes. At least.
Yeah, you're good. Skykeep's gonna take like 15 minutes. Then you've got Horde, Gear Him 3, and Demise. Oh, is he gonna get... He screwed it up first try. Wow, that is... He got lucky there.
Beta. Exactly.
He got so lucky there with that, the clip on the gate. So...
Oh yeah,
the side of that gate does not
really
have
a
cold.
clip.
Yeah, it
It
wasn't
was
even a
more
clip.
like-
He just slid over.
Yeah, he slided over it. Also, that ghost guy is really Monka as the one on the graveyard.
Yeah, but Jace has been throwing the race in Bokoblin base. He's been throwing
Yeah,
it.
Jace is really... Damn.
He's been eating the bread instead of making the bread.
Don't snack your own baking food before it's...
Throwing the race in Bokoblin base.
Made a joke with half Jace and baked coming to half baked, but I think I'm just gonna leave it be.
Exto saying that this run is so bad. Meanwhile, he's ahead of everybody else. Is he gloating? Is he just rubbing it in? Even though I'm pretty sure Jason's had like a really
This
good
is
run.
the whip cactus.
What is he? I've never seen someone try the whip cut. The
Oh.
whip skip. Whip skip. I like that name.
Oh, nice. Nice try at least. I think I've seen Nemzo do it.
Well, of course he's done it. He's also probably done Iron Ball skip. Come on. Hook shot over the fence. Stop throwing it. Exto is in first place. Jace is
What is Jace
still in
doing
second
there?
place. Kit Kat's in third and Bailey's in fourth.
So, Exo is about to enter Skykeep.
He is in Skykeep now. Whoa. Gonna get the dungeon map.
The only dungeon map we're gonna get.
Because the game forces you to get it.
Well, I guess this dungeon would not make a whole lot of sense without the dungeon map.
Yeah, the cutscenes for ending dungeons is like, especially the fire ones, because like the air will shoot into Link's face. He's like, whoa. And then he'll walk in, and the music's all intense. The music in this game is great in general. Now,
So
this dungeon is awesome.
Skykeep is a huge sliding puzzle, as you can see. We have to get the 3 pieces of the Triforce by going into the rooms. And yeah, the rooms only have certain entrances, so we gotta slide them everywhere. And how it's done in with the current route, we can skip one of these rooms entirely. So we only need to go into 7 rooms instead of 8.
It's about a third. Well, if you're casually playing it, it's about 30 hours, I'd say. But the speedrun is around 5 to 6 hours, depending on who you're watching.
Come on, Exto. There you go.
So Exo just blazing through the first room in Skykeep. Yeah, it is a long game.
Yeah, it's
the
pretty
best
long.
game.
But the best game gotta get the longest time.
Yeah, it's because of all that content. Oh yes, I remember the days of Tender-Hearted. I mentioned him tonight at some points.
Exactly. If you've never played Skyward Sword, you need to play Skyward Sword just for Ancient Cistern. Ancient Cistern is still my favorite dungeon.
I'm more of a Fire Sanctuary guy. Now, English speedruns, Ancient Cistern, that I like. Sandship's also awesome. Again. Jace is throwing. Oh no.
Jace is throwing it really hard right now.
Even KitKat is
not far.
KitKat is like
behind him.
Probably. Where did Jace die?
Slingshot.
Was he doing slingshot
after
skip?
getting the bombs, I think.
The heck? You know, I think Bailey should just roll the dice and do slingshot skip. Make up some time. That would be so hype. Like, I think every other team would just have to quit if he hit slingshot skip. Yeah, he got all the items except for the Master Sword. He just has to get through the first section, which shouldn't be too bad. Say hello to Skyward Sword. Hello, Skyward Sword.
Hello, Skyward Sword. Nice to meet you.
Exto is about to do something epic. All right, this trial for the Triforce piece sucks. It's just boring. So we're just gonna make it not boring.
All right, here we have a cool.
Oh my God! No, he has to go back to get bombs. Oh, that sucks. Boom. Look at him. Look at the cheater. Look at him. He's cheating. Miyamoto wants to know his location. Just like that, you skip all of that.
Yeah, Exo just did the only out of bounds clip in this game.
Unless you're playing on English 1.0.
And also he is gonna get the first piece of the Triforce, not of the Triforce. By the way, Tress, now that we're actually at this point, do you have some puns for us?
POW is... Alright, the text is as slow as English, so you're already losing like 15 minutes. But on top of that, Ancient Cistern is patched, so you're losing an extra like 11 to 12 minutes that Ancient Cistern saves. So you're losing about 20...
Yeah, 70 minutes.
26... So just round up to 30 minutes. even though it's not quite that much. You're losing a lot of time. If you're running on PAL, I recommend not doing that.
PAL is the worst version of this game because you neither have Ancient Cistern Clip nor do you have
fast text. So Exto's now doing the second Triforce room, which is basically, it's a nice chill puzzle room, basically.
Yeah. I like that room.
Brings the orb all the way over there. That's whack. Usually leave it on the other side. Exto did not attempt. Nobody attempted slingshot skip unless Bailey's gonna leave it all on the line. Make a statement here.
Yeah, you should probably get ready, Pika.
Slingshot skip saves like 2 minutes, maybe, if I had to guess.
Know.
It's a good amount. Oh my god, he well, he had the earrings, never mind. Kit Kat almost got wrecked by the keys. Yeah. Jace is almost out of arrows. Got 1-0 left. He's all out of arrows. It is gross. That's why you need to boot me, your Wii, and turn off that region lock.
Alright. Exo now has a small boss marathon. Not a boss marathon, just a few enemies up ahead.
Well, he has to fight 2 fat. Well, I mean, he has to fight Skirvo again, but like right-handed this time.
This time it's the Red Fuse.
Yeah, I didn't.
Skirvo's big brother.
And oh, he's left-handed actually. Pardon me. I'm just guess at 50-50 shot. It's not slow in Twilight Princess. Let's see, just Kit Kat. Yeah, Kit Kat Death Warped to end Bokoblin base. Bailey just got the Gus Bellows. Bailey's hanging in there. Oh yes, making you go back. Never want that.
Alright, that's the Dread Fuse.
Yep, basically exactly like Turbo.
50 minutes, I would say. For Exto.
Yeah.
15.
Actually, maybe even a little less. I think 10. Because he's probably just gonna breeze through this room.
If he's playing pretty good, then it's not more than 10.
This whole relay will come down to Horde Skip.
Oh boy, Horde Skip. That's gonna be interesting.
It's probably not gonna make any difference.
Yeah,
for any of the
Jace
teams.
lost a lot of time on Boko base.
Yeah. Top right is in first place. He's been in first place since Ancient Cistern. Jace, bottom right, is in second place. Bottom left is in third place with Kit Kat, and Bailey on the top left is in fourth place. I mean, honestly though, at the start of Skyward Sword, the bakery was like 40 to 50 minutes behind everyone, or behind Bailey's team, Team Smiley Face. And now look at him. So, minus Bokoblin base, Jace has just shredded Skyward Sword.
Yeah.
Now it's time for Stallmaster.
Oh, Stallmaster number 2. Great. This time he has some zombie bokoblins with him.
Stallmaster 2, the Electric Boogaloo. How far is third from first? Like 15 to 20 minutes, I'd say.
Only? I would have said more.
Like I'm estimating. I don't think he's much. If he's more than 20 minutes, not much more. Bailey is about 5 minutes behind Kit Kat.
Nice. Good fight from X though. Getting the safety ferry. Very good.
5,000 IQ play right there. In fact,
Sounds really nice from the game to give us a ferry right there.
So now it's time for the Horde.
Oh boy.
Oh man,
Horde.
my body is ready.
Oh boy.
It's time. This is the demo for Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah. This is where they got the idea from Hyrule Warriors.
You know, if Exo wants to be a mega mad lad, he'd get the second safety fairy in the... Oh, look at him. He's saving. Very smart play right there.
Oh boy.
Does absolutely nothing.
He's not gonna risk it now.
He's not gonna risk a potential crash. Alright, let's get ready. Oh boy. Alright, make your predictions now. Is he gonna get Horde Skip? I'm saying yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna say he's gonna make it too. Come on, Exo, don't disappoint us.
Let's go. He's gonna crash before it.
What the?
Oh, look at him. He's getting wrecked. Oh no, he's gonna die before reaching it. VC crash. Good name.
Crash. Oh god. Oh boy. Ouch.
Good thing he got those fairies.
Yeah.
Or that fairy, not those. Alright, here we go.
The Horde in hero mode. Hard.
Here we go. Don't get a sad life, Exo.
Come on, Exo.
Horde
Don't
skip is
disappoint
not
us.
bad. Alright, come on.
Don't disappoint us, Exo.
Oh, PogChamp.
Nice. Very nice. There we go.
That saves about 40 seconds, I think. And the fight is ridiculously is dumb. The blue Bokoblin.
Yeah.
Like they buffed him. They'll charge attack you. Sad life or a cool game?
Destroy all. It seems like destroy all anime will go with a huge time advantage.
Yeah, this is
to Breath of the Wild.
This is rough.
It's gonna be rough for a reason.
Pika Stroff is gonna have quite the lead on his hands. Will he maintain it? Find out next week on Dragon Ball Z. Next, I should do the Gear Him Soft Lock. Ooh, I didn't know about this. Gear Him Soft Lock.
No pressure on you, Pika, but you gotta do the run of your life.
Your whole life has led to this run of Legend of Zelda,
exactly.
bottom of the well, any percent. I mean, my animelist.net is going, and Crunchyroll is going to get deleted if Destroy All Anime wins, so. So please throw Pika. Please. Cap. Alright, now it's time for the second phase. Alright, hold on, get ready, get ready. Get ready.
Good thing that Breath of the Wild is actually so short.
Wait for it.
Then I
for it.
actually have all the tension.
Hold on.
You wretched brat.
Ah, damn, I missed it. I'm gonna do it for Jace.
Alright.
When it's Jace's turn.
Shoutouts to Andy Kenobi.
Yeah, shoutouts to Indy.
What a guy. A legend, an absolute legend. Exto is entering Demise with a competition. Let's watch. Let's watch. Will he throw for the sake of anime? Here we go. Just get pumped. Here we go. Just annihilating Demise first phase.
Annihilate him. Come on, Exto.
Come on. Throw it for anime. Do it. Don't do exclamation mark done. Oh man, he's wrecking him. He's wrecking him. He's wrecking him. This is not good for anime.
Exo is wrecking him.
Oh, he didn't knock him down. I see the time that he got on this. And boom, he's done.
Nice.
A 5:11:01 by Exto. What a run.
Very nice.
And Breath
Very
of the
nice.
Wild
No Pika. Good luck.
has begun. So now we've got the rest of the people finishing up. Bailey's almost done with Fire Sanctuary. Jace is about halfway done.
Exo.
It's no, he's almost halfway done with Skykeep, and KitKat's just starting Skykeep.
KitKat just starting Skykeep, while Bailey. What is Bailey doing?
Bailey is in
Bailey is still in Boko base. Bailey is still in Boko base.
Bailey's almost done. He's working his way there. I wonder what pace Bailey's on. I wonder if he's on PB pace. Yeah, this is the debut of Plateau Skip.
This is in general the debut of Breath of the Wild for the very first time in a relay. So can we get some hype for this premiere?
Yeah, this is the first time anybody's ever done a speedrun of Breath of the Wild. So we're gonna experience something together.
It's just not right if you are asking for hype in the chat floor. Guys, let's welcome Breath of the Frickin' Wild in our 3D Zelda Relay family. And it's now up to Pikastrov to show us the way. Right here, right now.
Shoutouts to Seth Bling.
No.
So, I don't know that much about Breath of the Wild, but I guess I could commentate a little on that if no one else is gonna come here. So Pika just did Shrine of Resurrection clip, and now he's making his way to the first shrine, which I think is Cryonis? No, I don't know.
Oh god.
Hello.
Okay, Pop Blue,
Hello.
save us, please.
What's up? What's going on? Hello, everyone.
A relay race.
Hi.
Oh. All right, so let's go ahead and do a little bit of explaining of what the heck just happened. Blue, would you like to take it away?
I mean, first off, if you were watching Pikastrov, as soon as he got the Sheikah Slate, he actually clipped through a wall, and it's because when you pull out the Sheikah Slate, it moves links a little bit behind, so the camera can zoom in, and so that way we can clip through some walls if they're thin enough, and from there he's just making his way to Cryonis. I mean Stasis, wow. I'm tired. Don't judge me, please.
In the same boat.
Yeah, so he's getting his essentials now that he needs: his bow,
Ooh.
his axe, his shield. Those are about the only things that he'll need for most of it. That is until we get to castle, so he's just getting all the runes now that he'll need to get off plateau and head that way. Yeah, it's crazy. You don't need much on plateau, you just need to be fast.
Alright, seems like Bailey is just done with Boko Base. And is now gonna head to get the Song of the Hero.
Jace is starting the Lanayru Triforce trial. And Kit Kat is gonna try to do the Elden one with the vine clip. Jace
Yeah.
has like 10 to 15, 13 minutes left.
So going back over to Breath of the Wild, we just saw Pikastrov do a skew clip into a shrine. So by not getting the tower, we are not able to open doors, but we save about 2.5 minutes of cutscenes there. And in order to get into the shrines, we use our shield and get what we call skew in order to clip into the shrine. Yeah, you can clip pretty much through any walls with that technique. It's actually insane. It changed the whole game, to be honest. Is Bailey really doing shieldless? Since like...
Yeah, he's been doing
Oh,
shieldless
my
since
God.
Lanayru.
That's insane.
Yeah, he's been doing well considering the
Yeah.
circumstances. But it's really gonna come like when it's really gonna show when he goes to demise and does
I hope
shieldless
Bailey,
demise.
Yeah,
Bailey
I wanna
knows
see
how
that.
Shieldless Demise works.
I think I've seen one person doing shieldless demise one time. So I actually can't wait to see that again.
I mean, it's I don't. It wouldn't be that complicated to keep back flipping and side
A
hopping.
perfect shieldless would actually be faster than doing the fight with a shield, but the fight must go really perfect for that. And
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
yeah.
So Jace is about to fight the. What was his name? I don't even remember.
Dreadfuse.
Yes, the Dreadfuse. And then Dollmaster again to finally finish Guykeep.
So Pikastrof in the upper right hand corner is about to go for a trick called a bullet time bounce. What that trick is he will be going and shield bouncing off of a Bokoblin here by going into bullet time with his shield out. It'll give him quite a lot of speed, and we'll be seeing a lot of them. That was a pretty good one there. Hopefully it'll get to that little platform, but he will also be doing a fall damage cancel where he does not take fall damage and instead is throwing a weapon. And yeah, that was actually really close there. Where he throws a weapon and unequips the weapon that he's throwing while he's throwing it.
Yeah, one good thing about BTBs is like sometimes the weather doesn't keep up with you, so you don't take cold damage for a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice.
Yeah, those are some nice clips too.
Yeah.
Pretty fast.
Yeah, so far so good for Pika, huh?
But yeah, between bullet time bounces and shield skew in the past, what has it now been? Maybe 4 or 5 months. The run has significantly dropped time and is like almost 7 minutes faster now.
Oh yeah, it's insane.
Just from those two clips or two techniques.
Oh, there's a neat little trick in this shrine that you're gonna see soon, but it's basically abusing the way the game works. And by shield jumping on top of a pillar when it's going up and jumping, you can use the momentum to go like upward, and it actually skips a little bit of the shrine. It only saves like around 7 seconds, but it's nice to get.
Oh no, Bailey failed the Skyview trial.
Oh. It's actually insane. Exto is ahead compared to like all the other Skyward Sword runners, and then they're all kind of like close now, like the other trees.
Yeah. I had a feeling Skyward Sword would be the big determining factor of the relay. And I'm just impressed at how close it got.
Yeah.
Jace managing to like make the huge comeback for the bakery.
Pika is saving his BTB. He just clipped.
Clipping his VTB. It was really fast, and it got him pretty decently far, and looks like the shrine is that
It is
unloaded?
loaded.
Oh,
It
it's
looks
loaded. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
so
be
one of the-
surprised though if clipping actually helps with unloading.
Maybe.
Oh, Bailey.
Yikes. Should have gone for the one under the stairs. And Jace is done with Skykeep. Now predictions as to whether he gets Horde Skip. I think yes. Rip Floa. Did you try unplugging it and plugging it back in?
Turning it off and turning it on again.
A good help.
Yeah, most of the shrines we do themselves are just done casually, but just a little faster, so nothing really new here. There is something nice, though, that he's about to do, just a shield jump to kind of avoid magnesising the door there.
Yeah, shield jumping was probably the first technique that was actually used in the speedruns back like in the early days, with just jumping over everything, and it was insane. Now we just travel at the speed of light. That's fine.
Jace is about to do attempt Horde Skip. Oh man.
It's gonna be hype if he gets it.
Such a satisfying trick to get.
Oh yeah. Oh, he got it.
Yeah.
Very nice.
That's nice. How many times does that save actually?
Saves like 40 seconds.
So nice. He's still gonna say in chat like this run sucks.
Oh, I mean, Bokoblin base happened.
Oh yeah. But don't think about that. The BTB that Pika is about to do can be probably one of the hardest one, because this can get a little bit messy, but looks like the Bokoblins went nice enough to him.
Ooh.
Oh.
Angle was a little bit off. Not quite the way he was wanting to go.
Yeah.
But it won't be
It's
too
doable.
bad.
Yeah. It's a few seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we mentioned it, but BTB actually is super precise. Like, you have to manipulate the enemies to be like in the right spot and actually land like on the right spot on the enemy, and it's just, it can get super hard at times.
Yeah. Another thing too that we'll see about BTBs that are used, or you have to worry about, especially after you have paraglider, is your stamina count, because bullet time does use your stamina bar there. So when you're paragliding as well after BTB, you want to make sure that you have enough stamina to get you where you need to go.
Yeah. Damn, Pika got actually like smooth lips through all the shrines.
Yeah, these were really good.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna have a good head start compared to the other runners now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's about like 13-ish minutes in right now, so pretty good head start.
Are we gonna see another horde skip?
Oh
Yes.
man. Oh, yep. Awesome. 3 for 3 so far.
But can I get an F in the chat for Flora?
You wretched brat.
Work for Jays.
Thank you, guys.
It's no amiibo. Jaquaid, we're gonna read manga.
Jaquaid, I'm gonna check your TPHD run if it uses Amiibo or not.
Shadow cover.
Yeah, gotcha, man. Man, I love the demise fight. It's so good.
And Jace is done.
Yeah. It's incredible.
GG.
Jace got up so much for his team. It's actually amazing.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna see Razin starting his run.
So one of the differences between Razin and Pikastrof that we're gonna see here is that Razin's running on Wii U, so he's gonna have a little bit better loading times in between shrines, which will help a little bit, about 30 seconds there. So that will help him there, but Pika's got a pretty big lead at the moment.
Yeah, he also got the beetle on the
Mhm.
first tree, which is quite nice.
Yeah. That beetle he just picked up is RNG and can be on one of many trees.
Yeah, sometimes just not there too, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. That beetle's going to come in handy for making our attack potion for all of our fights here later.
Alright, so we're gonna see Razin doing again this run of Resurrection Skip. Oh yeah, that's a thing I didn't mention, but you gotta pull out the Sheikah Slate first to activate the cutscene, because otherwise you won't be able to pull out the Sheikah Slate on that wall. But yeah, this clip can be a little bit tricky.
Mm-hmm.
Hit
Yeah.
caught entering demise.
Buggers. Looks like Pika is having trouble with the BTB castle.
Yeah, it looks like he pulled bullet time a little bit earlier than he wanted to, at least, and his angle was not quite where he wanted to go.
Yeah, he went high.
Let's go for a little bit of kids. Of the Skyward Sword fight first. And that's a lot louder than I expected it to be. Hey, let's raise our sword into the...
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's hard.
That sucks.
Alright, I jinxed it. Let's go back.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Traz.
Oh wow. Dang.
And meanwhile, looks like Pika finally got a BTB that he's happy with to go to
Oh
castle.
yeah, definitely. That should make it all the way to where he needs to go. Shouldn't need to use
Yeah.
slab or anything. So this next part of the run here is RNG, and we are hoping for a banana. Oh, that was a little interesting.
Yeah, that would have been sad if you would have took damage there. Because dying there would have meant going back to Temple of Time.
Oh yeah. So the boxes currently aren't loaded, but he's also waiting for a cutscene to happen before, I'm assuming he's saving for safety.
Yeah, he's wasting time to make sure like this save doesn't screw him over.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes when you save, you won't save, or you won't load where you were when you saved, depending on a few random things that are happening, but game's a little weird.
We missed.
Caught is done.
Yeah. And now Willexon can start. Looks like Razin actually had trouble with the Pokemon camp. Because he's only now at stasis.
Hmm.
Alright, so since I kind of missed it because I was taking a little nap in between, can somebody tell me what happened to Bailey?
Well,
Because like, yeah, he was, I caught the moment when Extra took over, but now he's like...
it was just a tough run for Bailey.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Second half looked a lot better.
I think I remember earlier someone asking why Pika was playing in French. And I don't know if someone actually answered the question, but it's actually because it's slightly faster than playing in German. For whatever reason, this game is slower in English and Japanese, so... It tends to be the case with most new Zelda game, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love the clip that Bailey's trying to do right now. It looks so weird.
Yeah, it's great.
It's like he's having a little bit of trouble doing it though.
Yeah, it can be a bit finicky. There is a visual cue that I don't know if he missed. Going a little too low.
Oh, one thing we didn't mention, but the beetle that Pika Strove actually picked up was the placement is kind of RNG. But Song right now went for one that isn't RNG at all because he wants to play it safe. It's understandable. But...
Yeah, it loses a little more than 10 seconds. Optimally, if you do get the good RNG, but sometimes finding the beetle, if it's not in the perfect spot, can lose more than that. So definitely the safer option.
Yeah.
Looks like he's also picking up some safety shrooms for these early bokoblins that he might have problems with, because sometimes they'll just hit you randomly.
Pika is having trouble with that Lizalfos right now.
Yeah, unfortunately. The idea here is to have him see the bomb and not see you, so you can sneak strike him, which he just did, so...
Yeah, that's good.
Not too bad. Even on Pika's pace, I bet he's still on PB pace. This is a really good run for him.
Mm-hmm. Oh, looks like Razin's BTB is a little bit short. Wow, it's kind of look like Pika, actually. You can actually make it all the way to the shrine with a good BTB.
Looks like Pika's arrow RNG wasn't the best, and that's one of another bigger RNG factor in the run is arrow count as well as arrow type. Lou, do you want to explain a little bit about that?
The arrows?
Sure.
Well, basically for the arrows, it's you actually want a minimum of like 10 now, I think, for only the blights only for the boss rush. But ideally, you would want as many bomb arrows as you can get. And I think we calculated one time, and if you get every single headshot on Calamity, you need about like 25 bomb arrows or something like that. So if you don't get like that exact number of bomb arrows, like you just want to get like as many other type of arrows as possible. And this can be like super RNG, and it can change like PB plays from not PBing at all.
Yeah, but definitely having any arrows is better than no arrows, and
Oh,
you'll be saving a lot of time in the Calamity Phase 1 fight because of just having arrows.
I just realized Pika is going for the tree launch route there.
Oh yeah. This tree launch is incredibly difficult.
It's fine. It's just precise.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, if you don't stand at the right spot, you just get launched upward. But optimally, you can go like straight into Sanctum. Yeah, stop the French in chat, guys. English only, Panoko.
Ooh, Rasen missing the BTB and opting for this.
Oh.
That, without any extra durability, might be a problem.
You didn't pick up any hammer, right?
No.
Amiibo runner, SMH. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, should just try the BTB again.
Reload from here, yeah, that's definitely his best.
Yeah, because going for the other trajectory spawns like Ice Choo-Choo. Yeah, no, you don't want to deal with that.
Definitely not. Pika had a pretty good Wind Blight Phase 1. Nothing too wrong.
You got both 1 cycle, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
And he, yeah, nothing too wrong there at all.
Oh, Resin failed the BTB again. Dang. That's odd. It's a risk though with Breath of the Wild now. If you miss one trick, it's very punishing overall.
Yep. Looks like Song just missed his first one as well. The Magnesis one in particular can get you the most distance and will save the most time depending on how good it is and how far it goes. So it's definitely the most important one in terms of time save.
Oh wait, the Resin's Bokucam only has 2 Bokoblin.
Oh, that might be why. I wonder if it had to do with the explosive barrel or something killing one of them.
Most like last race, like last week, Pika only had 1 Bokoblin at the camp after exiting the shrine. So yeah, they might actually like kill each other with the explosive barrel. I wonder how Resin's gonna deal now with his axe durability though.
Yeah, it'll be interesting for sure.
You might have to pick up an extra weapon. Actually, since he used to run old Amiibo, you should remember which weapon to pick up in Castle. We'll see.
Well, does he do the old castle route, like the same one Pika was doing?
I mean, Old Amiibo used to pick up a rusty broadsword for the launch because we didn't have BTB back then.
Yeah.
Or maybe just skipping a launch. Huh. No, I missed, but Oleg Song actually got into the Granny Shrine. And nice skip. Ooh, Pika.
Yeah, he has enough safety food. He should be pretty good. His arrows are going to be a little bit lower probably, but should be fine.
One thing to mention for anyone that doesn't really know Breath of the Wild, when you actually just rush the bosses like that, if you die at any point during the fight, you actually have to start the whole thing over, which can cost a lot of time to runners.
Yeah, definitely. It can lose upwards of over 5 minutes depending on where you die exactly, but
yeah,
pretty scary.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, if you die like on the second phase of Calamity, it's like up to 7 minutes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He's picking up the extra 5 arrows.
That's a smart move for sure.
He has the lead, so you can definitely go for it and waste a few seconds. Raza is going. Yeah.
The main objective here in the Calamity fight is just to damage him as much as you can. The fastest way to do it is with hitting headshots when he's on the ground. You don't want him to go up on the walls. Going up on the walls is really slow, and he does a lot of awkward attacks. It's much harder to hit him in the head. But Pika's also reflecting some lasers, which will do more damage as well.
It is possible to actually just kill Calamity by reflecting his lasers, but it's obviously super slow. Oh, looks like he's actually quite short on arrows.
Yeah. I think he was missing a few headshots more than he wanted to, but not too bad. I think he should be able to finish out the fight that he has.
Also, Resin had a smooth BTB to the bunch run.
And he's parried like 4 lasers. That's really impressive. Parrying lasers is not as easy as even it looks.
I don't know.
It takes a lot of practice.
Pika's doing? Alright, it's Sonic's turn to go for the Misty SBTB. Dude, I hate this trick. Like
it's
that
the worst.
place. I spent hours practicing it, and I don't even know what I'm doing wrong when something wrong happened. But it looks like so far all 3 runners had a good time there. Why can't happen to me? God. Oh, Pika's getting the stun look down.
Yep. That was kind of close.
Yeah, the Claymore broke at the right time, because if it breaks, like mid-spin, or like the hit before it touches the ground, it doesn't do the stun lock. But yeah, that was clean from Pika.
Now, due to the incentive here, looks like we'll be seeing a deathless, or a horse dying right now.
I wonder how much Pika actually practiced doing the fight without his horse. That actually sounds painful, doing that fight without a horse.
Yeah, especially since the beginning.
I'm glad I didn't submit the run. Oh my god.
Hitting these not in bullet time is going to be tough. Especially since he's going to turn all the time like this.
Oh, Resin's looking for the RNG run. Looks like the beetle is nowhere. Wow.
Yeah, there it is. That's a weird tree for it to be on.
Yeah. At least gonna have a good time launching to a tower. I mean,
yeah.
I don't even know what a tower is.
What's a tower?
Okay, he definitely practiced that tree. Oh my god. Oh, Bailey's doing the org now.
Yeah. We're gonna get 4 for 4 on Horde skill.
Let's pray for Bailey.
Wow. Pika about to finish and go ahead and take the win.
And GG Pika.
Congratulations to Team Destroy All Anime.
Rip animes.
The animes have been destroyed.
If you're a weeb right now, I suggest you to retire.
I'm switching to manga.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Anime is dead. Congratulations to Rosewater, Dope, Helfos, Aether, Exto, and Pikastrov, finishing the first ever 3D Zelda relay race, including Breath of the Wild, in 16 hours, 27 minutes, and 29 seconds. GG.
GG. That was a smooth run from Pika.
Yeah, definitely. With the leaderboard timing, that would have been a sub 40, and that's really good. Oh, I guess it's a 38:59 is what he said. Really good.
Like, I think he missed like 1 BTB, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah, that was about it.
Yeah. Looks like now Song and Razin are pretty close to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Song having a little bit of trouble with the Guardian.
Ooh. I don't think the Guardian saw him there, but
Nah, hopefully.
if the Guardian sees you before starting a cutscene and then the cutscene plays, you're basically dead at that point, as the Guardian will shoot you while the black screen is reloading. So, kind of scary when that happens.
That's
But
side up.
yeah, that was pretty monka-s, as the kids would say.
The cool kid. Oh
Wow.
my god, that bomb arrow drop.
That's holy
That-
cow, 10,
He has
10
yeah,
bomb arrows.
he has 20 bomb arrows guaranteed now. That's insane.
That's incredible RNG.
And he gets the banner.
Wow. That'll
bet he-
definitely help him cut some time loss.
Yeah, I bet he's mad now. It's like my basis sucks, but my luck is good.
Oh yeah. Hmm. Yeah, occasionally this bow just won't load.
Yeah. I think it's
Kinda
even
weird
worse
how
on
that
Switch.
works.
Yeah. It's almost like it just prioritizes a huge castle before like every single item.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a guess though.
Yeah, we don't really need walls, we just want the items.
Yeah. If I could just clip my way through Sanctum, that would be great. Thank you. Oh yeah, Bailey's still doing shield-less. That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I'm wondering how Demise is gonna go. I'm predicting a lot of backflips
Yep.
and skyward strikes.
The first time I played this game, casually, I actually never like thought of buying a shield or anything. So I did the whole game shield-less, and that was super painful.
I was afraid of breaking my shield, so I never used it, and then I got the Hylian shield and still never used it.
Nice.
Ooh.
Is Song getting more bomb arrows? Oh, no, okay, my eyes.
Just a ton of arrows though. He's probably
Yeah.
got 40 arrows now.
That's insane. He has more than enough for sure.
Oh yeah. And Razin missed the
Yeah.
tree
going
there,
for-
so that'll be the two of them will actually end up being really close.
Yeah, he's going for an older route that uses. Usually would use lasers and updrafts that it creates, but. Resin, please.
Yeah, if I had to guess, they're probably within not even 30 seconds.
Alright, I want to see how Bailey is doing the fight now.
Second phase, it's gonna be Monka S.
Oh yeah.
Ran out of stamina.
God, he's doing good. Oh,
Holy crap.
he clutched it.
Boom. Damn. Holy crap. That was awesome.
I agree. GG to Bailey.
GG Bailey. Nice job making it through it. 623. Now that Skyward Sword's done, I'm gonna head on out. So good luck to the rest of the Breath of the Wild runners. Thank you everyone for watching Skyward Sword. I hope I wasn't too obnoxious.
Thank you for doing the commentary together with Floha and who left earlier?
Deesh.
And Deesh. It was great. It took quite a while. So yeah, shout out to you.
We made it through.
We made it through. Thanks.
See ya, everyone.
See ya.
Alright, so this means we can now bring in... No, actually we're not bringing in the winning teams yet. Because we should focus on Raz and Werther's song first.
Yeah, and there's also Kai was still winning. Well, he just started actually.
Yeah.
This race is actually incredibly close right now.
Yeah. I had a feeling that it would be close between Song and Razin for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. Well, Song had started something like a minute late.
Yeah.
Too, as well.
Yeah. Razin had some trouble with the Magnus SBTV, but... Oh, looks like songs I've been No, wait, I'm dumb. Don't listen to me, guys.
Yeah, theoretically, Song's arrow count should have him gaining some time on Razin, but we'll have to see if he executes correctly.
I mean, he's actually already ahead.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Yeah, I think Razin had some trouble with Blight.
That was a nice headshot.
I love those fights. There's still like many little things going on that at first you wouldn't like see, but as soon as you get like into the details of those fights, it's just obvious what they're doing.
Yeah. It could take hours to fully explain all the little things as well.
Yeah, getting a perfect fight there is not easy. There's so many like
not at all
RNG and different patterns. Razin was
really lucky. Yeah, that was really nice, actually. Definitely saving that from almost dying, actually.
Right now, Song is just cruising through the Calamity fight with all the palm arrows he had.
Oh my gosh, it's incredible.
He is definitely using an action replay code for all that 4-barrel RNG.
I mean, I told him to just pre-record his runs. I don't know if he did that or not, but looks like they actually got a good pattern on the wall too.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's see how Song's gonna handle his skin face.
Yeah.
Runners are getting so close of killing T now.
Oof. Yeah, that was a little scary there. Another thing too that they'll do for their parry to save some time is when you parry, there's a little slowdown of, I guess, from the parry animation, and right after parrying they'll crouch sometimes to save a few frames of going in slow-mo, and occasionally what might happen is crouching before parrying, and in that case you're pretty much dead at that point. I've never done the crouching to save it, but looks like it a little scary, but saves some time.
It saves like 1 or 2 seconds. It's not a big deal, but it does make the difference. Like,
yeah.
Hey, now let's see how Song's gonna deal with Horse Less, because I know he's super excited about it. He's actually just standing there. Looks like Resin also went through Calamity without any problem. Kaio just now doing the Stasis Shrine. Oh my god. On yet, I know how excited Song is to do Orsless, but I know how Razin is excited about 2 different people.
Yeah, that heart and a quarter might that Razin has. Oof.
Crossbow training. Oh my god. I lost world record, guys. It's over.
So yeah, quick information, if these 2 finish within 30 seconds, they have to fight it off in Link's crossbow training to second place.
Nice.
Seems like a good idea, so...
Someone just asked why German. German is barely slower than French, and it used to be the fastest language, but because of some cutscenes that we skip, no, it's slightly slower. It doesn't make a huge difference at this point. It's runner preference, basically.
Ooh, so I'm going for the nice stasis launch here.
He doesn't have anything to actually do the stasis though. He's gonna have to wait for a laser.
Yeah.
This could actually make Razin and Song even. It takes too long.
Definitely could. Depending on this laser.
Yeah.
That was so close.
And GG Song.
GG Song and GG to the second place team, ZFG Smug.
GG, ZFG Smug, CMA, Zipo, Romulus, Adam, KitKat, and Song finishing with him with a final time of 16:43.28. Not even 16 minutes behind the first place finisher.
Yeah. Boy, it's such a long relay. It's go. Not close. I wonder what Razin's thinking.
I thought that tree was gonna kill him for a second.
He actually had a strat, but GG, Resin. Dang.
GG to Razin as well, finishing with the final time of 16:44.24 for the bakery. Valiant Link, Cactus,
Don't die, Trez.
Dean, Case Master, Jace, and Razin. And now that only Pyro is left, it's time for us to bring the Horde in. 3 people, 3 runners from the winning team. Exto, Pikachu,
hello,
and Dope.
Hello.
What's up, guys?
Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, and well, GG to everyone in this.
You all had nice pre-recorded runs.
Yeah, dude. If I had a pre-recorded, I would have finished at 1:32.
It
was actually spliced, not pre-recorded.
I'm kidding, GG, man.
Thank you. I think we were all, feeling fairly pressured with those runs because it was very emotional at times, like in terms of who was first. Then, for instance, there was Exto's SS run that just kind of switched everything up. And me, like when I get to my run, I just had really shaky hands during the entire run. So I don't know.
Your run was pretty smooth overall, dude.
Yeah, especially being the runner of the scariest game that can go wrong here. Like, there's just so much stuff that can happen. I'm glad I'm not playing on the English version because it would be even worse, but definitely a lot of stuff can go wrong in that game, and it's super pressuring to not mess up anything.
Oh, that would have been awful.
Yeah. Like, for example, at the end of second cycle, if my game didn't save properly, or I somehow crashed the game, I would have lost like 30 minutes.
Yeah, I heard someone actually crashed the game during the relay. Right?
No, okay, so Zippo, he crashed his game during Stone Tower Temple, but he only lost a few minutes by resetting the cycle.
Okay.
So that's not super bad. Getting out of second cycle is the most important thing in MM, because you legit can't safety save, because you need to do most of the time you do 2 temples before you finish off the cycle. But
yeah, that's why like Majora's Mask will seem like a very scary game to speedrun. Like there's opportunities for very, very large time losses. So once again, GG, on getting through it.
yeah, it's a huge relief getting past second cycle and obviously finishing the run.
I think what could be interesting to play around like in next relays is how for the first time, I don't know if it is the first time, but I don't recall ever seeing that before. Is for instance, here we had the save or kill the horse incentive just for Breath of the Wild. I wonder if we could do something along those lines in next relays for other games as well.
I mean, we could force shieldless for every runner next time in Skyward Sword.
How to evolve.
Oh my god. Only allowed movement is brake sliding.
Oh no! Oh, no. You have to be moving to start a brake slide.
Well, you can make 2 steps and then you have to brake slide.
2 steps.
Put that on the extension leaderboard.
16-hour run by itself.
Oh yeah, also, everybody should give a huge thanks to Rose for pulling through in his run, because he was the first runner, and I think nerves got to him a little bit, and he didn't have the greatest run, but he finished strong, and the rest of us tried to make up for his time loss, and I think we certainly did.
I want to say the same thing goes for Bailey, because Bailey really had to cover the burden of being ahead with his team before the longest game in the relay, and being the runner with the highest average for the game beforehand. And it's a really tough job, so shoutouts to Bailey as well for making it all the way through.
I fully
also
agree.
shoutouts to Dean for his Wind Waker, pushing through that one.
Just shoutouts to everyone.
Yeah.
Basically.
Except Trez.
Everyone didn't want to emotion get to them and rage quit and let their team get DQ'd.
Not sure what happened, but we lost Lou.
I'm back.
Okay, welcome back then.
I'm sorry, Trez, I love you, man.
I couldn't even hear it because my ears are still dead.
Also, we got to give a big round of applause to the fucking commentators.
Yes,
I feel like
I agree.
every single run was commentated well.
Really helps like in making the relays really enjoyable to watch. So GG to you guys, the commentators.
Yeah, that's for sure. The commentators are usually like the unsung heroes of a relay, and I gotta give a huge shout out to everyone that did commentary today. And these people were Average Greg, Q Game, Mutant Aura, Celestial, Q Game again, and Zelkis, then Truck, Gymnast, Gymnast again, Jack Wade, Zelu, Deesh, Fire, and Floha, and now in the end, Pop, and the goddamn Lulucore. That is now a washed-up speedrunner and just decided to go back to commentary.
Yeah.
But he did pretty okay for it so far.
Thank you.
Throwback to when I had to commentate 4 different routes for the MM% community race.
Throwback Friday. Well, no, it's not Friday, but yeah, we'll just say
Throwback
that, I guess.
Sunday.
Yeah, Throwback Sunday.
I just want to point out, but Kaio earlier got a shrine unloaded, and that just keeps actually clipping through the shrine, which is kind of nice. Because there's just no door.
The clippings in the shrines can be very challenging. It can be quite dumb, to be honest. Like sometimes, if you just get your skew angle slightly off, you just can ruin the whole thing. And you also have to consider, for instance, your shield durability. And that's the kind of things that can happen.
Oh, another thing I need to talk about while Pyro's trying to clip here. I need to give a quick shout out to everyone that donated some bits to the kill safety horse incentive, which was just a quick lax idea we had to make like a little bit of fun, or to have like a little bit of fun in the end, and we got over 13,000 bits with it, which is amazing. So shout outs again to all of you. This really means a lot to us, and it really helps as well. ZSR, even if you don't believe it. Ah!
Oh!
Shadow!
Oh my god.
Well, that gives me time to welcome our 2 newest review streamers on ZSR, which are Shadow Magi and Norinato. Thank you so much. GG. And now I will stay quiet for the rest until everyone is finished, and give it back to Pop and Lou, and maybe the winners from Destroy All Enemy if they want to. Go Pyro, go!
Go, 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 Cow Pyro, go!
Yeah, so far it's not a bad run for Pyro. He just had a few trouble clipping through some shrines, but he's doing pretty great for himself right now. And this was the last shrine, so half of the game is done already.
Yeah, I would say now, really, once he gets past the Temple of Time BTB, he should already be fairly set, as well as he also gets Banana RNG if he goes for that route.
I think he should be going for the route. This is what he was practicing.
That would make sense then.
Yeah, I think he just skipped the one to bomb because it saves like not a lot of time, and it's just safer to do the tree launch and more consistent.
So since I didn't manage to catch really the beginning of the run, is he going for Beetle RNG?
I think so.
No, I don't think so.
I know Song went for the non-RNG Beetle. Resin took some time to get the RNG one.
Yeah, it looks like he went for the safety one.
Yeah, because he's scared to get him enough.
Yeah, because if you don't get this beetle or if it flies away, it means you like have to reload and just hope for the best. Then it will spawn back like at a good area. So it can be really huge time loss if you're not lucky.
You could pray for getting 2 bananas. And from the crate drops, it's like 20 or 30% of chance of dropping. Like 1 banana there's pretty high chance, but 2 quite low.
I mean, we'll see about that regarding bananas, because sometimes the RNG is not on your side. It will decide to take like 6 tries. But we'll see with Calpyro how that will turn out. So first, what is the probability again for banana to appear in the loot box? The box.
Yeah, everything that comes from crates in this game is just pure RNG. There's some consistency overall, but the number of things that's gonna drop is just random.
Okay, now it's going for the BTB. Let's see if we'll manage to do it.
This is a thing with guy. I was watching his stream yesterday, and he doesn't even look at the Buckleblend. He just trusts his setup.
Oh yeah, a lot of insane. Oh,
yeah, that happened.
It's okay though, because well, obviously it's a time loss. But what's good is that with the autosaves of the game, it means he should be spawning back at the top of a tuple of time. So it's not like he has to redo anything else.
Yeah, that would be weird if he would spawn back to like bomb after getting a key item. Oh.
Yes, set up there. It's a little off.
Ooh.
The bakery goes to sleep to wake up to an anime-free world.
This is justice.
No anime. Read the animes. You guys kill the animes. I have mixed feelings about that.
We are sorry, but not sorry.
Is he gonna get it this time?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he got it.
Nice.
The angle for that BTB, the angle always looks so off, but you can drift pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
To castle.
It seems to work well, especially when you drift to the left. Like I think when you try to drift to the right, it's not as easy, but to the left, it is very easy to change your angle.
Yeah, in this part of Hyrule Field, there's actually a wind current that actually pulls you inside, like inwards toward castle.
Right.
So that's probably why. Because even with super launches, that was a problem. It looks like he has just enough. Oh yeah, that can happen, guys. By the way, it's probably fine. You can still go through like places where there's ults. Usually, it's just not well loaded.
Yeah, it's just textures that need to load up, but the collision is still there.
1 bomb arrow. He got 6 bomb arrows from that. Nice. Song actually got a drop of 10 earlier. That was.
Yeah, it looks like RNG is on his side. Now we'll see about banana RNG.
Yeah. Hopefully he remembers the safety save.
Yeah, very important, because otherwise he'll have to stick with potion RNG, which is pretty bad.
Yeah, it's probably worse than going for the banana. Okay, everyone.
Yeah, he got it.
Okay, he got banana. Nice. So now really, in terms of RNG, it's only the crates that are like in the weapons room. I think it's the guard chamber. Is it the name of the room? I forgot.
I don't know if it has a specific name. This one. I know that there's some places that has one, but I think this whole region is just a dining hall.
Oh, he's got like the royal bow not loading. That can happen. But I think he's going for the other route because, for instance, I did an older route of the castle, but I think Cow is going for the one that goes to the library. So he doesn't have the advantage of being able to come back if the bow doesn't load up.
Yeah, I think he's going for the faster route. It's faster by like a few seconds, but it is much more cooler in my opinion. You see more of castle, and there's like a little bit more depth into the route.
Especially considering, yeah, the library is a beautiful area in the castle, so it's nice to have a route that passes through it.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, he died to the moblin.
Yeah.
Those moblins can be pretty tricky from the moment they spot you. But yeah, likewise, it's another case where the autosaves are really useful because the game tends to autosave like right when you come back, when you... Oh wait, no, I might be mixing up with the old route, so actually scratch what I just said, because I don't know if there is the autosave here.
Very shout outs for Resident for keeping his game up. He hasn't stopped streaming.
Yes, the stream is still going on.
Yeah. He's gonna have to cook again and hopefully not get caught by the moblins. Usually if you get caught, it's pretty much a reset guarantee, because... unless you manage to...
I just love how I thought that for a second there was gonna be like an oof chain in the chat. Like,
Right. All the routes used to not have to deal with a second sneak strike to the moblin just because we had a part of the phantom armor, which makes enough damage for the moblin to drop his weapon right away. But now with BTB, we just skip everything.
basically, yeah.
Shout out to Resin for finally ending his stream.
GG's.
Epic. Alright, so he's gonna go down.
Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna take a safety save before the arrows, or he's just gonna...
That would probably be a good idea.
He's just healing it. It's like there's backup arrows with this newer route where you can like sneak strike little foes and they're gonna drop arrows, but...
Yeah. He did have those 6 bomb arrows though, so...
Yeah.
That was nice, but...
Was confident.
Still got fine anyways.
Okay, yeah, Cow is getting...
Shoutouts to Stay Hydrated Bot, making sure that we've drank 2 liters of water.
Oh my god,
the entirety of the stream.
I think I banned that button on my stream. It's like, this is what I like about this new route. That launch there, it's just amazing.
Also, shoutouts to America and its arbitrary measuring system.
Hey, Flo, I found a workaround for his mic. GG, Flo.
Shit, I hoped he wouldn't.
Nah, he's gonna come back and say epic stuff.
He's drinking now the potion right before actually attacking it for saving as much time as possible through the fight. Because the potion with the beetle and everything only lasts for like about 5 minutes. So it's gonna be pretty tight.
Yeah, with such a potion, every second counts. And like, you don't want to find yourself like with no upgrade in like attack power. Like that's at Calamity Ganon, especially like when you try to stun lock him.
Ooh, we missed a hit or two there, unfortunately. Occasionally, if you're not in the perfect spot, he won't go up the right way.
Yeah, it's all about positioning and getting enough hits in time. I know Pyro actually has a few strat of his own for those fights. He feels way more comfortable doing those. Which is nice that he actually has his own thing. And still like being able to compete with the others.
Yeah.
But the Water Blight superpower is just going up the ceiling. It does nothing special. Like compared to all the other Blights, kinda lame. Like Wind Blight actually like has many turrets that helps him shooting towards you. Fire Blight just like freaking explode. Thunder Blight just, you know,
just chilling on the wall, you know.
Yeah. When you know what you're doing, Fire Blight probably is the less scariest Blight to fight. Like, little things can go wrong. Alright, Thunder Blight. This fight can actually go either super good or super bad sometimes, depending on how you deal with the RNG. Because sometimes the first attack is gonna throw is not gonna be the same one. You just have to know how to react to it.
Yeah. That, and especially for newer runners, the smaller hitbox for headshots seems to be an issue, but it's something you just have to get used to.
Yeah. Right there, Pyro actually waited a little bit before starting the second phase, because if you start the second phase as Thunderblight goes up, you're guaranteed to get a shield break on the first pattern of Thunderblight, just because of the way shield recharge works. Ooh, looks like Boomerang bounced stuff a little bit off. It's fine though. Nice.
Yeah, pretty good blights. Not really anything wrong there.
Yeah, I think there was only a Wind Blight that was a little bit trolly, but it's Wind Blight.
Right.
No matter where you fight Wind Blight, it's bad. Every category that does Wind Blight is just a terrible category. So shout out to Master Sword RTA. Wait. He has 16 bone arrows, that's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like he had trouble finding the Claymore. Well, that's one thing we didn't say too earlier, but that Claymore, if a laser touches it, it can actually bounce and can go anywhere in the room. Well, not anywhere, but you know, this is like a radius that it can like bounce off, but it also can clip through the wall, and that only means you have to reset the old fight.
Okay, he managed to grab himself some extra arrows. Definitely can be of help. But I think he's still... Yeah, still got a couple bomb arrows, but I don't think he'll need it. He's almost done with phase 1.
Yeah. I think it would have been a little bit short without those. He's getting good at shots overall. And now we're phase 2. Phase 2 can be pretty annoying. Like right now, you can go straight to the wall, which is the worst RNG. It's bad.
Yeah, it can be up to 30 seconds.
Yeah. Thankfully, most of the attack can be parried. But yeah, usually phase 2 can start either with a laser, which is the best case scenario, him just swinging his big axe, or really something just decide to go to the wall. Good job, Pyro, for dealing with that. And I'll pray for you to get a good sunlock now. It's so easy to mess up.
One other aspect you have to take into account, like it's not just the timing of the stun lock, but also the durability of her sword. Because if it breaks while you try, even if you have the good rhythm, if it breaks, it will break the stun lock. So you need to estimate the right moment where you need to switch to another weapon to finish him off with.
Guy actually has all his hits counted, you could tell. There, he just stopped getting double hits on purpose.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely, like, he's good now. He's good. There we go.
Now the man that actually started horseless gonna finish it. He's not even riding the horse to the bow like all the other runners. Nah, man. He's going in.
Yeah, he goes fully in. Oh, poor horse.
So I know I mentioned that during through the fights, if you die, you restart at the beginning, but at this one you don't. You actually just restart at the beginning of this phase.
And you get made fun of a lot for dying in Dark Beast.
Oh yeah. Shoutouts to Aiden. The legend. Yo, happy birthday, X though.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, X2. Happy birthday to you. Woo!
Yay.
Your birthday gift is.
Thanks, Pika.
Man's 19, by the way. Yeah, bro. He's a bigger boy than me.
Jill's birthday, man. Shout out to OG Stasis launches. We can't forget about those days, man.
Really shooting up his belly.
Pyro got it updraft. I don't think anyone else did.
Oh, yeah, the updraft is. Well, indeed.
And with that, our 3D Zelda relay race is over. GG to the final team, Team Smiles, well, finishing the race with a final time of 17:15:45. Wow, what an event.
That's quite long, man.
Alright, I guess it's time for us to go to the interview screen, as you just can see the final results here, but let's move over and invite a few people in that are waiting. Cactus, Floha, and Chimera. Ooh, and actually everyone fits on the screen. I'm so good at this. Oh my god.
We can have 2 more people in this chat.
GG dress.
So yeah,
Majority MM runners into the chat, by the way.
Anyone, you can just see the results right here on the screen. It's been such a pleasuring ride. I mean, all of you know by now that I'm as sick as it gets. Song, you just broke my fucking layout.
It's all your fault.
Now, okay, I wanted to say something, but now I gotta fix it.
Yo, put the man Bailey in here.
Give me a second to fix it.
Okay.
What the hell?
Because I'm not taking song breaking.
I mean, we're barely singing song, it's fine.
Let's see if it's better. Ow! It's song I hate you with all my passion.
Rip.
This is what he does best.
This is
Breaking things.
This is so mean. Like, it was so perfect. But yeah, there's too many people in here. The people from the winning team, get out of here.
Alright, we shall get out, and it's probably a good idea, yeah. Well, I'll just say thank you. Wait, what?
Nah, it's fine. We'll just keep it like
My
this.
internet's probably gonna fuck off anyway in a few seconds.
Oh, there's another one.
Or not a few minutes.
Yeah, Bailey's here now.
Yo.
Yo, I mean, you guys can imagine, besides a song that you see on the side, Bailey is also in there, but at some point my overlay just craps itself at 12 people. So yeah, you can see the results here, and it was such an amazing stream. As all of you know, I'm actually sick as all hell, so it was quite difficult for me to handle all of this, but it kind of worked out. Again, I want to apologize for the mess up in the middle. I still don't know what happened. It looked like it was a Twitch outage, but I don't entirely know. Big congratulations to Destroy All Animated 1. big shoutouts to everyone that participated. Big shoutouts to all commentators. Shoutouts to Flora for not making my job as awful as he could have made it. Heh.
Sure thing.
Now, shoutouts for Flora for putting it together and coming up with the idea on short notice. That was something I needed to get it on the road. Shoutouts to Nintendo for not taking us down.
If you upload it on YouTube, then we'll do it on YouTube. Don't worry.
Guess that we have to shout out Peter too. For not taking us down.
Shoutouts to Peter for being okay with us slaughtering horses on stream.
I'm not fine with GDQ, so you know.
Maybe they will find me and end me tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, more shoutouts. Shoutouts to my doctor for giving me so much medication that I stayed at least alive for today.
That explains the layout.
Shout out to Dress Dog.
It wasn't good enough.
Wait, did you just say that explains the layout?
Please
don't die, Trez.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
I'm back.
At least Lou's not on the stream now anymore.
What the hell? I'll leave and join back.
Yeah, you will still be last then. Because you'll join last. That's the plan all along. Yeah, anyone who wants to say something, feel free to enlighten us. Not you.
We might have gotten
I don't get my pizza rolls.
Pizza rolls?
But we were definitely the happiest.
It's legit almost 2:30 a.m.
Oh, come here, spin the real shit. I agree.
It's 10:30 a.m. in the morning for me, so...
Same.
Oh.
We need sleep, right?
2:30.
I didn't sleep a bit.
Shoutouts to not getting sleep and skipping school because I legit am too excited about this relay.
No.
Shoutouts to Keys not dying to morph.
Shoutouts to shoutouts. Also,
Shoutouts to being overestimated by a mile.
Shoutouts to Bokoblin Base for screwing everyone over.
Oh.
Fair point.
Oh boy.
Fair point.
Yeah.
Wait.
Shout out to ZSR
I think Caleb did have a decent Pokemon.
Also,
I don't know.
Shoutouts to my system not entirely breaking in the middle, because that was done me already being sick, and it mostly worked. It just crapped itself in the end when it was supposed to put a screenshot out of the results in Discord. Then it crashed, but that's fine.
Nice.
Yeah, I want to shout out Jace for actually having an amazing Skyward Sword run. He actually pulled his team from 4th to 2nd place during that time.
And then Razen failed.
God damn it, Raisin.
No, I want to say, and then the song was almost good. Song, do you wanted to talk about something you hated about your run?
No, I was super excited about everything. You're great, Tres.
Ah.
Great cheer incentive. So smart.
I just heard that the song hated during Horseless, and I mean it kind of showed. You wouldn't know what the fuck to do.
I actually improvised. You know.
Shoutouts to doing improv strats through the whole run because I've never been shieldless that fast.
But yeah, the fact that you get like a 31 official time song during a relay is pretty damn solid, I want to say. Because that would have been a 31.
Yeah. But it wasn't.
Which is crazy. Alright.
I think we forgot one shout out though. Shout out to Tresco for I don't know what even. For doing this besides being so sick, for putting all of this together, for everything.
Oh.
Yeah, shout out to Dress, man.
For the whole thing, the entire thing, indeed.
It was.
Shout out to you.
It was a pleasure, and we'll definitely do a remake relay again later this year. And I'm still not giving up. I'm still not giving up on the idea of doing a 2D relay.
I was about to say that.
Oh my god, I want to
It'd
see
be
that.
awesome. I want to watch that.
That'd be awesome.
Understand.
I cannot promise it yet because we've been trying for it for a while and it still didn't work yet. But we want to try it. Also, somebody left us. Who left us? Oh no, it's Lou who's not showing on stream anymore.
Wow.
All right. I guess at this point it's about time to wrap things up. After 17 hours, 35 minutes, and 15 seconds of stream on ZSR.
Yeah, my ass hurts.
Oh god.
Never went down.
Great
I'm
final
almost
words.
dying. I don't think that's something. I don't know if it's something you admit live.
Okay, so I woke up like an hour and a half early, and then I watched all of OT, then I did my run, then I watched all of everything else.
Well, shoutouts
Dedication.
shoutouts to the top. Also, I want to
Gleich wirklich fertig. Ja. Ich will schon wohl noch 5 Minuten Zeit haben.
Nee, ich warte jetzt schon seit über einer halben Stunde. Du hast
we don't
I'm
want to.
scared.
We don't want to hear that just because it's embarrassing for Flora. So I switched him out.
Yeah, it's fine.
I want to give a big shout out as well to Shadow Magi, Norinato, Dean, Procrastinator, Nimzo, Day214, Amoxy Clone, Jack Raid, Jen, McCrank. Because those 9 people were the ones that made the top cheer list of today, and you really brought in some big numbers. Alright, final words from myself. I love you, dear ZSR community, and tune in again next time, I hope, because I want to see you there.
Well, that was really fun, and likewise, we're looking forward to what's next. So thank you for everything.
I'm hyped to do the next one, but
can I keep the same team?
Alright, thanks everyone, and bye bye.
Bye bye.
Ciao.
Peace out. See you next time. Bye.